The Town Manager, Thomas Ligotti. Thomas Ligotti, 1953, is an iconic American writer of weird short fiction whose oeuvre has been as groundbreaking as, if not always as well acknowledged as, that of Edgar Allan Poe, Franz Kafka, and H.P. Lovecraft. His first collection, Songs of a Dead Dreamer, 1986, is an outright classic in the field. His subsequent compilation, The Nightmare Factory, 1996, won both the Bram Stoker Award and the British Fantasy Award. The influence of workplace experiences infused Ligotti's fiction with fresh energy, resulting in the masterpiece My Work Is Not Yet Done, 2002. The Town Manager, 2003, showcases Ligotti in his mature phase. The underlying dark sense of humor is more prevalent in his fiction generally than is acknowledged by most critics. One gray morning, not long before the onset of winter, some troubling news swiftly traveled among us. The Town Manager was not in his office and seemed nowhere to be found. We allowed this situation, or apparent situation, to remain tentative for as long as we could. This was simply how we had handled such developments in the past. It was Carnes, the man who operated the trolley which ran up and down Main Street, who initially recognized the possibility that the Town Manager was no longer with us. He was the first one who noticed, as he was walking from his house at one end of town to the trolley station at the other end, that the dim lamp which had always remained switched on inside the Town Manager's office was now off. Of course, it was not beyond all credibility that the light bulb in the lamp that stood in the corner of the Town Manager's desk had simply burned out, or that there had been a short circuit in the electrical system of the small office on Main Street. There might even have been a more extensive power failure that also affected the rooms above the office, where the Town Manager resided since he had first arrived among us to assume his duties. Certainly we all knew the Town Manager as someone who was in no way vigilant regarding the state of either his public office or his private living quarters. Consequently, those of us in the crowd that had gathered outside the Town Manager's office and his home considered both the theory of an expired light bulb and that of an electrical short circuit at some length. Yet all the while our agitation only increased. Carnes was the one whose anxiety over this matter was the most severe, for the present state of affairs had afflicted him longer than anyone else, if only by a few minutes. As I have already indicated, this was not the first time that we had been faced with such a development. So when Carnes finally called for action, the rest of us soon abandoned our refuge in the theoretical. "It's time to do something," said the trolley driver. "We have to know." Ritter, who ran the local hardware store, jimmied open the door to the Town Manager's office, and several of us were soon searching around inside. The place was fairly neat, if only by virtue of being practically unfurnished. There was simply a chair, a desk, and the lamp on the top of the desk. The rest of it was just empty floor space and bare walls. Even the drawers of the desk, as some of the more curious members of our search party discovered, were all empty. Ritter was checking the wall socket into which the lamp's cord was plugged, and someone else was inspecting the fuse box at the back of the office. But these were merely stall tactics. No one wanted to reach under the lampshade and click the switch to find out whether the bulb had merely burned out, or, more ominously, if that place had been given over to darkness by design. The latter action, as all of us were aware, signaled that the tenure of any given Town Manager was no longer in effect. At one time, our nexus of public services and functions was a traditional town hall rising up at the south end of Main Street. Rather than a small lamp clinging to the edge of a time-worn desk, that impressive structure was outfitted with a great chandelier. This dazzling fixture served as a beacon assuring us that the town's chief official was still with us. When the town hall fell into decay and finally had to be abandoned, other buildings gave out their illumination. From the upper floors of the old opera house, also vacated in the course of time, to the present storefront office that more recently had served as the center of the town's civic administration. But there always came a day when, without notice to anyone in the town, the light went out. "He's not upstairs," Carnes yelled down to us from the Town Manager's private rooms. At that precise moment I had taken it upon myself to try the light switch. The bulb lit up, and everyone in the room went mute. After a time, somebody, to this day I cannot recall who it was, stated in a resigned voice, "He has left us." Those were the words that passed through the crowd outside the town manager's office, until everyone knew the truth. No one even speculated that this development might have been caused by mischief or a mistake. The only conclusion was that the old town manager was no longer in control, and that a new appointment would be made, if in fact this had not already been done. Nonetheless, we still had to go through the motions. Throughout the rest of that gray morning and into the afternoon, a search was conducted. Over the course of my life, these searches were performed with increasingly greater speed and efficiency whenever one town manager turned up missing as the prelude to the installation of another. The buildings and houses comprising our town were now far fewer than in my childhood and youth. Whole sections that had once been districts of prolific activity had been transformed by a remarkable corrosion into empty lots where only a few bricks and some broken glass indicated that anything besides weeds and desiccated earth had ever existed there. During my years of youthful ambition, I had determined that one day I would have a house in a grand neighborhood known as the Hill. This area was still known as such, a designation bitterly retained, even though the real estate in question, now a rough and empty stretch of ground, no longer rose to a higher elevation than the land surrounding it. After satisfying ourselves that the town manager was nowhere to be found within the town, we moved out into the countryside. Just as we were going through the motions when we searched inside the town limits, we continued going through the motions as we tramped through the landscape beyond them. As previously stated, the time of year was close to the onset of winter, and there were only a few bare trees to obstruct our view in any direction as we wandered over the hardening earth. We kept our eyes open, but we could not pretend to be meticulous searchers. In the past, no town manager had ever been found, either alive or dead, once he had gone missing and the light in his office had been turned off. Our only concern was to act in such a way that would allow us to report to the new town manager, when he appeared, that we had made an effort to discover the whereabouts of his predecessor. Yet this ritual seemed to matter less and less to each successive town manager, the most recent of whom barely acknowledged our attempts to locate the dead or living body of the previous administrator. "What?" he said, after he finally emerged from dozing behind the desk in his office. "We did the best we could," repeated one of us who had led the search, which on that occasion had taken place in early spring. "It stormed the entire time," said another. After hearing our report, the town manager merely replied, "Oh, I see. Yes, well done." Then he dismissed us and returned to his nap. "Why do we even bother?" said Lehman, the barber, when we were outside the town manager's office. "We never find anything." I referred him and the others to the section of the town charter, a brief document, to be sure, that required a fair search of the town and its environs whenever a town manager went missing. This was part of an arrangement that had been made by the founders, and that had been upheld throughout succeeding generations. Unfortunately, nothing in the records that had come to be stored in the new opera house, and were subsequently lost to the same fire that destroyed this shoddily constructed building some years before, had ever overtly stated with whom this arrangement had been made. The town charter itself was now only a few poorly phrased notes, assembled from recollections and lore, although the specifics of this rudimentary document were seldom disputed. At the time, no doubt, the founders had taken what seemed the best course for the survival and prosperity of the town, and they forged an arrangement that committed their descendants to this same course. There was nothing extraordinary about such actions and agreements. "But that was years ago," said Lehman, on that rainy spring afternoon. "I, for one, think that it's time to find out just who we're dealing with." Others agreed with him. I myself did not disagree. Nonetheless, we never did manage to broach the subject with the old town manager. But as we walked across the countryside on that day so close to the onset of winter, we talked among ourselves and vowed that we would pose certain questions to the new town manager, who usually arrived not long after the disappearance or abdication of the previous administrator, sometimes on the very same day. The first matter we wished to take up was the reason we were required to conduct a futile search for missing town managers. Some of us believed that these searches were merely a way of distracting us so that the new town manager could take office before anyone had a chance to observe by what means he arrived or from what direction he came. Others were of the opinion that these expeditions did in fact serve some purpose, although what that may have been was beyond our understanding. Either way, we were all agreed that it was time for the town, that is, what there was left of it, to enter a new and more enlightened era in its history. However, by the time we reached the ruined farmhouse, all our resolutions dissolved into the grayness in which that day had been enveloped. Traditionally, the ruined farmhouse, along with the wooden shed that stood nearby it, marked the point at which we ended our search and returned to town. It was now close to sundown, which would give us just enough time to be back in our homes before dark, once we had made a perfunctory inspection of the farmhouse and its shed. But we never made it that far. This time we kept our distance from that farmhouse, which was no more than a jagged and tilting outline against the gray sky, as well as from the shed, a narrow structure of thin wooden planks that someone had hammered together long ago. There was something written across those weathered boards, markings that none of us had ever seen before. They were scored into the wood as if with a sharp blade. Some of the letters were either missing or unreadable in the places where they were gouged into planks that had separated from one another. Carnes, the trolley man, was standing at my side. "Does that say what I think it says?" he said to me, almost in a whisper. "I think so. And the light inside?" "Like smoldering embers," I said, concerning the reddish glow that was shining through the wooden slats of the shed. Having recognized the arrival of the new town manager, from whatever direction and by whatever means he may have come, we all turned away and walked silently toward town, pacing slowly through the gray countryside that day by day was being seized by the coming winter. Despite what we had come across during our search, we soon reconciled ourselves to it, or at least had reached a point where we no longer openly expressed our anxiety. Did it really matter if, rather than occupying a building on Main Street with a sign that read Town Manager over the door, the one who now held this position chose to occupy a shed whose rotting wooden planks had roughly the same words inscribed upon them with a sharp blade? Things had always been moving in that direction. At one time, the town manager conducted business from a suite of offices in the town hall and lived in a fine house in the hill district of town. Now this official would be working out of a weather-beaten shed next to a ruined farmhouse. Nothing remained the same for very long. Change was the very essence of our lives. My own situation was typical. As previously mentioned, I had ambitions of owning a residence in the hill district. For a time, I operated a delivery business that almost certainly would have led to my attaining this goal. However, by the time the old town manager arrived, I was sweeping the floors at Lehman's barber shop and taking whatever odd jobs came along. In any case, my drive to build up a successful delivery business was all but extinguished once the hill district had eroded away to nothing. Perhaps the general decline in the conditions of the town, as well as the circumstances of its residents, could be attributed to poor officiating on the part of our town managers, who in many ways seemed to be less and less able in their duties as one succeeded the other over the years. Whatever apprehensions we had about the new town manager, it could not be said that the old town manager was a model administrator. For some time before his term came to an end, he spent the whole of each working day asleep behind his desk. On the other hand, every town manager could be credited with introducing some element of change, some official project of one kind or another, that was difficult to condemn as wholly detrimental. Even if the new opera house had never been anything but a shoddily constructed fire trap, it nonetheless represented an effort at civic rehabilitation, or seemed to be such. For his part, the old manager was responsible for the trolley which ran up and down Main Street. In the early days of his administration, he brought in workers from outside the town to construct this monument to his spirit of innovation. Not that there had ever been a great outcry for such a conveyance in our town, which could easily be traversed from one end to the other either on foot or by bicycle, without causing the least exertion to those of us who were in reasonably good health. Nevertheless, once the trolley had been built, most of us rode the thing at one time or another, if only for the novelty of it. Some people, for whatever reason, made regular use of this new means of transportation, and even seemed to depend on it to carry them the distance of only a few blocks. If nothing else, the trolley provided Carnes with regular employment, which he had not formerly enjoyed. In brief, we had always managed to adapt to the ways of each town manager who had been sent to us. The difficult part was waiting for new administrators to reveal the nature of their plans for the town and then adjusting ourselves to whatever form they might take. This was the system in which we had functioned for generations. This was the order of things into which we had been born and to which we had committed ourselves by compliance. The risk of opposing this order, of plunging into the unknown, was simply too much for us to contemplate for very long. But we did not foresee, despite having witnessed the spectacle of the shed beside the ruined farmhouse, that the town was about to enter a radically new epoch in its history. The first directive from the new town manager was communicated to us by a torn piece of paper that came skipping down the sidewalk of Main Street one day, and was picked up by an old woman, who showed it to the rest of us. The paper was made from a pulpy stock and was brownish in color. The writing on the paper looked as if it had been made with charred wood, and resembled the same hand that had written those words across the old boards of the town manager's shed. The message was this: "Destroy trolley." While the literal sense of these words was apparent enough, we were reluctant to act upon a demand that was so obscure in its point and purpose. It was not unprecedented for a new town manager to obliterate some structure or symbol that marked the administration of the one who had come before him, so that the way might be cleared for him to erect a defining structure or symbol of his own, or simply to efface any prominent sign of the previous order, and thereby display the presence of a new one. But usually some reason was offered, some excuse was made for taking this action. This obviously was not the case with the town manager's instruction to destroy the trolley. So we decided to do nothing until we received some enhancement regarding this matter. Ritter suggested that we might consider composing a note of our own to request further instructions. This note could be left outside the door of the town manager's shed. Not surprisingly, there were no volunteers for this mission, and until we received a more detailed notice, the trolley would remain intact. The following morning, the trolley came tooting down Main Street for its first run of the day. However, it made no stops for those waiting along the sidewalk. "Look at this," Lehman said to me as he stared out the front window of his barber shop. Then he went outside. I set my broom against a wall and joined him. Others were already standing on the street, watching the trolley until it finally came to rest at the other end of town. "There was no one at the switch," said Lehman, an observation that a number of persons echoed. When it seemed that the trolley was not going to make a return trip, several of us walked down the street to investigate. When we entered the vehicle, we found the naked body of Carnes, the trolley driver, lying on the floor. He had been severely mutilated and was dead. Burned into his chest were the words, "Destroy trolley." We spent the next few days doing exactly that. We also pulled up the tracks that ran the length of the town and tore down the electrical system that had powered the trolley. Just as we were completing these labors, someone spotted another piece of that torn brownish paper. It was being pushed about by the wind in the sky above us, jerking about like a kite. Eventually it descended into our midst. Standing in a circle around the piece of paper, we read the scrawled words of the message. "Good," it said. "Next year, jobs will change." Not only did our jobs change, but so did the entire face of the town. Once again, workmen came from outside with orders to perform various kinds of construction, demolition, and decoration that began along Main Street and ultimately extended into the outlying neighborhoods. We had been instructed by the usual means not to interfere with them. Throughout the deep gray winter, they worked on the interiors of the town's buildings. With the coming of spring, they finished off the exteriors and were gone. What they left behind them was a place that did not resemble a town as much as it did a carnival funhouse. And those of us who lived there functioned as sideshow freaks once we had been notified, by the usual method, of exactly how our jobs had changed. For example, Ritter's Hardware had been emptied of its traditional merchandise and restructured as an elaborate maze of lavatories. Upon entering the front door, you immediately found yourself standing between a toilet and a sink. Built into one of the walls of this small room was another door that opened upon another lavatory that was somewhat larger in dimensions. This room had 2 doors that led to further lavatories, some of which could be reached only by ascending a spiral staircase or walking down a long, narrow corridor. Each lavatory differed somewhat in size and decor. None of the lavatories was functional. The exterior of Ritter's Hardware was given a new facade constructed of large stone blocks and a pair of fake towers standing on either side of the building and rising some distance above it. A sign above the front door designated the former hardware store as Comfort Castle. Ritter's new job was to sit in a chair on the sidewalk outside his former place of business, wearing a simple uniform with the word Attendant displayed in sewn lettering below the left shoulder. Lehman the barber was even less fortunate in the new career that had been assigned to him. His shop, renamed Babytown, had been refurbished into a gigantic playpen. Amid stuffed animals and an array of toys, Lehman was required to languish in infant's clothing sized for an adult. All of the businesses along Main Street had been transformed in some manner, although their tone was not always as whimsical as Ritter's Comfort Castle or Lehman's Babytown. A number of the buildings appeared simply as abandoned storefronts, until one explored the interior and discovered that the back room was actually a miniature movie theater where foreign cartoons were projected upon a bare wall, or that hidden in the basement was an art gallery filled entirely with paintings and sketches of questionable taste. Sometimes these abandoned storefronts were precisely what they appeared to be, except you would find yourself locked inside once the door had closed, forcing you to exit out the back. Behind the stores of Main Street was a world of alleys where it was perpetually night, an effect created by tunnel-like arcades enclosing this vast area. Dim lamps were strategically placed so that no stretch of alley was entirely in darkness as you wandered between high wooden fences or brick walls. Many of the alleys ended up in someone's kitchen or living room, allowing an escape back into the town. Some of them kept growing more and more narrow until no further progress was possible, and every step leading to this point needed to be retraced. Other alleys gradually altered as one walked along their length, eventually presenting a complete change of scene from that of a small town to one of a big city where screams and sirens could be heard in the distance, although these sounds were only recordings piped in through hidden speakers. It was in just such a vicinity, where painted theatrical backdrops of tall tenement buildings with zigzagging fire escapes rose up on every side, that I worked at my own new job. At the terminus of an obscure alley where steam was pumped through the holes of a false sewer grating, I had been stationed in a kiosk where I sold soup in paper cups. To be more accurate, it was not actually soup that I was given to sell, but something more like bouillon. Behind the counter that fronted my kiosk, there was a thin mattress on the floor where I could sleep at night, or whenever I felt like sleeping, since it seemed unlikely that any customers would venture through that labyrinth of alleys so that I might serve them. I subsisted on my own bouillon and the water I used to concoct this desolate repast. It seemed to me that the new town manager would finally succeed in the task which his predecessors had but lazily pursued over the years, that of thoroughly bleeding the town of the few resources that had been left to it. I could not have been more wrong in this assessment. Within a matter of weeks, I had a steady stream of customers lined up outside my bouillon concession who were willing to pay an outrageous price for my watery, yellowish liquid. These were not my fellow citizens, but people from outside. I noticed that nearly all of them carried folded brochures which either extruded from their pockets or were grasped in their hands. One of these was left behind on the counter that fronted my kiosk, and I read it as soon as business slowed down. The cover of the brochure bore the words, "Have a fun time in Funnytown." Inside were several captioned photographs of the various attractions that our town had to offer to the curious tourist. I was in awe of the town manager's scheme. Not only had this faceless person taken our last penny to finance the most extensive construction project the town had ever seen, from which there was no doubt a considerable amount of kickback involved, but this ingenious boondoggle had additionally brought an unprecedented flood of revenue into our town. Yet the only one who truly prospered was the town manager. Daily, sometimes hourly, Collections were made at each of the town's attractions and concessions. These were carried out by solemn-faced strangers who were visibly armed with an array of weapons. In addition, I noticed that spies had been integrated among the tourists, just to ensure that none of us withheld more than a meager allotment of the profits that derived from the town's new enterprise. Nonetheless, whereas we had once had reason to expect nothing less than total impoverishment under the governance of the town manager, it now appeared that we would at least survive. One day, however, the crowds of tourists began to thin out. In short order, the town's new business dwindled to nothing. The solemn-faced men no longer bothered to make their collections, and we began to fear the worst. Hesitantly, we started to emerge from our places and gathered together on Main Street under a sagging banner that read, "Welcome to Funnytown." "I think that's it," said Ritter, who was still wearing his bathroom attendant's uniform. "Only one way to be sure," said Lehman, now back in adult clothes. Once again we tramped out to the countryside under a gray sky some weeks before the onset of winter. It was approaching dusk, and long before we reached the town manager's shed, we could see that no reddish light glowed inside. Nevertheless, we searched the shed. Then we searched the farmhouse. There was no town manager. There was no money. There was nothing. When the rest of them turned away and began to head back to town, I stayed behind. Another town manager would arrive before long, and I did not wish to see what form the new administration would take. This was the way it had always been, one town manager succeeding another, each of them exhibiting signs of greater degeneracy, as if they were festering away into who knows what. And there was no telling where it would all end. How many others would come and go, taking with them more and more of the place where I had been born and was beginning to grow old. I thought about how different that place had been when I was a child. I thought about my youthful dream of having a home in the Hill District. I thought about my old delivery business. Then I walked in the opposite direction from the town. I walked until I came to a road, and I walked down that road until I came to another town. I passed through many towns, as well as large cities, doing clean-up work and odd jobs to keep myself going. All of them were managed according to the same principles as my old hometown, although I came upon none that had reached such an advanced stage of degeneracy. I had fled that place in hopes of finding another that had been founded upon different principles and operated under a different order. But there was no such place, or none that I could find. It seemed the only course of action left to me was to make an end of it. Not long after realizing the aforementioned facts of my existence, I was sitting at the counter of a crummy little coffee shop. It was late at night, and I was eating soup. I was also thinking about how I might make an end of it. The coffee shop may have been in a small town or a large city. Now that I think of it, the place stood beneath a highway overpass, so it must have been the latter. The only other customer in the place was a well-dressed man sitting at the other end of the counter. He was drinking a cup of coffee, and I noted, directing a sidelong glance at me every so often. I turned my head toward him and gave him a protracted stare. He smiled and asked if he could join me at my end of the counter. "You can do whatever you like. I'm leaving." "Not just yet," he said, as he sat down at the counter stool next to mine. "What business are you in?" "None in particular. Why?" "I don't know. You just seem like someone who knows his way around. You've been some places, am I right?" "I suppose so," I said. "I thought as much. Look, I'm not just interested in chit-chat here. I work on commission finding people like you, and I think you've got what it takes." "For what?" I asked. "Town management," he replied. I finished off the last few spoonfuls of my soup. I wiped my mouth with a paper napkin. "Tell me more," I said. It was either that or make an end of it. The Brotherhood of Mutilation. Brian Evenson. Brian Evenson, 1966, is an influential writer of dark fiction that often seems surreal or Kafkaesque. He is also a translator of French literature and the chair of the Literary Arts program at Brown University, as well as a senior editor of the Conjunctions literary journal published by Bard College. Evenson's critically acclaimed story collections include The Wavering Knife, 2004, and Fugue State, 2009. Strange or absurd happenings occur with frequency in his fiction, and nothing could be odder than the events that occur in The Brotherhood of Mutilation, 2003, later expanded into the novel Last Days, 2009. The novella is a modern classic of weird ritual, mixed with noir and horror. And if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. And if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off and cast it from thee. Matthew 5:29-30. It was only later that he realized the reason they had called him, but by then it was too late for the information to do him any good. At the time, all the two men had told him on the telephone was that they'd seen his picture in the paper, read about his infiltration and so-called heroism, and how, even when faced with the man with the cleaver, or the gentleman with the cleaver, as they chose to call him, he hadn't flinched, hadn't given a thing away. Was it true, they wanted to know, that he hadn't flinched? That he had simply watched the man raise the cleaver and bring it down, his hand suddenly becoming a separate, moribund creature? He didn't bother to answer. He only sat holding the telephone receiver against his face with his remaining hand and looking at the stump that marked the end of the other arm. The shiny, slightly puckered termination of flesh, flaked and angry at its extreme. "Who is this?" he finally asked. The men on the other end of the telephone laughed. "This is Opportunity Knocking," one of them said, the one with the deeper voice. "Do you want to be trapped behind a desk the rest of your life, Mr. Klein?" The other voice, the one with the lisp, kept asking questions. Was it true, it wanted to know, that after he had removed his belt with his remaining hand and tightened it as a tourniquet around the stump, he then stood up, turned on one of the burners on the stove top, and cauterized the wound himself? "Maybe," Klein said. "Maybe to what?" asked Low Voice. "I have it on authority that you did," said Lisp. "Was it electric or gas? I would think electric would be better, but then again it would take a while for electric to warm up." "It was a hot plate," said Klein. "A hot plate?" said Low Voice. "Good Lord, a hot plate?" "So, electric?" asked Lisp. "I didn't have anything else," said Klein. "There was only a hot plate." "And then once cauterized, you turned around and shot him through the eye," said Lisp. "Left-handed, no less." "Maybe," said Klein. "But that wasn't in the papers. Who told you that?" "I have it on authority," said Lisp. "That's all." "Look," said Klein, "what's this all about?" "Opportunity, Mr. Klein," said Low Voice. "I told you already." "There's a plane ticket waiting under your name at the airport." "Why?" asked Klein. "Why?" asked Lisp. "Because we admire you, Mr. Klein." "And we'd like your help." "What sort of help?" "We must have you, Mr. Klein. Nobody else will do," said Low Voice. "No?" said Klein. "Why should I trust you? And who are you exactly?" Lisp laughed. "Mr. Klein, surely by now you realize that you can't trust anyone. But why not take a chance?" There was no reason to go. It was not a question, as Low Voice had suggested, of either a desk job or their offer, whatever their offer happened to be. The pension he had received was enough to live on. Plus, right after he had lost his hand and cauterized the wound himself, and then shot the so-called gentleman with the cleaver through the eye, he had taken the liberty, in recompense for the loss of his hand, of helping himself to a briefcase containing several $100,000. This he saw as a profoundly moral act in a kind of moral biblical Old Testament sense. An eye for a hand and a bag of money thrown in. The fact that the eye had had a brain and a skull behind it was incidental. So, in short, there was no reason to accept the invitation. Better to stay put, have a lifelike prosthetic made to fit over the stump, or at the very least, wear and learn how to use the hooks that had been given him, perfect a game of one-handed golf, purchase a drawer full of prosthetics for all occasions, buy some cigars. All of life was open to him, he told himself. Opportunity could knock all it liked. And besides, he was having trouble getting out of bed. Not that he was depressed, but it was hard to get out of bed, especially when he remembered that the first thing he'd be doing was trying to brush his teeth left-handed. So instead he spent more and more time rubbing the end of his stump, or simply staring at it. It seemed, the termination of it, at once a part of him and not at all part of him. Fascinating. Sometimes he still reached for things with his missing hand. Most days he couldn't even put on the hooks, and if he couldn't bring himself to strap on the hooks, how could he be expected to leave the house? And if he didn't leave the house, how could he be expected to go to the airport, let alone pick up the ticket, let alone board a plane? "Things will get better," he told his stump. "Some day we'll leave the house. Things are bound to improve." A week after the first call, they called back. "You missed it," said Lisp. "You missed the flight." "Is it because of fear?" asked Low Voice. "Are you afraid of flying?" "How can you say that to him?" Lisp asked Low Voice. "A man who cauterizes his own stump isn't going to let a little something like that get to him, is he?" "So he missed the flight," said Low Voice. "He didn't allow for enough time. Got held up at security, maybe." "Yes," said Lisp. "That's sure to be it." They both fell silent. Klein kept the receiver pressed against his ear. "Well?" asked Lisp. "Well, what?" asked Klein. "What happened?" asked Lisp. "I didn't go." "He didn't go," said Low Voice. "We know that," said Lisp. "We know you didn't go, otherwise you'd be here. If you'd gone, we wouldn't be calling you there." "No," said Klein. The phone was silent again. Klein listened to it, staring at the veiled window. "So?" said Low Voice. "So what?" "God damn it," said Lisp. "Do we have to go through this again?" "Look," said Klein, "I don't even know who you are." "We already told you who we are," said Lisp. "We're Opportunity," said Low Voice, "and we're knocking." "I'm going to hang up," said Klein. "He's hanging up," said Low Voice. His voice sounded worn out and exhausted. "Wait," said Lisp. "No." "Nothing personal," said Klein. "I'm just not your man." Almost as soon as he hung up, the telephone began ringing again. He let it ring. He stood up and walked around the apartment from room to room. There were 4 rooms if you counted the bathroom as a room, and every one he could hear the telephone clearly. It kept ringing. In the end he picked up the receiver. "What?" he said. "But you are our man," said Lisp, his voice desperate. "We're just like you." "There's the ticket," said Low Voice. "No ticket," said Klein. "No Opportunity. I'm not your man." "Do you think we are acquaintances of the man with the hatchet?" asked Lisp. "Cleaver," said Low Voice. "We are not acquaintances of the man with the hatchet," Lisp said. "We're just like you." "And what am I like exactly?" said Klein. "Come and see," said Low Voice. "Why not come and see?" "If we wanted to kill you," Lisp said, "you'd be dead by now." It was odd, thought Klein, to be threatened by a man with a lisp. "Please, Mr. Klein," said Low Voice. "We don't want to kill you," said Lisp. "Ergo, you're still alive." "Aren't you even a little curious, Mr. Klein?" asked Low Voice. "No," said Klein, and hung up the telephone. When the telephone began to ring again, he unplugged it from the wall. Rolling the cord up around it, he packed it away in the closet. He walked around the house. He would have to go out, he realized, in a day or 2 to buy food. He went into the bathroom and took from the table beside the bed a notepad and a pen. Going into the kitchen, he opened all the doors of the cabinets, the refrigerator, the freezer, and sat thinking. Eggs, he thought. Eggs, he wrote. Though doing it with his left hand, it came out looking like ESGS. My left hand doesn't want eggs, he thought. It wants escus. He kept writing, his left hand mutilating each word slightly. "What do you think of that?" he asked his stump, and then wondered if he was speaking to his stump or to his missing hand. Did it matter, he wondered. He wondered what had become of his hand. Probably it had stayed on the table where it had been cut off. Probably it had still been there when the police arrived and had been taken away to be frozen and marked as an exhibit. It was probably still frozen somewhere. Escus it is, he thought, and dread, and maybe a glass or 2 of Nelk. He stared at the notepad, stopped staring only when he heard water dripping out of the defrosting freezer. He was not sure how much time had passed. He got up and closed the freezer and fridge and then stood waiting, listening for the motor to kick in. A few days went by. His electric razor broke, emitting only a low hum when he plugged it in. He stopped shaving. The food mostly ran out. I need to get some food, he thought, but instead drank a glass of sour milk. He lay in the bed, holding the milk-ghosted glass with one hand, balanced on his chest. He could get up, he thought. He could get out of bed and get up and get out of the house. I need to get some food, he thought, and then thought, later. There would always be time to get food later. Escus and dread. At some point he realized that the glass he had thought he was holding with his missing hand. The glass was balanced on his chest, the stump stationed beside it, a blunt animal. He was not quite sure how the glass had got there. He was not going out, he realized hours later. The milk still wringing the bottom of the glass had dried into a white sheet and had begun to crack. Perhaps it was days later. He had missed his chance, he realized, and now what little will he had slipped away, and it was too late. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, it was dark outside, so he closed them again. When he opened them, a pale daylight was leaking into the room through the curtains. Beside him, sitting on kitchen chairs they had dragged into the bedroom, were two men. They were bundled in heavy coats and gloves and scarves, despite the warmth of the room. "Hello, hello," said the first, his voice bass. "We knocked," said the other. His upper lip was mostly missing, a ragged scar in its place. It looked as if the lip had been cut into with a pair of pinking shears. "We knocked and knocked, but nobody answered, so we let ourselves in. It was locked," he said, "but we knew you didn't mean the lock for us." When Klein didn't say anything, the one with the torn lip said, "You remember us? The telephone?" The man lisped on the us. "The telephone," said Klein, his voice raspy. The torn-lipped man raised his eyebrows and looked at his companion. "He's pretending not to remember," he said. "Of course you remember," said the one with the bass voice. "Opportunity knocking, all that?" "Ah," said Klein, "I'm afraid so." "Look at you," said Tornlip. "Do you want to die in bed?" "You don't want to die in bed," said Low Voice. "We're here to save you," said Tornlip. "I don't want to be saved," said Klein. "He doesn't want to be saved," said Low Voice. "Sure he does," said Tornlip. "He just doesn't know it yet." "But Mr. Klein," said Tornlip, "we have given you every opportunity to be reasonable. Why didn't you take advantage of either of the tickets we left for you?" "I don't need your ticket," said Klein. "When was the last time you ate?" asked Low Voice. Tornlip reached out and prodded Klein's face with a gloved finger. "Clearly, you are your own worst enemy, Mr. Klein." "Depression," said Low Voice. "Lassitude, ennui. I so diagnose." "Look," said Klein, struggling to lift himself up a little in the bed. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave." "He sits," said Tornlip. "Or nearly so. Who says the man doesn't have any fight left to him?" "That's the spirit," said Tornlip. "That's the man who can have his hand cut off and not flinch." "Come away with us, Mr. Klein." "No," said Klein. "What can we say to convince you?" "Nothing," said Klein. "Well, then," said Tornlip, "perhaps there are means other than words." Klein watched as the man grasped one of his gloved hands with the other. He twisted the hand about and levered it downward, and the hand came free. Klein felt his stump tingle. The other man he saw was doing the same thing. They pulled back their sleeves to show him the bare exposed lumps of flesh in which their forearms terminated. "You see," said Tornlip, "just like you." "Come with us," said the other. "But," said Klein, "I don't—" "He thinks we're asking," said Tornlip, leaning in over the bed, his damaged mouth livid. "We're not asking. We're telling." 2. Before he knew it, their hands were screwed back on, and they had him out of the bed and were dragging him down the emergency stairwell. "Wait," he said, "my claw." "Your claw?" "For my hand." "You don't need it," they claimed, and kept pulling him down the stairs. "Where are you taking me?" he asked. "He wants to know where we're taking him, Ramsey," said Low Voice. "To the car," said Tornlip, said Ramsey, grunting the words. They came to a landing, and Klein felt his own body sway to one side and then steady itself. Ramsey was beside him, his head sticking out from under Klein's arm, his torn lips tight. "Tell him we're going to the car," Ramsey said. "We're going to the car," said Low Voice, and Klein looked over to find Low Voice's head under the other arm. "But," he said, Enough questions, said Ramsey. Just try to move your feet. If you have them, may as well use them. He looked down and could not see feet, only legs. There was a whispery sound, but it wasn't until they left the landing and started down the next set of stairs, and the sound changed to a thumping, that he realized it was his own feet dragging. He tried to get them underneath him, but the two men were moving too quickly, and all he could do was to nearly trip them all down the stairs. Never mind, said Ramsey. We're almost there. And indeed, Klein realized they were pushing through the fire exit door and into full sunlight. There was a car there, long and black, with tinted windows. They hustled him into the back of it. Ramsey got in on the driver's side, low voice on the other. There was something wrong with the steering wheel, Klein noticed, as if a cup-holder had been welded into it. Low voice opened the glove box, awkwardly groped a candy bar out of it with his artificial hand, passed it back to Klein. Eat this, he said. It'll help focus you. Klein heard the locks snap down. He took the candy bar, began to strip the wrapper off it. It was almost more than he could manage. In the front, the two men were shucking their coats and hats, piling them on the seat between them. He watched Ramsey snap off his artificial hand, glove and all, and drop it atop the pile. Low Voice did the same. That's better, Low Voice said. Klein ate a little of the candy bar. It was chocolate, something crispy inside it. He chewed. Ramsey, he realized, was holding his remaining hand up toward the other man. Gauss? He said. What? The man said. Yes, right, Gauss said. Sorry. With his single hand, he reached out and took Ramsey's remaining hand and twisted it. Klein watched the hand circle about and break free. Ramsey rubbed his two stumps against each other. Gauss reached out and took hold of Ramsey's ear, tore it off. It came free, leaving a gaping, unwhelked hole behind. There, said Ramsey. That's better. He looked at Klein in the rearview mirror, lifted up both stumps. Like you, he said, smiling. Only more so. They drove, the city slowly dissolving around them and breaking up into fields and trees. Gauss kept rummaging in the glove box, passing back food. There was another candy bar, a plastic bag of broken pretzels, a tin of sardines. Klein took a little of each, left what remained on the seat beside him. He was beginning to feel a little more alert. Outside, the sun was high. Even through the tinted glass, it looked hot outside. They turned right and went up a ramp and entered the freeway, the car quickly gaining speed. Where are we? Klein asked. Here we go, said Gauss, ignoring him. Smooth sailing from here on out, said Ramsey. For a while, anyway. But, said Klein, where? I don't... Mr. Klein, said Gauss, please sit back and enjoy the ride. What else? Asked Klein. What else? Said Gauss. What do you mean, what else? Asked Ramsey. What else comes off? Besides the hands and the ear, said Ramsey. Some toes, he said, but they're already off. 3 gone from one foot, 2 from the other. What happened? Asked Klein. What do you mean, what happened, Mr. Klein? Nothing happened. We don't do accidents, said Gauss. Accidents and acts of God don't mean a thing, unless they're followed later by acts of will. Pretzel? He asked. Your own case was hotly debated, said Ramsey. Some wanted to classify it as accident. But it was no accident, said Gauss. No, said Ramsey. Others argued successfully that it was no accident, but instead an act of will. But then the question came, an act of will on whose part? On the part of the gentleman with the hatchet, surely. No denying that. But responsibility can hardly rest solely with him, can it now, Mr. Klein? He turned a little round as he said it, pivoting his missing ear toward Klein. All you had to do was tell him one thing, Mr. Klein, just a lie, and you would have kept your hand. But you didn't say a thing. A matter of will, Mr. Klein. Your will to lose the hand far outweighed your will to retain it. Outside, the highway had narrowed to a 2-lane road, cutting through dry, scraggled woods, the road's shoulder heaped in dust. What about you? Klein asked Gauss. Me? Said Gauss, blushing. Just the hand, he said. I'm still new. Have to start somewhere, said Ramsey. We brought him along because the powers that be thought you might be more comfortable with someone like you. He's not like me. You have 1 amputation. He has 1 amputation, said Ramsey. Yours is a hand, his is a hand. In that sense, he's like you. When you start to look closer, well—" "I used anesthetic," said Gauss. "You, Mr. Klein, did not use anesthetic. You weren't given that option." "It's frowned upon," said Gauss, "but not forbidden." "And more or less expected for the first several amputations," said Ramsey. "It makes you exceptional, Mr. Klein." Klein looked at the seat next to him, the open tin of sardines, the fillets shining in their oil. "I'm exceptional as well," said Ramsey. "I've never been anesthetized." "He's an inspiration to us all," said Gauss. "But that you cauterized your wound yourself, Mr. Klein," said Ramsey, "that makes you truly exceptional." "I'd like to get out of the car now," said Klein softly. "Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Klein," said Gauss, grinning. "We're in the middle of nowhere." "I could count the number of people who self-cauterize on one finger of one hand," said Ramsey. "If he had a hand," said Gauss. "If I had a hand," said Ramsey. They drove for a while in silence. Klein stayed as still as he could in the back seat. The sun had slid some little way down the horizon. After a while it vanished. The tin of sardines had slid down the seat and were now at an angle, their oil leaking slowly out. He straightened the tin, then rubbed his fingers dry on the floor carpeting. It was hard not to stare at Ramsey's missing ear. He looked down at his own stump, looked at Gauss's stump balanced on the seat's back. The two stumps were actually quite different, he thought. The end of Gauss's was puckered. His own had been puckered and scarred from the makeshift cauterization. After the fact, a doctor had cut a little higher and smoothed it off, planed it. Outside, the trees, already sparse, seemed to vanish almost entirely, perhaps partly because of the gathering darkness, but also the landscape was changing. Ramsey pushed one of his stumps into the panel and turned on the headlights. 8, said Ramsey, gesturing his head slightly backwards. 8? asked Klein. 8 what? Amputations, said Ramsey. Klein watched the back of his head. Of course, that doesn't mean a thing, he said. Could be just 8 toes, all done under anesthetic, the big toes left for balance. That should hardly qualify for an 8, he said. Gauss nodded next to him. He held up his stump, looked over the back. This counts as a 1, he said, but I could have left the hand and cut off all the fingers and I'd be a 4. 5 if you took the thumb. They were waiting for Klein to say something. That hardly seems fair, he offered. But which is more of a shock? Asked Ramsey. A man losing his fingers or a man losing his hand? Klein didn't know if he was expected to answer. I'd like to get out of the car, he said. So there are 8s, said Ramsey, and then there are 8s. They came to a curve. Klein watched Ramsey post the other hand on the steering wheel for balance, turning the wheel with his cupped stump. Personally, I prefer a system of minor and major amputations, according to which I'd be a 2/3. I prefer by weight, said Gauss. Weigh the lopped-off organ, I say. But you see, said Ramsey, bled or unbled? And doesn't that give a certain advantage to the corpulent? You develop standards, said Gauss, penalties and handicaps. Why do you need me? Asked Klein. Excuse me? Asked Ramsey. He wants to know why we need him, said Gauss. That's easy, said Ramsey. A crime has been committed. Why me? Asked Klein. You have a certain amount of experience in investigation, said Gauss. Not investigation exactly, but infiltration, said Ramsey. And you don't flinch, Mr. Klein, said Gauss. No, he doesn't flinch. But, said Klein. You'll be briefed, said Ramsey. You'll be told what to do. But the police. No police, said Ramsey. It was hard enough to get the others to agree on you. If it hadn't been for the hand, said Gauss. If it hadn't been for the hand, said Ramsey, you wouldn't be here. But you're one of us, like it or not. 3. He woke up when the car stopped before a set of metal gates. It was fully dark outside. Almost there, said Ramsey from the front. The gate opened a little, and a small man stepped out, turning pale and white in the overbright halogen glow of the headlights. The man came over to the driver's door. Klein could see he was missing an eye, one closed lid seeming flat and deflated. He was wearing a uniform. Ramsey rolled down the window, and the man peered into the car. "Mr. Ramsey," said the guard, "and Mr. Gauss. Who's in the back?" "That would be Mr. Klein," said Ramsey. "Hold up your arm, Mr. Klein," said Ramsey. Klein lifted his hand. "No, the other one," said Ramsey. He lifted the stumped arm, and the guard nodded. "A one?" he asked. "Right," said Ramsey, "but self-cauterized." The guard whistled. He made his way away from the window and back to the gates, which he drew open wide just enough for the car to pass through. Through the rear window, Klein watched him draw it shut after them. "Welcome home, Mr. Klein," said Ramsey. Klein didn't say anything. They passed a row of houses, turned down a smaller road where the houses were a little more spread out, then down a third smaller tree-lined alley that dead-ended in front of a small two-story building. Ramsey stopped the car. The three of them climbed out. "You'll be staying here, Mr. Klein," said Ramsey. "First floor, second door to the left once you go through the entrance." "There's probably an hour or two of night left," he said. "We'll see you in the morning. For now, why don't you try to get some sleep?" When he went in, he couldn't figure out how to turn the hall light on, so instead wandered down the dark hall, dragging his hand along the wall, feeling for doorways. His fingers stuttered past one. He lifted his fingers from the wall and brought them near his face. They smelled of dust. He went on until he came to another door frame, fumbled around for the handle. Inside he found a switch. It was a small windowless room, containing a narrow single bed with a thin, ratty blanket. In one corner was a metal cabinet. The floor was linoleum, a streaked blue. The light he saw was a naked bulb hanging from the center of the ceiling. The wall's paint was cracking. "Welcome home," he thought. He closed the door. There was no lock on it. He opened the cabinet. It was full of stacks of calendars, each month featuring a woman in various states of undress, smiling furiously. He looked at the first picture for some time before realizing the girl was missing one of her thumbs. With each month the losses became more obvious and more numerous. March losing a breast, July missing both breasts, a hand and a forearm. The December girl was little more than a torso, her breasts shaved off, wearing nothing but a thin white cloth banner from one shoulder to the opposite hip, reading, "Miss Less is More." He put the calendar back and closed the cabinet. Turning off the light, he lay in the bed, but kept seeing Miss Less is More's face contorted with joy. There was Ramsey's face, too, his mutilated ear just above the car seat back, angling itself toward him. His own stump was tingling. He got up and turned on the light, tried to sleep with it on. He dreamt that he was sitting at the table again, the gentleman with the cleaver standing before him, cleaver coming down. Only in his dream he wasn't just the man losing his hand, but also the man with the cleaver. He watched himself bring the cleaver down and the hand come free and the fingers pulse. The sheared plane of his wrist grew pale and then suddenly puffed, blood pulsing out. He stripped off his belt with his remaining hand and tightened it quickly around his arm until the bleeding slowed and mostly stopped. He watched himself do it, holding the cleaver in his hand. Then he watched himself, pale, holding the belt tight, go to the stove and turn it on, wait for the coils of the burner to smoke and begin to glow. He put his stump down and heard it sizzle and smelt the burnt flesh, and when he lifted the stump away it was smoking. Bits of flesh and blood were stuck to the burner and smoldering. Then, with his left hand, face livid with pain, he took out his gun and, left-handed, shot himself through the eye. It was a hell of a thing to watch, a hell of a thing to feel, and as soon as it was over it started again and kept starting until he forced himself awake. Gauss and Ramsey were in the room, the first standing at the open cabinet looking through the calendar, rubbing at his crotch with his stump, the second standing near the bed looking at Klein. "Rise and shine," said Ramsey. Klein sat on the edge of the bed, pulling his pants on awkwardly with stump and arm. Ramsey watched. Only when he was done did he say, "There's new clothes for you." "Where?" asked Klein. "Gauss has them," said Ramsey. "Gauss?" he said louder. "What?" said Gauss, turning stiffly away from the calendar, face red with shame or heat or perhaps both. "Clothes, Gauss," said Ramsey. "Oh, right," said Gauss, and picking up a pile of clothing near his feet, threw it to Klein. Klein stripped out of the clothes he had just put on as Ramsey watched. The new clothing consisted of a pair of gray slacks, a white shirt, a red clip-on tie. The buttons weren't easy one-handed, particularly since the shirt was freshly starched, but after the first three it got easier. He tried to leave the tie on the bed, but Ramsey stopped him. "Put it on," he said. "Why?" "I'm wearing one. Gauss is wearing one," said Ramsey. And indeed Klein had failed to notice. Their outfits were the same as his: white shirts, gray slacks, red clip-on tie. He found himself wondering how Ramsey had managed to put on his shirt by himself. Perhaps he hadn't. "Look," said Ramsey, once they were out the door and walking down the drive. "Things are done in certain ways here. We hope you'll try to respect that." "All right," said Klein. "The other thing," said Ramsey, "the investigation." "He's taking you to Borchard," said Gauss. "I'm taking you to Borchard," said Ramsey. "He'll tell you about the investigation." "Who's Borchard?" "It's not who's Borchard," said Ramsey, "but what he is. And what he is a 12. "A 12? That's right," said Gauss, then rattled off in a schoolboy's voice: "Leg, toe, 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 left arm, finger, finger, ear, eye, ear." "A 12, said Ramsey. "Of course that includes a lot of digits, but when you add in 2 lopped limbs, it's impressive." "He's second in command," said Gauss, "after Aline." "I see," said Klein. "What's the investigation about?" "We don't know," said Gauss. "Borchard will tell you," said Ramsey. "You don't know?" asked Klein. "I know a little. I should know more," said Ramsey wistfully. "I'm an 8. There's no reason to keep me in the dark. Gauss is another story." "I'm just a 1, admitted Gauss. "He's just a 1, said Ramsey, smiling, "at least for now." "I'm a 1, too," said Klein. "That's right," said Gauss to Ramsey. "He's a 1, but he's going to find out." "He's an exception," said Ramsey. "He's the exception that proves the rule." "Why?" asked Klein. They came to a small path cutting away from the road, paved with crushed white shells. Ramsey and Gauss stepped onto it. Klein followed. "Yes, why?" asked Gauss. "How the hell should I know?" asked Ramsey. "I'm an 8. They don't always tell me very much. Maybe because he's a self-cauterizer." "Listen," said Klein, "I'll see Borchard and talk to him, but that's it. I'm not interested in staying." "Borchard can be very persuasive," said Ramsey. "Don't insult Borchard," said Gauss. "Be polite to him. Listen to him. Don't talk back." "He's a 12, said Ramsey. "Plus, his leg's amputated at the hip. That's commitment for you, eh?" "He stayed awake for the operation," said Gauss. "But he had anesthetic," said Ramsey. "Still," said Gauss. "What about cauterization?" asked Klein. "The cauterization?" asked Gauss. "Don't know. Ramsey, was he anesthetized for that, too?" "Don't know," said Ramsey. "Probably. In any case, he didn't self-cauterize." "Almost nobody does," said Gauss. "Really? Nobody but you," said Ramsey. The path moved back into trees, descending into a sort of depression. Klein saw, affixed to an old oak, a security camera. Then the path took a sharp curve and started uphill again. It widened into a tree-lined avenue, at the end of which was what looked like an old manor house or a boarding school made of gray stone. Klein counted 6 sets of windows, in rows, 3 tall. They came to the gate, Klein listening to the shells crunching beneath his feet. A guard came out from behind a pillar of the house and stood on the opposite side of the gate, watching them with a single eye. "What is wanted?" he asked, his hands folded. "Cut it out," said Ramsey. "This isn't ceremonial. We're here to see Borchard." "Borchard?" said the guard. "What is wanted?" "Cut it out," said Ramsey. "This is Klein." "Klein?" said the guard, unfolding his arms to reveal hands shorn of all but a thumb, a forefinger, and a middle finger. He took hold of the key and fitted it to the lock. "Why didn't you say so?" the guard said. "Let him enter." "Are all the guards missing an eye?" asked Klein. "Yes," Gauss said happily. "All of them." "They made a pact," said Ramsey, knocking on the door. "It's a subsect. Whatever else they're missing, they cut out the eye once they're initiated." "Borchard started down that path," said Ramsey. "He was a guard initiate, and then gave it up. What his connection to the guards is now isn't quite clear, is mysterious. That's why he's second in command, not first." And the eye's not all, said Gauss. No, said Klein. Let's just say that a guard can hit all the high notes and none of the low ones. Well, said Ramsey, nobody knows about that for certain except the guards, and they don't discuss it. The door was opened by another guard who asked again, "What is wanted?" This time Ramsey brought his heels together and rattled off what to Klein seemed clearly a memorized ritual response. "Having been faithful in all things, we come to see he who is even more faithful than we." "That is correct," said the guard. "And what are the three of you?" "2 1s, said Gauss, "and an 8. "Which is the 8? "I am," said Ramsey. "You may enter," said the guard. "The others may not." "But we're here with Klein," said Ramsey. "We're bringing Klein to Borchert." "Klein?" said the guard. "We've been waiting for him. He can come in too. The other one will have to wait outside." Klein felt something on his shoulder and looked back to see Gauss's stump lying there. "A pleasure, Mr. Klein," Gauss said. "Don't forget me." "I won't," said Klein, confused. The guard ushered them through the door and into a bare white hall. Before the door closed, Klein looked behind him to see Gauss on the other side, tilting his head, trying to see in. This guard, Klein saw, had only one hand, all the fingers on it shaved away except for thumb and the bottom half of the forefinger. The guard led them down the white hall to a door at the end of it, knocked 3 times. "You're lucky," said Ramsey. "Lucky?" "To come in," said Ramsey. "Normally a 1 wouldn't be allowed. There had to be a special dispensation." "I don't feel lucky," said Klein. The guard turned around and looked at him, hard, then turned away, rapped thrice more. "Don't say that," whispered Ramsey. "You don't know how hard it was to convince them to bring you." The door came open, another guard pushing his face out. Ramsey and Klein watched their guard push his face in and whisper to the other. They whispered back and forth a few times. Then the other guard nodded, opened the door. "Go ahead," said the first guard. "Go through." They passed through the door, the other guard shutting it behind them. Behind was a stairwell. The guard led them up it to the 3rd floor, led them down a hall, past 3 doors, stopped to knock on a 4th. When a muffled voice answered from behind, he opened it, ushered them in. The room was large, Spartan in furnishing, a bed sitting low to the floor, a low desk, a small bookshelf, a reclining chair. In the latter sat a man wearing a bathrobe. He was missing an arm and a leg, his robe cut away and left open at shoulder and hip to reveal the planed surfaces, hardly stumps at all. The other arm and leg were intact, though the hand was missing all but 2 of its fingers, the foot all but the big toe. Both ears, too, had been cut off, leaving only a hole and a shiny patch of flesh on either side of the head. One eyelid was open, revealing a piercing eye, the other closed but deflated, the eye under it clearly absent. "Ah," said the man. "Mr. Klein, I presume. I had assumed you had refused our invitation several weeks ago." "It seems not," said Klein. "He's delighted to be here," said Ramsey quickly. "It's a true pleasure for him, as well as for me, sir, to be granted audience with—" "I wonder," said Borchert, raising his voice. "Mr. Ramsey, isn't it?" "Yes," said Ramsey. I wonder, Mr. Ramsey, if you'd mind waiting outside. Mr. Klein and I have private matters to discuss." "Oh," said Ramsey, looking crestfallen. "Yes, of course." "An 8, said Borchert once Ramsey was gone, "though you wouldn't know it to look at him. What does he mean wearing shoes in here? Where are his manners?" "Do you want me to take my shoes off? Are you missing any toes?" "No," said Klein. "There's no point, then, is there?" said Borchert. "But come a little closer and show me your stump." Klein went closer. He held his missing hand out. Borchert took it deftly between his remaining fingers and thumb and pulled it forward until it was only inches from his face, his eye dilating. "Yes, nicely done," said Borchert. "Quite professional. But I thought you were a self-cauterizer?" "I was," said Klein. "It was redone afterwards." "What a shame," said Borchert, smiling thinly. "Still a good start, nonetheless." He let go of Klein's hand, readjusted himself in his chair. "You're welcome to sit down," he said. "Unfortunately, I'm in the only chair. Do feel free to help yourself to the floor." Klein looked about him, finally settling to the floor, posting his stump against it and bringing the rest of his body down. "There," said Borchert. "That's better now, isn't it? I suppose you're wondering why you're here." "The investigation," said Klein. "The investigation," said Borchert. "That's right. You want the details." "No," said Klein. "No? I'm wondering how I can arrange to leave." "Leave me?" said Borchert. "You find me offensive somehow?" "Leave this whole place." "But why, Mr. Klein?" said Borchert, smiling. "This is paradise." Klein did not say anything. Borchert let his smile fade slowly, artificially. "I was against bringing you," he said. "I don't mind telling you. No outsiders has always been my policy, and no recruiting. But some of the others were impressed by this story of self-cauterization. Perhaps it's nothing more than a story, Mr. Klein?" "No," said Klein, "it's true." "But why, Mr. Klein? Surely you could have easily applied a tourniquet and called a doctor." "Then I wouldn't have been able to kill the man who cut my hand off." "The so-called gentleman with the cleaver," said Borchert, nodding. "But surely you could have killed the fellow later." "No," said Klein. "It was either him or me right then. I cauterized the arm to distract him. He couldn't quite take in what I was doing, which gave me a certain advantage. Otherwise he would have shot me. Yet you could take it in, Mr. Klein, even though it was your own arm, and afterwards your remaining hand was steady enough to shoot him through the eye. You were a god for a moment, even if you didn't realize it. I suspect you tapped into something without knowing it, Mr. Klein, an ecstasy. I almost begin to suspect we have something to learn from you." "I wouldn't think so," said Klein. "Modest, too," said Borchert. "You know what you've done to our community? You've started something, Mr. Klein. Everybody is talking about self-cauterization. The creed is threatening to transform. Schism. No self-cauterizers yet, but it's only a matter of time. And then smoothly cut surfaces," he said, gesturing at his missing arm and leg, "are likely to give way to hard, puckered and rippled stumps, ugly and dappled. A little bit rough trade, no? I can't say it's to my taste, Mr. Klein, but perhaps I'm becoming antiquated." "Perhaps," said Klein. Borchert looked at him sharply. "I doubt it," he said. "In any case, Mr. Klein, despite my personal objections to you, now that you are here, I can't afford to let you go. Too much is at stake. I send you out of here without an investigation, and we'll have schism." "I'm not staying," said Klein. "You leave, and I'll have to kill you," said Borchert, "for the good of the faith. Nothing personal." Klein looked at his hand, then looked at Borchert. "Wouldn't you like to at least hear about it, Mr. Klein, before deciding if it's worth dying for?" "All right," said Klein. "Why not?" "A crime has been committed. You are not to discuss the specific details of this crime with anyone with less than 10 amputations. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes," said Klein. "And in any case, Mr. Klein, I expect you to be discreet. This is a somewhat precarious society. The only one who knows the full extent of this crime is myself, and in a moment, yourself." Klein just nodded. "In short, we've had a murder," said Borchert. "A murder," said Klein. "Murder's not exactly my specialty." "No," said Borchert, "but you're all we have." "May I ask who was murdered?" "A man called Aline," said Borchert. "He organized this community, this Brotherhood. A prophet, a visionary. Both arms lopped off of the shoulder, legs gone, penis severed, ears removed, eyes removed, tongue cut partly out, teeth removed, lips peeled away, nipples sliced off, buttocks gone. Anything that could be removed, removed. A true visionary. Murdered. How was he murdered?" "Someone broke open his sternum, chopped his heart out." "Do you have any idea who?" "No," said Borchert, "and we'd like the heart back if possible." "Why do you need the heart back?" Borchert smiled. "Mr. Klein," he said, "we're a brotherhood. This is a religion. His heart means something to us." Klein shrugged. "I don't expect you to understand," said Borchert. "You're an outsider. But perhaps you'll understand one day." He moved awkwardly in his chair. "By the way," he said, "what became of your own hand?" "I don't know," said Klein. "You don't know," said Borchert. "Imagine that. Colonel Pierre Silvestre's leg was buried in a full-blown state funeral when he lost it in 1917. Your hand, on the other hand, is probably rotting in a pile of garbage somewhere." Klein stood up. "When can I see the body?" he asked. Borchert sighed. "I've told you everything you need to know about it," he said. "There's no need to see the body." "You don't have the body any more?" "No," said Borchert, "it's not that." "Then what?" "His body is sacred to us," said Borchert, "even without the heart." "Are there any witnesses?" "You're not to approach anyone with more than 10 amputations without an invitation." Klein looked about the room. "That makes the investigation a little difficult." "I'm sure you'll manage," Borchert said. "Can I at least see the room?" "Yes," said Borchert, slowly. "I suppose we could manage that." "So I'm to investigate a murder without seeing a body and without being able to interview witnesses or suspects?" "Don't exaggerate, Mr. Klein. Just don't break in on anyone unannounced. Talk to me and I'll make arrangements." Turning, Klein made for the door. "Oh, and one more thing, Mr. Klein," said Borchert. "What's that?" asked Klein. Borchert held up one of his 2 remaining fingers. "As an act of good faith," he said, "to show you I have nothing against self-cauterization, that I'm an open-minded man, I'd like your help removing the upper joint of this." "You want me to cut it off?" "Just the top joint," Borchert said. "Little more than a symbolic gesture. A pact, if you will. You'll find a cleaver in the top drawer," he said, gesturing to the back of the room with a flick of his head. "There's a stove there as well, Mr. Klein, built into the counter, which I'll ask you to turn on." Klein looked at him, looked into the back of the room, shrugged. "Why not?" he asked. Opening the drawer, he removed the cleaver. He placed it on the counter, resting it on a butcher's block, the wood of which was laced with dozens of thin, cross-hatched marks. He went back to Borchert and dragged his chair back, set it flush against the counter. "You don't know what an honor this is for you," said Borchert. "It's quite a gesture of intimacy. Almost anyone here would kill for it. A shame it's wasted on you." "I'll take your word for it," said Klein. He took Borchert by the wrist and placed the hand on the butcher's block. He folded the index finger back into Borchert's palm, leaving the remaining finger, the middle finger, angled down against the butcher's block. The burner had warmed now and was glowing red, smoking slightly. He rested his stump just above Borchert's knuckle and held the finger steady, pushed it down slightly so that the first joint was firmly against the wood. "Just the first joint?" he asked. Borchert smiled. "For now," he said. He lifted the cleaver and brought it down hard and fast, as had been done to him, to his hand. The blade was sharp. There was almost no resistance as it went through the joint, perhaps a slight snap as it chopped through bone. The finger's nail and the flesh and bone just below it sat on one side of the blade, the rest of the finger on the other. Borchert's face, he saw, had gone pale. "Well done," said Borchert, his voice strained. "Now, Mr. Klein, if you would see your way clear of releasing my hand—" Looking down, Klein realized that his stump was pushing down on Borchert's hand so hard that Borchert couldn't move. Blood was sputtering a little out of the finger's end, weakly. He lifted his stump, and Borchert moved his finger away from the blade slightly, and blood came puddling up now against the blade. He watched Borchert swing the hand about and, stretching his arm, bring it down onto the burner coil. The flesh hissed, the blood hissing too, the air quickly filling with a smell that seemed to Klein like the smell of his own burning flesh. "Now," he thought, "it is time for Borchert to pick up the gun and shoot me through the eye." When Borchert took his finger away, Klein could still hear it hissing a little, and then Borchert turned to face him, his face wreathed in ecstasy, his eye dilated wide. 4. He was allowed to go back to his room and rest. He seemed to be the only one occupying the house, despite there being a half-dozen other rooms. Gauss brought him a tray of food at lunchtime, and Gauss sat at the small table with him, querying him gently about what Borchert had said while he ate. Klein didn't answer. "Of course I understand," said Gauss. "There's an order to these things. A one can't be told much." "Where's Ramsay?" asked Klein. Gauss shrugged. "Ramsay was needed elsewhere," he said. "We're not glued at the hip." Klein nodded, cutting into his meat, pork he thought, with his knife. keeping the plate from sliding with his stump. He put down the knife, picked up the fork, speared the meat. "Do you know Aline?" he asked, once he had finished chewing. "Aline?" asked Gauss. "Everybody knows Aline. Not personally, maybe, but we know him. He's the prophet. He's the great one." "Gauss," said Klein, "don't take this the wrong way, but how did you get involved in all this?" "In all what?" "All this," said Klein, gesturing with his stump. "This whole place." He reached out and took hold of Gauss's stump. "In this," he said. "Ramsey," said Gauss, "he got me started." "He came up to you and said, 'Why don't you hack that off?'" "It's not something I'm supposed to talk about," said Gauss, "not with outsiders." "Am I an outsider, Gauss?" "Well," said Gauss, "yes and no." "Here I am," said Klein. "I'm right here, just like you." "True," said Gauss. "I've talked with Borchert," said Klein. "Have you talked with Borchert?" "No," said Gauss. "Well, then?" Gauss held his head with his hand. "I'm not supposed to talk about it," he said. "It's a secret," said Klein. "Not secret. Sacred," said Gauss. He looked straight at Klein. "When you have the call, you'll know," he said. "Maybe I've already had the call." "Maybe," said Gauss. "It's not for me to say." He spent the day thinking. Aline was dead, the cult in crisis. What he was being called upon to do was to investigate, discover the murderer, and thus redeem the cult, allow it to go on. Was that right? Yet, according to Borchert, he would not be allowed to see the body, would have to ask permission to interview anyone, would be monitored every step of the way. Was he really there to investigate it all, or was he simply Borchert's concession to someone else? Near dark, Ramsey arrived, a basket full of food slung over one of his arms. "Well, well," he said. "Had a good day?" "Fair," said Klein. He opened the basket, dished up the food. There were 2 plates, so he gave some to Ramsey as well. "Borchert's quite a fellow, no?" "Yes, quite." "They don't make them better than that," said Ramsey. "And at 12, too, to boot." 13, said Klein. He began eating. Ramsey, he noticed, wasn't touching his food. 13? asked Ramsey, looking stricken. "What do you mean?" "He had me cut off something. Leg, toe, 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 left arm, finger, finger, ear, eye, ear. What else?" "Finger," said Klein. "The whole finger?" "Just the first joint," said Klein. "That hardly counts as a 13, said Ramsey, looking relieved. "You're not eating," said Klein. "No," said Ramsey. "You already ate?" "I don't have any hands," said Ramsey. "You'll have to feed me when you're done." Klein nodded, began to eat more quickly. When he was done, he pulled Ramsey's plate closer, dipped his spoon in, lifted the spoon to Ramsey's mouth. "Do you have a picture of Aline?" he asked. Ramsey shook his head. "No pictures," he said. "The man's a prophet." "That doesn't mean you can't have a picture." "We're not Catholics," said Ramsey, between mouthfuls, "or Mormons. Besides, we're concentrating on his absence, not his presence, on what he's severed, rather than what remains." Klein nodded. He kept shoveling food onto the spoon, lifting it into Ramsey's mouth. Not even the presence of an absence, he thought, but absence as absence proper. It shouldn't be called a 12, but a -12. "Ramsey," said Klein, once the food was gone, "how did you get involved?" "Involved?" asked Ramsey. "I'm an 8, aren't I? They can't withhold everything from me." "Not in the investigation," said Klein. "In the cult." Ramsey stared at him. "First of all, it's not a cult," he said. "Second, I can't tell you." "That's what Gauss said." Ramsey smiled. "Why do you want to know?" "I don't know," said Klein. "Curious, I suppose." "Just curious?" "I don't know," said Klein. He sat running the edge of his stump along the grain of the table. "What did Borchert have to say?" Ramsey asked. "A great guy, Borchert." "You shouldn't make fun." "Who says I'm making fun? He told me not to talk about it." "I'm an 8, aren't I? You can talk to me. You don't have to keep a secret from me." Klein shook his head, smiled. "It's not secret. It's sacred," he said. "You shouldn't make fun," Ramsey said again. "You should tolerate other people's religious beliefs. Besides, I already know a few things about it." "Oh?" said Klein. Why don't you tell me what you know?"
"Tit for tat," said Ramsay.
He slashed his stump bluntly past his face. "My lips are sealed," he said. "Besides, I've come on an errand. I'm supposed to conduct you to the scene of the crime." The crime scene was in the same building that Borchert had been in. Ramsay tried to follow him up, but the guard instead locked Ramsay outside on the porch, led Klein up alone. "What do you know about this?" Klein asked. "About what?" the guard asked. "About the crime." "What crime?" "The murder." "What murder?" Klein stopped asking. On the third floor they passed the first and second doors, stopped at the third. The guard gestured to it. "I'll wait here," he said. "You don't care to come in?" asked Klein. The guard said nothing. "Whose room is this?" asked Klein. The guard said nothing. "Aline's room?" asked Klein. The guard still said nothing. "You're not allowed to come in?" "I'll be waiting," said the guard, "right here." Klein sighed. Opening the door, he went in. Inside, the room looked much like Borchert's room. A simple bed, a chair, a bare floor, little more. On the floor near the bed was a large irregular bloodstain, perhaps 3 times the size of Klein's head. The wall nearby was spattered with blood as well. Someone had drawn a figure in chalk on the floor, though it took Klein a moment to realize that was what it was. It looked like a simple blotch at first, but in a moment he realized what he was seeing was the outline of an armless and legless torso. "Good Christ," he said. He got down on his knees and looked more closely at the chalk figure. It must have been drawn wrong, for the head didn't fit snugly into the pool of dried blood that had spread out of it. He got up, brushed off his knees, went over to look at the nearest wall. Blood was fanned all along it, but in no regular pattern, as if spattered from 8 or 10 different blows. No blood on the other walls. It was as if the killer had struck the limbless torso once, and then had halted a few feet away to strike it again, and so on. Surely a man missing his arms and legs wouldn't be able to move far while being stabbed, no? He had stared at the wall for quite some time before it struck him that something else was wrong. He didn't have to bend over to see the spatter. He knelt down again beside the chalk torso and measured it roughly with his arm. It was slightly shorter than the arm itself. The spatter should be quite a bit lower on the wall. Maybe, he thought, Aline had been in a chair, but the only chair in the room had no bloodstains on it. Maybe, he thought, whoever killed Aline did so while holding him in their arms, perhaps dancing or spinning as he stabbed. He could imagine the limbless torso stiff, rigid, struggling. But that didn't strike him as quite right either. True, he had been trained to infiltrate. True, his experience with crime scenes was far less than most of his former colleagues. Perhaps the killer had struck upward each time, as if carrying a golf swing through. Perhaps that would account for the odd spatter and the decreased amount of blood on the lower part of the wall. But why, he wondered? Why strike that way at all? And what was the instrument? From the way the spatter was slung, he would have guessed a knife, some kind of blade. Without seeing a photograph of the body, it was difficult to be sure. It hardly seemed likely that one would attempt to use a knife as if it were a golf club. Something was wrong. He regarded the chalk torso, the way the blood had pooled unconvincingly out of the chalk head. It had been drawn wrong somehow. He reached out to touch the surface of the pool of dried blood. It looked almost lacquered. It was slick in some places, cracking on the surface in others, darker and thicker in the center. The light from the ceiling shined off it in a kind of busted nimbus, the shape not unlike that of a broken jaw. What could blood tell, he wondered. Where blood was could tell a lot. Could blood itself tell nothing? He got out his keys and dug at the blood in the center of the stain. The top 1/4 layer cracked away in bits, but underneath it merely separated. Right near the floor the blood was almost moist, like a dough. How long had it been, he wondered? They had started calling him several weeks ago, at least that. It could have been longer. He had been in no shape at the time to say how much time had passed. Aline, then, must have been dead for at least 3 weeks, perhaps more than a month. There was no way blood would stay moist for that long. It would either dry out completely or it would begin to rot and stink. And why were there no flies? He went out into the hall. The guard was waiting, standing as stiffly as he had been when Klein had gone into the room. "Nobody was killed in that room," said Klein. "I don't know what you're talking about," said the guard. "Whose room is it?" The guard just looked at him. "I need to see Borchert," said Klein. "Right now." "The room, Mr. Klein?" said Borchert absently. "What room is that exactly?" He held his mutilated finger between them and scrutinized it, his eyes flashing back and forth between it and Klein. "Nice work, don't you think, Mr. Klein?" The fingertip was pale and puffy, streaked dark at the end, a sort of red collar just below the cut. "It's infected," said Klein. "Nonsense," said Borchert. "What you see is simply the body sealing itself off." "About the room, I can see the appeal of self-cauterization, Mr. Klein," said Borchert. "Ugly, true, but you really do have something there. Less clinical. A return to natural religion, so to speak." "I don't have anything," said Klein. "This has nothing to do with me." "Oh, but it does, Mr. Klein. You may be an unintentional avatar, but you are an avatar nonetheless." "Look," said Klein, "I'm done with this. I'm leaving." "So sorry, Mr. Klein," said Borchert, "but we've talked about this. If you try to leave, you'll be killed. Now, what was this about the room?" Klein shook his head. "Nobody was killed in that room." "What room?" "The murder room." "Oh," said Borchert, "I see." He used his arm to raise himself out of the chair and onto his remaining leg, and then stood there, half gone. He stood tilted slightly in the direction of his absent limbs, as if crimped at the side, for balance. "How can you be so sure, Mr. Klein?" "Everything is wrong," said Klein. "The blood spatter pattern is irregular. The positioning of the body isn't right in regard to blood flow." "But surely, Mr. Klein, irregular doesn't mean falsified. Perhaps it's simply an unusual circumstance." "Perhaps," said Klein, "but there's something wrong with the blood." "The blood?" "It isn't completely dry." "But surely—" "It's been artificially dried. A fan or a hairdryer or something, but it's still damp underneath. It couldn't possibly belong to the body of a man killed several weeks ago." Borchert looked at him thoughtfully, a long moment, slowly hopped his way around so he could slide back into the chair. "Well," said Klein. "So it's a reconstruction," said Borchert. "So what?" "So what?" said Klein. "How can I be expected to solve a crime by looking at a reconstruction of it?" "Mr. Klein, surely you're enough of an armchair philosopher to realize that everything is a reconstruction of something else. Reality is a desperate and evasive creature." "Am I being asked to solve the crime or the reconstruction of the crime?" "The crime," said Borchert. "The reconstruction," he said, gesturing to himself with his thumb and his 1 2/3 fingers. "C'est moi." "I can't get anywhere without real evidence." "I have perfect faith in you, Mr. Klein. At least let me talk to a few people who might know something." "Somewhat tricky," said Borchert, "but, ever the optimist, I'm convinced something can be arranged." Shaking his head, Klein went toward the door. Once there he turned, saw Borchert smiling in his chair behind him. When he smiled, Klein realized that all his bottom teeth had been removed. "This is going well, don't you think?" said Borchert, speaking loudly, perhaps for the sake of the guard. "Thank you, dear friend, for stopping by." 5. Ramsey showed up a few days later with a tape recorder balanced on his forearms. He put it on the table near Klein. "What's this for?" asked Klein. "It's a tape recorder," said Ramsey, "for taping things. Borchert asked me to bring it." "What does he want me to do with it?" "It's for the interviews," said Ramsey, "for the crime." Klein nodded. He poured himself a glass of milk, drank it slowly as Ramsey watched. "Anything else you need?" Klein asked. "No," said Ramsey, "just that." Klein nodded. "Right," he said. "Where's Gauss?" "He's getting ready for the party." "The party? Didn't he send you an invitation?" "No." Ramsey furrowed his brow. "An oversight," he said. "He'd want you to come. I'm sure he'd want you to come. Will you?" Klein shrugged. "Why not?" he said. "It's settled then," said Ramsey. "I'll pick you up at 8. Klein nodded, looked absently at his watch. Until the accident he had worn his watch on his right arm, but now if he wore it there it threatened to slide off the stump. Across the table, Ramsey cleared his throat. "You're still here?" asked Klein.
"Shall I wait outside, or would you rather I came back later?" asked Ramsey.
"For the party?"
"You don't understand," claimed Ramsey. "I'm supposed to take the tape back."
"But I haven't conducted any interviews yet."
"That's what the tape's for."
"Right," said Klein, "to tape the interviews."
"No," said Ramsey, "to tape the questions."
"To tape the questions?" Ramsey nodded.
"These people," he said, "they're all 10 or above. You're a 1. You can't see them in person."
"But I see Borchert."
"Borchert's the exception," said Ramsey. "You see him when someone above a 10 has to be seen. If you were a 3 or a 4, some might condescend to see you, but they won't see a 1, not even a self-cauterizer."
"Jesus," said Klein, "that's ridiculous."
"I've been instructed by Borchert not to listen to the questions," said Ramsey. "I'm only an 8. I don't need to know everything. I'm to take the tape back to Borchert once you've finished recording. Would you like me to wait in the hall, or would you prefer I come back later?"
He sat staring at the tape recorder. It was ridiculous, he knew. Perhaps Ramsey was right. It was only a question of proper behavior. No 1s among the 10s. But why in that case even bring him in at all? Why not solve their own murder? He went and opened the door. Ramsey was there, waiting, leaning against the wall. Klein closed the door again. What were his options? 1, he could refuse to send the tape back. Borchert would hardly allow that. He would be punished in some way, he was certain, and it would only prolong the amount of time he would have to spend in the compound. 2, he could send back a blank tape. Same problem. It bought him a little time, but time for what? 3, he could send back a series of questions. That had the advantage of moving things forward, or at least of moving them in some direction. He sighed. He went to the table and pressed the record button. 1. State your name and your relation to the deceased. 2. Where were you on the night Aline was murdered? 3. Do you know of anyone who might want Aline dead for any reason? 4. Did you see the body? If so, please describe in detail what you saw. 5. Are you absolutely certain that Aline's death wasn't a suicide? 6. Did you kill Aline? It was ridiculous, but at least it was a start. They would tell him nothing, he was almost sure. He turned the tape off. Ramsey showed up at 8 o'clock sharp, wearing a tuxedo that had been modified to better reveal his amputations. No shoes, no socks. He had, slung over one arm, a plastic dry-cleaner's bag containing another tuxedo which he handed to Klein. "Try this on," he said. Klein did. It was a little loose, but generally fit quite well. The right sleeve cut back slightly to reveal his stump. They walked across the gravel lot before the house, following the road towards the gate, turning down a footpath after about 100 meters. At the end was a gravel circle, a bar to the left, a neon one-legged woman on the sign. A well-lit lodge structure was to the right, which was where they went. A one-handed man was standing at the open door, smiling. Klein could hear music blaring from the door behind him. "Hello, Ramsey," the man said affably. "This the guy?" "This is him, John," said Ramsey. "In the flesh." They both laughed at that for some reason. The man held out his remaining hand, his right. "Put it there," he said, which Klein tried, left-handed, very awkwardly to do. "Self-cauterizer, huh?" asked John. "People have been talking. There's a buzz going." "Don't embarrass him, John," said Ramsey. Ushering Klein before him, he made his way in. Inside, the room was filled with several dozen men in tuxedos, all amputees. Streamers descended without pattern from the ceiling, brushing against men's shoulders, dipping into their drinks. Ramsey took him to the bar, and Klein got a drink and stood next to Ramsey, nursing it, giving Ramsey sips of it from time to time. The men were mostly 1s or 2s as far as Klein could tell in the dim light, though there were 4s and 5s as well, and one person that Klein thought might be a 7 or 8. The room was dark and in motion, so it was hard to tell how many toes the man was actually missing. Then suddenly Gauss was beside him, rubbing his shoulder with his stump. "How nice of you to come," he said to Klein, smiling. He was dressed different than the others. He was wearing a tuxedo, but one sleeve of it had been wrapped in plastic, and a line had been drawn in permanent marker between his middle and fourth finger.
angling across his palm to terminate at the palm's edge, just before the wrist. "Ramsey didn't know if you'd come," he said, "but I was sure you would." He turned to Ramsey. "Stretter didn't come, the bastard." "I'm sure he meant to," said Ramsey. "Something must have come up." "No," said Gauss, "he never meant to. I came for him 3 times, but now that he's a 5, he's too good for me." "Surely he can't mean it personally," said Ramsey. "It's just some sort of mistake." But Gauss was already turning away, shaking his head. Klein watched Ramsey go after him. He took a sip of his drink, looked around, then began to walk slowly around the room. There were no women, he quickly realized. Nothing but men, everyone in their 30s and 40s, nobody either very young or very old. The back of the room wasn't a solid wall at all, but a divider, a series of linked panels that he saw, looking more closely, slid along a metal track in the floor. The 2 central panels each had a handle and a latch holding them together. "Would you like to have a look?" asked a voice behind him. "Where are all the women?" asked Klein, turning. Behind him was John. "Aren't any here," said John, smiling. "There are a few over in the bar, but otherwise none. This is a Brotherhood, after all." Klein nodded, looked about him. "So, you want a preview?" asked John. Klein shrugged. "I don't think anyone would mind," John said. "They've all seen it before anyway." He put his drink down on the floor, used his hand to turn one of the latches. The panel disengaged and slid open an inch. He rolled it along the track until there was enough space for Klein to slide through. "Go on," he said, stooping for his drink. "I'll wait out here." Klein slid through, careful not to spill his drink. On the other side, the remainder of the hall was dark and bare and sober, except for a rolling metal table draped in white cloth. A smaller square table, also draped in cloth, was beside it. A large domed light was over them. It was the only light in the room, the dome functioning like a spotlight. He smelled the smoke before he saw the man step out of the darkness and move toward him. The man was wearing scrubs, had his cloth surgical mask pulled down around his neck so he could smoke a cigarette. When he lifted the cigarette to his lips, Klein could see he was missing a finger. "Is it time?" he asked, and then seeing the drink in Klein's hand. "Are you bringing that for me?" Klein handed him the drink, and without a word left. "Well," said John, "what do you think? First-rate setup, no?" "Where's Ramsey?" asked Klein. "Ramsey?" said John. "I don't know," he said. "Maybe over there?" Klein started across the hall, moving from cluster to cluster until he found Ramsey speaking to a man in a chair whose legs had been cut off at the knee. "I need to talk to you," he said. "All right," said Ramsey, excusing himself from the legless man. "What's the trouble?" "Jesus," said Klein, "what kind of party is this?" "It's Gauss's party," said Ramsey. "His 3. Where's your drink? Do you need another drink?" "What the hell does that mean?" "Isn't it obvious?" said Ramsey. He looked at Klein, eyes wide, then shook his head. "I forget you don't know us very well," he said. "It's an amputation party." "An amputation party?" "Like a coming out," said Ramsey. "Gauss is giving up 2 fingers. He's gathered his friends around him for the occasion. He's going from a 1 to a 3. "Jesus," said Klein, "I have to leave." He tried to make for the door, but Ramsey was pressing his forearm to his chest. "You can't leave," hissed Ramsey. "Not now that you've come. It'd break Gauss's heart." "But," said Klein, "I don't believe in any of this. I can't stay here." "It's not that you don't believe," said Ramsey. "It's just that you don't have the call yet." "No," said Klein, "it's that I don't believe." "I don't care what you believe," said Ramsey. "Just do this for Gauss. He admires you. What has he ever done to you to deserve this?" "What has he ever done to deserve losing his fingers?" "He doesn't see it that way," said Ramsey. "He's had the call. This, for him, is an act of faith. You don't have to believe in it, but you can still respect him." "I have to go," said Klein, pushing against his arm. "No," said Ramsey. "Please, just for Gauss. Have compassion, please." By the time the amputation took place, Klein had had a few drinks, had drunk enough, in fact, that he had trouble making his eyes focus. To see reasonably well, he had to cover one eye with his stump. Eventually, Ramsey, just before the amputation, coaxed the drink out of his hand, coaxed him now through the open partition and into the half-room beyond.
He stood on the edge of the lit circle, swaying slightly, Ramsay beside him, Ramsay's forearm tucked under his arm. In the center was the doctor, his mask up now. He had stripped the cloth off the small metal cart to reveal an array of tools that seemed half to be medical instruments, half to be from the knife block of a gourmet chef. Jesus, Klein thought. Gauss came into the circle, smiling, while the tuxedo-dressed gentlemen clapped gently. 2 gentlemen were called forward as witnesses, each of them placing a stump under one of Gauss's arms. He leaned over the large table, placed his hand on it, palm up. The doctor took a hypodermic off the table and slid its needle into Klein's hand. His fingers twitched, or rather Gauss's fingers, Klein realized. It was not his own hand. He could not start to think of it as his own hand. The 4 of them, the doctor, Gauss, the 2 witnesses, stood as if in tableau, motionless in a way that Klein found unbearable, only the doctor moving from time to regard his watch. At last he took a metal probe from the small metal cart and pushed at the hand. Gauss watched him, then nodded slightly. The 2 witnesses braced themselves behind him. The doctor switched on a cauterizer. After a moment, Klein could smell the way it oxidized the air. The doctor let his fingers run over the instruments, then took up the cauterizer with one hand. What looked like a stylized and carefully balanced cleaver was in the other. He approached the table, lined the cleaver along the line Gauss had drawn on his hand, and then raised it, brought it swiftly down. Klein saw Gauss's eyelids flutter, then the rest of his body faltered and was supported and caught by the witnesses behind him. All around, the man began to clap quietly, and blood began to spurt from the wound. Klein closed his eyes, felt himself begin to lean to one side, but Ramsay caught him, held him upright. He could hear the buzz of the cauterizer, and a moment later began to smell burning flesh. "Hey," whispered Ramsay, "are you all right?" All around the men were beginning to move. "Just a little drunk," said Klein, opening his eyes. Gauss was there before him, having his hand bandaged. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" asked Ramsay. Gauss certainly didn't think so. "Not so bad, eh?" "I don't know," Klein said. "I want to go home." "The night's still young," said Ramsay. "We're only getting started." The rest of the night was a blur to him. At some point he lost his tuxedo jacket. At another point he found the next day someone had smeared a swath of blood across his forehead. At one point he could hear Ramsay telling everyone not to give him another drink, and then he was outside, vomiting onto the gravel. Ramsay seeming to be trying at once to hold him up and to knock him over. Then they were stumbling across the gravel courtyard, Klein covering one of his eyes so he could see, and into the bar where he was drinking not whiskey but first coffee and then water. It was not exactly a bar either, but more like a club. They were sitting in armchairs, a small coffee table before them, pointed toward a stage, and Klein realized the curtain was opening. The stage was bare at first, lit by a reddish spotlight, and then a woman came out onto it, swaddled from knees to neck in boas. "Watch this," said Ramsay, his words slurring even more than usual. "She's really something." A strip show, thought Klein. He had seen a strip show before, more than once, had seen several, in fact, with the man who had since come to be known as the gentleman with the cleaver, the man who was dead now. He didn't care about them one way or the other. He watched the woman lose one boa after another while Ramsay whistled. She would let a boa trail first, and then finally let it flop all the way off, and then kick it to one side of the stage. And then finally she was done, stripped, naked, blurred in the red light, not particularly attractive. He waited for the curtain to go down, but the curtain did not go down. He turned to Ramsay, but found him still staring rapt at the girl, and so he himself turned back to her, and watched as, with a flick of the wrist, she cracked off her hand. A dim howl went up through the house, and Klein heard, scattered through the chairs, a dull thumping, the sound of stumps beating against one another. She made her way toward one side of the stage, spinning slightly, and then snapped the stump of her arm against her remaining hand, and Klein saw 3 fingers wobble loose and slough away. The crowd roared. He tried to stand up, but Ramsay had his hand on his shoulder and was shouting in his ear, "Just wait! The best is yet to come!" And then the woman sashayed across the stage and reached up with her remaining finger and thumb to tear free her ear. She spun it around a few times before tossing it out into the audience. Klein saw a group of men rise up in a dark mass, trying somehow, with what hands they had left between them, to catch it. And then she turned away, turned her back to them, and when she turned back, her artificial breasts had been pulled away to hang like an apron around her belly, revealing 2 shiny flat patches where they had been. She spread her legs and squatted, and Klein imagined her legs were beginning to separate, to split up. Jesus God, he thought, and tried to stand, and felt Ramsay trying to hold him down, and felt the blood rush to his head. He staggered forward and into the small table, hot coffee sloshing all over his legs, and looked up to see the woman on the stage, gouging her fingers beneath one side of her face. But mercifully, before she had torn it away, he had fallen, and did not, despite Ramsay's urging, get up again. 6. It was late in the afternoon before he could bring himself to get up again, his head still spinning. He went into the bathroom and drank cup after cup of water, and then turned on the water, stood under the shower for a while, steam rising around him. He got dressed and opened the door, found outside a covered plate of food, and next to it a cassette tape. Putting the plate of food on the table, he removed the lid. Pancakes, sodden now with syrup, with eggs floating grimly to one side. There was no silverware. He ate with his fingers until he felt sick, then went to the bathroom and threw up, and then came back and ate a little more, just enough to keep something in his stomach. The tape he put into the tape recorder, turned it on. 1. State your name and your relationship to the deceased, he heard himself asking. 2. Where were you on the night Aline was killed? 3. Do you know anyone who might want Aline dead for any reason? 4. Did you see the body? If so, please describe in detail what you saw. 5. Are you absolutely certain Aline's death wasn't a suicide? 6. Did you kill Aline? What followed was a blank unrolling of tape, a dim static that lasted 5 or 6 minutes, and then the tape clicked loudly and a man's voice began to talk. "Helming," the voice said. "We were associates." There was a pause. The tape microphone clicked off, but the tape ran on. "I was in my room. I heard a noise and had Michael carry me out into the hall, and—" The tape fell suddenly silent, part of it erased. "I don't know why anyone would—" blank space. "Question, I suppose, of having insufficient faith." "No, I didn't see the—" blank. "Yes. No, I—" The tape cut abruptly off, and there was silence, and then it resumed with another voice, another individual, the same enigmatic, half-erased style, nothing really stated of substance. Why were there gaps? A third voice was the same, and it was only then that Klein realized that the answers being given were vague enough that they could be read as responses to almost any questions. "On that night I was in my room. I heard a noise and went into the hall and—" could be answering his question, "Where were you on the night Aline was killed?" But he could imagine other questions that might have been posed that would elicit the same response. "Where were you on the night the hallway was graffitied? Where were you on the night Marker came in drunk?" None of the 3 recorded voices mentioned the word murdered, or the word Aline, or the word death, or if they did, it was in the portion of the tape that had been erased. He rewound the tape and listened again, turning up the volume as high as it would go, listening to the blank spots of erased tape, hoping to hear hints of whatever had been there before the erasure. He heard nothing but a low half-muttering, which he realized wasn't a human voice at all, but the magnified sound of the tape recorder's mechanism itself. He turned off the tape and sat, thinking, wondering what to do next. When Ramsay arrived with dinner balanced on his arms in the early evening, Klein demanded to see Borchert. "I'll put in a request," said Ramsay. "I need to see him right away," said Klein. "I need to see him now." "Right now what you need to do is eat some supper," said Ramsay, "and try to get over your hangover. You were a hell of a mess last night." "I need to see Borchert," said Klein. "It's urgent." "Fine," said Ramsay. "Go ahead and eat. I'll walk over and see what I can do." At the door he stopped and looked back, a look of reproach on his face. "You didn't even ask about Gauss," he said. "What about him?" "About how he's doing." "How is he doing?" "Good," said Ramsay. "He's doing just fine." Wonderful, said Klein. Now, God damn it, go get Borchert. Once Ramsey was gone, Klein uncovered the tray and ate. Boiled potatoes, a thin and curling piece of grayish meat, a pile of overcooked carrots. He ate slowly, moving from potatoes to meat to carrots and back again until it was all gone, then sat playing the tape over. It seemed obvious that there was no real interest in solving the crime. Why even bring me out at all? When Ramsey returned, he turned the tape off. "It's all arranged," said Ramsey. "Borchert will see you." "Good," said Klein, standing up. "Let's go." Ramsey looked a little surprised. "Oh, not today, Mr. Klein," he said. "He can't do it today." "I need to see him today." "He can see you in 3 days," said Ramsey. That was the best he could do. Klein pushed past Ramsey and went out the door, out of the house. Behind him he could hear Ramsey calling after him loudly. He walked briskly across the gravel-ridden lot in front of the house, turned down the road, cut at the right moment down the path to dip down through the trees. He wondered if Ramsey was following him. He broke into a jog. He came up over the top, the tree-lined path, the house looming up, the gate before it, a guard darting out again from behind a pillar of the house, standing at the far side of the gate regarding him with one eye. He couldn't tell if it was the same guard as before. "What is wanted?" asked the guard. "I'm here to see Borchert," said Klein, moving forward until he was nearly touching the gate. "Borchert isn't seeing anyone today," said the guard. "He'll see me." The guard swiveled his head a little, fixed his remaining eye hard on Klein. "No," he said, "he won't." Klein punched him across the top of the gate. He was prepared to feel his hand strike the guard's temple, but the sensation of his stump striking it was an odd one. It ached. The guard fell to the ground without a word, and as he struggled to get up, Klein clambered over the gate. He kicked him a few times until he was sure he had stopped moving. By the time he was knocking on the door of the house, he could see Ramsey nearing the gate. The gatekeeper was still down, but on his knees now, struggling his way up. He knocked again, and the inner guards cracked the door open and said, "What is wanted?" And Klein, without awaiting a response, kicked the door hard so that the edge of it split open the man's forehead, and he stumbled back, spattering blood. Klein struck him open-palmed on the chest, knocking him down, and rushed by, down the hall and into the stairwell. But before he had made the 3rd floor, he was struck hard on the back of the head. A stair-tread rose up and struck his face. By the time he got up, there were one-eyed men all around him, and his own blood was getting into his eyes. Then they were hitting him so hard and so often that he could no longer hear, or rather what sound there was coming in waves, and it seemed that he was falling down more stairs than there were stairs to fall down. And then after that, he had a hard time even remembering that he was human. When his eyes focused again, there was Borchert above him. He realized he was on the floor of Borchert's room, blood coming in phlegm-streaked ribbons from his nose. He pulled himself up to sitting, wiped his arm across his face. "Well, Mr. Klein," said Borchert, "it seems you wanted to see me quite badly." Klein said nothing. "What is this all about?" He tried to speak, but before he could get anything out had to swallow back blood. "Was it worth it, Mr. Klein?" asked Borchert. "It was once such a lovely face, too. Are you willing to trade your face for a little face-to-face conversation?" "I need to see them," said Klein. "Them?" asked Borchert. "My dear Klein, who?" "The people on the tape." "Mr. Klein," said Borchert, "you're a 1. You can hardly expect someone in the double digits." "I need to see them," said Klein. "But, Mr. Klein—" "Something's wrong with the tape," said Klein. "With the questions. It doesn't all mesh." Borchert looked at him coolly. "I don't think that you should let the tape trouble you, Mr. Klein. Why don't you simply accept it for what it purports to be?" "Because it's not what it is," said Klein. Borchert nodded slowly. "Very well, Mr. Klein," he said. "What do you propose?" "I need to see them," Klein said, "rules or no. And you want me to make the necessary arrangements. You're certain of it?" "Yes," said Klein. Borchert sighed. "So be it," he said. "I'll make the necessary arrangements, Mr. Klein. You'll see them tomorrow." "I want to see them today." "Not today. Tomorrow. Don't push your luck." Klein nodded, stood to go. His body was sore, bruised. "Would you mind wiping your blood off the floor before you go, Mr. Klein?" asked Borchert, rising from the chair to stand perfectly balanced on his remaining leg. "And, Mr. Klein," he said, "now you have a history of violence. I advise you to be careful." Late evening, Gauss arrived with a half-empty bottle of Scotch cradled in the crook of his elbow. Scotch, which was, according to him, compliments of Borchert. "How kind of him," said Klein flatly. "Why he should care after your escapade this afternoon is beyond me," said Gauss. "Maybe that's why I only get half a bottle." Gauss nodded. "Do you have glasses?" he asked. "No." "I guess Borchert didn't think you rated glasses," said Gauss. He fumbled awkwardly at the lid with his bandaged hand. "I'm going to have to ask you to open it," he said. "How's your hand?" asked Klein. "Nice of you to ask," said Gauss. "Recovering nicely, thank you," he said, lifting the bandaged lump in the air. "I'm supposed to keep it elevated. And I shouldn't drink too much," he said. "Alcohol thins the blood and all that." Klein screwed the cap off the bottle and drank. It was good Scotch, or at least good enough. He took another mouthful, then pushed the bottle over to Gauss, who, using his forearms like chopsticks, managed to get it to his mouth. He almost upset the bottle, putting it back on the table. "What made you change your mind?" he asked. "My mind?" asked Klein. "About amputation." "Who said I changed my mind?" Lifting the bottle, he took another drink. "Why would Borchert have sent over a bottle otherwise? Did you get a call?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Gauss nodded. "It's nobody's business but your own," he said. Klein reached for the bottle, watched the stump at the end of his arm knock against it, nearly knock it over. "Nobody's business but my own," he said aloud, his voice sounding quite distant. "That's right," Gauss said. "That's what I said." Klein could see on the other end of his arm the ghost of his hand, pale and transparent, sprouting oddly from the stump. "That's right," he heard himself say. He flexed his missing fingers, saw them move. They had cut off his hand, but the ghost of his hand was still there. Perhaps this was what was meant by a call? Perhaps Borchert, shorn of most of his limbs, saw the ghosts of what was missing. Vanished limbs, grown uncarnate, pure. He looked up. There was Gauss, across the table from him, his eyes drooping, half-closed, his face mostly gone in shadow. Klein tried to reach for the bottle, but couldn't find it. "Where was I?" he asked. He saw Gauss's eyelids wince, come all the way open. "We should get you into bed," Gauss said, "while I still can." "It isn't Scotch," said Klein, to where Gauss had been, but Gauss wasn't there any more. It took him some time to realize that Gauss was there beside him, looming above him, trying to get him out of the chair. And then, without knowing how, he was standing, Gauss beside him, and they were gliding slowly through the room. "No," said Gauss, slowly, "it is Scotch, but that's not all it is." "Fuck," thought Klein. "I thought you were my friend," he said, and felt himself falling. And then he was on the bed, sprawled, Gauss sitting beside him, looking down at him. "I am your friend," Gauss said. "I drank with you, didn't I?" Klein tried to nod, but nothing happened. He could see the wrappings around Gauss's hand, staining with blood. "Besides," said Gauss, "friendship is one thing, God another." "Scoot over," Gauss said. Klein was not sure how much time had passed. "There's enough room on that bed for two." Gauss's cheek on the pillow just next to his own eye was the last thing he would remember until, hours later, he awoke, alone, to the sight of his bandaged foot, the bandages already steeped with blood. Even then it was not until he felt the dressings with his remaining hand that he realized that 3 of his toes had been removed. 7. "This is what you wanted," said Borchert, after Klein had forced his shoe over his bandaged foot and limped over to his room. It had been difficult to walk without the toes, hard to keep his balance, and very painful. By the time he had reached the building, his shoe was saturated with blood. The guard, perhaps the same guard as the day before, had regarded him with one eye and said, "What is wanted?" In answer, he had merely lifted his bloody shoe slightly. The guard, without another word, let him pass, as did the guard behind the door. And now here he was, upstairs across from Borchert, in Borchert's room, being told that he had gotten what he wanted. "You should be careful about what you ask for," said Borchert. I didn't ask for anything. You asked, said Borchert, to interview certain people in person. I told you I would make arrangements. I have made them. I took the fewest number of toes possible, he said. Even now, for them to see you is to stretch the rules a little. A 4 normally, but it isn't unheard of. I want to leave, said Klein. Of course you do, said Borchert cheerily, but I believed we've already discussed that. It's not possible. Why are you doing this? What am I doing exactly? Asked Borchert. I've made you a 4. I've done you a favor. I don't see it that way. Perhaps some day you will. I doubt it. Borchert looked at him seriously. I doubt it, too, he said. Look, he said, at your missing hand. When can I leave? Asked Klein. When all this is done. When will that be? Borchert shrugged. That depends on you, he said. He lifted his remaining hand, pointed his crippled middle digit at Klein. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you have interviews to conduct. He was taken down a floor and then down the hall to another door, behind which was one of the interviewees, an 11, his legs hacked off at the knees, his fingers and one thumb all shaved down nearly to knuckle. He recognized his voice as the third on the tape, Andreasen. Before he would speak with Klein, Andreasen demanded to see the missing toes, suggesting that Klein should not hide his light under a bushel. Klein sat and loosened his shoe and slowly worked it off, blood dripping from it to puddle on the floor. He dropped the shoe onto the floor and began unwrapping the sodden dressing. Andreasen came nimbly out of his chair and, like an ape, propelled himself across the floor on his knuckles and the stumps of his knees. His eyes were lucid and shining, and when Klein got the wrapping off to reveal his mangled foot, Andreasen came very close indeed. Klein could hardly bear to look at the foot, the place where the toes had been cauterized but now cracked and seeping a flux of blood and pus. I thought you self-cauterized, said Andreasen. Part of the reason I agreed to this was because I wanted to see what self-cauterization looked like. I didn't do this, said Klein. You shouldn't be walking on it, he said. Doesn't it hurt? Of course it hurts. Andreasen nodded. He knuckled his way back across the floor, clambered back into the chair. As I told Borchert, he said, once properly situated, I'm here to help. I'm all for law and order. Good for you, said Klein. But honestly, I said all there was to say on the tape. Klein nodded. He dragged his foot along the floor, watching the thin lines of blood run. It's about the tape, he said. That's what I came about. Oh? There's something wrong with the tape, said Klein. I need to figure out what. The tape didn't work? Something like that, said Klein. So I'm just going to ask the questions again, all right? Why don't you talk to Borchert? He asked. Why don't you ask him? First question, said Klein. State your name and your relationship to the deceased. Technically, that's not a question. Please answer, said Klein. I believe you already know my name, he said. It's Andreasen. Thank you, said Klein. What was your relation to the deceased? The deceased? Said Andreasen. I thought you were sticking to the original questions. That is one of the original questions. No, it isn't. It's not, said Klein. What's this talk of the deceased? There is no deceased. Helene. What about Helene? He's the deceased. Helene? Andreasen shook his head, laughed. You're pulling my leg. Helene's dead. It's impossible, said Andreasen. Why do you think I'm here? I saw him just yesterday, said Andreasen. He seemed very much alive to me. You're lying, said Klein. I swear to you, said Andreasen, on my missing legs. Klein stood, limped around the room. Can you stop that? Said Andreasen. You're getting blood everywhere. What were the questions you were asked? On the tape, what were the questions? Me? How about the robbery, of course. What robbery? Andreasen narrowed his eyes. What is this all about? Do you think I did it? I didn't do it. Do what? The robbery. What robbery? Christ, said Andreasen. What sort of game are you playing? Where's Helene's room? Down the hall? No, said Andreasen. Up a level. Last door. Why? I was told it was on that floor but the third door. What is this? Asked Andreasen.
He posted his palms against the chair's arms, pulled himself up to stand in the chair's seat on his stumps. "I didn't agree to this. Borchert didn't say anything about this. I want you to leave." "Fine," said Klein. "I'm leaving." He went out into the hall. The guard was gone. He went to the stairs, but instead of going down, went up and down to the end of the hall. A guard was standing in front of the last door. He watched Klein nervously. "This is Aline's room?" Klein asked. The guard made no gesture, said nothing. "Mind if I see for myself?" asked Klein, and reached for the doorknob. The guard struck him once with the edge of his palm, fast, in the throat. He couldn't breathe. He stumbled back, his hand to his throat, still unable to breathe, and then made a conscious decision to stumble forward instead, throwing himself against the door. The handle was locked. The guard hit him again in the side of the temple, and he slid down along the door, and then the guard was pulling him back into the middle of the hall, massaging his throat, trying to get him to breathe. "Well," said Borchert, "Mr. Klein, always a pleasant surprise. You should be more careful. You should have a little more respect." "Aline's not dead," said Klein, still rubbing his throat. "Of course he is," said Borchert. "Whatever gave you that idea?" "Andreasen." "Why would he say that?" asked Borchert. "He said I was here to investigate a robbery." No, said Borchert. "Aline's dead. You're here for Aline." "Who's dead?" "It's that you're only a four," said Borchert. "He's not telling you the truth because of that." "You're lying." "Maybe we should remove another toe," said Borchert, "or maybe two more. Then we'll see if Andreasen tells you the truth." "No," said Klein, "no more toes." "All right, then," said Borchert. "Perhaps one of the others will be a little more forthcoming." "No more interviews." "All right," said Borchert. "You're the investigator. You should do what feels right." Using his remaining foot, Borchert pushed the chair slowly along the floor until he was back by the counter. Slowly he managed to open the cabinet above it and to tug down first one glass and then another, and then more precariously a bottle of scotch. He took off the cap with his mouth. He moved the glasses to the edge of the counter and, pinning the bottle between his arm and his body, poured. "Drink?" he asked. "Absolutely not," said Klein. "Oh, come on," said Borchert. "It's scotch, plain and simple, nothing but scotch." "No," said Klein. "Suit yourself," said Borchert. He pinched the glass's rim between his thumb and remaining half-finger, lifted it to his lips, drank. "So," he said, "made any progress, have we?" "On what?" "On finding Aline's killer. My guess is that Aline is still very much alive." "Please, Mr. Klein, let's have no more such talk." "Show me the body." Borchert shook his head. "I can't allow you to see the body. At the very least you'd have to lose a few more toes." "This is absurd." "Be that as it may, Mr. Klein," said Borchert, taking a large swallow. "Be that as it may." Later that evening he wandered out of his room and down the hall and into the gravel yard in front of the building. He stood looking up at the stars, his foot aching with pain, feeling slightly feverish. He did not understand, he thought, what it was he had gotten himself into, nor for that matter how he had gotten himself into it. But the more important question was, now that he was in, how to get out. He walked out to the main road, turned, limped toward the main gates. A man was dead, murdered, or perhaps very much alive. Borchert was playing with him, and perhaps the others were as well. The night was cool, cloudless. Where was this place? He turned and looked back, saw the building he was staying in, the only light being that of his own room. Why was nobody else in the building? Had there been anyone living in the building but him since his arrival? Where did Gauss and Ramsey sleep? At the main gate at the edge of the compound, the guard stepped out of the shadows and flicked on his flashlight, shining the beam into Klein's eyes. "What is wanted?" he asked. "It's Klein," Klein said, squinting his eyes. "Right," said the guard. "We met the first night. A 1. Self-cauterizer. Right hand, right?" "Yes," said Klein. "Now a 4. "A 4, said the guard. "That was quick. What else?" "A few toes," he said. "Nothing much." The guard moved the flashlight beam down, shined it on Klein's feet. Klein could see the man now, a dim shape just behind the flashlight. "I need to leave," said Klein. "Please open the gate." "I'm sorry," said the guard. "I can't do that." "My work here is finished," said Klein. "I have my orders, I'm afraid," said the guard. Klein took a step forward. The guard brought the light up and into his eyes. Klein took another step and heard a rustling and a click, and the guard quickly flashed the light back on himself to reveal a sort of metal prosthetic slipped over his stump, a gun barrel at the end of it. "I thought prosthetics were frowned upon," said Klein. "We don't like to use them," said the guard, "but when we have to, we do. Say I climbed the fence somewhere. You're welcome to try. My guess is we'd catch you eventually." Klein nodded, turned to leave. "Very nice to see you, Mr. Klein," said the guard. "If you have any more questions, don't hesitate to ask." He found Gauss and Ramsey in the bar, already drunk. Ramsey in particular, who was drinking whiskey through a straw. Gauss kept saying he had to go easy, that it thinned the blood, and then taking another drink. They cheered when they caught sight of Klein, clapped him on the back with their stumps. "Drink?" asked Ramsey. Klein nodded. Ramsey called the bartender over. "A drink for my friend here," he said. "The self-cauterizer." "Word gets around," said Ramsey. "Say," said Gauss, his voice slurred and too slow, "when do the women come out?" 10, said the bartender. "I told you already, 10. "Drink?" Ramsey asked Klein. "He's already getting me a drink," said Klein. "Hell," said Ramsey, "I wanted to get you a drink." "You did," said Klein. "What?" asked Ramsey. "What?" "Never mind," said Klein. "Just so you know," said Ramsey, "I'm buying the next one." Klein smiled. "So," said Gauss, hunched over his drink, "how's the investigation?" "It's not." "No?" said Gauss. "That's too bad." "Do you want to hear about it?" asked Klein. "About what?" asked Ramsey. "The investigation," said Klein. The bartender put the drink on the counter before him, and he took it up in his left hand and drank from it. "Oh, no," said Ramsey. "You can't tell Gauss anything." "Why not?" asked Gauss. "Why not?" "Gauss is a 1, said Ramsey. "We can't bring a 1 in." "I was a 1, said Klein. "They brought me in." "I'm not a 1, said Gauss, lifting up his hand. "Not any more." "Still," said Ramsey, "you're not much. You're what you are, and we love you for it, but you're not much." "It's all right, Ramsey," said Klein. "Trust me." "I just don't think—" "Ramsey," said Klein, "trust me and listen." Ramsey opened his mouth, then closed it again. "Helene is dead," Klein said. "Helene is dead?" said Ramsey, his voice rising. "Is that possible?" said Gauss. "How is that possible?" "Or not," said Klein. "Maybe not." "Well," said Gauss, "which is it?" "What did you say about Helene?" asked the bartender. "Nothing," said Klein. "Oh, God," said Ramsey, shaking his head. "Dear God." "Helene is either dead or not dead," said Gauss to the bartender. "Be quiet, Gauss," said Klein. "Well, which is he?" asked the bartender. "Dead or not dead? There's a big difference, you know." "That," said Gauss, stabbing the air with his stump, "is what I intend to find out." "You don't think there's a big difference?" asked Ramsey. "Ramsey," said Klein, "look at me. Why am I here? What am I investigating?" "What?" said Ramsey. "Smuggling." "Smuggling?" Gauss, Klein noticed, was watching them more intently. "Somebody smuggled out pictures." "What sorts of pictures?" "Sex pictures," said Ramsey, "of people missing limbs. Somebody stealing them and selling them without the proceeds benefiting the community." "That," said Klein, "in your opinion, is why I am here?" Ramsey nodded. "No," said Klein. "I'm here because of Helene." "Who's either dead or not dead." "Exactly," said Klein. "There's a big difference," said Gauss. "That's what we intend to find out." "What?" said Ramsey. "That," said Gauss. "What?" said Ramsey, looking around. "What's going on?" "Exactly," said Klein. "That's what I want to know." 8. There were two possibilities, he thought, as he was escorted on his way to visit Borchard the next morning, a hung-over Ramsey on one side of him, a hung-over Gauss on the other side. He was coming at Borchard's request. Possibility 1, Helene is dead. Possibility 2, Helene is alive. Perhaps Ramsey was right. Perhaps he really did know something, and the reason he, Klein, was here was because of smuggling or theft. But if it was smuggling, why hadn't he been told?
Why had Borchard told him he was investigating a murder? Certainly, considering what Klein's specialty had been before, it seemed more logical that they would recruit him to investigate a smuggling operation. Perhaps Borchard himself had a vested interest, had reasons to stop the smuggling from being investigated. But even so, why declare Aline dead? Why suggest there is a murder to be investigated? Why not simply suggest something a little more benign? And here he was, standing alone in front of Borchard, with Gauss and Ramsey abandoned at the gate, the one-armed, one-legged man looking grimly at him from his chair. "I thought we had an agreement," Borchard was saying. "What agreement? I asked you not to speak about the case with those who didn't need to know. Instead, you've been spreading rumors." "Look," said Klein, "I don't know what I'm doing here. What exactly am I investigating?" "Aline's death." "I don't believe Aline is dead." "No," said Borchard. "You've made that quite clear." "What about the smuggling?" "The smuggling," said Borchard. "A cover story. Something we agreed to tell people like Ramsey." "And Andresen?" "We talked about that," said Borchard. "I give my solemn word that if you simply have 1 or 2 more amputations, Andresen will change his story. Why didn't you speak to any of the others? Perhaps one of them would tell you the truth." "You're lying." Borchard sighed. "Well," he said, "I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you're a stubborn bastard, and have your own particular way of conducting business. You'd be better off if you were willing to take some things on faith, but thou wouldst doubt, as Jesus said, and for the doubting there's nothing but what you can touch." He turned his head, gestured with his chin to the counter behind. "There's a gun there," he said, "in the drawer. No bullets in it, but the guard outside Aline's door doesn't need to know that. If you need to go see for yourself, go see for yourself. I wouldn't advise it, but neither will I prevent you." Klein took the gun and left. He could see, as soon as he opened the door to the hall, the guard in front of what he had been told by Andresen was Aline's door. Was it the door Borchard expected him to go to as well, he wondered? Or was he being told to visit the room where Borchard had led him before, the faked crime scene? "Is this the door to Aline's room?" Klein asked the guard. The guard did not reply. Klein realized the man's lone eye was directed downward, fixed on his hand, and then Klein remembered the gun. He lifted his hand, pointed the gun at the man's head. "Please open the door," he said. The guard shook his head. "I'll kill you," said Klein. "Then kill me." Klein hit the guard hard in the face with his stump, then raked the pistol across his jaw. The guard took 2 awkward steps, wavering into the door, and Klein struck him with the pistol, just behind the ear. The man went down in a heap. The door was unlocked. He opened it and went in, locking it behind him. Inside it was dark. He felt around on the wall to either side of the door for a switch, only found one after his eyes had adjusted enough to see it, low on the wall at knee level. The room was as simple as Borchard's, a counter and a small kitchen in the back of the room, a single chair, this one with a sort of net webbing draped over it, a bed, in this case 3 feet long, flush to the floor, pushed against one wall. In the bed, a mutilated head rode on the pillow, the rest of the body covered by a blanket. He knelt down beside it. The eyes had been dug out, the lids cut off as well. The ears had been shorn away to leave 2 whorls of slick pink flesh. The nose, too, was gone, leaving a dark gaping hole. The lips seemed to have been gnawed mostly away, perhaps by the teeth that now loomed through their gap. As he watched, the flesh on the face shivered, and the head turned slightly, the missing eyes seeming to bore into his own eyes. He broke the gaze, and then, grabbing the blanket, tugged it off the body. Underneath was only a torso, all limbs gone, nipples cut away, penis severed. He sat watching the chest rise and fall, air whistling between the teeth. There was something wrong with the way the body lay, he realized, and he pushed it over onto the side a little, enough to see that the buttocks had been shaved away. The mouth said something urgently, but he couldn't understand what, because most of the tongue was gone. He let go of the body. He looked away, let himself slip from his knees to lie on the floor. Behind him he could hear someone pounding at the door. He stayed there, staring up at the ceiling, listening to Aline babble, until they came and dragged him away. "So," said Borchard, "now you've seen for yourself.
He was standing using a cane precariously grounded in his palm to support himself. Klein was in the chair now, Borchardt's chair, having been brought there by the guards after they had dragged him by the feet out of Aline's room and down the stairs, his head bumping against each step. "What's wrong with you?" asked Borchardt. "You look feverish." "Aline's alive," said Klein. "Of course he's alive," said Borchardt. "I must apologize for lying, Mr. Klein, but trust I had my reasons." "Why? Why, Mr. Klein?" Borchardt turned, moved closer by hopping slightly. "You want to know?" "Yes." Borchardt smiled. "Knowledge is the most valuable of commodities," he said. "Shall we trade?" "I'll trade you knowledge for a limb." "What?" "You heard me," said Borchardt. "Knowledge for a limb. You choose the limb, or even just a hand or foot. That should be enough." "No," said Klein. "That's your problem," said Borchardt. "You don't want to know badly enough." "I want to know," said Klein. "Truth or flesh?" said Borchardt. "Which is more important?" Klein didn't answer. "Or say just a digit," said Borchardt. "A single finger or toe. What does a finger or toe matter? You've already lost 8 digits. What difference would one more make?" Klein stood up, made for the door. He could hear Borchardt behind him, chuckling. "The offer stands, Mr. Klein," he said. "Come back any time." He lay in bed, thinking. With the light off, he kept seeing Aline's mutilated face, the head riding up on the pillow, blankets tucked just below the chin. Eventually, he got up and turned the light on. His foot ached. It was still weeping blood and fluid where the toes had been, and the foot itself was oddly dark, seemed swollen. He put it on a pillow, kept it elevated, which seemed to help a little. What was the truth, he wondered. How important was it to know? And once he knew, what then? He looked at his stump. He could still sometimes feel the hand there. And when Borchardt had drugged him, he had been able to see it as well, half-present like a ghost. He tried to will himself to see it again. Could not. Maybe there was someone who could give him something for his foot, he thought, an anti-inflammatory or perhaps something more, before the foot became too swollen, too painful to walk on. He would take that and then stay in bed, waiting for the toes to heal. Why, he wondered, again seeing Aline's face despite the light still being on. Why had Borchardt lied to him? What did he have to gain by pretending Aline was dead when he was actually alive? He kept turning the question around in his head. And when at last he came up with an answer, he realized he was in very great trouble indeed. 9. The guard at the gate didn't want to admit him when he arrived, but Klein told him he was coming for an amputation, that Borchardt had invited him to return. The guard consulted his fellow behind the door and then waited with Klein at the gate in the dark while the latter guard went upstairs to consult Borchardt. "It's very late," said the guard. "He'll see me," said Klein. "He told me to come." And indeed, when the other guard returned, he was admitted. He went with the other guard up the stairs to Borchardt's room. The guard knocked. When Borchardt called back, he opened the door, allowed Klein to enter alone. "Well," said Borchardt, "truth is important to you after all, Mr. Klein." He was sitting in his chair, a gun in his hand, gripped awkwardly with his remaining fingers. "Please stay right there, Mr. Klein," he said. "It's not loaded," said Klein. "No?" said Borchardt. "What makes you think that?" "The gun you gave me wasn't," said Klein. "No, it wasn't," said Borchardt. "But wasn't that perhaps because I was giving it to you?" Klein didn't answer. "Care to tell me what you know?" asked Borchardt. "You're planning to kill Aline," said Klein. "And planning to make it look like I killed him." "You've been most obliging in that regard," said Borchardt. "You've acted your role nicely. A documented penchant for violence, a certain obsession with Aline, dead or alive. You're only wrong in one particular, that being that I've already killed Aline." "When?" "Not long after you last left. For a limbless man, he put up quite a fight." "Why?" "Ah," said Borchardt. "Mr. Klein, I doubt if I can make you understand." "Try me." "Try me, Mr. Klein? How colloquial of you. It was a matter of belief. Aline and I disagreed on certain particulars, questions of belief. Either he or I had to be done away with for the good of the faith in a way that would leave the survivor blameless.
Otherwise there would have been a schism. Naturally, I, in my position, preferred that he be done away with rather than I. You were enemies? Not at all. Each of us admired the other. It was simply an expedient political move, Mr. Klein. It had to be done. Why me? Why you, Mr. Klein? Simply because you were there, and because God had touched you with his grace, had chosen you by removing your hand. You'll of course be rewarded in heaven for your role in all this. Whether you'll be rewarded in this life, though, is entirely another matter. Perhaps I should go, said Klein. A good question, Mr. Klein. Do I kill you, or do I let you go? What do you think, Mr. Klein? Shall I let you go? Shall we flip a coin? Klein did not answer. No coin? Asked Borchert. Do you care to express an opinion? I'd like to go, said Klein. Of course you would, said Borchert, and so you shall. Today shall be a day for mercy, not justice. Perhaps, with a little luck, you'll even be able to make it out the gate and pass the guards to the so-called freedom of the outside world. Klein turned toward the door. But then again, he heard from behind him, surely justice must temper mercy, Mr. Klein. Am I right? So perhaps you'd care to leave a little something we can remember you by? Klein stood still, and then without turning around he reached slowly for the door-handle. I wouldn't do that if I were you, said Borchert. I hate to shoot a man in the back. Klein stopped, turned to face him. What do you want? He asked. You know exactly what I want, said Borchert, his eye steady. Flesh for knowledge. No, said Klein. You told the guard you'd come up here for an amputation, said Borchert. There's a cleaver on the counter, the same cleaver you used on my finger. Where the hand is gone, the arm shall follow. Otherwise, I shoot you. It makes honestly no difference to me, Mr. Klein. You've accomplished your purpose. Technically, you're no longer needed. Klein started slowly for the back of the room. Borchert watched him go, pushing at the door with his foot to turn his chair around. There was a cleaver there, embedded in the butcher's block. Go ahead, Mr. Klein. Take it by the crotch and tug it free. He took the cleaver. What's to stop me from killing you? He asked. Do you really know how to throw a cleaver, Mr. Klein? Where does one learn such skills? Some sort of Votech? Can you imagine you'd be able to hit me, let alone hit me so that the blade itself will stick? And even if you did, I imagine I'd be able to squeeze off a shot beforehand. Assuming the gun is loaded. Assuming the gun is loaded, agreed Borchert affably. A shot that would bring the guards running, and that would get you killed. So, Mr. Klein, you'd be trading the possibility of killing me for your own life. Is that really what you want to do? No? Now, be a good boy and cut off your arm. He turned on the burner in the countertop, waited for it to heat up. The cleaver seemed sharp enough, though he realized it might have some difficulty cutting through bone. If he hit the joint just right, it probably wouldn't matter, though he shouldn't forget he was cutting left-handed. Did he have sufficient force in his left hand to cut all the way through in a single blow? He lined the cleaver along the crease of his elbow, found the flesh to run from one end of the blade to the other. He would have to hit it exactly right. In his mind's eye, the cleaver is already coming swiftly down, beginning to bite through skin and flesh and bone. He will be washed over with pain and will stagger. But before going down, he must remember to thrust the new end of his arm against the burner to cauterize it, so that he doesn't bleed to death. And then, if he is still standing, he may manage to stagger from the room and down the stairs and eventually out of the compound altogether, where, limping, feverish, in pain, he will make his way out into the lone and dreary world. And this, he realizes, is only the best possible outcome. In all probability it will be much worse. The hatchet will strike wrong, and he will have to strike a second time. He will wooze and fall before cauterizing the wound, and then lie on the floor, bleeding to death from the wound. The guards will catch him at the gate and kill him. Or even worse, all will go well, the arm coming smoothly off, but Borchert, smiling, will say, "Very good, Mr. Klein, but why stop there? What shall we cut off next?" He raises the cleaver high. His whole life is waiting for him. He only needs to bring the cleaver down for it to begin. The White Hands, Mark Samuels. Mark Samuels, 1967, is an English writer of weird fiction in the tradition of Arthur Machen and H.P. Lovecraft. Many of his short stories map the outlines of a shadowy modern London that hides a dark and terrifying secret. Samuel's first collection, The White Hands, 2003, was shortlisted for the British Fantasy Award, along with the title story reprinted herein. His first long novella, The Face of Twilight, was published by P.S. Publishing in 2005, and a new collection published in 2010. The White Hands is that rarest of weird tales, a self-referential piece, steeped in knowledge of the genre, that succeeds in being scary and original, rather than simply a sly in-joke. You may remember Alfred Muswell, whom devotees of the weird tale will know as the author of numerous articles on the subject of literary ghost stories. He died in obscurity just over a year ago. Muswell had been an Oxford don for a time, but left the cloisters of the university after an academic scandal. A former student, now a journalist, wrote of him in a privately published memoir. Muswell attempted single-handedly to alter the academic criteria of excellence in literature. He sought to eradicate what he termed the tyranny of materialism and realism from his teaching. He would loom over us in his black robes at lectures and tutorials, tearing prescribed and classic books to shreds with his gloved hands, urging us to read instead work by the likes of Sheridan Le Fanu, Vernon Lee, M.R. James, and Lilith Blake. Muswell was a familiar sight amongst the squares and courtyards of the colleges at night, and would stalk abroad like some bookish revenant. He had a very plump face and a pair of circular spectacles. His eyes peered into the darkness with an indefinable expression that could be somewhat disturbing. You will recall that Muswell's eccentric theories about literature enjoyed a brief but notorious vogue in the 1950s. In a series of essays in the short-lived American fantasy magazine The Necrophile, he championed the supernatural tale. This was at a time when other academics and critics were turning away from the genre in disgust, following the illiterate excesses of pulp magazines such as Weird Tales. Muswell argued that the anthropocentric concerns of realism had the effect of stifling the much more profound study of infinity. Contemplation of the infinite, he contended, was the faculty that separated man from beast. Realism, in his view, was the literature of the prosaic. It was the quest for the hidden mysteries, he contended, which formed the proper subject of all great literature. Muswell also believed that literature, in its highest form, should unravel the secrets of life and death. This latter concept was never fully explained by him, but he hinted that its attainment would involve some actual alteration in the structure of reality itself. This, perhaps inevitably, led to him being dismissed in academic circles as a foolish mystic. After his quiet expulsion from Oxford, Muswell retreated to the lofty heights of Highgate. From here, the London village that had harbored Samuel Taylor Coleridge during the final phase of his struggle against opium addiction, Muswell continued his literary crusade. A series of photographs, reproduced in the 4th issue of The Necrophile, show Muswell wandering through the leafy streets of Highgate, clad in his black three-piece suit, cigarette jammed between lips, plump and bespectacled. In one of his gloved hands is a book of ghost stories by the writer he most admired, Lilith Blake. This Victorian author is perhaps best known for her collection of short stories, The Reunion and others. Then, as now, fabulously rare, this book was printed in an edition of only 100 copies. Amongst the cognoscenti, it has acquired legendary status. Muswell was undoubtedly the greatest authority on her life and works. He alone possessed the little that remained of her extant correspondence, as well as diaries, photographs, and other personal effects. In moving to Highgate, Muswell was perhaps most influenced by the fact that Blake had been resident in the village for all of the 22 years of her brief life. Her mortal remains were interred in the Old West Cemetery in Swains Lane. I first met Alfred Muswell after writing a letter to him requesting information about Lilith Blake for an article I was planning on supernatural writers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. After an exchange of correspondence, he suggested that we should meet one afternoon in the reading room of the Highgate Literary and Scientific Institution. From there he would escort me to his rooms, which apparently were difficult to find without help, being hidden in the maze of narrow brick passageways beyond Pond Square. It was a very cold, clear winter afternoon when I alighted at the underground station in Highgate and made my way up Southwood Lane towards its village. Snow had fallen since the night before, and the lane was almost deserted. Only the sound of my footsteps crunching in the brittle snow broke the silence. When I reached the village, I paused for a while to take in my surroundings. The Georgian houses were cloaked in white and glittered in the freezing sunshine. A sharp wind blew chilly gusts across the sagging roofs and chimney-pots. One or two residents, clad in greatcoats and well-muffled, plodded warily along. I accosted one of these pedestrians and was directed by him towards the Institute. This was a whitewashed structure 2 floors high, facing the square on the corner of Swain's Lane. I could see the glow of a coal fire within, and a plump man reading in an easy-chair through one of the ground-floor windows. It was Alfred Muswell. After dusting the snowflakes from my clothes, I made my way inside and introduced myself to him. He struggled out of his chair, stood upright like a hermit crab quitting its shell, and threw out a gloved hand for me to grasp. He was dressed in his habitual black suit, a cigarette drooping from his bottom lip. His eyes peered at me intensely from behind those round glasses. His hair had thinned and grown white since the photographs in the Necrophile. The loss of hair was mainly around the crown, giving him a somewhat monkish appearance. I hung up my duffel coat and scarf and sat down in the chair facing him. "We can sit here undisturbed for a few more minutes at least," he said. "The other members are in the library attending some lecture about that charlatan James Joyce." I nodded, as if in agreement, but my attention was fixed on Muswell's leather gloves. He seemed always to wear them. He had worn a similar pair in the Necrophile photographs. I noticed the apparent emaciation of the hands and long fingers that the gloves concealed. His right hand fidgeted constantly with his cigarette, while the fingers of his left coiled and uncoiled repeatedly. It was almost as if he were uncomfortable with the appendages. "I am very pleased to talk with a fellow devotee of Lilith Blake's tales," he said in his odd, strained voice. "Oh, I wouldn't describe myself as a devotee. Her work is striking, of course, but my own preferences are for Blackwood and Machen. Blake seems to me to lack balance. Her world is one of unremitting gloom and decay." Muswell snorted at my comment. He exhaled a great breath of cigarette smoke in my direction and said, "Unremitting gloom and decay? Rather say that she makes desolation glorious. I believe that De Quincey once wrote, 'Holy was the grave, saintly its darkness, pure its corruption.' Words that describe Lilith Blake's work perfectly. Machen, indeed. That red-faced old coot with his deluded Anglo-Catholic rubbish. The man was a drunken clown obsessed by sin. And Blackwood? Pantheistic rot that belongs to the Stone Age. The man wrote mainly for money, and he wrote too much. No, believe me, if you want the truth beyond the frontier of appearances, it is to Lilith Blake you must turn. She never compromises. Her stories are infinitely more than mere accounts of supernatural phenomena." His voice had reached a peak of shrillness, and it was all I could do not to squirm in my chair. Then he seemed to regain his composure, and drew a handkerchief across his brow. "You must excuse me. I have allowed my convictions to ruin my manners. I so seldom engage in debate these days that when I do I become overexcited." He allowed himself to calm down, and was about to speak again, when a side door opened and a group of people bustled into the room. They were chatting about the Joyce lecture that had evidently just finished. Muswell got to his feet and made for his hat and overcoat. I followed him. Outside, in the cold afternoon air, he looked back over his shoulder and crumpled up his face in a gesture of disgust. "How I detest those fools," he intoned. We trudged through the snow, across the square, and into a series of passageways. Tall buildings with dusty windows pressed upon us from both sides, and after a number of twists and turns, we reached the building that contained Muswell's rooms. They were in the basement, and we walked down some well-worn steps outside, leaving the daylight above us. He opened the front door, and I followed him inside. Muswell flicked on the light switch, and a single bulb suspended from the ceiling and reaching halfway towards the bare floor revealed the meagre room. On each of the walls were long bookcases, stuffed with volumes. There was an armchair and footstool in one corner, along with a small circular table on which a pile of books teetered precariously. A dangerous-looking calor gas fire stood in the opposite corner. Muswell brought another chair, with a canvas back and seat, from an adjoining room, and invited me to sit down. Soon afterwards he hauled a large trunk from the same room. It was extremely old, and bore the monogram L.B. on its side. He unlocked the trunk with some ceremony, and then sat down, lighting yet another cigarette, his eyes fixed on my face. I took a notebook from my pocket, and drawing sheaves of manuscripts from the trunk, began to scan them. It seemed dark stuff, and rather strange, but just what I needed for the article, and there was a mountain of it to get through. Muswell, meanwhile, made a melancholy remark, apropos of nothing, the significance of which I did not appreciate until much later. "Loneliness," he said, "can drive a man into mental regions of extreme strangeness." I nodded absently. I had found a small box, and on opening it, my excitement mounted. It contained a sepia-colored photographic portrait of Lilith Blake, dated 1890. It was the first I had seen of her, and must have been taken just before her death. Her beauty was quite astonishing. Muswell leaned forward. He seemed to be watching my reaction with redoubled interest. Lilith Blake's raven black and luxuriant hair curled down to her shoulders. Her face was oval, finished with a small pointed chin. The eyes, wide apart and piercing, seemed to gaze across the vastness of the time which separated us. Her throat was long and pale, her forehead rounded, and stray curls of hair framed the temples. The fleshy lips were slightly parted, and her small, sharp teeth gleamed whitely. Around her neck hung a string of pearls, and she wore a jet-black velvet dress. The most delicate and lovely white hands I had ever seen were folded across her bosom. Although the alabaster skin of her face and neck was extremely pale, her hands were paler. They were whiter than the purest snow. It was as if daylight had never touched them. The length of her graceful fingers astonished me. I must have sat there for some time in silent contemplation of that intoxicating image. Muswell, becoming impatient, finally broke my reverie in a most violent and unnecessary manner. He snatched the photograph from me and held it in the air while he spoke, his voice rising to a feverish pitch. "Here is the hopeless despair of one haunted by the night, one who had gone down willingly into the grave with a black ecstasy in her heart instead of fear." I could only sit there in stunned silence. To me, Muswell seemed close to a complete nervous breakdown. Later, Muswell must have helped me to sort through the various papers in the trunk. I remember little of the detail. I do know that by the time I finally left his rooms and found my way back to the square through the snow, I had realized that my research into Blake's work would be of the utmost importance to my academic career. Muswell had treasure in his keeping, a literary gold mine, and given the right handling, it could make my name. After that, my days were not my own. Try as I might, I could not expunge the vision of Blake from my mind. Her face haunted my thoughts, beckoning me onwards in my quest to discover the true meaning of her work. The correspondence between Muswell and myself grew voluminous as I sought to arrange a time when I would be enabled to draw further on his collection. For a while he seemed to distrust my mounting interest, but at last he accepted my enthusiasm as genuine. He welcomed me as a kindred spirit. By a happy chance, I even managed to rent a room in his building. And so, during the course of the winter months, I shut myself away with Muswell, poring over Blake's letters and personal effects. I cannot deny that the handling of those things began to feel almost sacrilegious, but as I read the letters, diaries, and notebooks, I could see that Muswell had spoken only the truth when he described Blake as supreme in the field of supernatural literature. He would scuttle around his library like a spider, climbing step-ladders and hauling out volumes from the shelves, passing them down through the gloomy space to me. He would mark certain passages that he believed furthered a greater understanding of Blake's life and work. Outside, the frequent snow showers filled the gap between his basement window and the pavement above with icy whiteness. My research was progressing well, my notebook filling up with useful quotations and annotations, but somehow I felt that I was failing to reach the essence of Lilith. The most potent aspect of her vision was eluding my understanding. It was becoming agonizing to be so close to her, and yet to feel that her most secret and beautiful mysteries were buried from my view. "I believe," Muswell once said, "that mental isolation is the essence of weird fiction. Isolation when confronted with disease, with madness, with horror, and with death. These are the reverberations of the infinity that torments us. It is Blake who delineates these echoes of doom for us. She alone exposes our inescapable, blind stumbling towards eternal annihilation. She alone shows our souls screaming in the darkness with none to heed our cries. Ironic, isn't it, that such a beautiful young woman should possess an imagination so dark and riddled with nightmare? Muswell took a deep drag of his cigarette, and in contemplating his words seemed to gaze through everything into a limitless void. Sometimes, when Muswell was away, I would have the collection to myself. Blake's personal letters became as sacred relics to me. Her framed photograph attained a special significance, and I was often unable to prevent myself from running my fingers around the outline of her lovely face. As time passed, and my research into Lilith Blake's oeuvre began to yield ever more fascinating results, I felt that I was now ready to posthumously afford her the attention that she so richly deserved. Whereas previously I had planned to merely include references to her work in my lengthy article on supernatural fiction during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, I now realized that she had to be accorded a complete critical book of her own. Such was the importance of the literary legacy I had stumbled across by associating with Muswell. It seemed obvious to me that the man had little real idea of the prime importance of the materials in his possession, and that his reclusive lifestyle had led him to regard anything relating to this dead and beautiful creature as his own personal property. His understanding was hopelessly confused by the unsubstantiated assertion that he made of the importance of the work behind the works, which I took to mean some obscure, mystical interpretation he had formulated from his own muddled, aging brain. One afternoon he came across me working on my proposed book, and took an apparent polite interest in my writing, but mingled in with that interest was an infuriating sarcasm. I voiced my contention that Blake deserved a much higher place in the literary pantheon. The only reasonable explanation for the failure of her work to achieve this was, I had discovered, the almost total lack of contemporary interest in it. I could trace neither extant reviews of The Reunion and others in any of the literary journals, nor mention of her in society columns of the time. At this statement he actually laughed out loud. Holding one of his cigarettes between those thin gloved fingers, he waved it in the air dismissively and said, "I should have thought that you would have found the silence surrounding her person and work suggestive, as I did. Do not mistake silence for indifference. Any imbecile might make that erroneous conclusion, and indeed many have done so in the past. Lilith Blake was no Count Steinbach, merely awaiting rediscovery. She was deliberately not mentioned. Her work was specifically excluded from consideration. How much do you think was paid simply to ensure she had a fitting tomb in Highgate Cemetery? But pray continue. Tell me more of your article, and I shall try to take into consideration your youthful naivete." As I continued to expand on my theories, I saw clearly that he began to smirk in a most offensive fashion. Why, it was as if he were humoring me. My face flushed, and I stood up, my back rigid with tension. I was close to breaking point and could not tolerate this old fool's patronizing attitude any longer. Muswell took a step backwards and bowed rather ornately in some idiotic, gentlemanly gesture. But as he did so, he almost lost his footing, as if a bout of dizziness had overcome him. I was momentarily startled by the action, and he took the opportunity to make his exit. But before he did so, he uttered some departing words. "If you knew what I know, my friend, and perhaps you soon will, then you would find this literary criticism as horribly amusing as I do. But I am extremely tired and will leave you to your work." It seemed obvious to me at that point that Muswell was simply not fit to act as the trustee for Lilith Blake's estate. Moreover, his theatrics and lack of appreciation for my insights indicated progressive mental deterioration. I would somehow have to wrest control over the estate from his enfeebled grasp for the sake of Blake's reputation. The opportunity came more quickly than I could have dared hope. One evening in February, Muswell returned from one of his infrequent appointments, looking particularly exhausted. I had noticed the creeping fatigue in his movements for a number of weeks. In addition to an almost constant sense of distraction, he had also lost a considerable amount of weight. His subsequent confession did not, in any case, come as a shock. "The game is up for me," he said. "I am wasting away. The doctor says I will not last much longer. I am glad that the moment of my assignation with Blake draws near. You must ensure that I am buried with her." Muswell contemplated me from across the room, the light of the dim electric bulb reflected off the lenses of his spectacles, veiling the eyes behind. He continued, "There are secrets which I have hidden from you, but I will reveal them now. I have come to learn that there are those who, though dead, lie in their coffins beyond the grip of decay. The power of eternal visions preserves them. There they lie, softly dead and dreaming. Lilith Blake is one of these, and I shall be another. You will be our guardian in this world. You will ensure that our bodies are not disturbed. Once dead, we must not be awakened from the eternal dream. It is for the protection of Lilith and myself that I have allowed you to share in my thoughts and her literary legacy. Everything will make sense once you have read her final works." He climbed up the steepest step-ladder to the twilight of the room's ceiling and took a metal box from the top of one of the bookcases. He unlocked it and drew an old writing book bound in crumpled black leather from within. The title page was written in Lilith Blake's distinctive longhand style. I could see that it bore the title, The White Hands and Other Tales. "This volume," he said, handing it to me, "contains the final stories. They establish the truth of all that I have told you. The book must now be published. I want to be vindicated after I die. This book will prove in the most shocking way the supremacy of the horror tale over all other forms of literature. As I intimated to you once before, these stories are not accounts of supernatural phenomena, but supernatural phenomena in themselves. Understand this: Blake was dead when these stories were conceived, but she still dreams and transmitted these images from her tomb to me so that I might transcribe them for her. When you read them, you will know that I am not insane. All will become clear to you. You will understand how, at the point of death, the eternal dream is begun. It allows dissolution of the body to be held at bay for as long as one continues the dreaming." I realized that Muswell's illness had deeply affected his mind. In order to bring him back to some awareness of reality, I said, "You say that Blake telepathically dictated the stories and you transcribed them? Then how is it that the handwriting is hers and not your own?" Muswell smiled painfully, paused, and then for the first and last time took off his gloves. The hands were Lilith Blake's, the same pale, attenuated forms I recognized from her photograph. "I asked for a sign that I was not mad," said Muswell, "and it was given to me." 4 weeks later, Muswell died. The doctor's certificate listed the cause of death as heart failure. I had been careful, and as he was already ill, there was little reason for the authorities to suspect anything. Frankly, I had never countenanced the idea of fulfilling any of Muswell's requests, and I arranged for his body to be cremated and interred at Marylebone and St. Pancras Cemetery, amongst a plain of small, indistinguishable graves and headstones. He would not rest at Highgate Cemetery alongside Lilith Blake. The ceremony was a simple one, and beside myself there were no other mourners in attendance. Muswell's expulsion from Oxford had ensured that his old colleagues were wary of keeping in touch with him, and there were no surviving members of his family who chose to pay their last respects. The urn containing his ashes was interred in an unmarked plot, and the priest who presided over the affair muttered his way through the rites in a mechanical, indifferent fashion. As the ceremony concluded, and I made my way across that dull, sepulchral plain, under a gray and miserable sky, I had a sense of finality. Muswell was gone forever, and had found that oblivion he seemed so anxious to avoid. It was a few days later that I made my first visit to Lilith Blake's vault. She had been interred in the old west section of Highgate Cemetery, and I was unable to gain access alone. There were only official tours of the place available, and I attended one, but afterwards I paid the guide to conduct me privately to Blake's vault. We had to negotiate our way through a tangle of overgrown pathways and crumbling gravestones. The vault was located in a near inaccessible portion of the hillside cemetery, and as we proceeded through the undergrowth, with thick brambles catching on our trousers, the guide told me that he had only once before visited this vault. This was in the company of another man whose description led me to conclude had been Muswell himself. The guide mentioned that this particular area was a source of some curiosity to the various guides, volunteers, and conservationists who worked here. Although wildlife flourished in other parts of the cemetery, here it was conspicuous by its absence. Even the birds seemed to avoid the place. I remember distinctly that the sun had just set, and that we reached the tomb in the twilight. The sycamores around us only added to the gloom. Then I caught sight of an arched roof covered with ivy just ahead, and the guide told me that we had reached our destination. As we approached it, and the structure came fully into view, I felt a mounting sense of anticipation. Some of the masonry had crumbled away, but it was still an impressive example of high Victorian Gothic architecture. The corners of its square exterior were adorned with towers, and each side boasted a miniature portico. On one of the sides, almost obliterated by neglect and decay, was a memorial stone bearing the epitaph, Lilith Blake, born 25 December 1874, died 1 November 1896. "It is getting late," the guide whispered to me. "We must get back." I saw his face in the gloom, and he had a restless expression. His words had broken in on the strange silence that enveloped the area. I nodded absently, but made my way around to the front of the vault, and the rusty trellis gates blocking the entrance to a stairway that led down to her coffin. Peering through the gates, I could see the flight of stairs covered by lichen, but darkness obscured its lower depths. The guide was at my elbow now, and tugging my jacket sleeve. Come on," he moaned. "I could get in real trouble for doing this." There was something down there. I had the unnerving sensation that I was, in turn, being scrutinized by some presence in that perpetual darkness. It was almost as if it were trying to communicate with me, and images began to form in my mind, flashes of distorted scenes, of corpses that did not rot, of dreams that things no longer human might dream. Then the guide got a grip on my arm and began forcibly dragging me away. I stumbled along with him as if in a trance, but the hallucinations seemed to fade the further away we got from the vault, and by the time we reached the main gate I had regained my mental faculties. Thereafter the guide refused any request that I made for him to again take me to the vault, and my attempts to persuade his colleagues were met with the same response. In the end, I was no longer even granted access to the cemetery on official tours. I later learned that my connection with Muswell had been discovered, and that he had caused much trouble to the cemetery authorities in the past with his demands for unsupervised access. On one occasion there were even threats of legal action for trespassing. As indicated, Muswell had informed me that I was to be his literary executor, and thus his collection of Blakeiana was left in my control. I also gained possession of his rooms. So I turned again to the study of Blake's work, hoping therein to further my understanding of the enigma that had taken control of my life. I had still to read The White Hands and Other Tales, and had been put off doing so by Muswell's insistence that this would enlighten me. I still held to the view that his mystical interpretation was fallacious, and the thought that this book might be what he actually claimed it to be was almost detestable to me. I wanted desperately to believe that Muswell had written the book himself, rather than as a conduit for Blake. And yet, even if I dismissed the fact of his peculiar hands, so like Blake's own, even if I put that down to some self-inflicted mutilation due to his long disordered mental state, not to mention the book's comparatively recent age, still there remained the experience at the vault to undermine my certainty. And so it was to The White Hands and Other Tales I turned, hoping there to determine matters once and for all. I had only managed to read the title story. Frankly, the book was too hideous for anyone but a lunatic to read in its entirety. The tale was like an incantation. The further one progressed, the more incomprehensible and sinister the words became. They were sometimes reversed and increasingly obscene. The words in that book conjured visions of eternal desolation. The little that I had read had already damaged my own mind. I became obsessed with the idea of her lying in her coffin, dreaming and waiting for me to liberate her. During the nights of sleeplessness, her voice would call across the dark. When I was able to sleep, strange dreams came to me. I would be walking among pale shades in an overgrown and crumbling necropolis. The moonlight seemed abnormally bright and even filtered down to the catacombs, where I would follow the shrouded form of Lilith Blake. The world of the dead seemed to be replacing my own. For weeks I drew down the blinds in Muswell's library, shutting out the daylight, lost in my speculations. As time passed, I began to wonder just why Muswell had been so insistent that he must be interred with Blake at all costs. My experiences at her vault and the strange hallucinations that I had suffered, might they not have been authentic after all? Could it be that Muswell had actually divined some other mode of existence beyond death, which I too had gleaned only dimly? I did not reach this conclusion lightly. I had explored many avenues of philosophical inquiry before coming back again and again to the conclusion that I might have to rely on Muswell's own interpretation. The critical book on Blake that I proposed to write floundered, lost in its own limitations. For, incredible as it seemed, the only explanation that lay before me was that the corpse itself did harbor some form of unnatural sentience, and that close contact with it brought final understanding of the mystery. I sought to solve a riddle beyond life and death, yet feared the answer. The image that held the solution to the enigma that tormented me was the corpse of Lilith Blake. I had to see it in the flesh. I decided that I would arrange for the body to be exhumed and brought to me here in Muswell's, my rooms. It took me weeks to make the necessary contacts and raise the money required. How difficult it can be to get something done, even something so seemingly simple. How tedious the search for the sordid haunts of the necessary types, the hints dropped in endless conversations with untrustworthy strangers in dirty public houses. How venal, how mercenary is the world at large. During the nights of sleeplessness, Lilith Blake's voice would sometimes seem to call to me across the darkness. When I was able to sleep, I encountered beautiful dreams, where I would be walking among pale shades in an overgrown and crumbling necropolis. The moonlight seemed abnormally bright and even filtered down to the catacombs, where I would find Lilith's shrouded form. At last, terms were agreed. 2 laborers were hired to undertake the job, and on the appointed night I waited in my rooms. Outside the rain was falling heavily, and in my mind's eye, as I sat anxiously in the armchair smoking cigarette after cigarette, I saw the deed done. The 2 simpletons, clad in their raincoats and with crowbars and pickaxes, climbing over the high wall which ran along Swain's Lane, stumbling through the storm and the overgrown grounds, past stone angels and ruined monuments, down worn steps to the circular avenue, deep in the earth, but open to the mottled gray and black sky. Wet leaves would have choked the passageways. I could see the rain sweeping over the hillside cemetery as they levered open the door to her vault, their coats floundering in the wind. The memory of Lilith Blake's face rose before me through the hours that passed. I seemed to see it in every object that caught my gaze. I had left the blind up and watched the rain beating at the window above me, the water streaming down the small Georgian panes. I began to feel like an outcast of the universe. As I waited, I thought I saw a pair of eyes staring back at me in the clock on the mantelpiece. I thought, too, that I saw 2 huge and thin white spiders crawling across the books on the shelves. At last there were 3 loud knocks on the door, and I came to in my chair, my heart pounding in my chest. I opened the door to the still pouring rain, and there at last, shadowy in the night, were my 2 grave robbers. They were smiling unpleasantly, their hair plastered down over their worm-white faces. I pulled a wad of banknotes from my pocket and stuffed them into the nearest one's grasp. They lugged the coffin inside and set it down in the middle of the room. And then they left me alone with the thing. For a while the sodden coffin dripped silently onto the rug, the dark pools forming at its foot, spreading slowly outwards, sinking gradually into the worn and faded pile. Although its wooden boards were decrepit and disfigured with dank patches of greenish mold, the lid remained securely battened down by a phalanx of rusty nails. I had prepared for this moment carefully. I had all the tools I needed ready in the adjoining room. But something, a sudden sense of foreboding, made me hesitate foolishly. At last, with a massive effort of will, I fetched the claw-hammer and chisel and knelt beside the coffin. Once I had prized the lid upwards and then down again, leaving the rusted nail-tops proud, I drew them out one by one. It seemed to take forever, levering each one up and out and dropping it onto the slowly growing pile at my feet. My lips were dry, and I could barely grip the tools in my slippery hands. The shadows of the rain still trickling down the window were thrown over the room and across the coffin by the orange glow of the street lamp outside. Very slowly I lifted the lid. Resting in the coffin was a figure clothed in a muslin shroud that was discolored with age. Those long hands and attenuated fingers were folded across its bosom. Lilith Blake's raven-black hair seemed to have grown whilst she had slept in the vault, and it reached down to her waist. Her head was lost in shadow, so I bent closer to examine it. There was no trace of decay in the features, which were those in the photograph, and yet it now had a horrible aspect, quite unlike that decomposition I might have anticipated. The skin was puffy and white, resembling paint applied on a tailor's dummy. Those fleshy lips that so attracted me in the photograph were now repulsive. They were lusterless and drew back from her yellowed, sharp little teeth. The eyes were closed, and even the lashes seemed longer, as if they too had grown, and they reminded me of the limbs of a spider. As I gazed at the face and fought back my repulsion, I had again the sensation that I had experienced at the vault. Consciousness seemed to mingle with dreams. The two states were becoming one, and I saw visions of some hellish ecstasy. At first I again glimpsed corpses that did not rot, as if a million graves had been opened, illuminated by the phosphoric radiance of suspended decay. But these gave way to wilder nightmares that I could glimpse only dimly, as if through a billowing vapor, nightmares that to see clearly would result in my mind being destroyed, and I could not help being reminded of the notion that what we term sanity is only a measure of success in concealing underlying madness. Then I came back to myself and saw Lilith Blake appearing to awaken. As she slowly opened her eyes, the spell was broken, and I looked into them with mounting horror. They were blank and repugnant, no longer belonging in a human face, the eyes of a thing that had seen sights no living creature could see. Then one of her hands reached up, and her long fingers clutched feebly against my throat, as if trying to scratch, or perhaps caress me. With the touch of those clammy hands I managed to summon up enough self-control to close the lid, and begin replacing the coffin nails, fighting against the impulses that were driving me to gaze again upon the awakened apparition. Then, during a lull in the rain, I burned the coffin and its deathly contents in the backyard. As I watched the fire build, I thought that I heard a shrieking, like a curse being invoked in the sinister and incomprehensible language of Blake's tale, but the noise was soon lost in the roar of the flames. It was only after many days that I discovered that the touch of Lilith Blake's long white fingers had produced marks that, once visible, remained permanently impressed upon my throat. I traveled abroad for some months afterwards, seeking southern climes bathed in warm sunshine and blessed with short nights, but my thoughts gradually returned to the white hands and other tales. I wondered if it might be possible to achieve control over it, to read it in its entirety and use it to attain my goal. Finally, its lure proved decisive. I convinced myself that I had already borne the darkest horrors, that this would have proved a meet preparation for its mysteries, however obscenely they were clothed. And so, returning once more to Highgate, I began the task of transcribing and interpreting the occult language of the book, delving far into its deep mysteries. Surely I could mold the dreams to my own will and overcome the nightmare. Once achieved, I would dwell forever in paradise. Text of a letter written by John Harrington whilst under confinement in Maudsley Psychiatric Hospital. My dearest wife, Lilith, I do not know why you have not written or come to see me. The gentlemen looking after me here are very kind, but will not allow any mirrors. I know there is something awful about my face. Everyone is scared to look at it. They have taken your book away. They say it is gibberish, but I know all the secrets now. Sometimes I laugh and laugh, but I like the white hands that crawl around my bed at night like two spiders. They laugh with me. Please write or come. With all my heart, John. Flat Diane, Daniel Abraham. Daniel Abraham, 1969, is an American author who lives in Albuquerque, New Mexico. His first short story, Mixing Rebecca, was published by VanderMeer in The Silver Web in 1996. Since then, his short stories have appeared in numerous publications and anthologies. The disturbing novelette Flat Diane, 2004, reprinted here, was nominated for the Nebula Award and won the International Horror Guild Award in 2005. Abraham has also been nominated for the Hugo Award and the World Fantasy Award. He is primarily known for his fantasy series, such as The Long Price Quartet, which features a world where poets use magic in a struggle for power. However, his early short fiction made powerful use of surrealism and horror. His hands didn't tremble as he traced his daughter. She lay on the kitchen floor, pressing her back against the long, wide white paper he'd brought. Her small movements translated into soft scratching sounds where the cut end tried to curl down into the floor. His pen moved along the horizons of her body, here where her wrist widened, and then each finger down her side, rounding the ball of her feet like the passage around the Cape of Good Hope, up to where her wide shorts made it clear this wasn't a work of pornography, then back down the other leg and around. When he came to her spilling hair, he traced its silhouette rather than remain strictly against her skin. He wanted it to look like her, and Diane had thick, curly, gorgeous hair just like her mother had. "Just almost done, sweetie," he said, when she started to shift and fidget. She quieted until the pen tip touched the point where it had started. The circle closed. As he sat back, she jumped up to see. The shape was imperfect. The legs ended in awkward thalidomide bulbs. The hair obscured the long oval face. The lines of the tile were clear where the pen had jumped. Still. "Okay," Ian said. "Now let's just put this on here, and then—" "I want to write it," Diane said. Diane was 8, and penmanship was new to her and a thing of pride. Ian reached up to the table, took down a wooden ruler with a sharp metal edge, and drew lines for his daughter to follow. He handed her the pen, and she hunched over. "Okay, sweetie, write this. Ready?" She nodded, her hair spilling into her face. She pushed it away impatiently, a gesture of her mother's, Candace, who pushed a lot of things away impatiently. "Hi," Ian said, slowly, giving his daughter time to follow. "I'm Flat Diane. My real girl, Diane Burson, sent me out to travel for her. I can't write because I'm only paper. Would you please send her a picture of us, so she can see where I am and what adventures—" Ian stopped here to spell the word out. "I'm having?" Ian had to draw more lines on the other side of Flat Diane for the mailing address, but Diane waited and then filled that out too, only forgetting the zip code. Together they rolled Flat Diane thin and put her in a mailing tube, capped the end with a white plastic lid, and sealed it with tape. "Can we send Flat Diane to see Mommy?" He could feel his reaction at the corners of his mouth. Diane's face fell even before he spoke, her lower lip out, her brown eyes hard. Ian stroked her hair. "We will, sweetheart. Just as soon as she's ready to let us know where we can mail things to her, we will." Diane jerked away, stomped off to the living room, and turned on the TV, sulking. Ian addressed the package to his mother in Scotland, since it seemed unlikely that either of them would be able to afford a transatlantic vacation any time soon. When the evening news came on with its roster of rapes and killings, he turned off the set, escorted his protesting daughter through her evening rituals, tucked her into bed, and then went to his room and lay sleepless until after midnight. The photograph shows his mother smiling. Her face is broader than he remembered it, the hair a uniform gray but not yet white. She holds Flat Diane up, and behind them the half-remembered streets of Glasgow. There is writing on the back in blue pen and a familiar hand. "Flat Diane arrived yesterday. I'm taking her to my favorite tea-house this afternoon. It was designed by Charles Rennie Mackintosh, one of the best architects ever to come out of Glasgow, and the scones are lovely. Tomorrow we are going to work together. My love to Ian and the real Diane, Mother Burson." Diane was elated, and Ian was both pleased that the plan was working and saddened to realize how rare his daughter's elation had become. She had insisted that the picture go with her to school, and while she promised that she would care for it, Ian was anxious for it. It was precious, irreplaceable, and therefore fragile. After work he went to collect her from her friend Kit's house, anxiety for the picture still in the back of his mind. Today, Kit's father, Tohiro, reported as they drank their ritual cup of coffee, everything was Scotland, how the people talk in Scotland, how the tea is made in Scotland, whether you have to share tables at restaurants in Scotland. Diane has become the expert in everything. It's my mother. She sent a picture. I saw. She told us about the... What? The drawing? Flat Diane? It's a good idea. It gives her something to look forward to, and I wanted her to know how many people there are looking out for her. I haven't much family in the States, and with her mother gone... A cascade of thumps announced the girls as they came down the stairs. Diane stalked into the kitchen, her brows furrowed, hair curled around her head like a storm cloud. She went to her father, arms extended in demand, and he lifted her, familiar weight, to his lap. "I want to go home now," she said. "Kit's a butthead." Ian grimaced an apology. Tohiro smiled, amused, weary, and sipped his coffee. "Okay, sweetie. Go get your coat, okay?" "I don't want my coat." "Diane." His tone was warning enough. She got down, and looking over her shoulder once in anger at the betrayal of insisting on her coat, vanished again. Ian sighed. "She's just tired," Tohiro said. "Kit's the same way." They drove home through a rising fog. Though it made Ian nervous, driving when he couldn't quite make out what was coming, Diane only chattered on, stringing together the events of her day with and after and after and. No matter if no two facts led one to another, they were what she had to say, and he listened half from weariness and half from love. An accident of timers turned the lights on just as they pulled into the driveway, as if someone were there to greet them. There was nothing in the mailbox from Flat Diane, or from Candace. "Daddy?" Ian snapped to, as if coming awake. Diane held the screen door open, frowning at him impatiently. He couldn't say how long she'd been there, how long he'd fallen into dim reverie. "Sorry, sweetie," he said, pulling keys from his pocket. "Just got lost in the fog a minute." Diane turned, looking out at the risen gray. His daughter narrowed her eyes, looking out into nothing. "I like the fog," she said, delivering the pronouncement with the weight of law. "It smells like Scotland." And for a moment it did. The photograph isn't really a photograph, but a color printout from an old printer, the ink shinier than the paper it stains. On it, Flat Diane is unfurled between a smiling couple. The man is thick, wide-lipped, graying at the temple. He wears a yellow polo shirt and makes a thumbs up with the hand that isn't supporting Flat Diane. The woman is smaller, thinner. Her smile is pinched. She only looks like her brother Ian around the eyes and in the tilt of her nose. Behind them is a simple living room, the light buttery yellow and somehow dirty. The bottom of the page carries a message typed as part of the same document. "Dear Ian and Diane, Flat Diane is here with us in Dallas. She's just in time for Valentine's Day. She's coming out to our special dinner with us tonight at Carmine's Bistro. Italian food. Yum. Hope everything's good with you. See you soon. Much love. Aunt Harriet and Uncle Bobby." In 2 weeks, Diane would be 9. It was a foreign thought. So little time seemed to have passed since her last birthday, until he realized that Candace hadn't quite left then. This now was his first birthday as both of her parents. He had demanded the day off, and his manager had acquiesced. He had arranged with the school to take her out for the day. A movie, a day with him, and a party that night with all her friends. Kit's parents, Anna and Tohiro, were helping to drive them all. He knew he was overcompensating. He hoped it would be enough, and not only for her. There was a loneliness in him that also had to be appeased. Over the course of months, the traces of his wife, still only separated, had begun to erode. The last of her special toothpaste used up, the pillows no longer smelling of her hair, the foods that only she ate spoiled and thrown away. In their place were the toys Diane didn't put away, the homework left half done on the table, the sugared breakfast, cereals too sweet for Ian to enjoy except as candy. But Diane's things were all part of his, hers to enjoy and his to shepherd. Nothing had to be put away unless he said it did. Nothing had to be finished unless he insisted. Nothing was too sweet, too empty, too bad for you to be dinner, except that Ian, big, bad, unreasonable, mean Daddy, said no. Daddy who, after all, couldn't even keep a wife. It was Friday, and Kit was sleeping over. The girls were in the back, in Diane's room, playing video games. Ian sat on the couch with a beer sweating itself slick in his hand, while a news magazine show told of a child drowned in the bathtub by his mother. The place smelled of order-out pizza and the toy perfume from the beauty salon toys that Kit brought over. Costume jewelry spread out on the carpet, glittering and abandoned. Ian's thoughts were pleasantly vague. The dim interest in the tragedy playing out on the television, the nagging knowledge that he would have to pretend to make the girls go to sleep soon. They would stay up anyway. The usual pleasure of a week's work ended. Kit's shriek bolted him half across the house before his mind quite understood what the sound had been. In the bedroom, the tableau. Kit sat inelegantly on the floor, her hand to her cheek, her nose bloody. The controllers for the game box splayed out, black plastic tentacles abandoned on the carpet, the electric music still looping, and Diane, her hand still in a fist, but her eyes wide and horrified. "What in Christ's name is going on in here?" Ian demanded. She hit me," Kit began, her voice rising as the tears began. "I didn't do anything, and she just hit me." "Diane?" His daughter blinked, and her gaze flickered at her friend, as if looking for support, and then her own eyes filled. "It was my turn," Diane said defensively. "So you hit her?" "I was mad." "I'm going home," Kit howled, and bolted for the bathroom. Ian paused for a half-second, then scowled and went after the girl, leaving Diane behind. Kit was in the bathroom, trying to staunch the blood with her hand. Ian helped her, sitting her on the toilet with her head tipped back, a wad of tissue pressed to her lip. The bleeding wasn't bad. It stopped quickly. There was no blood on the girl's clothes. When he was sure it wouldn't start again, he wetted a washcloth and wiped Kit's face gently, the blood pinking the terry cloth. Diane haunted the doorway, her dark eyes profound with confusion and regret. "I want to go home," Kit said when he had finished. Her small mouth was pressed thin. Ian felt his heart bind. If Diane lost Kit, he'd lose Tohiro and Anna. It was a fleeting thought, and he was ashamed of it the moment it struck him. "Of course," he said. "I'll take you there. But first I think Diane owes you an apology." Diane was weeping openly, the tears gathering on her chin. Kit turned to her, and Ian crossed his arms. "I didn't mean to," Diane said. "It's just that when people get mad, they hit each other sometimes." "Diane, what are you thinking? Where did you get an idea like that?" "Uncle Bobby does when he's mad. He hits Aunt Harriet all the time." Ian felt his lips press thin. "Really? And have you seen him hit her? Diane, have you seen Bobby hit anyone, ever?" Diane frowned, thinking, trying to remember something. The failure emptied her. "No." "Did anyone tell you a story about Bobby hitting Harriet?" Again the pause, and confusion deep as stone. "No." "And?" Diane stared at him, her mouth half open, her eyes lost. "I think the words we're looking for are, 'I'm sorry,'" Ian said. It was the way his father would have said it. "I'm sorry, Kitty. I'm sorry. I thought—" And Diane shook her head, held out her hands, palms up in a shrug that broke his heart. "I'm sorry, Kitty. I won't do it again ever, I swear. Don't go home, okay?" Kit, sullen, scowled at the white and blue tile at her feet. "Please?" Diane said. He could hear in the softness of her voice how much the word had cost. He paused, hoping that Kit would relent, that she would simply take the blow and accept it, that she would believe that Diane would never do it again. "'Kay," Kit said. Ian's relief was palpable, and he saw it in Diane. His daughter ran over and grabbed her friend's hand, pulled her out, back to the room. Ian looked in on them. Diane was showering Kit with affection, flattering her shamelessly, letting her play as many times as she cared to. Diane was showing her belly. And it worked. Kit came back from the edge, and they were best friends again. He put them both to bed, making them promise unconvincingly not to stay up talking, then went through the house, checking that the doors and windows were all locked, turning off the lights. He ended in the living room, in the overstuffed chair he'd brought from his home when he and Candace first became lovers. The cushions knew the shape of his back. Sitting under a single lamp that was the only light in the house, he closed his eyes for a moment and drank in silence. The book he was reading, a police procedural set in New Orleans, lay closed on his knee. His body was too tired to rest yet, his mind spun too fast by Diane and his isolation and the endless stretch of working at his desk. When he finally did open his book, the story of grotesque murder and alluring voodoo queens was a relief. Diane walked in on bare feet just as he was preparing to dog-ear the page, check the girls, and crawl into bed. She crossed the room, walking past the pool of light and receding for a moment into the darkness before coming back to him. In her hand was the scrapbook he'd set aside for Flat Diane. Without speaking, she crawled onto his lap, opened the book with a creak of plastic and cheap glued spine, and took out the page they'd just gotten. His sister, her husband, the meaty hand and sausage-thick thumb, his sister's pinched smile, the filthy light. "I don't want this one in here," Diane said, handing it to him. Her voice was small, frightened. "I don't like Uncle Bobby." "Okay, sweetie," he said, taking it from her. She leaned against him now, her arms pressed into her chest, her knees drawn up. He put his arms around her and rocked gently until they were both near to sleep. It was the moment, looking back, that he would say he understood what Flat Diane had become. There are over a dozen photographs in the book now, but this latest edition commands its own page. In it Candace is sitting at a simple wooden table. Her hair is pulled back in a ponytail that, even where it is bound, is thick as her forearm. Her eyes slant down at the corners, but her skin is the same tone as Diane's, the oval face clearly the product of the same blood. There is a spider fern hanging above her. The impression is of melancholy and calm and tremendous intimacy. It is not clear who operated the camera. Flat Diane is in the chair beside her, folded as if she were sitting with her mother. A small cartoon heart has been added to the paper, though it is not clear by whom. The real Diane has outstripped her shadow, taller, thinner, more awkward about the knees and elbows. This silhouette is already the artifact of a girl who has moved on, but this is not obvious from the picture. In the scrapbook, the only sign of change is a bend on one corner of Flat Diane's wide paper, a design drawn in the white space over the outlined left shoulder, and the lock of white hair across Candace's forehead. The letter reads, "Diane, Flat Diane arrived yesterday. I have to tell you, she makes me miss you. You can see she's here with me in my apartment. I love you very much, Diane. I know that it can't seem like it right now, but please believe me when I say it's true. There is no one in the world more important to me than you are, and I hope that when your father and I have worked out the paths our souls need to take, we can be together again. Whatever happens, I will always be your mother." It is signed Candace Calvino, her maiden name. The other letter is not in the scrapbook. It reads, "Ian. Christ, Ian, I really don't know what to say. I thought that I could just sit down and write this to you rationally, but I am just so goddamn pissed off. I'm not sure that's possible. This stunt is exactly the kind of emotional extortion that made it impossible for me to stay near you. What were you thinking? That you could hold her up, maybe wave her around like a flag and make me come trotting back? We could just stay together for the children's sake? Our daughter should be more than just the easiest tool for you to get in a dig at me. How could you do this to her? If you wanted to make me feel guilty or shamed or selfish, well, nice job, Ian, you did. Never use her like this again. If it isn't beneath you, it goddamn well should be. C." The hallway outside the school's administrative offices had white stucco walls, linoleum flooring worn by millions of footsteps from thousands of students, harsh fluorescent lighting. An old clock, white face yellow with age, reported 20 minutes before the noon bell would ring, the press of small bodies filling the halls like spring tadpoles. When Ian walked in, straightening his tie, swallowing his dread, His footsteps echoed. The secretary smiled professionally when he gave her his name and led him to a smaller room in the back. The placard on the door, white letters on false wood grain, said that the principal's name was Claude Bruchelli. The secretary knocked once, opened the door, and stepped aside to let Ian pass through a cloud of her cloying perfume and into the office. The principal rose, stretching out a hand, establishing for Diane that the grown-ups were together, that they had special rules of respect and courtesy. It was the sort of thing Ian remembered with resentment from when he'd been her age, but he shook the man's hand all the same. "Thanks for coming, Mr. Burson. I know it's hard to just leave work like this, but we have a problem." Diane, sitting on a hard-backed chair, stared at her feet. The way she drummed her heels lightly against the chair legs told him that this was not resentment, but remorse. Ian cleared his throat. "All right," he said. "What's she done?" "Mr. Burson, we have some very strict guidelines from the city about fighting." "Another fight?" The principal nodded gravely. It had been at morning recess. Her friend Kit had been adamant that the other girl had started it, but the teacher, who had seen it all, reported otherwise. No, there had been no injuries beyond a few scratches. This was, however, the third time, which meant a mandatory 3-day suspension. Diane, stone-faced, seemed to be staring at a banner on the wall that blared, "We aim for excellence. We expect the best of you." "All right," Ian said. "I can get her homework for her, and she can do it at home." The principal nodded, but didn't speak. He looked at Ian from under furrowed brows. "Mr. Burson, I have to follow the guidelines, and they're good as far as they go, but Diane's anger problems aren't going to go away. I wish you'd reconsider letting Mrs. Birch—" "No, I'm sorry, no. I've had a certain amount of counseling myself, one time and another. It doesn't do any good to force a child into it." "Perhaps Diane would choose to," the principal said, as if she wasn't there, as if her dark, hard eyes weren't fixed on his wall. Ian shrugged. "Well, what of it, Diane? Care to see Mrs. Birch?" He'd meant to say it gently, but the tone, when it left his mouth, sounded more of sarcasm. Diane shook her head. Ian met the principal's gaze. All the way back home, Diane pressed herself against the car door, keeping as far from Ian as she could. He didn't try to speak, not until he knew which words were in him. Instead, he ran through all the people he could think of who might be able or willing to look after Diane for the duration of her exile. When that night he finally spoke, he did it poorly. They were eating dinner, chicken soup and peanut butter sandwiches. He hadn't spoken, she had sulked. Between them, the house had been a bent twig, tension ready to snap. "I can't afford to take 3 days off work," he said. "They'll fire me." Diane shrugged, a movement she inherited from him, her father, who shrugged a lot of feelings away. "Di, can you at least tell me what this is all about? Fighting at school. It isn't like you, is it?" "Lisa started it. She called me a nerd." "And so you hit her?" Diane nodded and took a bite of her sandwich. Ian felt the blood rushing into his face. "Jesus Christ, Di, you can't do this. What? I don't know what you're thinking. I am holding on to this house by a thread. I am working every day for you, and you are being a little brat. I don't deserve this from you, you know that?" The bowl sailed across the room, soup arcing out behind it. It shattered where it landed. Diane's bowl. Ian went silent. She stood on her chair, making small grunting noises as she tore the sandwich and squeezed the bread and butter into paste. "You never listen to me. You always take everyone else's side." "Diane." "When?" she screamed. "Exactly when in all this do I start to matter?" It was her mother's voice, her mother's tone and vocabulary. Ian's chest ached suddenly, and the thought came unbidden, "What has Candace said in front of that drawing?" Diane turned and bolted from the room. When the shards of their dinner were disposed of, the salt of soup and sweet of sandwich buried alike in the disposal, Ian went to her. In the dark of her room, Diane was curled on her bed. He sat beside her and stroked her hair. "I didn't do anything wrong," she said, her voice thick with tears. She didn't mean fighting or throwing soup bowls. She meant that she had done nothing to deserve her mother's absence. "I know, sweetie. I know you didn't. I want to see Mrs. Birch." He felt his hand falter, forced it to keep touching her. keep reassuring her that he was there, that they were a family, that all would be well. "If you want, sweetie," he said. "We can do that if you want." He felt her nod. That night, trying to sleep, he thought of every mean-spirited thing he'd ever said to Diane, of every slight and disappointment and failure that he'd added to her burden. Candace's letter, the private one she'd sent to him, rang in his mind. Diane would be confessing all his sins to someone he'd never met, who would be taking confidences from his daughter that he might never know. For all the weeks and months that he'd silently prayed for someone to help, someone to shoulder part of the burden of Diane's soul, the granting tasted bitter. His fears were unfounded. The time came and Mrs. Birch, a thick woman with a pocked face and gentle voice, became a character in Diane's tales of her days. He waited with a sense of dread, but no recriminations came back to him from the school, no letters condemning him as a man and a father. In fact, over the weeks, Diane seemed to become more herself. The routine of fight and reconciliation with Kit, the occasional missive from Flat Diane's latest hosts, the complaints about schoolwork and clothes and how little money he had to spend on her, all came almost back to normal. Once he saw what might have been anger when Diane saw a photograph of her mother. After that, he noticed that she had stopped asking when Mommy was coming home. He couldn't have said, if asked, whether the sorrow, the sense of triumph, or the guilt over that sense was the strongest of his reactions. Everything was fine, until the night in February when she woke up screaming and didn't stop. The picture is cheap. The color balance is off, giving the man's face an unnatural yellow tint. He is in his later 20s, perhaps his early 30s, the presentiment of jowls already plucking the flesh of his jaws. His hair is short and pale, his eyes are blue. In the picture, Flat Diane has been taped around a wide pillar, her arms and legs bending back out of sight. A long black cloth wraps across where the eyes might be, had Ian drawn them in. A blindfold. The man who Ian doesn't know, has never met, is caressing a drawn-in breast. His tongue protrudes from his viciously grinning mouth, its tip flickering distance from the silhouette's thigh. He looks not like Satan, but like someone who wishes that he were, someone trying very hard to be. The writing on the back of the photograph is block letters, written in blue felt tip. It reads, "Flat Diane has gone astray." A new photograph comes every week. Some might be amusing to another person. Most make him want to retch. The best trick hell has to play against its inmates is to whisper to them that this now, is the bottom. Nothing can be worse than this, and then to pull the floor away. "I'm sorry," Ian said, refusing to understand. "I didn't catch that." Mrs. Birch leaned back, her wide-pitted face tired and impassive. She laced her hands on her desk. The hiss of the heating system was the only sound while she brought herself to break the news again. This time she took a less direct approach. "Diane has always had an anger problem. There's no good time to lose your mother, but this stage of development is particularly bad, and I think that accounts for a lot of her long-term behaviors, the fighting, the acting out in class, but these new issues." "Child Protective Services?" Ian said, able at last to repeat the counselor's statement and plumb the next depth of hell. "You called Child Protective Services?" "The kind of sudden change we've seen in her, the nightmares, the anxiety attacks. She's in 5th grade, Mr. Burson. No kid in 5th grade should be having anxiety attacks. When she went to the doctor, you and he and 2 nurses together couldn't get her to undress, and you say she never had a problem with it before. That kind of sudden change means trauma. Nothing does that but trauma." Ian closed his eyes, the heel of his palm pressed to brow, rubbing deeply. His body shook, but it seemed unconnected to his terrible clarity of mind, like the tremors were something being done to him. "The bus bar seems to be helping," he said. An idiot change of subject, and not at all to the point, but Mrs. Birch shifted in her chair and went there with him. "There are a lot of anti-anxiety drugs," she agreed. "Some of them may help, but only with the symptoms, not the problem. And the trauma, whatever it is, it may be something ongoing." Christ!
She's graduating in a few weeks here. Next year's middle school, and I won't be able to see her any more. With CPS, you'll have a caseworker, someone who isn't going to change every time she switches schools. And who knows, maybe the investigation will help. I'm sorry about all of this. I really am. But it's the right thing. Now it was Ian's turn to go silent, to gather himself. Speaking the words was like standing at the edge of a cliff. You think I'm fucking my kid? No, Mrs. Birch said in the voice of a woman for whom this territory was not new. But I think somebody is. Diane waited for him in the outer office, looking smaller than she was, folded in on herself. He forced himself to look at her as she was, and not as he wanted her to be. She forced a smile and raised a hand, sarcastic and sad. Ian knelt at her feet and took her hand, but Diane would not meet his gaze. Mrs. Birch was a presence he felt behind him, but didn't see. "Sweetie," he said. Diane didn't look up. He reached out to stroke her hair, but hesitated, pulled back. It was that fear that touching his child would be interpreted as sex that brought home how much they had lost. "It's going to be okay, sweetie," he said, and Diane nodded, though she didn't believe it. When he stood, she scooped up her book bag and went out with him. In the hallway, with Mrs. Birch still haunting the door to the office, Diane reached up and put her hand in his. It was a thin victory, hardly any comfort at all. The clouds were close, smelling of rain. He drove home slowly, the sense of disconnection, of unreality, growing as the familiar streets passed by. Diane sat alert but silent until they were almost home. "Are they going to make me live with Mom?" A pang of fear so sharp it was hard to differentiate from nausea struck him, but he kept his voice calm. He couldn't let her think they might lose each other. "Make you? No, sweet. There's going to be someone from the state who's going to want to talk to you, but that's all." "Okay." "They're going to ask you questions," he continued, the words leaking from him like air from a pricked balloon. "You just need to tell them the truth. Even if you get embarrassed or someone told you that you shouldn't tell them something, you should tell them the truth." "Okay." He pulled into the driveway, their house. Christ, the mortgage payment was a week late already. He had to remember to mail the check tomorrow. Looming in the twilight, the lawn was the spare, pale green of spring. "You should tell me the truth, too," he said, amazed by how sane he sounded, how reasonable. "Sweetie, is there anyone who's doing things to you, things you don't like? Like, am I getting molested?" Amazing, too, how old she had become. He killed the engine. There had to be some way to ask gently, some approach to this where he could still treat her like a child, still protect her innocence. He didn't know it, couldn't find it. The rich scent of spring was an insult. "Are you?" he asked. Diane's eyes focused on the middle distance, her face a mask of concentration. Slowly she shook her head, but her hands plucked at the seat, popping the cloth upholstery in wordless distress. "If something were happening, Di, you could tell me. There wouldn't be anything to be afraid of." "It's not so bad during the day," she said. "It's at night. It's like I know things. There's things I know and things I can almost remember. But they didn't happen." "You're sure they didn't?" A hesitation, but a nod, firm and certain. "The doctor's going to want to examine you," he said. "I don't want him to." "Would it be better with a different doctor?" "No." "What if it was a woman? Would that make it easier?" Diane frowned out the window of the car. "Maybe," she said softly. Then, "I don't want to be crazy." "You're not, sweet. You're not crazy. No more than I am." They ate dinner together, talking about other things, laughing even. A thin varnish of normalcy that Ian felt his daughter clinging to as desperately as he was. Afterwards Kit called, and Diane retreated to gossip and privacy while Ian cleaned the dishes. He read her to sleep, watching her chest from the corner of his eye until her breath was steady and deep and calm. He left a nightlight glowing, a habit she'd returned to recently. He sat in the kitchen and slowly, his hands shaking, laid out the pictures of flat Diane, the ones recently arrived,
the ones he hadn't shown her. He shuffled them, rearranged them, spread them out like tarot. It had been stupid, sending out their real address. Ian saw that now, and twisted the thought to better feel the pain of it. What if this mad fucker had tracked down Diane because Ian had as good as sent out directions to her? But no, he didn't believe that, or that Tohiro or one of her teachers or some evil pizza delivery man had targeted her. The photographs were too much a coincidence, the timing too precise. He recalled vividly his art history teacher back at university, back at home in Scotland. The old man had told each of them to bring in a picture of a person they loved, mother, father, brother, lover, pet. And then he'd told them to gouge out the eyes. The shocked silence was the first moment of his lecture on the power of image, the power of art. These were dumb bits of paper, but each of them that touched pen-tip to a beloved eye did not believe, but knew, that the pictures were connected with the people they represented. Ian had sent his daughter's soul voyaging. He hadn't even considered the risks. It was worse than sending only their address. He might as well have delivered her, crushed and helpless. And now Flat Diane had gone astray. With a boning knife he cut out the blond man's blue eyes, but he felt the effort's emptiness. Nothing so poetic for him. Instead, he took the envelopes to his study, turned on his computer, and scanned in the bastard's face. When it was saved, he dropped it into email and then got on the phone. "Hello?" Candace said from 1,000 miles away. Her voice was uncertain, wondering, he supposed, who would be calling her so late at night. "It's Ian. Check your email." The pause would have been strained if he'd cared more, if this had still been about the two of them and what they'd had and lost and why. Only it wasn't, and the hesitation at the far end of the line only made him impatient. "Ian, what's this about?" "Flat Diane, actually. I've had a letter for her. Several. I need to know who the man is in the pictures." Another pause, but this one different. Ian could hear it in the way she breathed. Intimacy can lead to this, he supposed. Teach you how to read a woman by her breath on the far end of a phone line. "You already know," he said, "don't you?" "My computer's in another room. I can call you back." "I'll wait," he said. She was back within 5 minutes, the hard plastic fumbling as she picked the handset back up, giving way to her voice. "I'm sorry, Ian," she said. "This is my fault. His name is Stan Leckie. He was a neighbor of mine when I came out here. A friend." "A lover?" "No, Ian, just a friend. But he started saying things that made me... We had a falling out. I got a restraining order. He moved away 8 or 9 months ago." "He was the one who took the picture of you, wasn't he? The picture of you and Flat Diane?" "Yes." Ian considered the envelope that it contained, the latest atrocity. The postmark was from Seattle. Stan Leckie in Seattle. And a photo of him, no less. Certainly it couldn't be so hard with all that to find an address. "She hasn't seen that, has she?" Candace asked. He didn't know how best to answer. Ian slept in on Saturday, pretending that the dead black sleep and the hung-over exhaustion of his body was related somehow to luxury. It had been years since he'd been able to sleep past 6 a.m. He had Diane to feed and dress and shuffle off to school. He had his commute. His body learned its rhythms, and then it held to them. But Saturday, Ian rose at 10. Diane was already on the couch, a bowl of cereal in her lap, her eyes clouded. Her skin seemed paler, framed by the darkness of her hair, bags under her eyes like bruises. Ian recalled Victorian death pictures, photographs of the dead kept as mementos, or perhaps to hold a bit of the soul that had fled. He made himself toast and tea and sat beside his daughter. On the TV, girls 3 or 4 years older than Diane were talking animatedly about their boyfriends. They wore tight jeans and midriff tops, and no one thought it odd. No one wondered whether this was the path of wisdom. He found himself wondering what Diane made of it, but didn't ask. There were more pressing issues. "How'd you sleep?" he asked. "Okay." "More nightmares?" She shrugged, her gaze fixed on the screen. Ian nodded, accepting the tacit yes. He finished his toast, washed down the last of his tea, smacked his lips. "I have to go out for a little while. Errands. Want me to come too? No, you stay here. I won't be long. Diane looked away and down. It made his heart ache to see it. Part of that was knowing that he'd once again failed to protect her from some little pain, and part a presentiment of the longer absence she would have to endure. He leaned over and kissed the crown of her head where the bones hadn't been closed the first time he'd held her. "I'll be right back, kiddo," he murmured, and she smiled wanly, accepting his half-apology. And yet by the time he had his keys, she was lost again in the television, gone into her own world as if he had never been there. Tohiro was sitting in his driveway, a lawnmower partially disassembled before him. He nodded as Ian came up the path, but neither rose nor turned back to his work. Ian squatted beside him. "I don't know why I think I can do this," Tohiro said. "Every time I start, it's like I don't remember how poorly it went the time before, and by the time it comes back to me, it's too late. The thing's already in pieces." "Hard. I do the same thing myself." Tohiro nodded. "I need a favor," Ian said. "I have to go away for a bit. Diane's mother and there are some things we need to discuss. I might be away for a week, perhaps less. I was wondering if—" It choked him. Asking for help had never been a strong suit, nor lying. The two together were almost more than he could manage. Tohiro frowned and leaned forward, picking up a small grease-covered bit of machinery and dropping it thoughtfully into a can of gasoline. "Are you sure that's wise?" Tohiro asked. The timing might look... He knew then. Diane had told Kit and Kit her parents. Nothing could be more natural. "I don't have the option," Ian said. "This is about what's happening to Diane?" "Yes." Ian's knees were starting to ache a bit, but he didn't move, nor did Tohiro. The moment stretched. Then, "It might be better if Kit invited her," Tohiro said. "If it were a treat, a week-long slumber party, it could mask the sting." "Do you think she would?" "For Diane? Kit would learn to fly if Diane asked her." "Girls." "I'd appreciate it, more than I can say." "You are putting a certain faith in me." Tohiro met his gaze, expression almost challenging. "It isn't you," Ian said softly. "I'm fairly sure I know who it is." "I see." Ian shrugged, aware as he did so that it was a mirror of his daughter's, and that Tohiro would understand its eloquence as Ian had understood Diane's. "I'll let you know when it's going to happen," Ian said. "I can't go before the CPS home visit, but it won't be long after that, and if you ever need the same of me, only say so." The man shifted under Ian's words, uneased. Dark eyes looked up at him and then away. Tohiro stuck fingers into the gasoline, pulling out the shining metal that the fuel had cleaned. "That brings up something, Ian. Anne and I would rather not have Kit stay over with Diane. I know it isn't you, that you wouldn't, but the stakes are high and I can't afford being wrong." Ian rocked back. A too-wide rictus grin forced its way onto his face. He could feel the skin pulling. "I'm sorry, Ian, it's the right thing," he forced out, ignoring the anger and shock, pushing it down. "If I thought for a minute that it was you, or even if I only weren't certain, then—" Ian opened his hands, fingers spread, the gesture a suggestion of open possibility, a euphemism for violence. It was something they both understood. Men protected their children, men like the two of them at least. Ian pulled himself up, his knees creaking. Kit, in the window, caught sight of him and waved. She was lighter than Diane, but not as pretty, Ian thought. "I'll call later," Ian said. "Do. I'll talk with Kit. We'll arrange things. But, Ian, Diane needs you." "I know she does. I don't want to leave her, especially now. I didn't mean don't go," Tohiro said. "I meant don't get caught." The home visit was less than he expected. 2 women in casual business wear appeared at the appointed hour. One took Diane away, the other asked him profoundly personal questions. Why had his wife left him? Had he been in therapy? Did he have a police record? Could he describe his relationship with his daughter? Only the last of these pushed him to tears. The woman was sympathetic but unmoved, a citizen of a nation of tears, from innocent and guilty alike. She arranged a time and place for Diane to see a doctor, a woman doctor, and Ian hadn't even had to ask. He promised that Diane would be there, and she explained the legal ramifications if she were not. The other woman appeared with Diane at her side. Diane's face was gray with exhaustion. Ian shook their hands, thanked them explicitly for coming, implicitly for not taking his child from him. When they had gone, Diane went out to the back steps, looking out over a yard gone to seed, long grass and weeds. Her head rested in her hands. Ian sat beside her. "Not so bad, was it?" he asked. "She asked me a lot of questions," Diane said. "I don't know if I answered them all right." "Did you tell her the truth?" "I think so." "Only think?" Diane's brow furrowed as she looked at the horizon. Her shoulders hunched forward. "She asks if things happened, and sometimes I think they did, but then I can't remember. After a while I start getting scared." "It's like you're living a life you don't know about," Ian said, and she nodded. He put an arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into him, trembling and starting to cry. Her sobs racked her thin body like vomiting. Ian, holding her, wept. "I'm not okay, Daddy," she wailed to his breast. "I'm not okay. I'm not okay." "You will be, sweetie. You will." The picture is cropped. In the original, things had been happening as unnatural to paper as they would be to a child. In this version, only the man's chest above the nipples, his shoulders, his face, his smug expression. These are all the details that matter. In this photograph he could be anyone, doing anything. It is a headshot, something to put down on a bar or store counter, the sort of photograph that seems to fit perfectly with the phrase, "I'm looking for someone. Maybe you've seen him." The original photo has obscenities and suggestions written on it. There is no writing on this copy, no note to accompany it, nothing that will tie it back to Ian, should the police find it and not him. He had driven to Seattle, a 2-day trip, in a day and a half. Flying would have been faster, but he'd taken his pistol out of storage. Driving with a handgun was easy. Flying impossible, or if not impossible, not worth doing. He arrived in the city late at night and called Diane from a payphone using a card he'd bought with cash. She was fine. School was boring. Kit was a butthead. Her voice was almost normal. If he knew her less, he might have mistaken it. He was her father, though, and he knew what she sounded like when things were okay and when she only wanted them to be. They didn't talk about the nightmares. He told her he loved her, and she evaded, embarrassed. With the hand set back in its cradle, the gun in his jacket pocket pulling the fabric down like a hand on his shoulder, Ian stood in the rain, the cool near mist soaking him. In time he gathered himself together enough to find a hotel and a bed to lie in while his flesh hummed from exhaustion and the road. Finding Lecky took all the next day and part of the night, but he did it. The morning sun gave the lie to the city's gray reputation. Clouds of perfect white stretched, thinned, vanished, reformed against a perfect blue sky, nature ignoring Ian's desperation. The kids, spared changing on the street corners, avoided his gaze. It was early, the morning rush hour still a half hour from starting. Ian didn't want the beast to go off to work, didn't want to spend a day waiting for the confrontation. He wanted it over now. The house was in a bad part of town, but the lawn was trimmed, the windows clean. Moss stained the concrete walk, and the morning paper lay on the step, wrapped in dewy plastic. Ian picked it up, shaking the drops from it, and then rang the doorbell. His breath was shaking. The door opened, and the beast appeared, a cup of coffee in one hand. There was no glimmer of recognition, no particular sense of confusion or unease. Here, Ian thought, was a man with a clear conscience, a man who had done no wrong. "I need to talk to you," Ian said, handing the man his newspaper. "I'm sorry. Do I know you?" "No, but we have business in common. We have people in common, I think. May I come in?" The man frowned down at Ian and put down the paper. "I'm sorry," the beast said, smiling as he stepped back, preparing to close the door. "I have to get to work here, and really I don't want whatever you're selling. Thanks, though. I've come for Flat Diane." The man's expression shifted. Surprise, chagrin, anger, all in the course of a single breath. Ian clamped his hand on the butt of his pistol, his finger resting against the trigger. Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about, Ian said. I have the pictures. The beast shook his head, defensive and dismissive at the same time. Okay, the man said. Okay, look, so it was a bad joke. All right. I mean, it's not like anyone got hurt, right? What do you know about it? Something in Ian's voice caught his attention. Pale blue eyes fixed on him, the first hint of fear behind them. Ian didn't soften. His heart was tripping over like he'd been running, but his head felt very calm. No one got hurt, the man said. It's just paper. So maybe it was a little crude. It was just a joke, right? You're like, Diane's dead? Look, I'm sorry if that was a little upsetting, but I saw what you did to her. To who? The eyes were showing their fear, their confusion. My daughter. I never touched your daughter. No? It was a joy stripping his certainty away, seeing the smug, leering face confused and frightened. Ian leaned in. Tell you what, give me flat Diane, he said, and I might let you live. The panic in the pale eyes was joyous, but even in his victory, Ian felt the hint that it was too much. He'd gone too far. Sure, the beast said, nodding. No, really, sure. Come on, I'll... And he tried to slam the door. Ian had known it was coming, was ready for it. His foot blocked the closing door, and he pulled the gun from his pocket. The beast jumped back, lost his balance, toppled. The coffee fanned out behind him and splashed on the hardwood floor as Ian kicked the door closed behind him. The beast was blinking, confused. His hands were raised, not in surrender but protection, as if his fingers might deflect a bullet. A radio was playing. Morning show chatter. Ian smelled bacon grease on the air. Please, the beast said. Look, it's going to be okay, Guy. Just no guns, all right? No guns. Where is she? Who? Flat Diane, Ian yelled, pleased to see the beast flinch. It's not here any more. Seriously, it's gone. Joke over, honestly. I don't believe you. Look, it's a long story. There were some things that happened, and it just made sense to get rid of it, you know? Let it go. It was only supposed to be a joke. You know, Candace... Ian shook his head. He felt strange. His mind was thick as cotton and yet perfectly lucid. I'm not leaving without her, he said. It's not here, the beast shouted, his face flushed red. He rolled over, suddenly facing the back of the house, running. With a feeling like reaching out to tap the fleeing man's shoulder, Ian raised the gun and fired. The back of the beast's head bloomed like a rose, and he fell. Oh, Jesus, Ian thought. And then a moment later, I couldn't have made that shot if I'd tried. He walked forward, pistol trained on the unmoving shape, but there was no need. The beast was dead. He'd killed him. Ian stood silently, watching the pool of blood seep across the floor. There was less than he'd thought. The morning show announcers laughed at something. Outside, a semi drove by, rattling the windows. Ian put the gun in his pocket, ignoring the heat. He hadn't touched anything, not with his hands. There were no fingerprints. But he didn't have flat Diane. He had to search the place. He had to hurry. Perhaps the beast kept plastic gloves, the kind you use for housework. He searched the bedroom, the bath, the kitchen where half an egg was growing cold and solid on its plate, and then the room in the back, the room from the pictures. He went through everything, the stacks of pornography, the camera equipment. He didn't look away, no matter how vile the things he found. Rape, porn, children being used, other things, worse, but not his daughter. He sat on the edge of the bathtub, head in his hands, when the voice came. The house was a shambles. Flat Diane wasn't there, or if she was too well hidden. He didn't know what to do. The doorbell chimed innocently, and a faint voice came. "Stan?" it said, a woman's voice. "Stan, are you in there? It's Margie." Ian stood and walked. He didn't run. He stepped over the corpse, calmly out the back door, stuffing the rubber gloves into his pockets as he went. There was an alleyway, and he opened the gate and stepped out into it. He didn't run. If he ran, they'd know he was running from something. And Diane needed him, didn't she? Needed him not to get caught. Ian didn't stop to retrieve his things from the hotel. He walked to his car, slipped behind the wheel, drove. 20 minutes east of Klamath Falls, he pulled to the side, walked to a tree, and, leaning against it,
vomited until he wept. "I didn't mean to," he said through his horror. "Christ, I didn't mean to." He hadn't called Diane from his room. He hadn't given anyone his name. He'd even found a hotel that took cash. Of course he'd fucking meant to. "I didn't mean to," he said. He slept that night at a rest stop, bent uncomfortably across the back seat. In his dreams he saw the moment again and again, felt the pistol jump, heard the body strike wood. The pistol jumped, the body struck the floor, the pale head, round as an egg, cracked open. The man fled, heels kicking, back behind him. The pistol jumped. Morning was sick, a pale sun in an empty sky. Ian stretched out the vicious kinks in his back, washed his face in the restroom sink, and drove until nightfall. He hadn't found Flat Diane, but he couldn't go back for her. Not now. Maybe later when things cooled down. But by then she could have been thrown away or burned or cut to pieces, and he couldn't guess what might happen to Diane when her shadow was destroyed. Freedom, or death, or something entirely else. He didn't want to think about it. The worst was over, though. The worst had to be over, or else he didn't think he could keep breathing. Tohiro and Anna's house glowed in the twilight, windows bright and cheerful and warm and normal. He watched them from the street, his back knotted from driving, the car ticking as it cooled. Tohiro passed by the picture window, his expression calm, distant, and slightly amused. Anna was in the kitchen, the back of her head moving as her hands worked at something, washing, cutting, wringing. There was no way to tell. Somewhere in there, Kit and Diane played the games they always did. The pistol jumped. The body fell. Ian started the car, steadied his hands on the wheel, then killed the engine and got out. Tohiro's eyebrows rose a fraction, and a half-smile graced his mouth when he opened the door. "Welcome back," Tohiro said, stepping back to let him in. "We weren't expecting you until tomorrow. Things went better than you thought?" "Things went faster." Curiosity plucked at the corners of Tohiro's eyes. Ian gazed into the house, willing away the questions that begged to be asked. Tohiro closed the door. "You look," he began. Ian waited. "Like shit, or maybe pounded." The silence stretched, and he glanced over. Tohiro's face was a soft melancholy. Ian nodded, barely moving, half asking him to finish, half daring him. "You look older." "Yeah, well, you know, time." A shriek, and the drumming of bare feet, and Diane had leapt into his arms. His spine protested the weight. Ian held her carefully, like something precious. Then, as if she'd suddenly remembered that they weren't alone, she drew back, tried to make it all seem casual. "Hey," she said. "Hey, you been good?" Diane shrugged, and "I guess" gesture. "We were just about to have supper," Tohiro said. "If you'd like to join us?" Ian looked at Diane. Her face was impassive, blank, but at the edges there were the touches invisible to anyone else, anyone who didn't know her as he did. "I think I'd rather just roll on home," Ian said. "That good by you, sweetie?" "Sure," she said, upbeat enough that he knew it had been her fondest wish. He let her ride him to the car, piggyback. That night they both suffered nightmares. It struck Ian, as he calmed Diane from hers and waited for his own to fade, that there would be more nights like this, screams from her or from him, then warm milk and night lights and empty talk that gave the evil some time to fade. That if they were lucky, there would be many more. Nothing more would happen to Flat Diane. Justice would not come to call for him. It was the best he could hope for. "It's okay," he whispered to her as she began to drowse. Curled into her blanket, her breath came deeper, more regular. "It's over. It's over, sweetie. It's all right." He didn't add that just being over didn't mean it hadn't changed everything forever, or that some things don't stop just because they've ended, or that a girl set voyaging takes her own chances, and no father's love, however profound, can ever call her back. Those weren't the sorts of things you said when all you had to offer your child were comfort and hope. Singing My Sister Down, Margo Lanagan.
Margo Lanagan, 1960, is an Australian writer, primarily known for her dark fantasy short stories, some of which are influenced by folktale. Although Lanagan has been a published author since 1990, she first came to the attention of readers outside of her own country with the collection Black Juice, 2004, for which she won a World Fantasy Award and a Michael L. Prince Honor Award. Subsequently, Lanagan has become perhaps the most critically acclaimed contemporary Australian fantasist, and her novel Tender Morsels, 2008, also won a World Fantasy Award. New work includes the novel Watered Silk, 2011, and the story collection Yellow Cake, 2011. The horrifying Singing My Sister Down, 2005, is Lanagan's most anthologized story, and continues the thread of weird ritual stories in this volume. We all went down to the tar pit with mats to spread our weight. Icky was standing on the bank, her hands in a metal twin loop behind her. She'd stopped sulking. Now she looked more starey and puzzled. Chief Barnardra pointed to the pit. "Out you go, then, girl. You must walk on out there to the middle and stand. When you picked a spot, your people can join you." So Ick stepped out, very ordinary. She walked out. I thought, hoped even, she might walk right across and into the thorns the other side. At the same time, I knew she wouldn't do that. She walked the way you walk on the tar, except without the arms balancing. She nearly fell from a stumble once, but Mama hallooed to her, and she straightened and walked upright out to the very middle, where she slowed and stopped. Mama didn't look to the chief, but all us kids and the rest did. "Right then," he said. Mama stepped out as if she just herself that moment happened to decide to. We went after her. Only us, Ick's family, which was like us being punished, too, everyone watching us walk out to the girl who was our shame. In the winter you come to the pit to warm your feet in the tar. You stand long enough to sink as far as your ankles. The littler you are, the longer you can stand. You soak the heat in for as long as the tar doesn't close over your feet and grip, and it's as good as warmed boots wrapping your feet. But in summer, like this day, you keep away from the tar, because it makes the air hotter, and you mind about the stink. But today we had to go out, and everyone had to see us go. Icky was tall, but she was thin and light from all the worry and prison. She was going to take a long time about sinking. We got our mats down, all the food parcels and ice baskets and instruments and such, spread out evenly on the broad planks Dash and Felly had carried out. "You start, Dash," said Mama, and Dash got up and put his drumette to his hip and began with Fork-tailed Trio, and it did feel a bit like a party. It stirred Icky awake from her hung-headed shame. She lifted up and even laughed, and I saw her hips move in the last chorus, side to side. Then Mama got out one of the ice baskets, which was already black on the bottom from meltwater. Icky gasped. "Ha! What? Crab? Where'd that come from?" "Never you mind, sweet thing." Mama lifted some meat to Icky's mouth and rubbed some of the crush ice into her hair. "Oh, Mama," Icky said with her mouth full. "May as well have the best of this world while you're here," said Mama. She stood there and fed Icky like a baby, like a pet guinea bird. "I thought Auntie Mai would come," said Ick. "Auntie Mai, she's useless," said Dash. "She's sitting at home with her handkerchief." "I wouldn't have cared, her crying," said Ick. "I would have thought she'd say good-bye to me." "Her heart's too hurt," said Mama. "You frightened her, and she's such a straight lady. She sees shame where some of us just see people. Here, inside the big claw. That's the sweetest meat." "Oh, yes. Is anyone else feasting with me?" "No, darling. This is your day only." "Well, okay, I'll give some to this little sad eyes here, huh? Felly never had crab but the once. Is it yum? Oh, it's yum. Look at him." Next, she called me to do my flute, the flashiest, hardest music I knew, and Ick listened. Ick, who usually screamed at me to stop pushing spikes into her brain. She watched my fingers on the flute holes and my sweating face and my straining, bowing body, and for the first time I didn't feel like just the nuisance brother. I played well, out of the surprise of her not minding. I couldn't have played better. I heard everyone else being surprised, too, at the end of those tunes that they must have known too well from all my practicing. I sat down, very hungry. Mama passed me the water cup and a damp roll.
"I'm stuck now," said Ick, and it was true. The tar had her by the feet, closed in a gleaming line, like that pair of zipper slippers I saw once in the shoemaster's vitrine. "Oh, yeah, well and truly stuck," said Mamma. "But then, you knew when you picked up that axe-handle you were sticking yourself." "I did know. No coming unstuck from this one. You could have let that handle lie." That was some serious teasing. "No, I couldn't, Mamma, and you know." "I do, baby chicken. I always knew you'd be too angry once the wedding glitter rubbed off your skin. It was a good party, though, wasn't it?" And they laughed at each other, Mamma having to steady Icky, or her ankles would have snapped over. And when their laughter started going strange, Mamma said, "Well, this party's going to be almost as good, 'cause it's got children, and look what else." And she reached for the next ice-basket. And so the whole long day went, in treats and songs, in ice and stink and joke stories and gossip and party pieces. On the banks people came and went, and the chief sat in his chair and was fanned and fed, and the family of Icky's husband sat around the chief, being served too, all in purple cloth with flashing edging, very prideful. She went down so slowly. "Isn't it hot?" Felly asked her. "It's like a big warm hug up my legs," said Ick. "Come here and give me a hug, little stick-arms, and let me check." "Oh, yes, it's just like that, only lower down." "You're coming down to me," said Fell, pleased. "Yeah, soon I'll be able to bite your ankles like you bite mine." Around mid-afternoon, Icky couldn't move her arms any more, and had a panic, just quiet, not so the bank people would have noticed. "What am I going to do, Mamma," she said, "when it comes up over my face, when it closes my nose?" "Don't you worry. You won't be awake for that." And Mamma cooled her hands in the ice, dried them on her dress, and rubbed them over Ick's shoulders, down Ick's arms to where the tar had locked her wrists. "You'd better not give me any teas or herbs or anything," said Ick. "They'll get you, too, if you help me. They'll come out to make sure." Mamma put her hands over Felly's ears. "Tristram gave me a gun," she whispered. Icky's eyes went wide. "But you can't. Everyone'll hear." "It's got a thing on it. Quietens it. I can slip it in a tar wrinkle. Get you in the head when your head is part sunk. Fold back the wrinkle. Tell him your heart stopped. The tar pressed it stopped." Felly shook his head free. Icky was looking at Mamma, quietening. There was only the sound of Dash tearing bread with his teeth, and the breeze whistling in the thorn galls away over on the shore. I was watching Mamma and Icky closely. I'd wondered about that last part, too. But now this girl up to her waist in the pit didn't even look like our Icky. Her face was changing like a cloud, or like a mask lizard's colors. You don't see them move, but they become something else, then something else again. "No," she said, still looking at Mamma. "You won't do that. You won't have to." Her face had a smile on it that touched off one on Mamma's, too, so that they were both quiet, smiling at something in each other that I couldn't see. And then their eyes ran over, and they were crying and smiling. And then Mamma was kneeling on the wood, her arms around Icky, and Icky was ugly against her shoulder, crying in a way that we couldn't interrupt them. That was when I realized how many people were watching, when they set up a big spooky ululing and stamping on the banks to see Mamma grieve. "Pho," I said to Dash, to stop the hair creeping around on my head from that noise. "There never was such a crowd when Chep's daddy went down." "Ah, but he was old and crazy," said Dash, through a mouthful of bread, "and only killed other olds and crazies." "Are those fish people? And look at the yellow cloths. They're from up among the caves, all that way." "Well, it's nearly Langus Day, too," said Dash. "Lots of people on the move, just happening by." "Maybe. Is that an honor or a greater shame?" Dash shrugged. "This whole thing is upended. Who would have a party in the tar, and with family going down?" "It's what Mamma wanted." "Better than having her and Ick be like this all day." Dash's hand slipped into the nearest ice basket and brought out a crumb of gilded macaroon. He ate it as if he had a perfect right. Everything went slippery in my mind after that. We were being watched so hard. Even though it was quiet out here, the pothering wind brought crowd mumble and scraps of music and smoke our way, so often that we couldn't be private and ourselves. Besides, there was Icky with the sun on her face, but the rest of her, from the rib peaks down, gloved in tar, never to see sun again. Time seemed to just have gone, in big clumps, or all the day was happening at once, or something. I was wondering so hard about what was to come. I was watching so hard the differences from our normal days. I wished I had more time to think before she went right down. My mind was going breathless, trying to get all its thinking done. But evening came, and Ick was ahead and shoulders, singing along with us in the lamplight, all the old songs. A Flower for You, Hen and Chicken Bay, Walking the Tracks with Beejum Sing, Dollarberries. She sang all Felly's little kid songs that normally she'd sneer at. She got Dash to teach her his new one, The Careless Wanderer, with the tricky chorus. She made us work on that one like she was trying to stop us noticing the monster bonfires around the shore, the others singing, of fishing songs and forest songs, the stomp and clatter of dancing in the gathering darkness. But they were there, however well we sang, and no other singing in our lives had had all this going on behind it. When the tar began to tip Ick's chin up, Mamma sent me for the wreath. My will have brought it, over by the chief's chair. I got up and started across the tar, and it was as if I cast magic ahead of me, silence-making magic, for as I walked, and it was good to be walking, not sitting, music petered out and laughter stopped, and dancers stood still, and there were eyes at me all along the dark banks, strange eyes and familiar both. The wreath showed up in the crowd ahead, a big pale ring, trailing spirals of whisper vine, the beautifulest thing. I climbed up the low bank there, and the ground felt hard and cold after a day on the squishy tar. My ankles shivered as I took the wreath from Mai. It was heavy. It was fat with heavenly scents. "You'll have to carry those," I said to Mai, as someone handed her the other garlands. "You should come out anyway. Ick wants you there." She shook her head. "She's cloven my heart in two with that axe of hers." "What, so you'll chop hers as well, this last hour?" We glared at each other in the bonfire light, all loaded down with the fine pale flowers. "I never heard this boy speak with a voice before, Mai," said someone behind her. "He's very sure," said someone else. "This is Icky's last things we're talking about, Mai. If she wants you to be one of them." "She shouldn't have shamed us then," Mai said, but weakly. "You're going to look back on this and think yourself a po-face," said the first someone. "But it's like—" Mai sagged and clicked her tongue. "She should have cared what she did to this family," she said with her last fight. "It's more than just herself." "Take the flowers, Mai. Don't make the boy do this twice over. Time is short." "Yeah, everybody's time is short," said the first someone. Mai stood, pulling her mouth to one side. I turned and propped the top of the wreath on my forehead, so that I was like a little boy bride, trailing a head of flowers down my back to the ground. I set off over the tar, leaving the magic silence in the crowd. There was only the rub and squeak of flower stalks in my ears. In my eyes, instead of the flourishes of bonfires, there were only the lamps in a ring around Mama, Felly, Dash, and Icky's head. Mama was kneeling bounty up on the wood, talking to Icky. In the time it had taken me to get the wreath, Icky's head had been locked still. "Oh, the baby," Mai whimpered behind me. "The little darling." "Bit late for darlinging now," I almost said. I felt cross and frightened and too grown-up for Mai's silliness. "Here, Ick, we'll make you beautiful now," said Mama, laying the wreath around Ick's head. "We'll come out here to these flowers when you're gone, and know you're here." "They'll die pretty quick. I've seen it." Ick's voice was getting squashed, coming out through closed jaws. "The heat wilts them." "They'll always look beautiful to you," said Mama. "You'll carry down this beautiful wreath, and your family singing." I trailed the vines out from the wreath like flares from the edge of the sun. "Is that Mai?" said Ick. Mai looked up, startled from laying the garlands between the vines. "Show me the extras, Mai." Mai held up a garland. "Aren't they good? Trumpets from Low Swamp, Auntie Patty's whisper vine, and starweed to bind. You never thought ordinary old stars could look so good, I'll bet." "I never did." It was all set out right now. It went in the order: head, half ring of lamps behind, so as not to glare in her eyes; wreath, half ring of garlands behind, leaving space in front of her for us. "Okay, we're going to sing you down now," said Mama, Everybody get in and say a proper goodbye." And she knelt inside the wreath a moment herself, murmured something in Icky's ear, and kissed her on the forehead. We kids all went one by one. Felly got clangy and made Icky cry. Dash dashed in and planted a quick kiss while she was still upset and would hardly have noticed him. Mamma gave me a cloth, and I crouched down and wiped Ick's eyes and nose, and then could not speak to her bare, blinking face. "You're getting good at that flute," she said. "But this isn't about me, Ick. This is not at all about me. Will you come out here sometime and play over me when no one else is around?" I nodded. Then I had to say some words of some kind. I knew I wouldn't get away without speaking. "If you want." "I want, okay? Now give me a kiss." I gave her a kid's kiss on the mouth. Last time I kissed her, it was carefully on the cheek as she was leaving for her wedding. Some of her glitter had come off on my lips. Now I patted her hair and backed away over the wreath. Mai came in last. "Fairy doll," I heard her say sobbingly. "Only one." And Ick, "It's all right, Auntie. It'll be over so soon, you'll see. And I want to hear your voice nice and strong in the singing." We readied ourselves, Felly in Mamma's lap, then Dash, then me next to Mai. I tried to stay attentive to Mamma, so Mai wouldn't mess me up with her weeping. It was quiet except for the distant flubber and snap of the bonfires. We started up, all the ordinary evening songs for putting babies to sleep, for farewelling, for soothing broke-hearted people, all the ones everyone knew so well that they'd long ago made rude versions and joke songs of them. We sang them plain, following Mamma's lead. We sang them straight into Icky's glistening eyes as the tar climbed her chin. We stood tall so as to see her, and she us, as her face became the sunken center of that giant flower, the wreath. Dash's little drum held us together and kept us singing, as Ick's eyes rolled and she struggled for breath against the pressing tar, as the chief and the husband's family came and stood across from us, shifting from foot to foot, with torches raised to watch her sink away. Mai began to crumble and falter beside me as the tar closed in on Ick's face, a slow, sticky, rolling oval. I sang good and strong. I didn't want to hear any last whimper, and he stopped breath. I took Mai's arm and tried to hold her together that way, but she only swayed worse and wept louder. I listened for Mamma under the noise, pressed my eyes shut and made my voice follow hers. By the time I'd steadied myself that way, Ick's eyes were closing. Through our singing, I thought I heard her cry for Mamma. I tried not to, yet my ears went on hearing, "This will happen only the once. You can't do it over again, if ever you feel like remembering." And Mamma went to her, and I could not tell whether Ick was crying and babbling, or whether it was a trick of our voices, or whether the people on the banks of the tar had started up again. I watched Mamma because Mamma knew what to do. She knew to lie there on the matting and dip her cloth in the last water with the little fading fish scales of ice in it, and squeeze the cloth out and cool the shrinking face in the hole. And the voice of Ick must have been ours or others' voices, because the hole Mamma was dampening with her cloth was, by her hand movements, only the size of a brass boy now, and by a certain shake of her shoulders I could tell. Mamma knew it was all right to be weeping now that Ick was surely gone, was just a nose or just a mouth with the breath crushed out of it, just an eye, seeing nothing. And very suddenly it was too much, the flowers nodding in the lamplight, our own sister hanging in tar, going slowly, slowly down, like Vanderberg's truck that time, like Japanese cabin with the old man still inside it, or any old villain or scofflaw of around these parts. And I had a big sicking up of tears, and they tell me I made an awful noise that frightened everybody right up to the chief, and that the husband's parents thought I was a very ill-brought-up boy for upsetting them instead of allowing them to serenely and superiorly watch justice be done for their lost son. I don't remember a lot about that part. I came back to myself walking dully across the tar between Mai and Mamma, hand in hand, carrying nothing, when I had come out here laden, when we had all had to help. We must have eaten everything, I thought. But what about the mats and pans and planks? Then I hear a squeaking, clanking behind me, which was Dash, hoisting up too heavy a load of pots.
And Mamma was talking, wearily, as if she'd been going on a long time, and soothingly, which was like a beautiful guide-rope out of my sickness, which my brain was following hand over hand. It's what they do to people, what they have to do, and all you can do about it is watch out who you go loving, right? Make sure it's not someone who'll rouse that killing anger in you, if you've got that rage, if you're like our Ick. Then the bank came up high in front of us, topped with grass that was white in Mamma's lamp's light. Beyond it were all the eyes, and attached to the eyes the bodies, flat and black against bonfire or starry sky. They shuffled aside for us. I knew we had to leave Ick behind, and I didn't make a fuss, not now. I had done my fussing all at once. I had blown myself to bits out on the tar, and now several monstrous things, several gaping mouths of truth, were rattling pieces of me around their teeth. I would be all right if Ma stayed quiet, if Mamma kept murmuring, if both their hands held me as we passed through this forest of people, these flitting firefly eyes. They got me up the bank, Mamma and Auntie. I paused, and they stumped up and then lifted me, and I walked up the impossible slope like a demon, horizontal for a moment, and then stiffly over the top, and into my Mamma, whose arms were ready. She couldn't have carried me out on the tar. We'd both have sunk, with me grown so big now. But here on the hard ground she took me up, too big as I was for it. And too big as I was, I held myself onto her, crossing my feet around her back, my arms behind her neck. And she carried me like Japanese wife used to carry Japanese idiot son, and I felt just like that boy, as if the thoughts that were all right for everyone else weren't coming now, and never would come, to me. As if all I could do was watch, but not ever know anything, not ever understand. I pushed my face into Mamma's warm neck. I sealed my eyes shut against her skin. I let her strong, warm arms carry me away in the dark. The People on the Island, T.M. Wright. T.M. Wright, 1968, is an American horror writer whose first novel, Strange Seed, 1978, was nominated for a World Fantasy Award. More than a dozen novels have appeared since, including The Playground, 1982, Carlisle Street, 1983, The Island, 1988, The Place, 1989, The School, 1990, Boundaries, 1990, The Last Vampire, 1991, and Little Boy Lost, 1992. Wright's short fiction has appeared in Twilight Zone magazine and many others. His seventh novel, A Manhattan Ghost Story, 1984, has had 14 foreign editions. The disturbing and surreal The People on the Island, 2005, is an unusual tale that at times evokes Shirley Jackson while placing its characters fully within the weird. This winter morning, when we crossed over the dune, we saw a man lying face down in a shallow tide pool 6 yards from us. A gull waddled about agitatedly near him and squawked now and then. "Oh, God," Elizabeth said, and stopped walking, as I had. She put her hand to her mouth, said again, "Oh, God," and added after a moment, "Another." I love such winter walks on the beach. Even before we came to the island, I found them bracing. I claimed to the skeptical that they made me feel alive. The man in the half-frozen tide pool wore a black suit, and his shoulder-length hair also was black, as were his shoes. He wore several playfully grotesque rings on his right hand. One was purple, another green. Elizabeth asked, "Do you think he drowned?" She looked questioningly at me, then at the man again. I answered, "Who's to say?" She looked at me again and frowned a bit. "He would, if he could." Over lunch we discussed the morning. Our discovery of the black-suited man was, of course, at the forefront of our conversation. "I'm sick of these people," Elizabeth said, and sipped her tea. She was having a chocolate scone with the tea, but had not yet touched it. "Where do they come from?" "I think we should go and look at him again," I said. Elizabeth broke off a small piece of her scone and popped it delicately into her mouth. She is a very courteous woman, very aware of etiquette. "Go and look at him again," she echoed as she chewed. "Yes," I said, but more closely this time. She glanced sadly toward the window, which overlooks the water. I said, "Perhaps we should even turn him onto his back." She looked at me, brow furrowed as if she were troubled. She looks at me like that quite a lot lately. "Perhaps we really should do that," I said. "Turn him onto his back, look at his face. It's possible we know him, Elizabeth." "I don't think so," she said. "We know none of these people." "But you're so wrong," I said. "We know them only too well. They're simply what they are. They are organs, flesh, hair, and blood as thick as pudding. How can they be any more or less than that?" "I don't understand you," Elizabeth said. "I don't think I ever have." I nodded. "Maybe that's for the good." She shook her head. "You only think it is, George. And what of the woman in the parlor?" Elizabeth sighed. "She'll keep. Every one of these people will keep." "Yes," I said. "It's amazing, isn't it?" I smiled a little. "They keep so damned well." Elizabeth awoke screaming early the following morning. I took her hard into my arms, gave her kisses, and whispered assurances that everything is all right, until at last she became calm, and she said, "How long is this going to continue, George? How long do we have to endure it?" I shook my head and held her more tightly. "My love," I told her, "our needs and our dreams can be demons. I've learned that much here, at least. But our demons will bring us so much if we let them, if only we can hear and understand their song." This house is small, comfortable, and easy to clean, a plus when the wind is fierce, as it usually is, and the fine sand insinuates itself through every crack and crevice. Winters are the best time for that, and this winter has been no exception. Often it seems as if the wind blows in 4 directions at once, and the house shivers, shrieks, and complains. Well, although the house is small, it's quite sturdy, and I have never worried about being tossed into the elements late one evening, or of coming back from one of our winter walks to find the house not where I'd left it. Elizabeth says she's waiting impatiently for the first snowfall. She says it brightens the landscape, reflects sunlight, should we ever have it, masks the grotesque. I tell her there's no reason to mask the grotesque. I tell her it can be beautiful. She merely shakes her head and scowls. The black-haired man in the black suit was missing from the tide pool. I assumed several possibilities. He had been carried off by the tide itself. Carrion eaters had quickly dispatched his remains. Others on the island had spirited him away. That last possibility is remote, however. As far as I've been able to ascertain, there are no others living on this island. I've circumnavigated it several times. Quite time-consuming. And except for a few scrubby trees and the poor excuse for a lawn I try to maintain around the house, there's an almost complete lack of flora. Animal life is restricted to a few gulls and herons. They seem confused somehow, even a bit logy. I can't imagine why. And an animal I've only heard but have never seen. I believe it's a stray dog. The woman in the parlor in the other house is perched on an exercise bike. She has both hands tightly on the handlebars and both feet on the pedals. She's wearing bright red nail polish, and she's leaning forward slightly, in the position a bike rider would use. Her head is up a bit, her gaze forward, her eyes open halfway. They're robin's egg blue. Her hair is blonde, straight, long, and stunning. She's wearing a gray, loose-fitting exercise suit with the words, "Find out for yourself," emblazoned across the chest in green, Art Deco-style letters. I believe her name is Jane. Elizabeth is skeptical about this. "It could be anything," she said. "It could be Barbara, or Helen, or Jacqueline." "No," I said, "I believe it's Jane." Elizabeth gave me a puzzled look. "She doesn't look like a Jane to me. Where do you get these ideas, anyway? Why assign names to these people at all?" "Because it amuses me," I said. "They amuse me." She scowled. We went to visit Jane this afternoon. It has been 3 days since our last visit, and she was precisely as we had left her. The parlor was cold, as was the entire house, I assume, since it's not heated, and there was even a little frost on the backs of Jane's hands, on her forehead, and on her eyes. I gestured to indicate the frost, because I found it almost decorative. "Look there," I said. "Look at the frost." I smiled. "It's sad," Elizabeth said. "I don't think so," I said. "I think it becomes her." "Good Lord," Elizabeth whispered. She doesn't like to visit Jane. She likes visiting none of those who exist here. But she most dislikes visiting Jane because she says Jane looks angry. "It's in her eyes," Elizabeth said, "and in the line of her mouth." I agreed and added, "But I can't imagine that she would have any reason to be angry. She is, after all, beyond anger." "And everything else as well," Elizabeth said. "My point exactly. Don't you see? Isn't it obvious?" "Nothing's obvious," Elizabeth snapped. "Nothing's obvious," she repeated. "And that's the whole point, isn't it?" She's right. That is the whole point. Nothing's obvious. Is the wind actually fierce and cold? Is the landscape actually barren? Is there a stray dog loose somewhere on the island? And what is Jane doing on the exercise bike in the parlor of the other house? Who put her there, and why? And what of the others? Henry, Joanna, and the rest? They're fascinating. Complexity to simplicity to eternity in one effortless outflow of breath. Past and soul, needs and lusts and longing, gone forever in a moment without oxygen. And perhaps their purpose is simply to be fascinating, grotesque, and predictable, like chess pieces, pets, stories told around a campfire. But there are some givens. My fingers actually do have ink on them from the leaky fountain pen I'm using. Elizabeth's hair has indeed begun to turn gray since we've come here, and I'm positive this is winter, positive about the wind and the barrenness of the landscape, positive that the grandfather's clock in Jane's parlor predictably strikes the hour and the quarter hour, positive there's a purpose to my presence on this island, positive it is an island, that it sits in an ocean, that the ocean churns and throws whitecaps at sandy beaches which, I'm positive, are eroding rapidly. Positive no one walks these beaches except Elizabeth and I, a few logy herons and gulls, and a creature that barks hoarsely at a distance. Positive this landscape has as much to do with heaven as it has to do with hell. The others in that other house may have once believed in their immortality, and so they have it now, in a way, caught forever in the positions of life, eating, taking a bath, arranging shoes, feeding an absent cat, making love, becoming old, drowning. I'm not surprised that there are no ghosts on this island. The others in that other house and on the island in various places are stationary ghosts we may touch if we wish. But Elizabeth says that the touch of death is miserable, that it stinks. I disagree, of course. I tell her that death is as necessary to us as a beating heart. Elizabeth and I have stopped having sex. She no longer parades around naked in front of me, nor I in front of her. It's something we used to revel in, something we found exciting and necessary, after a shower, or just before bed, or simply as an enticement. But we don't do it any more, though I believe desperately that I want it for us both. We don't know why we've abandoned our nakedness. At least I don't know why. We don't prepare meals for one another either. Various pasta dishes were our favorite, and I had become something of a pastry chef. But we don't prepare meals for one another any more. We hardly eat any more, and hardly ever together. We eat when we're hungry, and I think that neither of us finds any pleasure in it, though we have all the food we need, and the little kitchen is delightful and well-equipped. It strikes me that Elizabeth and I are necessarily together here, on this island and in this house, and necessarily drifting apart. She is drifting off to a world that's more confusing, complex, and gaudy, in a technicolor way, than I like, and though I hate to do it, I think I have no choice but to let her go there. "How do they arrive?" Elizabeth asked. "By boat, I imagine," I answered. She turned her head toward me, and in the half-light I could see her frown. Prior to coming here, her frowns were elegantly expressive of much more than I had come to expect from any frown. But here they're merely expressive of sadness and confusion. "You mean they pilot a boat to this island? They get in a boat and start the engine and—" "Of course that's not what I mean," I answered, regretting my abruptness. We were lying in bed, comforter and blanket pulled up to our necks. The air in the room was cold, good for sleeping. "I meant that they're brought here." "By who?" I shrugged. "By elves," I said, and grinned. She said nothing. "Did you hear me?" I said. "Large elves," she said. I tried unsuccessfully to hear a tone of amusement in her voice. "Elves with grunt and grit and muscle," I said. What a fascinating and grotesque idea, I thought. Elves piloting boats filled with the dead. Elves unloading the dead on my island and arranging them in various positions of life. It was an idea I could embrace, and which made me warm. "We would hear such elves," Elizabeth said. "We would hear their boats." "Above that wind?" I asked. She said nothing. The others who've been put here do not argue or cajole or laugh or make meaningless conversation, though one might expect from looking at them that argument or cajoling, laughter or meaningless talk could well be their intention, had they any intentions left. But they are at the mercy of the wind's intentions now, the intentions of the winter, the intentions of those, unseen, who move them about from place to place and from attitude to attitude. I've never seen this being done, but I'm sure that it is done. Jane is no longer perched on her exercise bike. I don't know where she is. Elizabeth says she's reluctant to look elsewhere in that big house, and fear we'll find still others in the attitudes of life. We believe, however, that Jane is indeed in the house because we can see what appear to be drag marks in the thin layer of sand throughout the house's first floor. The drag marks stop halfway up the flight of stairs that's off the parlor, where the layer of sand ends. So we assume that Jane is on the second or third floor of the house. We have no idea why she's been moved. Tonight, the creature that barks hoarsely and which I assume, perhaps incorrectly, to be a dog, seemed closer than it has on previous nights. I have never seen the sunrise here. From time to time on our walks I see a diffuse patch of light through the overcast, and I assume it's the sun. It can be nothing else. I've seen a sunset or two, but these are dull events which possess nothing of the brilliance of sunsets in other places. The sky does not turn to fire, the pale and fragile blue at the horizon does not become a delicate, short-lived rosé. No pale and fragile blue exists here, only a horizon the color of lead, which in its own way is quite remarkable. I went to the other house without Elizabeth and found Jane lying on her back in a four-poster bed on the house's third floor. She was wearing her gray exercise outfit, and her hands were clasped over her stomach, legs straight. Her sneakers were on the floor beside the bed. Her socks had been put neatly into the sneakers. One of the room's tall, thin windows was open wide, so the room was very cold. Jane's faded blue eyes were open wide, too, as if someone had forced them open. Her look of anger seemed to have passed. This confused me, and made me angry. It passed quickly. "Whose world is this?" Elizabeth asked. "It's not a world," I answered. "It's an island." "That's the same thing as a world." She sounded petulant. It's a tone I used to find amusing, as if she had momentarily become a small girl. It reminded me of our first few years together, when we were young children, before we started noticing, in earnest, that we were different sexes. Her petulance now is merely annoying, like her frown. I think I would find even her laughter annoying, if she laughed any more. I wish she were someone else. "What are we going to do with them?" Elizabeth asked. I shrugged. "What can we do with them?" I shook my head a little. "I'm not even sure we're supposed to do anything with them." I grinned. "We can arrange them," I said. "Arrange them?" She seemed astonished by the idea. "Sure. We can make them be what we want them to be. We can make them smile. We can make them look attentive and interested." "That's pathetic, George. They're not dolls. They're not marionettes." "What are they, then?" We were on one of our walks, which have grown less and less frequent, because there are so few areas on this island now that are unsullied by the others propped up in their various positions of life. I find it very disconcerting to come across one of them, even those with whom I'm familiar, perhaps because they are, as well, so grotesquely unfamiliar as their positions change from day to day and week to week. I maintained to Elizabeth that the others should at least remain predictable. If they are in an attitude of repose, then that is as they should remain. If they are in some other attitude, an attitude of life, as I call it, then that is as they should remain as well. They have no choice." Elizabeth had no idea what I was talking about. I think at times that she does not appreciate the situation we have here as much as I. I believe that she sees it as a burden. Sometimes I wish that she were somewhere else. "We've spotted the black-haired man in the black suit, though at a short distance. He was seated in a high-backed wooden chair on a dune overlooking the ocean. He was facing away from us, though we knew it was the same man we discovered 2 weeks earlier. When we saw him, we both stopped walking, and Elizabeth whispered an obscenity. We were perhaps 50 yards from the man, and the brisk wind was blowing his black hair about. "He's watching," Elizabeth said, then added, "or waiting." "How could he be watching anything, or for that matter waiting for anything?" I asked. "Why not?" she said. "Why couldn't he or any of them be watching and waiting?" "They've nothing to watch and nothing to wait for," I said. "They have everything to wait for," she said. "How do we know they don't? How do we know anything about them? We don't even know their names." "You're being argumentative," I said. "No, I'm being realistic," she said. "And you're being confrontational, too," I said. She shook her head. "No," she whispered, then nodded to the black-haired man. "He is." She paused. "They all are." I managed a brief and unsatisfying glimpse of the creature we supposed was a dog. It awakened Elizabeth and me early in the morning, when the sky had begun to lighten. It sounded as if it were very close to the house, perhaps on the little patch of scrubby lawn that I have tried hard to maintain. I could hear a slight warble in its hoarse bark, as if it were attempting song. "Listen to that," Elizabeth said. "Listen to that," she repeated. "It's awful." I looked at her, saw the pale oval of her face in the semi-darkness. "I don't think it's awful," I said. "It's grisly," she said. "It's awful," she repeated. "This entire island is awful. These people all around us are awful. They're sickening and awful, George. Look at them." "I have." "Not in any meaningful way. You've looked at them as if they're merely lawn ornaments." "I haven't." "But you have. I know you have. You always have." "Always? We haven't been here that long." "Haven't we?" "It only feels that way, Elizabeth. We've been here since we were children. I know it." The creature near the house barked again. Its warble was longer this time, more pronounced, as if it really were attempting song. Then what passes here for morning came, and when I went to the window, I saw the creature moving off toward the center of the island. It was larger than a large dog, though it was vaguely the shape of a dog. I saw only its dark silhouette against the gray light as it moved away from me. When I study it again with the eye of memory, I don't believe that it was a dog, however. I believe that it was human, or something trying to be human, or something which may have once been human. I said as much to Elizabeth while I stood at the window and she lay in bed. She laughed. It was a joyless noise. "You live for drama," she said. She grimaced. "More precisely, you live for the drama of death. I think you always have." I didn't like her laugh. I liked her grimace even less. It made me quite angry. I could feel it in my hands and arms. I could feel it in my ears and my mouth. "Damn you," I whispered. She turned over as if to go back to sleep. I was certain she hadn't heard me. One of the others is a woman I call Joanne. She's young, pretty, and she wears a black bikini, which fits her well. She sits upright in a 2-seat wooden rowboat that has the words "The Arrangement" painted poorly in black on the port bow. Joanne has red hair and green eyes, and, unlike so many of the others, she looks happy. I could be wrong, but I am almost sure there's the ghost of a smile on her broad red mouth. She has her hands on the rowboat's oars, which are at right angles to the rowboat, in the sand, which is where the rowboat sits, at the bottom of a dune about a half-mile from the house Elizabeth and I share. Sometimes I speak to Joanne, as I do to many of the others, though I've never shared this fact with Elizabeth. "Hello, Joanne," I say. "Beautiful name, Joanne. I've never known anyone with that name except you." She never responds, of course. I think that I would jump out of my shoes if she did. Her skin has a pale blue cast. All of the others on the island have that same cast, even Elizabeth, when the gray light catches her correctly. Sometimes I think that it's simply the quality of light which causes this cast. If, were the sun to appear, it would cause many changes, not just in the cast of skin. Perhaps the winds would cease. Perhaps the air would grow warm. Perhaps rain would come. And perhaps, when all of these things happened, the others here would begin the slow but inexorable processes which would take them from me and back to the earth forever. I'd miss them. Elizabeth may have been right in some strange way. I may think of them as ornaments, as bric-a-brac perhaps, knick-knacks. It's a grisly idea, but it's entertaining. What does one do with a missing wife? More correctly, what can one do with a missing wife? Encounter her living ghost on the stairway? Conjure up memories at bedtime? Prepare tea and scones and leave them on the table always? But then I don't know what I want to do with her, or what I'd do with her if I found her, or if she found me, or if we came across one another on the island, or in that other house. Of course, I've looked everywhere. I'm sure that I've found her footprints in the dunes, and it occurs to me that she may have simply walked into the ocean, sick to death of the life that has been provided her here on this grotesque and lovely island. But I found no evidence of footprints on the ocean side of the dunes, which suggests little, because such footprints would last only half a day or so in this wind. I've called to her, too, but again the wind covers much, and I'm all but certain she cannot hear me. I think, however, that she has never heard me. She has her gaudy technicolor world, and I have my world. So I've lost little. The creature, which once may have been human, warbled beneath the bedroom window before daylight. There was no hint, in the sound it made, of the bark which heralded its first appearances, only that warble, which is so close to song, and which is almost soothing in its strange atonality, as if, like so many, like myself, it is simply trying hard to find its place in a universe that is a friend to no one. And so it warbles off-key, in various keys, trying to find the tone which resonates in its miserable gut and heart, in the air and earth around it. I went to the window and peered down at the creature. I couldn't see its face. I saw a rough texture to the darkness, nothing more. But I believe it was peering back at me. I believe that its eyes, which may have been green, or blue-green, or blue, locked on mine, and that when I spoke to it, it spoke back, though I heard nothing except its atonal warbling. I am arranging the others as I feel they should have been arranged when I came to this island. I am arranging them as they no doubt want to be arranged, as I would want to be arranged were I in their shoes. But it is no small chore to arrange them. I'm as old or older than any of them, and they offer me no help whatsoever. Of course I know that they're beyond helping themselves or helping me, but when one sees arms and legs looking fit and strong backs, one naturally hopes for help. The arrangement I found for Joanne was simple enough. I sent her off in her rowboat. I pushed the thing out as far as I could into the choppy ocean, perhaps 50 yards, and I let the currents grab her. In no time she was gone. And I put the black-haired man back in the tide pool, face down, and I put Jane back on her exercise bike, though she seems angry again. And I put a young man named Henry on his back on a blanket on a dune near the ocean. I've covered his midsection with a towel. He used to be taking a bath in one of the bathrooms in the other house. He used to have one arm up so he could use a scrub brush, absent, on his back. I didn't like this. His genitals were huge, all too apparent, blue and ugly. And one I've named Rebecca is writing her first novel here in the dining room of my little house. She's using an old Remington Rand noiseless typewriter. Her fingers are poised above the keys. Her head is lowered slightly over the platen, and she's reading what she's written, which is absolutely nothing to date, and which will remain nothing forever. Rebecca used to be washing dishes at the other house. I've seen Elizabeth as a silhouette against the horizon at dusk. I'm sure it was Elizabeth. It could have been no one else. She has a distinctive figure, an hourglass figure, and she walks slowly, gracefully. I saw her from my bedroom window. She was 100 yards away, walking toward the ocean over a dune. I called to her, "Elizabeth, what are you doing?" Then sunlight grabbed her, and in a moment both she and the sunlight were gone. It is the first sunlight I've seen here. I must admit that it scares me. The others do not stay as I've arranged them, as if they have minds to command them and hands that grasp and legs that can make them walk. They have all gone off into other arrangements. The black-suited man is again in his high-backed chair on the dune, and Jane is now washing dishes at the other house, and the man named Henry is fishing, rod and reel poised, and Joanne is sunbathing under a gray sky, and Rebecca is standing just outside the house with an artist's brush in hand, as if at an easel. This makes me very angry, very angry. I can feel it in my ears and behind my eyes. These people are at the mercy of the wind's intentions, the winter's intentions, my intentions. They are beyond their own intentions. They have no memories, no needs, no wants, no lusts. They are organs, flesh, hair, and blood as thick as pudding. They are bric-a-brac, adornments. They serve the ambulatory. They serve me. The sun made a brief appearance today. It changed the wind and changed the temperature. It is changing the others, too. It's corrupting them, however slightly. The pale blue cast of their skin is becoming blemished by small, irregular patches of white and green. This is most apparent in those who remain outside. I pray for cold and wind and cloud. Quite early this morning I awoke suddenly, without knowing why, made my way downstairs, and saw that the front door was open, that Elizabeth was standing on the front porch looking in at me. I saw her face well despite the darkness. I think it was illuminated from above by light coming out of my bedroom window. I said, "Elizabeth." It wasn't a question. I was merely mouthing her name. She closed her eyes briefly and sighed. "Elizabeth," I said, "I'm very lonely here. I'm very lonely here. Come inside." She shook her head slightly as if the gesture gave her sorrow. I was half a room away. I did not move toward her. Eventually she turned and walked off. The sun's brief appearances have grown less and less brief. It rises each day, and it sets, and the others have become corruptible. Skin sloughs off, breasts wrinkle, eyes descend. This makes me very angry. I can feel it everywhere. And all the while Elizabeth watches, from a distance, on the dunes, at the windows, too, but never here, inside my little house. I cried to her this morning about loneliness again. I felt foolish and vulnerable, but I babbled and blubbered at her none the less, until she simply wasn't there any more. She could not hear me. She has never heard me. So I've lost little. But how can I be lonely now, with the others all about, arranged so prettily in the positions of life, and protected here, inside this little house, from the lingering and awful sunlight? I keep them away from the windows where the sunlight insinuates itself and causes skin and hands and noses and eyes and necks to decay. I speak to them. They do not speak back or change their attitudes of life. I think I would jump out of my shoes if they did. It's a bit close here now in this small house. I have barely room to sit in my chair. Elbows and breasts and thighs, knees and feet and chins and hair are arrayed around me like shadows at dusk. I don't turn to the windows any more. The sunlight is there, and I know Elizabeth is there too, looking in at me, doubtless with pity, always with pity. And the creature which may have once been human is at a different window, one shaded from sunlight, and it is warbling its atonal song. That song is constant now, as the wind was. It's a beautiful song, one I know I've always heard, even in childhood, and one which I think I understand at last. The Forest. Laird, Barron. Laird Barron, 1970, is an American writer, much of whose critically acclaimed work falls within the horror, noir, and dark fantasy genres. In his fiction, the influence of Lovecraft and Lucius Shepard has been subsumed by his own themes and concerns, creating such potent and original modern takes on the weird tale as The Forest, 2007. Barron spent his early years in Alaska and moved to Washington in 1994, where he became a certified strength trainer and earned a third-degree brown belt in Professor Bradley J. Steiner's Jundo Tao system. He has received multiple Shirley Jackson Awards for his fiction. After the drive had grown long and monotonous, Partridge shut his eyes, and the woman was waiting. She wore a cold white mask, similar to the mask Bengali woodcutters donned when they ventured into the mangrove forests along the coast. The tigers of the forest were stealthy. The tigers hated to be watched. They preferred to sneak up on prey from behind, so natives wore the masks on the backs of their heads as they gathered wood. Sometimes this kept the tigers from dragging them away. The woman in the cold white mask reached into a wooden box. She lifted a tarantula from the box and held it to her breast like a black carnation. The contrast was as magnificent as a stark Monet if Monet had painted watercolors of emaciated patricians and their pet spiders. Partridge sat on his high wooden chair and whimpered in animal terror. In the daydream he was always very young and powerless. The woman tilted her head. She came near and extended the tarantula in her long gray hand. "For you," she said. Sometimes she carried herself more like father and said in a voice of gravel, "Here is the end of fear." Sometimes the tarantula was a hissing cockroach of prehistoric girth, or a horned beetle. Sometimes it was a strange dark flower. Sometimes it was an embryo uncurling to form a miniature adult human that grinned a monkey's hateful grin. The woman offered him a black phone. The woman said, "Come say goodbye and good luck. Come quick." Except the woman did not speak. Toshi's breathless voice bled through the receiver. The woman in the cold white mask brightened, then dimmed like a dying coal or a piece of metal coiling into itself. Partridge opened his eyes and rested his brow against window glass. He was alone with the driver. The bus strolled through a night forest. Black trees dripped with fog. The narrow black road crumbled from decades of neglect. Sometimes poor houses and fences stood among the weeds and the ferns, and mutely suggested many more were lost in the dark. Wilderness had arisen to reclaim its possessions. Royals hunted in woods like these. He snapped on the overhead lamp and then opened his briefcase. Stags, wild boar, witches, convicts. The briefcase was nearly empty. He had tossed in some traveler's checks, a paperback novel, and his address book. No cell phone, although he left a note for his lawyer and a recorded message at Kyla's place in Malibu, warning them it might be a few days, perhaps a week, that there probably was not even phone service where he was going. Carry on, carry on. He had hopped a red-eye jet to Boston, and once there eschewed the convenience of renting a car or hiring a chauffeur and limo. He chose instead the relative anonymity of mass transit. The appeal of traveling incognito overwhelmed his normally staid sensibilities. Here was the first adventure he had undertaken in ages. The solitude presented an opportunity to compose his thoughts, his excuses, more likely. He cheerfully abandoned the usual host of unresolved items and potential brush fires that went with the territory. A possible trip to the Andes if a certain famous director's film got green-lighted, and if the famous director's drunken assertion to assorted executive producers and hangers-on over barbecued ribs and flaming daiquiris at the Monarch Grill that Richard Jefferson Partridge was the only man for the job meant a blessed thing. There were several smaller opportunities, namely an L.A. documentary about a powerhouse high school basketball team that recently graced the cover of Sports Illustrated, unless the documentary guy, a Cannes Film Festival sweetheart, decided to try to bring down the governor of California instead, as he had threatened to do time and again, a pet crusade of his with the elections coming that fall, and then the director would surely use his politically savvy compatriot, the cinematographer from France. He had also been approached regarding a proposed documentary about prisoners and guards at San Quentin. Certainly there were other, lesser engagements he'd lost track of. These doubtless scribbled on memo pads in his home office. He knew he should hire a reliable secretary. He promised himself to do just that every year. It was hard. He missed Jean. She'd had a lazy eye and a droll wit. made bad coffee, and kept sand-filled frogs and fake petunias on her desk. Jean left him for Universal Studios and then slammed into a reef in Maui, learning to surf with her new boss. The idea of writing the want ad, of sorting the applications and conducting the interviews, and finally letting the new person, the stranger, sit where Jean had sat and handle his papers, summoned a mosquito's thrum on the bones behind Partridge's ear. These details would surely keep, despite what hysterics might come in the meanwhile. Better, much better, not to endure the buzzing and whining and the imprecations and demands that he return at once, on pain of immediate career death, over a dicey relay. He had not packed a camera either. He was on vacation. His mind would store what his eye could catch, and that was all. The light was poor. Partridge held the address book close to his face. He had scribbled the directions from margin to margin and drawn a crude map with arrows and lopsided boxes and jotted the initials of the principals. Dr. Toshi Ryoko, Dr. Howard Campbell, Beasley, and Nadine. Of course, Nadine. She snapped her fingers, and here he came at a loyal trot. There were no mileposts on the road to confirm the impression that his destination was near. The weight in his belly sufficed. It was a fat stone grown from a pebble. Partridge's instincts did not fail him. A few minutes before dawn, the forest receded, and they entered Warrenburg. Warrenburg was a loveless hamlet of crabbed New England shop-fronts and angular plank and shingle houses with tall, thin doors and oily windows. Streetlights glowed along Main Street with black gaps like a broken pearl necklace. The street itself was buckled and rutted by poorly tarred cracks that caused sections to cohere uneasily as interleafed ice flows. The sea loomed near and heavy and palpable beneath a layer of rolling gloom. Partridge did not like what little he glimpsed of the surroundings. Long ago his friend Toshi had resided in New Mexico and Southern California, did his best work in Polynesia and the jungles of Central America. The doctor was a creature of warmth and light. Rolling Stone had characterized him as a rock star among zoologists, and as the Jacques Cousteau of the jungle, the kind of man who hired mercenaries to guard him, performers to entertain his sun-drenched villa, and filmmakers to document his exploits. This temperate landscape, so cool and provincial, so removed from Partridge's experience of all things Toshi, seemed to herald a host of unwelcome revelations. Beasley, long-standing attendant of the eccentric researcher, waited at the station. "Rich, at least you don't look like the big asshole variety says you are." He nodded soberly and scooped Partridge up for a brief hug in his powerful arms. This was like being embraced by an earth-mover. Beasley had played Australian rules football for a while after he left the army, and before he came to work for Toshi. His nose was squashed and his ears were cauliflowers. He was magnetic and striking as any character actor, nonetheless. "Hey, let me get that." He set Partridge aside and grabbed the luggage the driver had dragged from behind the innards of the bus. He hoisted the suitcases into the bed of a '56 Ford farm truck. The truck was museum quality. It was fire-engine red with a dinky American flag on the antenna. They rumbled inland. Rusty light gradually exposed counterchange shelves of empty fields and canted telephone poles strung together with thick, dipping, old-fashioned cables. Ducks pelted from a hollow in the road. The ducks spread themselves in a wavering pattern against the sky. "Been shooting?" Partridge indicated the 20-gauge softly clattering in the rack behind their heads. "When T isn't looking. Yeah, I roam the marshes a bit. You?" "No." "Yeah?" "Not in ages. Things get in the way. Life, you know." "Oh, well, we'll go out one day this week. Bag a mallard or two. Raise the dust." Partridge stared at the moving scenery. Toshi was disinterested in hunting and thought it generally a waste of energy. Nadine detested the sport without reserve. He tasted brackish water, metallic from the canteen. The odor of gun oil and cigarette smoke was strong in the cab. The smell reminded him of hip waders, muddy clay banks, and gnats in their biting millions among the reeds. "Okay, thanks." "Forget it, man." They drove in silence until Beasley hooked left onto a dirt road that followed a ridge of brambles and oak trees. On the passenger side, overgrown pastures dwindled into moiling vapors. The road was secured by a heavy iron gate with the usual complement of grimy warning signs. Beasley climbed out and unlocked the gate and swung it aside. Partridge realized that somehow this was the same ruggedly charismatic Beasley, plus a streak of gray in the beard and minus the spring-loaded tension and the whiskey musk. Beasley at peace was an enigma. Maybe he had quit the bottle for good this time around. The thought was not as comforting as it should have been. If this elemental truth, Beasley, the chronic drunk, the lovable but damaged brute, had ceased to hold, then what else lurked in the wings? When they had begun to jounce along the washboard lane, Partridge said, "Did T get sick? Somebody, I think Frank Ledbetter, told me T had some heart problems, angina." "Frankie, I haven't seen him since forever. He's still working for Boeing?" "Lockheed Martin." "Yeah? Good old L&M. Well, no business like war business," Beasley said. "The old boy's fine. Sure, things were in the shitter for a bit after New Guinea, but we all got over it. Water down the sluice." Again, the knowing sidelong glance. "Don't worry so much. He misses you. Everybody does, man." Toshi's farm was more of a compound lumped in the torso of a great irregular field. The road terminated in a hard-packed lot bordered by a sprawl of sheds and shacks, gutted chicken coops and labyrinthine hog pens, fallen to ruin. The main house, a Queen Anne, dominated. The house was a full 3 stories of spires, gables, spinning iron weathercocks, and acres of slate tiles. A monster of a house, yet somehow hunched upon itself. It was brooding and squat and low as a brick and timber mausoleum. The detached garage seemed new. So, too, the tarp and plastic-sheeted nurseries, the electric fence that partitioned the back 40 into quadrants, and the military drab short-wave antenna array crowning the A-frame barn. No private security forces were in evidence, no British mercenaries with submachine guns on shoulder slings, nor packs of sleek, bullet-headed attack dogs cruising the property. The golden age had obviously passed into twilight. "Behold the Moorhead estate," Beasley said, as he parked by slamming the brakes so the truck skidded sideways and its tires sent up a geyser of dirt. "Howard and Toshi bought it from the county about 15 years ago. Guess the original family died out, changed their names, whatever. Been here in one form or another since 1762. The original burned to the foundation in 1886, which is roughly when the town, Town, about 2 miles west of here, dried up and blew away. As you can see, they made some progress fixing this place since then." Partridge whistled as he eyed the setup. Really, cozy. There were other cars scattered in the lot, a Bentley, a Nixonier, a Cadillac, an archaic Land Rover that might have done a tour in the Sahara, a couple of battered pickup trucks, and an Army surplus Jeep. These told Partridge a thing or two, but not enough to surmise the number of guests or the nature of Toshi's interest in them. He had spotted the tail rotor of a helicopter poking from behind the barn. Partridge did not recognize any of the 6 grizzled men loitering near the bunkhouse. Those would be the roustabouts and the techs. The men passed around steaming thermoses of coffee. They pretended not to watch him and Beasley unload the luggage. "For God's sake, boy, why didn't you catch a plane?" Toshi called down from a perilously decrepit veranda. He was wiry and sallow and vitally ancient. He dressed in a bland short-sleeved button-up shirt a couple of neck sizes too large, and his ever-present gypsy kerchief. He leaned way over the precarious railing and smoked a cigarette. His cigarettes were invariably Russian, and came in 10 boxes, blazoned with hyperbolic full-color logos and garbled English mottos and blurbs such as "Prince of Peace" and "Yankee Flavor." "The Lear's in the shop." Partridge waved and headed for the porch. "You don't drive either, eh?" Toshi flicked his hand impatiently. "Come on, then. Beasley, the garden room, please." Beasley escorted Partridge through the gloomy maze of cramped halls and groaning stairs. Everything was dark, from the cryptic hangings and oil paintings of Moorheads long returned to dust, to the shiny walnut planks that squeaked and shifted everywhere underfoot. Partridge was presented a key by the new housekeeper, Mrs. Grant. She was a brusque woman of formidable brawn and comport. Perhaps Beasley's mother in another life. Beasley informed him that new was a relative term, as she had been in Campbell's employ for the better portion of a decade. She had made the voyage from Orange County and brought along 3 maids and a gardener handyman, who was also her current lover. The garden room was on the 2nd floor of the east wing and carefully isolated from the more heavily trafficked byways. It was a modest L-shaped room with a low, harshly textured ceiling, a coffin wardrobe carved from the heart of some extinct tree, a matching dresser, and a diminutive brass bed that sagged ominously. The portrait of a solemn girl in a garden hat was centered amidst otherwise negative space across from the bed. Vases of fresh-cut flowers were arranged on the window-sills. Someone had plugged in a rose-scented air freshener to subdue the abiding taint of wet plaster and rotting wood, mostly in vain. French doors led out to a balcony overlooking tumble-down stone walls of a lost garden, and then a plain of waist-high grass, gone the shade of wicker. The grass flowed into foothills. The foothills formed an indistinct line in the blue mist. "Home away from home, eh?" Beasley said. He wrung his hands, out of place as a bear in the confined quarters. "Let's see if those bastards left us any crumbs." Howard Campbell and Toshi were standing around the bottom of the stairs with a couple of other elder statesman types. One, a bluff, aristocratic fellow with handlebar mustaches and fat hands, reclined in a hydraulic wheelchair. The second man was also a specimen of genteel extract, but clean-shaven and decked in a linen suit that had doubtless been the height of ballroom fashion during Truman's watch. This fellow leaned heavily upon an ornate blackthorn cane. He occasionally pressed an oxygen mask over his mouth and nose and snuffled deeply. Both men stank of medicinal alcohol and shoe polish. A pair of bodyguards hovered nearby. The guards were physically powerful men in tight suit jackets. Their nicked-up faces wore the perpetual scowls of peasant trustees. Toshi lectured about a so-called super-colony of ants that stretched 6,000 kilometers from the mountains of northern Italy down along the coasts of France and into Spain. According to the reports, this was the largest ant colony on record, a piece of entomological history in the making. He halted his oration to lackadaisically introduce the Eastern gentlemen as Mr. Jackson Phillips and Mr. Carey Montague, and then jabbed Campbell in the ribs, saying, "What'd I tell you? Rich is as suave as an Italian prince. Thank God I don't have a daughter for him to knock up." To Partridge he said, "Now go eat before cook throws it to the pigs. Go, go." Campbell, the tallest and gravest of the congregation, gave Partridge a subtle wink. Meanwhile, the man in the wheelchair raised his voice to demand an explanation for why his valuable time was being wasted on an ant seminar. He had not come to listen to a dissertation, and Toshi damned well knew better. Partridge did not catch the rest because Beasley ushered him into the kitchen, whilst surreptitiously flicking Mr. Jackson Phillips the bird. The cook was an impeccable Hungarian named Gertz, whom Campbell had lured, or possibly blackmailed, away from a popular restaurant in Santa Monica. In any event, Gertz knew his business. Partridge slumped on a wooden stool at the kitchen counter. He worked his way through what Gertz apologetically called leftovers. These included sourdough waffles and strawberries, whipped eggs, biscuits, sliced apples, honeydew melon, and chilled milk. The coffee was a hand-ground Colombian blend strong enough to peel paint. Beasley slapped him on the shoulder and said something about chores. Partridge was sipping his second mug of coffee, liberally dosed with cream and sugar, when Nadine sat down close to him. Nadine shone darkly and smelled of fresh-cut hayricks and sweet, high-polished leather. She leaned in tight and plucked the teaspoon from his abruptly nerveless fingers. She licked the teaspoon and dropped it on the saucer, and she did not smile at all. She looked at him with metallic eyes that held nothing but a prediction of snow. "And action," Nadine said in a soft yet resonant voice that could have placed her center stage on Broadway had she ever desired to dwell in the apple and ride her soap-and-water sex appeal to the bank and back. She spoke without a trace of humor, which was a worthless gauge to ascertain her mood anyhow, she being a classical stoic. Her mouth was full and lovely and inches from Partridge's own. She did not wear lipstick. "You're pissed," Partridge said. He felt slightly dizzy. He was conscious of his sticky fingers and the seeds in his teeth. Lucky guess. I'm a Scientologist, grade 2. We get ESP at G2. No luck involved. Oh, they got you too. Pity. Inevitable, but still a pity. I'm kidding. What, even the cultists don't want you? I'm sure they want my money. Nadine tilted her head slightly. I owe the bees $20. Speaking of, know why? No, Partridge said. Wait, you said I wouldn't show. Because you're a busy man. That's the absolute truth. I'm busier than a one-armed paper hanger. I'm sure. Anyway, I said you'd duck us once again. A big movie deal, fucking a B-list starlet in the south of France. It'd be something. And then Beasley said something on the order of, Hell yeah, my boy will be here. Come hell or high water. Pretty much, yeah. He believes in you. Partridge tried not to squirm, even as her pitiless gaze bore into him. Well, it was close. I canceled some things. Broke an engagement or two. It's okay, Rich. You've been promising yourself a vacation, haven't you? This makes a handy excuse. Do a little R&R, get some you time in for a change. It's for your mental health. Bet you can write it off. Since this is going so well, how's Coop? He had noticed she was not wearing the ring. Handsome hubby Dan Cooper was doubtless a sore subject, he being the hapless CEO of an obscure defense contractor that got caught up in a federal dragnet. He would not be racing his classic Jaguar along hairpin coastal highways for the next 5 to 7 years, even assuming time off for good behavior. Poor Coop was another victim of Nadine's Gothic curse. Condolences, naturally. If I didn't send a card. He loves federal prison. It's a country club, really. How's that bitch you introduced me to? I forget her name. Rachel. Yep, that's it. The makeup lady. She pancaked Thurman like a corpse on that flick you shot for Coppola. Ha, yeah. She's around. We're friends. Always nice to have friends. Partridge forced a smile. I'm seeing someone else. Kyla Sherwood, the peroxide puppet. Tabloids know all, my dear. But it's not serious. News to her, eh? He was boiling alive in his aspen-chic sweater and charcoal slacks. Sweat trickled down his neck, and the hairs on his thighs prickled and chorused their disquiet. He wondered if that was a massive pimple pinching the flesh between his eyes. That was where he had always gotten the worst of them in high school. His face swelled so majestically people thought he had broken his nose playing softball. What could he say with this unbearable pressure building in his lungs? Their history had grown to epic dimensions. The kitchen was too small to contain such a thing. He said, Toshi said it was important that I come to this, what, party? Reunion? Whatever it is. God knows I love a mystery. Nadine stared the stare that gave away nothing. She finally glanced at her watch and stood. She leaned over him so that her hot breath brushed his ear. Look at the time. Lovely seeing you, Rich. Maybe later we can do lunch. He watched her walk away. As his pulse slowed and his breathing loosened, he waited for his erection to subside and tried to pinpoint what it was that nagged him, what it was that tripped the machinery beneath the liquid surface of his guilt-crazed, testosterone-glutted brain. Nadine had always reminded him of a duskier, more ferocious Betty Page. She was thinner now, her prominent cheekbones, the fragile symmetry of her scapulae through the open-back blouse, registered with him as he sat recovering his wits with the numb intensity of a soldier who had just clambered from a trench following a mortar barrage. Gertz slunk out of hiding and poured more coffee into Partridge's cup. He dumped in some schnapps from a hip flask. "Hang in there, my friend," he said drolly. "I just got my head beaten in," Partridge said. "Round one," Gertz said. He took a hefty pull from the flask. "Pace yourself, champ." Partridge wandered the grounds until he found Toshi in D-Lab. Toshi was surveying a breeding colony of cockroaches. Paraplaneta americana, he proclaimed them with a mixture of pride and annoyance. The lab was actually a big tool shed with the windows painted over. Industrial-sized aquariums occupied most of the floor space. The air had acquired a peculiar spicy odor reminiscent of hazelnuts and fermented bananas. The chamber was illuminated by infrared lamps. Partridge could not observe much activity within the aquariums unless he stood next to the glass. That was not going to happen. He contented himself to lurk at Toshi's elbow while a pair of men in coveralls and rubber gloves performed maintenance on an empty pen. The men scraped substrate into garbage bags and hosed the container and applied copious swaths of petroleum jelly to the rim where the mesh lid attached. Cockroaches were escape artists extraordinaire, according to Toshi. Most folks are trying to figure the best pesticide to squirt on these little fellas. Here you are, a cockroach rancher, Partridge said. Cockroaches. I care nothing for cockroaches. This is scarcely more than a side effect, the obligatory nod to cladistics, if you will. Cockroaches, beetles. There are superficial similarities. These animals crawl and burrow. They predate us humans by hundreds of millions of years. But beetles are infinitely more interesting. The naturalist's best friend. Museums and taxidermists love them, you see. Great for cleaning skeletal structures, antlers, and the like. Nature's efficiency experts. What's the latest venture? A-Lab. I will show you. Toshi became slightly animated. He straightened his crunched shoulders to gesticulate. His hand glimmered like a glow tube at a rock concert. I keep a dozen colonies of domestic beetles in operation. Have to house them in glass or stainless steel. They nibble through anything. This house of creepy crawlies was not good for Partridge's nerves. He thought of the chair and the woman and her tarantula. He was sickly aware that if he closed his eyes at that very moment, the stranger would remove the mask and reveal Nadine's face. Thinking of Nadine's face and its feverish luminescence, he said, "She's dying." Toshi shrugged. "Johns Hopkins, my friends at Fred Hutch. Nobody can do anything. This is the very bad stuff, very quick." "How long has she got?" The floor threatened to slide from under Partridge's feet. Cockroaches milled in their shavings and hidey holes. Their tic-tac impacts burrowed under his skin. "Not long. Probably 3 or 4 months." "Okay." Partridge tasted breakfast, returned as acid in his mouth. The technicians finished their task and began sweeping. Toshi gave some orders. He said to Partridge, "Let's go see the beetles." A-Lab was identical to D-Lab except for the wave of charnel rot that met Partridge as he entered. The domestic colonies were housed in corrugated metal canisters. Toshi raised the lid to show Partridge how industriously a particular group of larvae were stripping the greasy flesh of a small mixed-breed dog. Clean white bone peeked through coagulated muscle fibers and patches of coarse blond fur. Partridge managed to stagger the 15 or so feet and vomit into a plastic sink. Toshi shut the lid and nodded wisely. "Some fresh air, then." Toshi conducted a perfunctory tour, complete with a wheezing narrative regarding matters coleopteran and tautological, the latter being one of his comrade Howard Campbell's manifold specialties. Campbell had held since the early 70s that one day soon the snail cone or some species of jellyfish was going to revolutionize neurology. Partridge nodded politely and dwelt on his erupting misery. His stomach felt as if a brawler had used it for a speed bag. He trembled and dripped with cold sweats. Then, as they ambled along a fence holding back the wasteland beyond the barn, he spotted a cluster of 3 satellite dishes. The dishes' antennas were angled downward at a sizable oblong depression like aardvark snouts, poised to siphon musty earth. These were lightweight models, each no more than 4 meters across and positioned as to be hidden from casual view from the main house. Their trapezoidal shapes didn't jibe with photos Partridge had seen of similar devices. These objects gleamed the yellow-gray gleam of rotting teeth. His skin crawled as he studied them in the area of crushed soil. The depression was over a foot deep and shaped not unlike a kiddie wading pool. This presence in the field was incongruous and somehow sinister. He immediately regretted discarding his trusty cannon. He stopped and pointed. "What are those?" "Radio telescopes, obviously." "Yeah. What kind of metal is that? Don't they work better if you point them at the sky?" "The sky. Well, perhaps later. You note the unique design, eh? Campbell and I invented them, basically. Really. Interesting segue from entomological investigation, Doc. See what happens when you roll in the mud with NASA? The notion of first contact is so glamorous it begins to rub off. Worse than drugs. I'm in recovery. Partridge stared at the radio dishes. UFOs and whatnot, huh? You stargazer, you. When did you get into that field? It bemused him how Toshi Ryoko hopscotched from discipline to discipline with a breezy facility that unnerved even the mavericks among his colleagues. I most assuredly haven't migrated to that field. However, I will admit to grazing as the occasion warrants. The dishes are a link in the chain. We've got miles of conductive coil buried around here, all part of a comprehensive surveillance plexus. We monitor everything that crawls, swims, or flies. Howard and I have become enamored of astrobiology, cryptozoology, the occulted world. Do you recall when we closed shop in California? That was roughly concomitant with our lamentably over-publicized misadventures in New Guinea. Partridge had heard that Campbell and Toshi disappeared into the back country for 3 weeks after they lost a dozen porters and 2 graduate students in a river accident. Maybe alcohol and drugs were involved. There was an investigation and all charges were waived. The students' families had sued, of course. Partridge knew he should have called to offer moral support. Unfortunately, associating with Toshi in that time of crisis might have been an unwise career move, and he let it slide. But nothing slides forever, does it? New Guinea wasn't really a disaster. Indeed, it served to crystallize the focus of our research, to open new doors. Partridge was not thrilled to discuss New Guinea. Intriguing. I'm glad you're going great guns. It's over my head, but I'm glad. Sincerely. Several crows described broad, looping circles near the unwholesome machines. Near, but not too near. But that's not important. I imagine I shall die before any of this work comes to fruition. Toshi smiled fondly and evasively. He gave Partridge an avuncular pat on the arm. You're here for Nadine's grand farewell. She will leave the farm after the weekend. Everything is settled. You see now why I called. Partridge was not convinced. Nadine seemed to resent his presence. She'd always been hot and cold when it came to him. What did Toshi want him to do? Absolutely, he said. They walked back to the house and sat on the porch in rocking chairs. Gertz brought them a pitcher of iced tea and frosted glasses on trays. Campbell emerged in his trademark double-breasted steel blue suit and horn-rimmed glasses. For the better part of 3 decades he had played the mild, urbane foil to Toshi's megalomaniacal iconoclast. In private, Campbell was easily the dominant of the pair. He leaned against a post and held out his hand until Toshi passed him a smoldering cigarette. I'm glad you know, he said, fastening his murky eyes on Partridge. I didn't have the nerve to tell you myself. Partridge felt raw, exhausted, and bruised. He changed the subject. So, those guys in the suits, Montague and Phillips. How do you know them? Financiers, I presume? Patrons, Campbell said. As you can see, we've scaled back the operation. It's difficult to run things off the cuff. Lolling against the post, a peculiar hybrid of William Burroughs and Walter Cronkite, he radiated folksy charm that mostly diluted underlying hints of decadence. This charm often won the hearts of flabby dilettante crones looking for a cause to champion. Fortunately, there are always interested parties with deep pockets. Partridge chuckled to cover his unease. His stomach was getting worse. Toshi promised to get me up to speed on your latest and greatest contribution to the world of science. Or do I want to know? You showed him the telescopes? Anything else? Campbell glanced to Toshi and arched his brow. Toshi's grin was equal portions condescension and mania. He rubbed his spindly hands together like a spider combing its pedipalps. Howard, I haven't. He hasn't been to the site. He has visited with our pets, however. Mind your shoes if you fancy them, by the way. Toshi has developed a knack for beetles, Campbell said. I don't know what he sees in them, frankly. Boring. Pardon the pun. I'm stone-knackered on dewars. My bloody joints are positively gigantic in this climate. Oh, have you seen reports of the impending yellow disaster? China will have the whole of Asia Minor deforested in the next decade. I imagine you haven't. You don't film horror movies, right? At least not reality horror." He laughed as if to say, "You realize I'm kidding, don't you, lad? We're all friends here. Mankind is definitely eating himself out of house and home. The beetles and cockroaches are in the direct line of succession." "Scary," Partridge said. He waited doggedly for the punchline, although free association was another grace note of Campbell's and Toshi's. The punchline might not even exist. Give them 30 seconds and they would be nattering about engineering E. coli to perform microscopic stupid pet tricks, or how much they miss those good old Bangkok whores. Toshi lighted another cigarette and waved it carelessly. "The boy probably hasn't the foggiest notion as to the utility of our naturalistic endeavors. Look, after dinner we'll give a demonstration. We'll hold a séance." "Oh, horseshit, Toshi!" Campbell scowled fearsomely. This was always a remarkable transformation for those not accustomed to his moods. "Considering the circumstances, that's extremely tasteless." "Not to mention premature," Partridge said through a grim smile. He rose, upsetting his drink in a clatter of softened ice cubes and limpid orange rinds, and strode from the porch. He averted his face. He was not certain if Campbell called after him because of the blood beating in his ears. Toshi did clearly say, "Let him go. Let him be, Howard. She'll talk to him." He stumbled to his room and crashed into his too-short bed and fell unconscious. Partridge owed much of his success to Toshi. Even that debt might not have been sufficient to justify the New England Odyssey. The real reason, the motive force under the hood of Partridge's lamentable midlife crisis, and the magnetic compulsion to heed that bizarre late-night call, was certainly his sense of unfinished business with Nadine. Arguably, he had Toshi to thank for that, too. Toshi Ryoko emigrated to Britain and later the U.S. from Okinawa in the latter 60s. This occurred a few years after he had begun to attract attention from the international scientific community for his brilliant work in behavioral ecology, and prior to his stratospheric rise to popular fame due to daredevil eccentricities and an Academy Award-nominated documentary of his harrowing expedition into the depths of a Bengali wildlife preserve. The name of the preserve loosely translated into English as "the forest that eats men." Partridge had been the 23-year-old cinematographer brought aboard at the last possible moment to photograph the expedition. No more qualified person could be found on the ridiculously short notice that Toshi announced for departure. The director-producer was none other than Toshi himself. It was his first and last film. There were, of course, myriad subsequent independent features, newspaper and radio accounts. The major slicks covered Toshi's controversial exploits, but he lost interest in filmmaking after the initial hubbub and eventually faded from the public eye. Possibly his increasing affiliation with clandestine U.S. government projects was to blame. The cause was immaterial. Toshi's fascinations were mercurial, and stardom proved incidental to his mission of untangling the enigmas of evolutionary origins and ultimate destination. Partridge profited greatly from that tumultuous voyage into the watery hell of man-eating tigers and killer bees. He emerged from the crucible as a legend fully formed. His genesis was as Minerva's, that warrior daughter sprung whole from Jupiter's aching skull. All the great directors wanted him. His name was gold. It was nothing but beluga caviar and box seats at the Rose Bowl, a string of Where Are They Now actresses on his arm, an executive membership in the Ferrari Club, and posh homes in Malibu and Ireland. Someday they would hang his portrait in the American Society of Cinematography archives and blazon his star on Hollywood Boulevard. There was just one glitch in his happily ever after: Nadine. Nadine Thompson was the whip-smart Stanford physiologist who had gone along for the ride to Bangladesh as Toshi's chief disciple. She was not Hollywood sultry, yet the camera found her to be eerily riveting in a way that was simultaneously erotic and repellent. The audience never saw a scientist when the camera tracked Nadine across the rancid deck of that river barge. They saw a woman-child, ripe, lithe, and lethally carnal. She was doomed. Jobs came and went. Some were comparative plums, yes. None of them led to prominence indicative of her formal education and nascent talent. None of them opened the way to the marquee projects, postings, or commissions. She eventually settled for a staff position at a museum in Buffalo. An 87-minute film shot on Super 16mm consigned her to professional purgatory. Maybe a touch of that taint had rubbed off on Partridge. Nadine was the youthful excess that Hollywood could not supply, despite its excess of youth, the one he still longed for during the long, blank Malibu nights. He carried a load of guilt about the whole affair as well. Occasionally, in the strange hollow years after the hoopla, the groundswell of acclaim and infamy, she would corner Partridge in a remote getaway bungalow or a honeymoon seaside cottage for a weekend of gin and bitters and savage love-making. In the languorous aftermath, she often confided how his magic Panaflex had destroyed her career. She would forever be the woman in that movie. She was branded a real-life scream queen and the sex pot with a so-so face and magnificent ass. Nadine was right, as usual. The forest that eats men never let go once it sank its teeth. He dreamed of poling a raft on a warm, muddy river. Mangroves hemmed them in corridors of convoluted blacks and greens. Creepers and vines strung the winding waterway. Pale sunlight sifted down through this screen of vegetation, a dim, smoky light full of shadows and shifting clouds of gnats and mosquitoes. Birds warbled and screeched. He crouched in the stern of the raft and stared at the person directly before him. That person's wooden mask with its dead eyes and wooden smile gaped at him, fitted as it was to the back of the man's head. The wooden mouth whispered, "You forgot your mask." Partridge reached back and found, with burgeoning horror, that his skull was indeed naked and defenseless. "They're coming! They're coming!" The mask grinned soullessly. He inhaled to scream and jerked awake, twisted in the sheets and sweating. Red light poured through the thin curtains. Nadine sat in the shadows at the foot of his bed. Her hair was loose and her skin reflected the ruddy light. He thought of the goddess Kali, shrunk to mortal dimensions. "You don't sleep well either, huh?" she said. "Nope, not since Bangladesh." "That long? Huh." He propped himself on his elbow and studied her. "I've been considering my options lately. I'm thinking it might be time to hang up my spurs, go live in the Bahamas." She said, "You're too young to go." That was her mocking tone. "You too." She didn't say anything for a while. Then, "Rich, you ever get the feeling you're being watched?" "Like when you snuck in here while I was sleeping? Funny you should mention it." "Rich." He saw that she was serious. "Sometimes, yeah." "Well, you are. Always. I want you to keep that in mind." "Okay. Will it help?" "Good question." The room darkened bit by bit. He said, "You think you would have made it back to the barge?" He couldn't distance himself from her cry as she flailed overboard and hit the water like a stone. There were crocodiles everywhere. No one moved. The whole crew was frozen in that moment between disbelief and action. He had shoved the camera at who? Beasley. He had done that and then gone in and gotten her. Blood-warm water, brown with mud. He did not remember much of the rest. The camera caught it all. "No," she said, "not even close." He climbed over the bed and hugged her. She was warm. He pressed his face into her hair. Her hair trapped the faint, cloying odor of sickness. "I'm so fucking sorry," he said. She didn't say anything. She rubbed his shoulder. That night was quiet at the Moorhead estate. There was a subdued dinner, and afterward some drinks. Everybody chatted about the good old days, the real ones and the imaginary ones, too. Phillips and Montague disappeared early on and took their men-at-arms with them. Nadine sat aloof. She held on to a hardback, one of Toshi's long-out-of-print treatises on insect behavior and ecological patterns. Partridge could tell she was only pretending to look at it. Later, after lights out, Partridge roused from a dream of drowning in something that wasn't quite water. His name was whispered from the foot of the bed. He fumbled upright in the smothering dark. Nadine? He clicked on the lamp and saw he was alone. It rained in the morning. Toshi was undeterred. He put on a slicker and took a drive in the Land Rover to move the radio telescopes and other equipment into more remote fields. A truckload of the burly, grim laborers followed. The technicians trudged about their daily routine, indifferent to the weather. Campbell disappeared with Phillips and Montague. Nadine remained in her room. Partridge spent the morning playing poker with Beasley and Gertz on the rear porch. They drank whiskey, coffee for Beasley, and watched water drip from the eaves and thunderheads roll across the horizon, trailing occasional whip-cracks of lightning. Then it stopped raining, and the sun transformed the landscape into a mass of illuminated rust and glass. Partridge went for a long walk around the property to clear his head and savor the clean air. The sun was melting toward the horizon when Beasley found him dozing in the shade of an oak. It was a huge tree with yellowing leaves and exposed roots. The roots crawled with pill bugs. Between yawns, Partridge observed the insects go about their tiny business. "Come on, you got to see the ghost town before it gets dark," Beasley said. Partridge didn't bother to protest. Nadine waited in the jeep. She wore tortoise-shell sunglasses and a red scarf in her hair. He decided she looked better in a scarf than Toshi ever had, no question. Partridge opened his mouth, and Beasley gave him a friendly shove into the front passenger seat. "Sulk, sulk, sulk," Nadine laughed at him. "In the garden, eating worms?" "Close enough," Partridge said, and hung on as Beasley gunned the jeep through a break in the fence line and zoomed along an overgrown track that was invisible until they were right on top of it. The farm became a picture on a stamp, and then they passed through a belt of paper birches and red maples. They crossed a ramshackle bridge that spanned an ebon stream and drove into a clearing. Beasley ground gears until they gained the crown of a long tabletop hill. He killed the engine and coasted to a halt amid tangled grass and wildflowers and said, "Orentown. Died circa 1890s. Below their vantage, remnants of a village occupied the banks of a shallow valley. If Orentown was dead, its death was the living kind. A score of salt-box houses and the brooding hulk of a Second Empire church waited somberly. Petrified roofs were dappled by the shadows of moving clouds. Facades were brim with the ephemeral light of the magic hour. Beasley's walkie-talkie crackled, and he stepped aside to answer the call. Nadine walked partway down the slope and stretched her arms. Her muscles stood forth in cords of sinew and gristle. She looked over her shoulder at Partridge. Her smile was alien. "Don't you wish you'd brought your camera?" The brain is a camera. What Partridge really wished was that he had gone to his room and slept. His emotions were on the verge of running amok. The animal fear from his daydreams had sneaked up again. He smelled the musk of his own adrenaline and sweat. The brain is a camera, and once it sees what it sees, there's no taking it back. He noticed another of Toshi's bizarre radio dishes perched on a bluff. The antenna was focused upon the deserted buildings. "I don't like this place," he said. But she kept walking, and he trailed along. It was cooler among the houses. The earth was trampled into concrete and veined with minerals. Nothing organic grew, and no birds sang. The subtly deformed structures were encased in a transparent resin that lent the town the aspect of a waxworks. He thought it might be shellac. Shadows fell across Partridge's path. Open doorways and sugar-spun windows fronted darkness. These doors and windows were as unwelcoming as the throats of ancient wells, the mouths of caves. He breathed heavily. How did Toshi do this? Why did he do this? Nadine laughed and took his hand playfully. Hers was dry and too warm, like a leather wallet left in direct sunlight. Toshi only discovered it. Do you seriously think he and Howard are capable of devising something this extraordinary? No. Quite a few people spent their lives in this valley. Decent farming and hunting in these parts. The Moorheads owned about everything. They owned a brewery and a mill down the road, near their estate. All those busy little worker bees going about their jobs, going to church on Sunday. I'm sure it was a classic hallmark. Then it got cold, one of those long winters that never ends. Nothing wanted to grow, and the game disappeared. The house burned. Sad for the Moorheads, Sadder for the people who depended on them. The family circled its wagons to rebuild the mansion, but the community never fully recovered. Orantown was here today, gone tomorrow. At least that's the story we hear told by the old-timers at the Mad Rooster over cribbage and a pint of stout. Nadine stood in the shade of the church, gazing up at the crucifix. This is how it will all be someday. Empty buildings, empty skies. The grass will come and eat everything we ever made. The waters will swallow it. It puts my situation into perspective, let me tell you. These buildings should have fallen down. Somebody's gone through a lot of trouble to keep this like a museum. Yeah, somebody has. This isn't the only place it's been done either. Places like this? Where? Partridge said. He edged closer to the bright center of the village square. I don't know. They're all over if you know what to look for. Nadine, maybe. Jesus! He jerked his head to peer at a doorway. The darkness inside the house seemed fuller and more complete. Are there people here? His mind jumped to an image of the masks that the natives wore to ward off tigers. He swallowed hard. Just us chickens, love. A stiff breeze rushed from the northwest and whipped the outlying grass. Early autumn leaves skated across the glassy rooftops and swirled in barren yards. Leaves fell dead and dry. Night was coming hard. I'm twitchy, jet-lagged probably. What do those weird-looking rigs do? He pointed at the dish on the hill. Toshi said they're radio telescopes he invented. He said he invented them? Oh, my. I dearly love that man, but sometimes he's such an asshole. Yeah. How do they work? Nadine shrugged. They read frequencies on the electromagnetic spectrum. Radio signals from underground. Why does that sound totally backwards to me? I didn't say anything about radio signals. Then what did you say? When we get back, ask Toshi about the node. What are you talking about? Partridge's attention was divided between her and the beautifully grotesque houses and the blackness inside them. You'll see. Get him to show you the node. That'll clear some of this stuff up pronto. Beasley called to them. He and the jeep were a merged silhouette against the failing sky. He swung his arm overhead until Nadine yelled that they would start back in a minute. She removed her shades and met Partridge's eyes. You okay, Rich? She refused to relinquish her grip on his hand. You're asking me? She gave him another of her inscrutable looks. She reached up and pushed an unkempt lock from his forehead. I'm not mad, in case you're still wondering. I wanted you to see me off. Not like there are any more weekend rendezvous in the stars for us. That's no way to talk, he said. Just saying. She dropped his hand and walked away. In a moment he followed. By the time they made the summit, darkness had covered the valley. Beasley had to use the headlights to find the way home. Geertz served prawns for dinner. They ate at the long mahogany table in the formal dining room. Jackson Phillips begged off due to an urgent matter in the city. Beasley packed him and one of the muscle-bound bodyguards into the helicopter and flew away. That left 6, Toshi, Campbell, Nadine, Carrie Montague, and the other bodyguard, and Partridge. The men wore suits and ties. Nadine wore a cream-colored silk chiffon evening gown. There were candles and elaborate floral arrangements and dusty bottles of wine from the Moorhead cellar and magnums of top-dollar French champagne from a Boston importer who catered to those with exclusive tastes and affiliations. Toshi proposed a toast and said a few words in Japanese, and then the assembly began to eat and drink. Somewhere in the middle of the 3rd or 4th course, Partridge realized he was cataclysmically drunk. They kept setting them up, and he kept knocking them down. Toshi, or Campbell, frequently clapped his back and clinked his glass and shouted, "Sic iter ad astra," and another round would magically appear. His head was swollen and empty as an echo chamber. The winking silverware and sloshing wine-glasses, the bared teeth and hearty laughter came to him from a seashell. He caught Nadine watching him from across the table, her eyes cool, her mouth set inscrutably. He poured more liquor down his throat to break their moment of recognition, and when he checked again she'd left the table, her untouched meal, and sailed from the room. Dinner blurred into a collage of sense and chaos, of light and dark, and he gripped his glass and blinked dumbly against the shattering flare of the low-slung chandelier, and laughed uproariously. Without transition, dinner was concluded, and the men had repaired to the den to relax over snifters of Hennessy. They lounged in wing-backed leather chairs and upon opulent leather divans. Partridge admired the vaulted ceiling, the library of towering lacquered oak bookcases, and the impressive collection of antique British rifles and British cavalry sabres cast in rearing cabinets of chocolate wood and softly warped glass. Everything was so huge and shiny and far away. When the cigar and pipe smoke hung thick and the men's cheeks were glazed and rosy as the cheeks of Russian dolls, he managed, "I'm supposed to ask you about the node." Campbell smiled a broad and genial smile. "The node, yes. The node, of course, is the very reason Mr. Phillips and Mr. Montague have come to pay their respects. They hope to buy their way into heaven." "He's right. He's right," Mr. Carey Montague said with an air of merry indulgence. "Jack had his shot, didn't he, though? Couldn't hack it, and off he flew." "I was getting to this," Toshi said, in a roundabout fashion. "Exceedingly so," Campbell said. "Didn't want to frighten him. It's a delicate matter." "Yes," Campbell said dryly. He puffed on his pipe, and his eyes were red around the edges and in the center of his pupils. "Shall I, or do you want to go?" Toshi shrugged his indifference. "The node is a communication device," Campbell said through a mouthful of smoke. "Crude, really. Danforth Moorhead, the Moorhead patriarch, developed the current model. The schematic was delivered to him, and he effected the necessary modifications, at any rate. Admittedly, it's superior to the primitive methods, scrying, seances, psychedelic drugs, that nonsense. Not to mention some of the more gruesome customs we've observed in the provincial regions. Compared to that, the node is state-of-the-art. It is a reservoir that filters and translates frequency imaging captured by our clever radio telescopes. It permits us to exchange information with our neighbors." Partridge dimly perceived that the others were watching him with something like fascination. Their eyes glittered through the haze. "With who? I don't—" "Our neighbors," Campbell said. "Oh, the things they show you." Carey Montague sucked on his oxygen mask until he resembled a ghoul. Partridge swung his head to look from face to face. The men were drunk. The men seethed with restrained glee. No one appeared to be joking. "Well, go on, then," he said dreamily. His face was made of plaster. Black spots revolved before him like ashen snowflakes. "I told you, Richard. Mankind can't go on like this." "Like what?" Toshi chuckled. "Assuming we don't obliterate ourselves, or that a meteorite doesn't smack us back to the Cambrian, if not the Cryptozoic, this planet will succumb to the exhaustion of Sol. First the mammals, then the reptiles, right down the line until all that is left of any complexity are the arthropods, beetles and cockroaches and their oceanic cousins, practically speaking. Evolution is a circle. We're sliding back to that endless sea of protoplasmic goop." "I'm betting on the nuclear holocaust," Campbell said. Partridge slopped more brandy into his mouth. He was far beyond tasting it. He said intelligently, and cast about for a place to inconspicuously ditch his glass. NASA and its holy grail, first contact, the quest for intelligent life in the universe, all hogwash, all lies. Toshi gently took the snifter away and handed him a fresh drink in a ceramic mug. This was not brandy. It was rich and dark as honey in moonlight. "Private stock, my boy. Drink up." Partridge drank, and his eyes flooded, and he choked a little. Toshi nodded in satisfaction. "We know now what we've always suspected. Man is completely and utterly alone in a sea of dust and smoke. Alone, and inevitably slipping into extinction." "Not quite alone," Campbell said. "There are an estimated 5 to 8 million species of insects, as of yet unknown and unclassified. Hell of a lot of insects, But why stop at bugs? Only a damned fool would suppose that was anything but the tip of the iceberg. When the time of man comes to an end, their time will begin. And be certain this is not an invasion or a hostile occupation. We'll be as dead as dodos a goodly period before they emerge to claim the surface. They won't rule forever. The planet will eventually become cold and inhospitable to any mortal organism. but trust that their rule will make the reign of the terrible lizards seem a flicker of an eyelash." "You're talking about cockroaches," Partridge said in triumph. "Fucking cockroaches!" That was too amusing, and so he snorted on his pungent liquor and had a coughing fit. "No, we are not," Campbell said. "We aren't talking about spiders or beetles either," Toshi said. He gave Partridge's knee an earnest squeeze. "To even compare them with the citizens of the great kingdom, I shudder. However, if I were to make that comparison, I'd say this intelligence is the progenitor of those insects scrabbling in the muck, the mother race of idiot stepchildren." Campbell knelt before him so they were eye to eye. The older man's face was radiant and distant as the moon. "This is a momentous discovery. We've established contact. Not us, actually. It's been going on forever. We are the latest emissaries, if you will, trustees to the grandest secret of them all. Oh, boy, you guys. You fucking guys. Is Nadine in on this?" "Best that you see firsthand. Would you like that, Rich?" What?" Partridge did not know what he wanted, except that he wanted the carousel to stop. Campbell and Toshi stood. They took his arms, and the next thing he knew they were outside in the humid country night with darkness all around. He tried to walk, but his legs wouldn't cooperate much. They half-dragged him to a dim metal door, and there was a lamp bulb spinning in space, and then steep winding concrete stairs and cracked concrete walls ribbed with mold. They went down, and a strong earthy smell overcame Partridge's senses. People spoke to him in rumbling nonsense phrases. Someone ruffled his hair and laughed. His vision fractured. He glimpsed hands and feet, a piece of jaw illumined by a quivering fluorescent glow. When the hands stopped supporting him, he slid to his knees. He had the impression of kneeling in a cellar. Water dripped, and a pale overhead lamp hummed like a wasp in a jar. From the corner of his eye he got the sense of table legs and cables, and he smelled an acrid smell like cleaning solvents. He thought it might be a laboratory. "Crawl forward just a bit." It was strange, whatever lay before him. Something curved, spiral-shaped, and darkly wet. A horn, a giant conch shell. It was impossible to be certain. There was an opening, as the external os of a cervix, large enough to accommodate him and all his lanky height. Inside it was moist and muffled and black. "There's a lad. Curl up inside. Don't fight. There, that's my boy. Won't be long, not long. Don't be afraid. This is only a window, not a doorway." Then nothing, and nothing, and nothing. Only his heart, his breathing, and a whispery static thrum that might have been the electromagnetic current tracing its circuit through his nerves. Nothingness grew very dense. Partridge tried to shriek when water, or something thicker than water, flowed over his head and into his sinuses and throat. Low static built in his ears, and the abject blackness was replaced by flashes of white imagery. He fell from an impossible height. He saw only high-velocity jump cuts of the world, and each caromed from him and into the gulf almost instantly. Fire and blood and moving tides of unleashed water, bones of men and women and cities, dead, mummified cities, gone so long without inhabitants they had become cold and brittle and smooth as mighty forests of stone. There loomed over everything a silence that held to its sterile bosom countless screams and the sibilant chafe of swirling dust. Nadine stood naked as ebony in the heart of a ruined square. She wore a white mask, but he knew her with the immediacy of a nightmare. She lifted her mask and looked at him. She smiled and raised her hand. Men and women emerged from the broken skyscrapers and collapsed bunkers. They were naked and pallid and smiling. In the distance the sun heaved up, slow and red. Its deathly light cascaded upon the lines and curves of cyclopean structures. These were colossal, inhuman edifices of fossil bone and obsidian and anthracite that glittered not unlike behemoth carapaces. He thrashed and fell and drowned. Nadine said in his ear, "Come down. We love you." The cellar floor was cool upon his cheek. He was paralyzed and choking. The men spoke to him in soothing voices. Someone pressed a damp cloth to his brow. "Take it easy, son. The first ride or two is a bitch and a half.
Get his head." Partridge groaned as gravity crushed him into the moldy concrete. Someone murmured to him, "They are interested in preserving aspects of our culture, thus Orantown and places, hidden places, most white men will never tread. Of course it's a multifaceted project. Preserving artifacts, buildings, that's hardly enough to satisfy such an advanced intellect." Partridge tried to speak. His jaw worked spastically. No sound emerged. The concrete went soft, and everyone fell silent at once. Partridge stirred and sat up. He tried to piece together how he ended up on the back porch, sprawled in a wooden folding chair. He was still in his suit, and it was damp and clung to him the way clothes do after they have been slept in. The world teetered on the cusp of night. Parts of the sky were orange as fire, and other parts were covered by purple-tinted rain clouds like a pall of cannon smoke. Partridge's hair stood in gummy spikes. His mouth was swollen and cottony. He had drooled in his long sleep. His body was stiff as an old plank. Beasley came out of the house and handed him a glass of seltzer water. "Can't hold your liquor any more?" Partridge took the glass in both hands and drank greedily. "Oh, you're back. Must have been a hell of a party," he said at last. He had slept for at least 16 hours, according to his watch. His memory was a smooth and frictionless void. "Yeah," Beasley said. "You okay?" Partridge was not sure. He said. He rolled his head to survey the twilight vista. "Beasley." "Yeah?" "All this." Partridge swept his hand to encompass the swamped gardens and the decrepit outbuildings. "They're letting it fall down. Nobody left from the old days. You and me, and Nadine." "And when we're gone?" "We're all going to be gone sooner or later. The docs, they just do what they can. There's nothing else, pal." Beasley gave him a searching look. He shook his shaggy head and chuckled. "Don't get morbid on me, Hollywood. Been a good run, if you ask me. Hell, we make it a few more years before the plug gets pulled." "Is Montague still here?" "Why do you ask?" "I heard someone yelling, cursing, earlier while I slept." "Huh. Yeah, there was a little fight. The old fellow didn't get his golden ticket. He wasn't wanted. Few are. He shipped out. Won't be coming back." "I guess not. What was he after?" "Same thing as everybody else, I suppose. People think Toshi is the devil, that he can give them their heart's desire if they sign on the dotted line. It ain't so simple." Partridge had a wry chuckle at that. "Damned right it's not simple, partner. I'm still selling my soul to Tinseltown. No such luck as to unload the whole shebang at once." Partridge shook with a sudden chill. His memory shucked and jittered. It spun off the reel in his brain, and he could not gather it fast enough to make sense of what he had seen in the disjointed frames. "Lord, I hate the country. Always have. I really should get out of here soon." "My advice, when you get on that bus, don't look back," Beasley said, "and keep your light on at night. You done with that?" He could not summon the energy to say more right then. The strength and the will had run out of him. He put his hand over his eyes and tried to concentrate. Beasley took the empty glass and went back into the house. Darkness came, and the yard lamps sizzled to life. Moths fluttered near his face, battened at the windows, and Partridge wondered why that panicked him, why his heart surged and his fingernails dug into the armrests. In the misty fields, the drone of night insects began. He eventually heaved to his feet and went inside and walked the dim, ugly corridors for an interminable period. He stumbled aimlessly, as if he were yet drunk. His thoughts buzzed and muttered and were incoherent. He found Toshi and Campbell crouched in the den like grave robbers over a stack of shrunken, musty ledgers with hand-sewn covers, and other stacks of photographic plates, like the kind shot from the air or a doctor's X-ray machine. The den was tomb-dark except for a single flimsy desk lamp. He swayed in the doorway, clinging to the jamb as if he were in a cabin on a ship. He said, "Where is Nadine?" The old men glanced up from their documents and squinted at him. Toshi shook his head and sucked his teeth. Campbell pointed at the ceiling. "She's in her room, packing. It's Sunday night," he said. "You should go see her." "She has to leave," Toshi said.
Partridge turned and left. He made his way up the great central staircase and tried a number of doors that led into dusty rooms with painter's cloth draping the furniture. Light leaked from the jamb of one door, and he went in without knocking. "I've been waiting," Nadine said. Her room was smaller and more feminine than the garden room. She sat lotus on a poster bed. She wore a simple yellow sundress and her hair in a knot. Her face was dented with exhaustion. "I got scared you might not come to say goodbye." Partridge did not see any suitcases. A mostly empty bottle of pain medication sat on the nightstand beside her wedding ring and a silver locket she had inherited from her great-grandmother. He picked up the locket and let it spill through his fingers, back and forth between his hands. "It's very late," she said. Her voice was not tired like her face. Her voice was steady and full of conviction. "Take me for a walk." "Where?" he said. "In the fields. One more walk in the fields." He was afraid, as he had been afraid when the moths came over him and against the windows. He was afraid as he had been when he pulled her from the water all those years ago, and then lay in his hammock bunk, dreaming and dreaming of the crocodiles and the bottomless depths, warm as the recesses of his own body, and she had shuddered against him, entwined with him and inextricably linked with him. He did not wish to leave the house, not at night. He said, "Sure, if you want to." She climbed from the bed and took his hand. They walked down the stairs and through the quiet house. They left the house and the spectral yard and walked through a gate into the field, and then farther into heavier and heavier shadows. Partridge let Nadine lead. He stepped gingerly. He was mostly night-blind, and his head ached. Wet grass rubbed his thighs. He was soaked right away. A chipped edge of the ivory moon bit through the moving clouds. There were a few stars. They came to a shallow depression where the grass had been trampled or had sunk beneath the surface. Something in his memory twitched, and a terrible cold knot formed in his stomach. He whined in his throat, uncomprehendingly, like a dog. She hesitated in the depression and pulled her pale dress over her head. She tossed the dress away and stood naked and half hidden in the fog and darkness. He did not need to see her. He had memorized everything. She slipped into the circle of his arms, and he embraced her without thinking. She leaned up and kissed him. Her mouth was dry and hot. "Come on," she muttered against his lips. "Come on." Her hands were sinewy as talons and very strong. She grasped his hair and drew him against her, and they slowly folded into the moist earth. The soft earth was disfigured with their writhing, and a deep, resonant vibration traveled through it and into them, where it yammered through their blood and bones. She kissed him fiercely, viciously, and locked her thighs over his hips and squeezed until he gasped and kissed her back. She did not relinquish her fistful of his hair, and she did not close her eyes. He stared into them and saw a ghost of a girl he knew, and his own gaunt reflection which he did not know at all. They were sinking. Nadine stopped sucking at him and turned her head against the black dirt and toward the high, shivering grass. There was no breeze, and the night lay dead and still. The grass sighed and muffled an approaching sound that struck Partridge as the thrum of fluorescent lights or high-voltage current through a wire, or, as it came swiftly closer, the clatter of pebbles rolling over slate. Nadine tightened her grip and looked at him with a sublime combination of glassy terror and exultation. She said, "Rich!" The grass shook violently beneath a vast invisible hand, and a tide of churring and burring and click-clacking blackness poured into the depression from far-flung expanses of lost pasture and haunted wilderness, from the moist, abyssal womb that opens beneath everything, everywhere. The cacophony was a murderous tectonic snarl out of pandemonium, Gehenna, and hell. The slaughterhouse gnash and wicker and serrated wail of legion bloodthirsty drills and meat-hungry saw teeth. The ebony breaker crashed over them and buried them and swallowed their screams before their screams began. After the blackness ebbed and receded and was finally gone, it became quiet. At last the frogs tentatively groaned, and the crickets warmed by degrees to their songs of loneliness and sorrow. The moon slipped into the moat around the earth. He rose alone, black on black, from the muck, and walked back in shambling steps to the house. Partridge sat rigid and upright at the scarred table in the blue-gray gloom of the kitchen. Through the one grimy window above the sink, the pre-dawn sky glowed the hue of gunmetal. His eyes glistened and caught that feeble light and held it fast, like the eyes of a carp in its market bed of ice. His black face dripped onto his white shirt, which was also black. His black hands lay motionless on the table. He stank of copper and urine and shit. Water leaked in fat drops from the stainless steel gooseneck tap. A grandfather clock ticked and tocked from the hall and counted down the seconds of the revolutions of the earth. The house settled and groaned fitfully, a guilty pensioner caught fast in dreams. Toshi materialized in the crooked shadows near the stove. His face was masked by the shadows. He said in a low, hoarse voice that suggested a quantity of alcohol and tears, "Occasionally, one of us, a volunteer, is permitted to cross over, to relinquish his or her flesh to the appetites of the colony and exist among them in a state of pure consciousness. That's how it's always been. These volunteers become the interpreters, the facilitators of communication between our species. They become undying repositories of our civilization, a civilization that shall become ancient history one day very soon." Partridge said nothing. Toshi said in his hoarse, mournful voice, "She'll never truly die. She'll be with them until this place is a frozen graveyard, orbiting a cinder. It is an honor. Yet she waited. She wanted to say goodbye in person." Partridge said nothing. The sun floated to the black rim of the horizon. The sun hung crimson and boiling, and a shaft of bloody light passed through the window and bathed his hand. "Oh," Toshi said, and his mouth was invisible, but his eyes were bright and wet in the gathering light. "Can you imagine gazing upon constellations 100 million years from this dawn? Can you imagine the wonder of gazing upon those constellations from 100 million eyes? Oh, imagine it, my boy." Partridge stood and went wordlessly, ponderously to the window, and lingered there a moment, his mud-caked face afire with the bloody radiance of a dying star. He drank in the slumbering fields, the distant fog-wreathed forests, as if he might never look upon any of it again. He reached up and pulled the shade down tight against the sill, and it was dark. The Hide, Liz Williams. Liz Williams, 1965, is an English writer of science fiction and fantasy whose first two novels, The Ghost Sister, 2001, and Empire of Bones, 2002, were nominated for the Philip K. Dick Award. She is the daughter of a conjurer and a Gothic novelist and has a Ph.D. in science from Cambridge. From the mid-90s until 2000, she lived and worked in Kazakhstan. Her short fiction has appeared in Asimov's science fiction, Interzone, Strange Horizons, Realms of Fantasy, The Third Alternative, and many others. The beautifully written weird tale The Hide, 2007, conveys a sense of place and of modern unease reminiscent of M. John Harrison or Ramsey Campbell, but with Williams' own unique perspective and style. The birds were white as they flew over the marsh, across the reed beds and the frosted meres, but as they drew level with the hide, their shade changed from white to black. I saw their crimson eyes, sparks in the cloudy dark, as they disappeared into the storm. Richard and I crouched in the hide and waited. "Jude, can you see her? Can you see?" Richard whispered. But all I could see was darkness and the distant storm. People lived here once, a very long time ago, when this land was called the Summer Country, named not for cowslip meadows or hazy warmth, but because it only appeared in summer, when the waters had retreated towards the Severn estuary, and the marshes were dry enough to be negotiated on foot. During all other times of year, this land, gleaming wet marshes, dense beds of dull golden reeds, and groves of alder and unpollarded willow, was the haunt only of ducks and herons, and the small people who lived along the causeways and in the lake villages. Richard and my sister Claire and I had followed the Sweet track the summer before, when the heat hung heavily over the water meadows, with the damselflies zooming through the kingcups that grew along the margins of the dug-out peat beds. The track, discovered years before by an academic named Sweet, is an old road, one of the oldest in the country. I was researching it and studying Sweet's own research at the Moors Center, lying right in the middle of Sedgemoor. Hard to imagine winter in those dreaming meadows, but I knew that come September the fog would start drifting in from the Bristol Channel, smelling of salt mud and sea, hiding first the whale humps of islands, then the arch of Brent Knoll, then the flat lands all the way to the Tor with its tower. After that would come flood and then frost, and the long, dim, damp winter. I'd been there for 6 months, but Claire was living in Manchester then, working as a fundraiser for some big arts project, and this was her first visit to the area. Her New Age soul was enchanted by it all, by the faux Arthuriana of Glastonbury, and the rather more real claims of Cadbury, by the startling caverns of the Mendips and the flat lands between, where the lake villages had once stood. She and Richard had apparently met through some university birdwatching society, though I'd never known Claire to be interested in birds before. She was more enthusiastic about it in summer, perhaps, out in the wilds with a couple of bottles of beer and a blanket, and that's how we discovered the hide. I hadn't realized it was there, although I'd been to the bird reserve a couple of times before. I must have walked right past it, but it was Claire who spotted it as we walked along the track with the remains of a picnic in a rucksack. "Richie, Jude, there's a causeway in the reeds. Can we go and look?" Moments later she was gone. I remember feeling an odd moment of panic, as though she'd performed some unnatural conjuring trick. Then her voice came from among the russet tassels nodding several inches above our heads. "Look at this. This is so cool." The causeway was built of slats placed on piles, close together and easy to walk on, with the addition of a handrail, which the original Lake Village structures would not have had. Quite contemporary and not all that old, judging from the scrubbed pallor of the wood. I'd have told her all this, but I'd grown too used to the rather glazed expression that came over Claire's face whenever I talked about my work. We'd both had our noses in books as kids, but they hadn't been the same ones. She liked the myths. She was less interested in fact. At first I couldn't see where the causeway led. A dogleg in the middle took it out of eyesight, deep into the reeds. Claire and Richard vanished around the bend. I stood for a moment, just before the turn. The reeds swallowed sound. Distant traffic and the lowing of cattle were cut off, and the sudden rattle of a coot in the rushes made me jump. When I turned the corner, I saw that the little causeway ended in a long, low structure, also raised on pilings, but with a tarpaulin roof and a laminated National Trust information sheet tacked to the wall by the door. There was nothing ancient about this place. It was not even a reconstruction like the round houses at the Bronze Age Information Center some miles away. It was a bird-watching hide. As I came close to the door, I found something on the boards, a small black wing, very soft and dense. I didn't recognize the bird. This wasn't the right kind of terrain for blackbirds. Perhaps something, kestrel maybe, had dropped it. It was clearly a recent kill. There was still a bloody fragment of meat on the bone, an electric red against the dull background of the planks. I picked it up and put it on the flat surface of the railing, not quite knowing why, as if it was a child's glove, for which the owner might shortly return. Inside, the hide was dark and still, stifling in the afternoon heat and filled with the limey odor of bird droppings. When my eyes adjusted, I saw that the floor was white with them. I looked up, but the rafters were empty. Swifts, perhaps, but I couldn't see any round hummocks of nests, and they'd be in residence at this time of the year. "Richard," Claire's voice cut through the gloom, "come and see." I went around the corner of the central notice-board. Claire and Richard were standing shoulder to shoulder, and I stifled an old familiar sensation. I allowed myself to wonder what would have happened if Richard had met me first, but I knew from experience that it wouldn't have made any difference. When she saw me, Claire raised the hatch that faced out over the other side of the marsh and fastened it with a wooden peg. "Look!" There was a heron among the reeds, a common enough bird in this area, but still alien, predatory, as startling as a pterodactyl in its blue and gray plumage. It was stalking through the shallow water at the edge of one of the reed beds, and as we stared, breathless, the long beak stabbed downwards and came up with the fish. Silver caught the light. The heron flipped it up and swallowed, then was gone into the reeds in search of new prey. We kept looking for a moment, hoping it would come back. Then Claire said, "What are those?" There were 3 of them, gliding over the crest of the reed beds. They had long necks, long beaks, but at first I thought they must be gulls because their wings caught a shaft of sunlight, gleaming white as they turned. Then they veered again, and I saw that their wings were shadow-black, a strange trick of the light. Cormorants, perhaps. They were common along the coast, and you frequently found them inland, sharing prey with the herons. They were flying west, towards the estuary. We watched them go, and then, as if some decision had been made, we filed out of the hide like obedient schoolchildren, into the hot day and back along the track. Claire said she wanted to go back into Glastonbury and see some of the shops. She wanted to buy a crystal or something. I just wanted a cup of tea. We headed back to where Richard had left the battered 2CV. The car park had been empty when we'd arrived, but now there were a few more vehicles in it. One of them was a van, painted in rough red and green stripes, a homemade hippie job. As we approached the car park, a young man came around the side, typical of travelers in this part of the world, dreadlocks, mud-colored clothes, a joint held between 2 fingers. A dog skulked at his heels, a black and tan thing with heavy jowls and a surly look. But the young man was affable enough. "Nice afternoon," he said. "Been out to the bird sanctuary?" "Yes, just for a stroll. We saw a few things." "You want to wait for evening. All the starlings come then, like a cloud, thousands of 'em. This place is known for it." "Starlings?" Claire asked. "Maybe we'll come back. We found the hide." "Did you now?" the young man said. He took a drag on the joint. Sultry smoke coiled into the warm air. I thought there was a fractional sharpening of his interest, but perhaps it was only the dope. "See anything?" "A heron," I said. He nodded, interest waning, until I added, "And some cormorants." "You saw those?" He was staring at Claire, not me, half amused, half something else, an expression I could not identify. But that he was looking at her at all irritated me. "Black or white?" "Black," I said, not understanding. "You don't get white ones, I thought." "Sometimes you do." The young man spoke with assurance, and I didn't know all that much about birds. I wasn't prepared to argue the toss. "How many?" "3. There were 3 of them." "Okay, well, let's hope you don't see them again." I was about to ask him what he meant, but he turned away, clicking his fingers at the dog, which was wandering. Richard opened the car, and we drove into Glastonbury, where Richard and I spent the rest of the afternoon in one of the little cafes around the market cross, while Claire shopped. If I thought about the bird sanctuary at all, then or in the days that followed, it was simply as a fading memory of a half-pleasant, half-painful afternoon. I did not think about the cormorants at all. For the next few months I was busy with research in the center and elsewhere. Richard and Claire went back up north, and I tried not to wonder when I'd see Richard again. I knew I'd never be able to tell her how I'd started to feel about him, and I didn't want to. There was something behind the New Age stuff in her, something competitive and deep, something sisterly, and not in a right-on feminist way. Anyway, it was too embarrassing to talk about, and God knows it wasn't as if it hadn't happened before. Perhaps she knew what was going through my head all the same. I told myself that she seemed happy with Richard, and I should be happy for them, and could not be. There should be a natural end to it, now they had returned to the north. But when I next saw them, and summer itself was over, I found that things weren't as I'd thought. I'd been to a conference at Lancaster, stopping off at Claire's on the way back, but when I got to her place, she wasn't there. Instead, I found Richard. She'd been moody ever since they came back, Richard told me over a glass of wine in a nearby bar. It was October now. At first he'd put it down to anxiety over the coming months, the time when the success or failure of Claire's fundraising bid was going to be decided. She was snappy and short-tempered, which was new to Richard, if not to me, and he deemed it wiser to leave her alone to get on with her work. At first he thought this approach was a success. She was heading off to the office every morning. But 3 weeks or so later he had run into a colleague of Claire's who asked how she was, given that she was on sick leave. I didn't want to ask her about it, Richard told me. He took a sip of his drink. But it freaked me out. I thought she'd found someone else. But, sick leave, it's not just sneaking off for an hour or 2. Is there someone else? I felt a cold, growing elation at what he was about to say, and I hated myself. No, I don't know. She said there wasn't, but I I didn't believe her. I told her I did. Then when she went out the next morning, I followed her. She went straight to the canal and sat on the bank. For the rest of the day, as far as I could see. I went to a pub for lunch even, and when I came back, she was still there. Maybe she reckoned you'd follow her, and she thought she might as well lead you on. Maybe. He looked dubious. I suppose I wouldn't have blamed her. Funny place to sit, the ship canal. It's not exactly Hawaii. Richard looked suddenly defeated. I nearly reached out to him, but stopped myself in time. It's a shithole, Jude. They keep saying they cleaned it up for that sports bid, but it's still a murky, dirty drain. What appeal could it possibly have? Unless you were thinking of chucking yourself into it, I thought, but did not say, and I hated myself a little more. There was something gruesome about the idea of my sister sitting by the side of that grim channel of water, staring into gray, scummy nothing, contemplating what? Did you follow her again? I asked. A couple of times. She went back to the canal once, and then the next time she just wandered around. This was a few days ago. Do you think she's having some kind of breakdown? I don't know. She's been worried about her work, thinks they screwed up on the funding bid, didn't have enough of the required elements. I tried talking about it last night, and she said she thought she needed a break. I was wondering if she could come down to you for a few days. I know it's not exactly the weather for it, but it's not the weather for perching on the side of the bloody ship canal either. All I could see in his face was concern. I had the sense of a trap closing. I bit back what I had so nearly told him and felt something brush my clenched hands onto the table, something soft, like feathers. Of course she can come, I said. Having her in the house was odd and awkward, even more so because Claire exhibited none of the signs of anxiety or depression that I'd been expecting. That made me think that the main problem lay with Richard, and that, of course, gave me hope. But I told myself that I was being stupid. Claire and I went out to dinner at the local pub on the night she arrived, and when we got back to the house I bolted up to bed before we really had a chance to talk. Not that we were likely to. She'd never been in the habit of opening up, after all. I went to sleep quickly, but in the middle of the night something woke me up. I sat up in bed, clutching at the covers. There was no one in the room, but it smelled dank like marsh water. Worrying about damp-proofing in winter, I went back to sleep. In the morning, Claire was gone. I sat at the kitchen table, worrying and wondering if she'd gone off like some marsh spirit wandering the levels in the morning mist. 20 minutes after I'd drunk my second cup of tea, she was back, looking rosy-cheeked and cheerful, and announced that she'd been for a walk down the lane and had met a nice horse in a field. The canal-haunting woman whom Richard had described seemed to have flown like the mist itself, upwards into the sunlit air. I had to go to the center that morning, so Claire said she'd come with me. I spent the next couple of hours going through records while Claire, I learned at lunch, had passed the morning in looking through the information section, learning about the lake villagers. I'm surprised how much is known about them, she said, over soup and bread in the center's cafe. Well, Pete preserves things. If the structure's there, then you can build up guesstimates from that. I'll have to show you some of the computer reconstructions. I've got some on CD back at home. It's fascinating, Claire said, like a world built on water. I stiffened, anticipating canal revelations, but all she said was, "It must have been bloody cold in the winter." It wasn't exactly warm that afternoon. We went into Glastonbury for a cup of tea, and there was a distinct sense of the year beginning to wind down, a faded quality to the light, a bite on the wind's breath. "I keep thinking of that afternoon we spent down here," Claire said in the cafe. She was looking down at the table, playing with her teaspoon. "Do you remember? Everything golden and gray, and the birds in the reeds." "That was the day we saw the cormorants." "I've dreamed of them, you know." She spoke with a sudden rush, as if confessing something forbidden. "They keep changing. Sometimes they're black, and sometimes they're white." "Things stick in your mind," I said. "When I was a kid, we went to Tenby for a holiday. There's a fortress on a rock just beyond the bay, and I still dream about that sometimes." She nodded, but she looked slightly disappointed, as though she had been expecting me to say something else and I'd let her down. We did not discuss when she might be going back. Next day I went to the museum, but Claire did not come with me. She said she wanted to sleep in. Still nervy about signs of depression, I didn't attempt to dissuade her. When I got back to the house about mid-afternoon and found a note saying that she'd gone out for a walk, I wasn't worried. But she didn't come back. It was dark by 6, and I was starting to get seriously freaked out. I tried her mobile and got her answering service, left messages. I got the car out and drove into Glastonbury, wondering whether she'd gone into town. But I did not see her along the road, and she wasn't in any of the pubs. I drove back, hoping to find her at home, but the house was as dark and silent as I'd left it. I didn't want to ring Richard, but if it turned out that something had happened to Claire, I wouldn't have been able to face myself. His landline rang and rang. I tried his own mobile, and that, too, was switched off. I left more messages, tried to decide whether it was too early to call the police, and then decided that I'd rather look like an idiot than risk Claire's life. It was cold outside, with the stars hanging heavy and burning over the low black land. The police took me seriously, though with a certain weariness, but said there was little they could do. If Claire continued to be missing, then they'd initiate a search. But until then, all they could do was keep an eye out and wait. The implication was that I should do the same. When the doorbell rang, all my foolishness came crashing in on me. She had got lost and forgotten her key, that was all. I threw the front door open. "Claire, I'm so—" But it wasn't Claire. It was Richard. He didn't seem to know anything about my phone messages. He said that he was there because he had had a dream. He was disheveled, a bit stare-eyed, and he smelled dank, the sort of smell you might acquire on too close an acquaintance with the greasy waters of the ship canal. Both this and the account of his dream were completely out of character. The only thing that made me listen to him at all, rather than insisting on rest and a bath, was the fact that he knew Claire was missing. My mind, wandering in areas that I did not understand, started to invoke further paranoia. This was all some weird game, either involving me or, worse still, directed at me. They had set it up between them. It was all planned. But then Richard started to tell me about the dream itself. She was walking in a dark place. She was lost, and there was a storm, but no rain. I knew that it was cold, and then I saw that she was out on the Mere. You know, where we went for a walk, where we saw the hide. And the hide was in the dream, too. I knew that if she could get to it, she'd be okay. We could pull her back. But then I saw the birds. The birds? But I already knew which ones he meant. The cormorants, or whatever they were. Long necks, sharp beaks. They were white when I first saw them, and as they flew towards her, they changed to black. Then it started to snow, and the snow was black, too, like little beads of jet, and it covered her. She stood still like a statue, and when I touched her, I realized she had turned to peat, and she crumbled into the water. There was a long silence after he recounted his dream, but it was just a nightmare, nothing more, wasn't it? Richard was staring ahead into the heart of the fire as if trying to conjure its warmth back into his bones. He said, "She's out there, Jude, and we have to find her. We have to bring her back." His eyes were burning, and he looked thinner since I had last seen him, as if he'd aged in the past few days. I did not know what to make of his dream, but it was easier to leap up and go out, knowing that I had already contacted the police and could do no more if we stayed home, knowing that action was always easier than just sitting, with the unspoken accusation ringing in my head. It was under my care that Claire had become lost. "Let's go, then," I said. October had borrowed a night. When we stepped outside, it felt more like the middle of January, a raw, moonless landscape with the mist breathing off the ditches, a bone coldness seeping in, even through my barber jacket and fisherman's sweater. I thought of Claire staring into a canal for hours at a time, and I grew colder still. We took the car out to the bird sanctuary, driving slowly with the window down, so that Richard would spot her on the road if she should come that way. But we passed no one on the road, and once we had turned into the track that led to the bird sanctuary car park, the night closed in, a clammy dark with the stars swallowed by cloud and the reed beds swimming out of the mist. Richard was out of the car even before I'd switched the engine off, walking quickly towards the hide. I had to run to catch up with him, and he did not turn to see whether I was with him or not. He was looking straight ahead, like someone possessed. We reached the hide. As we did so, a breeze sprang up, but it didn't seem to make any difference to the mist. I thrust my hands further into my pockets and found something brittle and sticky in there. I pulled out the blackbird's wing that I'd found on the way to the hide the last time we'd come. I remembered leaving it on the rail. There was no smell, but the bloody flesh had not clotted. It was still moist and cold as ice. I was so revolted that I nearly dropped it, but then I heard Richard's voice calling my name, and I stuffed the thing back into my pocket and ran along the walkway. He was standing in the entrance to the hide, clutching both sides of the doorframe. His face was suffused with a kind of strange joy. He said, "Jude, it's okay. She's here." "What? Is she all right?" I had visions of Claire collapsed, huddled against the wall in a disoriented daze. But when I pushed past him into the hide, limp with sudden relief, no one was there. "Richard, where is she?" "She's there," he said. He gave me an odd look, as if I was behaving like an idiot. He pointed to the shuttered window of the hide. The shutters were raised, angling out onto the reed beds. It was pitch black in here, apart from the tiny light of my torch. I couldn't believe that he'd managed to see anything. Then I looked through the shutter and saw for myself. There were more than 3 birds. This time there was a flock, perhaps 20 or more, flying from east to west. I saw a smear of pale light in the east, like the gray minutes before dawn, and on the western horizon, just above the reeds, a thin red line in the sky with the storm clouds rising above it. The birds were straggling, and the ones in the east were white, but as they passed the hide I saw the darkness melt over them, changing them to black. Richard whispered, "Jude, can you see her? Can you see?" The reed beds were the same, but nothing else. There was a kind of house opposite the hide, a hut on stilts. It stood in a patch of reeds, but I saw, as you see in dreams, that they were black, with crimson tips that looked like ragged bulbs of flesh. Claire stood on the balustrade that surrounded it. I leaned out, shouting, "Claire! Claire, can you hear me?" A shutter rattled from across the water. A black oblong opened at Claire's shoulder, and something looked out of it. I saw myself looking at my own face, but it was changed. I looked older, lined, bitter. Across the water I saw myself raise something and wave it in mockery, something black and dripping, like the blood-drenched wing of a bird. Then the face changed and was no longer mine, was no longer anything human. There was a splash. I looked down, and Richard was in the water, plowing through the reeds towards the opposite hut. "Richard, don't go! Come back!" I might as well have been whispering. As the last of the birds reached the hide and changed, I saw Claire bend over the rail and reach down a hand to pull Richard up. The bird in the sky changed to black. I saw its reflection, shining white in the water below, the light breaking the water up into 1,000 dazzling splinters, and the hide, the fleshy reeds, the gleam on both sides of the sky. Everything was gone. I was alone, and it was night, and it was cold. I would like to say that after I made my way home in a daze, I woke up the next day to find it had all been a dream. But Richard's rucksack was there to remind me, and Claire's belongings, and a message from the police to ask me to let them know if she appeared. She did not. There was a hunt, and they dragged the waters of the bird sanctuary. I went with them, although the place terrified me. They found nothing. They asked me a lot of questions, but I did not get the sense that I was under suspicion. The case made the papers, and after a while the authorities and the media lost interest. I had dreams, too. They were always the same. 2 dark birds flying west. I thought a lot about the bird sanctuary, about the kind of place it might be. I thought of the people of the summer country, living in the liminal lands between sea and pasture, summer and winter, life and death. The area around Glastonbury was known to be the land of the dead, the Celtic lord of the dead dwelling beneath the Tor. I did not know if this was what I had seen, some kind of ancient conjured hell, filled with spirits that I, with my imperfect human sight, could only see as birds. But I gradually came to think that it was simpler than that just as we had gone to the hide to spy upon the life of birds, so something somewhere else had also set up a hide, to watch us, and when the time was right, to take. Dust Enforcer, Reza Negarestani. Reza Negarestani, 1977, is an Iranian writer and philosopher who has worked in different areas of contemporary philosophy, speculative thought, and politics. These studies inform his stories, which tend to use the shell of non-fiction forms in a Borgesian way, often as a delivery system for the weird. His most recent book is Cyclonopedia, Complicity with Anonymous Materials, 2008, which is at once a horror fiction, an atlas of demonology, a political samizdat, and a philosophic grimoire. Perhaps the most innovative and audacious weird text of the decade, the book fuses Lovecraftian horror and Middle Eastern history with occult war machines and the U.S. War on Terror. The Dust Enforcer is a chapter from Cyclonopedia. Pazuzu, the Sumero-Assyrian demon of epidemics, the southwestern desert wind, is an occultural operative of the zero-informatic abomination, or dust, equals 100 equals no God, and possibly the most awe-inspiring cultist of Tellurian dustism in ancient Mesopotamia. For wind is truly the high acolyte of dust, as well as being the dust enforcer. In his Notes on Reliquology, Parsani put forward Pazuzu as a schematic diagram of the Middle Eastern population and its peculiarities. Pazuzu specializes in scavenging the stratified earth and its biosphere in the form of dust, which then is uplinked to alien currents flowing in the universe. These combinations of dryness and wetness are carried back to earth to disseminate disease. According to the Assyrian axis of evil against evil, Pazuzu the demon feeds on dust, which is Kabbalistically equal to no God, equals 100. Pazuzu scavenges the surface biosphere of Earth as dust clouds or inorganic bacterial relics, then conducting them to xenochemical hydrocurrents, or what in ancient Greece was called cosmic wetness, hydrochemical singularities. This is why Pazuzu is associated with the emergence of plagues. Pazuzu then carries the plagues back to the surface biosphere in the guise of dust soups, arid floods, messy rains, unheard-of epidemics, and zero-informatic communications, which usually manifest in the form of demonic possession. The Exorcist. This process of dust scavenging and plague engineering takes the form of an accelerating non-Aristotelian spiral, or cycle, when the terrestrial hygiene industry incrementally spreads more anti-pest agents and overproduces defense mechanisms to ward off plagues, which once again are scavenged by Pazuzu's pest industry. In this sense, the accelerated rate of resistance ironically intensifies the emergence of plagues and dust floods, speeding the journey of plagues back to the surface biosphere. When it comes to recollecting all that exists as dust, there is no need to be fastidious. The horror of Pazuzu is usually embodied as a winged, bipedal human-like beast with talons instead of feet, and a head concretized through an almost fleshless dog or lion skull. The long reptilian penis of Pazuzu, a pest-seeding machine or a disseminator, according to glossaries of epidemiology, is a later pestilential modification to its body, which strangely has two pairs of wings instead of one, as if two wings are not adequate for its missions. Pazuzu is also visualized with the right hand upward and the left hand downward, heralding the pest cycle of dust, whose axis is a double flight, Pazuzu's tetra-winged body, or a ferocious interdimensional line of flight, Deleuze and Guattari, from the earth to without, and from without to the earth, the tactical line of the zero-informatic abomination, dust, and the traffic zone of its bacterial data. Pazuzu exhibits several morphological anomalies and peculiarities which separate him from other Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian demons. According to the first excavated bronze statue of Pazuzu, Iraq, post-Paleolithic era, 800 to 600 BC, these morphological features include extremely thin legs bearing an unusually skinny torso. Chest bones are clearly visible as if it suffers anorexia or fatigue, a body struck by famine and carrying its ailing flesh with difficulty. Its wasting body narrates the cyclical desert famine of the Middle East, accompanied by vast locust swarms, as vehicles of desolation, and other pestilential omens. If the body of Beelzebub, insinuates a legion of flies with their perverse collective enthusiasm to come together over a fresh deliquescing carrion or a yellowish lump of excrement. Pazuzu's anthropo-insectoid body bears the black humor of all bodies it overruns, strips naked of flesh, all the bodies chewed and peeled off by a sky-blackening swarm of locusts, by the hurtling body of Pazuzu, dehydrated and reduced to a twisted spectre of bone and wrinkled skin. Make yourself many, like the locust. Make yourself many, like the swarming locusts. 4 wings instead of 2. The wings seem to be feathered. Later statuettes confirm this hypothesis. The feathers become visible as remiges, the powerful flight feathers, which provide the main propulsive force during the powered flight of the rapax bird, and emphasize a demonic lust for flying, for speed and migration. Such wings engineer a flight corresponding to desert whirlwinds, dust devils, and other meteorological phenomena of deserts, which are believed to have been created by Anzu, the beast of flight, who stole the tablet of destiny and eventually was slain by Ninurta. The Sumero-Akkadian epic of Ninurta portrays Anzu as the forerunner of later flying demons, the engineer of demonic flight, and of beasts with feathered wings, which are linked to cyclogenesis, sonic havoc, spiraling storms across deserts, and dust devils. These 4 wings render the demon a perfect vehicle for carrying pestilential particles, namtar, and delivering them to their destination without delay, always promptly on time. A snake-headed penis, a pest-fertilizing machine, which confirms Pazuzu's kinship with Humbaba, Kombabos, the guardian of cedar forests and the city of gods, who was defeated and killed by Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Humbaba has the same reptilian phallus and is believed to be the son or brother of Pazuzu. Both Humbaba and Pazuzu are able to reflect a prognosticated future of each individual. Humbaba's labyrinthine face, with unicursal human entrails as the beard, recalls the early art of haruspicy, divination using the liver or entrails, in ancient Mesopotamian cultures later developed by the Etruscans. Pazuzu, as the demon of the southwest wind, is associated with Ramali, an Arabic word for communication with other worlds and eons through patterns on pebbles and desert sand. His roaring flight introduces rhythmic ripples as crypto-vermiform parasites upon dunes which accumulate transiently as short-term inorganic memories of desert winds. Then ripples and other intermittent patterns can be deciphered as runic alphabets of epidemic journeys and plague propagations aerated by desert winds and narrated on sand. Abdul al-Hazred, as an adept Ramal, sand sorcerer, probably wrote al-Azif through the dust-infested language of Pazuzu, who constantly enriches its howls with pest spores in order to expand the hallucinatory space of progressive arid diseases. A dignitary's beard, bringing Pazuzu into the fold of evil against evil, and making of him an apotropaic character. Pazuzu, like other demons who belong to the axis of evil against evil, for example, Ugalu, can simultaneously spread terminal plagues and cure certain maladies. According to the Assyrian axis of evil against evil, every human is constantly a puppet of demons, suspended from the labyrinth of their strings. During illnesses, witch doctors attempt to repel hostile demons from the patient and summon a protector demon to possess the sick person. Pazuzu is among the chosen demons, one who could even pass the last guardian Lamassu, or the repellent of evil. A Pazuzu demon guards the niche in the bathroom of Ashurbanipal's palace at Nineveh, Iraq. An almost fleshless head that cannot be distinguished clearly. Pazuzu's head diagrams the metamorphosis of 3 carnivorous animals frequently appearing in the Babylonian Assyrian pandemonium: the rabid dog, the shogal jackal, and the kaftar hyena. Ibn Hamadani, in his book Ajib-Name, the Book of Marvels, calls kaftar a terrible beast. The hyena, from an Afro-Asiatic lineage, is possibly the most cursed, obscene, and lewd animal in Mesopotamian folklore. Ibn Hamadani tells horrifying tales about this desert beast who has sex with its prey while devouring it. The hyena emits high-pitched cacophonic cries of mirth, enough to drive a lone desert traveler mad. Rabid dogs are the spawns of Absu, Abyss, and the shogal or jackal connects Pazuzu to the Egyptian Anubis and the dead. The face is of limited relevance for a rigorous archaeological investigation into the demonic. Even the most distorted, disfigured, and grotesque faces cannot be identified as evidence of a demon, a xeno-agent. That is to say, defaciality cannot be a constitutive element in diagramming a demon, especially in the period from the rise of Mesopotamian civilizations to the end of antiquity and the early Middle Ages. All radical xenodemons have a diagrammatic seal of their own. They are always delineated by anomalous cartographies or diagrams based on which their bodies, positions, and arrangement of their appendages, organs, are presented, built, and recomposed, or else they are identified by their coming in pairs, one a recognizable entity and the other an obscure twin of the familiar entity. Examples include the Phoenician and Etruscanian demons. The most well-known demonograms are as follows. The right hand upward and the left hand downward suggests a swash-backwash model of epidemics. It is the seal of pest enforcers. Outstretched hands, one pointing east and one pointing west, solar demons. The Romans borrowed the same diagrammatic position from Babylonians for their crucifixions. This demonogram later influenced the religious iconography of Mithraism and then Christianity, the most prominent examples being, of course, the iconographic portraits of the crucified Jesus. Bodily organs, appendages, connected to each other by curves and circles, which construct a closed or sealed labyrinthine convolution. Smaller wings attached to the main wings, or possession of more wings than are necessary for flying and migration. Horns forming spirals. In contrast to general belief, horns are not satanic agents, or horns pointing to each other, which signify archdemons. Legs open, far apart, so as to draw a triangle, also known as the three-dotted profanity, which is among the most significant diagrams of unlocalizable or betraying demons. The demonogram of Pazuzu, the right hand upward and the left hand downward, is the unique abysmal cartography of disease. It signifies the rotation of the wheel of pestilence. This demonogram confirms that Pazuzu, like Ugalu, belongs to the legion of plague-dissipating demons. Demonograms demonstrate the abstract distribution of demons. They are plans for demonic mobilization in a military sense. They believe Mesopotamia and the whole Middle East is overclouded by some kind of fog of war, which is peculiar to the Near and Middle Eastern regions of Asia. That you must practice blindness, must dry out your lungs and return to dust in order to coalesce with the reeking pit of the Middle East. The inhabitants of a village near Tel Kuyanjik, which is believed to be the ancient site of Nineveh, told us that this arid fog is the haze of Pazuzu, the searing mushroom cloud of Middle East. To live in dust requires a certain degree of demonism, which Western people deem too much for humans. Jackson West does not think the Middle East is a geopolitical region. He thinks that the Middle East is alive. Not metaphorically. It is alive in a real sense, waiting to let loose its sentience. It is alive, but it doesn't need to survive because it has a life of its own. This was the last thing West told me before reconnoitering Mosul with his sons to locate that Iranian oil smuggler and that guy Omar, who claims to have the diaries of Ibn Maymum, the Persian occult saboteur, guerrilla expert, and conspiracist, who assisted the Al-Fatimid to overthrow the Caliphate regime in Egypt. First Lieutenant Ali Osa, U.S. 1st Battalion, 41st Infantry Regiment, Tel Kuyanjik, Nineveh, 36 degrees 24 minutes north, 43 degrees 8 minutes east. Excursus 6. Xenoagents and the Assyrian Axis of Evil against Evil. The human defense mechanism is the most consistent entity on this planet. Its self-fertilizing paranoia is capable of grasping and identifying every contact only in terms of a potential incursion. When this paranoid consistency, or consistency of paranoia, since paranoia, ironically, tends to be consistent, attains autonomy, it becomes ruthlessly schizoid by passively opening itself to unknown threats from the outside, or xenoagents. The anthropomorphic security system is a Pandora's box of unrecorded diseases, emerging from the consistent resistance of the system to outside invasions on the one hand, and the consistently escalating invasion on the other hand. In this sense, the human security system is a projection of the intensity of the conflict between the xenoagent, demon, and the system that registers new, indefinable plagues mapped at the outer limits of the demon and the system. Unlike Martin Bergman's still profoundly religious demonology, which insists that a demon should be exorcised not to save the possessed, but to assist the demon to escape from the mammal meat, according to the Assyrian axis of evil against evil, the demon infects a person to extract a wide array of pest insurgencies from the security system, not by possessing it, in the sense of seizing a property from the monopoly of the divine, for example the human as belonging to God, but by turning the divine and its secured properties into intermediate parasites, pimps, for incoming diseases. In the Assyrian politics of demonism, the divine and its world are turned into a pest-feeding farm. Their resistance and blind oppositions are encouraged because each instance of resistance harbors more incursions from the outside. Pests, xenoexcitations, cosmic diseases kick in when capacity is reached and the security system of the anthropomorphic agency starts to crack and waste, consequently trying to survive at all costs, which in turn causes a wider array of pestilential activities. In this panorama, survival and security reinforcement, as opposed to the dying system, turns on the demon to no end. Modern criminology refuses to acknowledge the presence of demons, in the same way that secular disbelief condemns the inanity of a demon possessing a helpless human. If demons exist and are that powerful, then why would they possess a wretched anthropian? Such an objection misunderstands the mechanisms involved in the communication between xenoagents and the human security system. For demons maintain their outsideness precisely through a power of overkilling, sheer exteriority of a force, inflicting more power than is needed just to unlock a gate. Demons simply crack open the prey. The overkilling power effectuates an openness outside the system's capacity to afford it. Once openness cannot be afforded by the system's capacity, it turns into an instance of butchery rather than an act of emancipation characterized by human access to the outside. Overkill is a spectacle staged on the fundamental incapacity of the system to cope with the outside. Through overkill, the xenoagent performs its demonic spectacle and effectuates its exteriority, which the system cannot afford. The exteriority of the demon cannot be captured by the desire of the system for openness, and for this reason such exteriority overkills, butchers open, the system. To possess a strong man is certainly enough to flaunt the demon's power, but all the better if the possessed is a child or old woman, to signify the outsideness of the demon through which overkilling power is generated. On the Assyrian axis of evil against evil, the demon does not seek to dismantle anthropomorphic identity. Instead, it tries to make identity a gate for summoning new demons from the furious clashes between xenoparticles and the resisting system. Beyond the borders of identity lies the indifferent realm of unconditional, absolute madness, or that which can never be schizoid, since schizophrenia germinates on the wasted remains of boundary, territory, and capacity. Schizophrenia needs a minimum degree of organization and system to spread, to be mobilized, to transform into agitations, and to interlock with xenoexcitations and demons. Schizophrenia is engineered through the synergetic oppositions between xenoexcitations, demonic particles of the outside, graspable as uncontrollable intensities, and the forces of the boundary. It is restlessly mobilized through attacks and counterattacks, one attack from xenoparticles, two or more counterattacks from the system. The furious resistance is exponentially intensified and progressively overrun by xenoagents until meltdown, the becoming GAS of all particles. Schizfluxes only flow on differentiated zones, meaning that there must be at least two opposite sides, identity and its nemesis. Since the rise of Foucauldian psychoanalysis, the only image of a schizo represented in pop culture is the external image of madness, that of an inconceivable, semi-paralyzed madman lurching in the manner of an intoxicated spider. The schizo can be found everywhere except in madness. Schizophrenia comes with delirium, Janan, the passion for terminal disease, which presupposes health, war-torn realms of organic survival, attacks and increasing counterattacks, diagrammatically narrating their tireless attritional engagement on a Draco spiral, which sometimes melts, sometimes evaporates, burns incompletely, and blurs into particles instead of dissolving into nothingness. Everything excitingly schizoid, capable of attracting the merciless invasion of xenoparticles and igniting criminal excitations, happens on the borders of identity and its regimes, which balefully put up their resistance against any malicious force. In order to draw schizo lines of communication from the outside, a rigorous course for dismantling identity is necessary. Yet any serious attempt for total eradication of identity intrinsically excludes the space of xeno-excitations and ends up in autistic nihilism. In the Middle East, the Arabic word jinn, J-I-N, or jinn, J-I-N-N, refers to a race created by Allah prior to the creation of humans, made of fire and thus capable of shape-shifting, unlike the human, which was created from dust and water, the bacterial mess of dust soups. In the Quran and in Islamic demonology, unlike in Christianity, Shaitan, Satan, is not a fallen angel, but the first jinn, man's nemesis, created by Allah. According to the Quran, angels have no will. As a result, they have no ability to disobey or choose. However, jinns, with their unfathomable intelligence, can choose their paths. They have the will to disobey or obey, be loyal or be a traitor. Kazula. A jinn, J-I-N-N, or jinn, D-J-I-N-N, is male. The female side of this race is called Janan, in plural form, a polysemous word which also means delirium, maddening love, and terminal schizophrenia, corrosive tidal waves of xeno-excitations. In Persian mythology, Janan are descended from Je, or Jahi, the first anti-creationist agent engineered by Ahriman's own body, the daughter of Ahriman, who awakened her father from 10,000 years of slumber to spawn a pest legion. Jahi is the first woman whose mission was to undo the entire procreationist project of Ahura Mazda. In Arabic folklore, Janan are daughters of Lilith. Rub al-Khali, the dreadful desert where Abdul al-Hazred settled for 10 years, was inhabited by Janan, not jinn, which operate as female gates to the outside. Al-Hazred must have communicated with the female side of the outside, i.e. Janan, in writing his nocturnally encrypted Necronomicon, a chef-d'oeuvre on cosmodromic blasphemy and on the realism of openness. Janan possess men, yet they do not occupy or colonize their hosts. Instead, they lay open male hosts to the outside, and openness in the sense of being laid, cracked, butchered open, as in the case of the Moroccan Jinnia, Aisha Kandisha, or Aisha Gadisha, who is also called the Opener. Possessed by Janan, Abdul al-Hazred found this path the only reliable politics to communicate with the cosmodrome of the outside, demarcated in the numogram as the region of Gen-X, or precisely XX gens. The path to Gen-X, or the region of XX gens, is mapped as becoming woman via Janan, who, according to Arabic and Farsi folklore, narrate untold stories for the one who is opened and devoured by them. Lilith tells travelers forbidden stories before opening and devouring them. In this sense, Janan, mapped as the region Gen-X in the numogram, is a direct link to the cosmic blasphemy and the female current of the outside. The reason that Lovecraft frequently calls Al-Hazred the mad poet or the mad Arab is that communicating with Janan, as the female gates, vulvo-cosmic singularities to the outside has one inevitable consequence: radical delirium. In Arabic and Farsi, the word jinan also means delirium, maddening love, terminal madness, as the result of being laid open by the female cutting edge of the outside. However, jinan is not compatible with the Western definition of madness. It cannot be translated properly, but suffice to say that it is mainly comprised of three elements and is developed through their compositions: possession, love, and utter openness. Abdul al-Hazred is a majnun, a man laid open by jinan, and at the same time a majnun man, a madman, majnun, who immediately reminds us of the melancholic tale of Laili and Majnun, their love story which converges in madness, openness, and a delirious love, the forbidden. Aisha Kandisha, or Aisha Kadisha, or Gadise, is one of the most popular and fearsome jinnia, female jinn, in Moroccan folklore. Beliefs and rituals for Aisha have continued into the 21st century. She is both a hunter and a healer, sometimes appearing as a beautiful, irresistibly seductive woman, and sometimes as a hag. When she possesses a man, she does not take over the new host, but opens the man to a storm of incoming jinan and jinns, demons and sorcerous particles of all kinds, making the man a traffic zone of sweeping cosmodromic data. This is why she is feared, and she never leaves. She always resides in the man to guarantee his total openness, which is not always pleasant. According to the Moroccans, the only way to feel comfortable with Aisha, the new mistress-lover, is by participating with her, feeding her, exciting her through passionate and barbaric music rites with cacosonic rhythms. The Familiars. Micaela Morrissette. Micaela Morrissette, 1979, is an American writer who, thus far, specializes in short fiction fueled by decadent, fantastical, and weird sensibilities. She is a senior editor for the U.S. literary magazine Conjunctions and a fiction reviewer for Jacket and Rain Taxi. The recipient of a Pushcart Prize, Morrissette has published fiction in Conjunctions, Weird Tales, Best American Fantasy, and the year's Best Fantasy and Horror, among others. On the basis of just a handful of tales, she is one of the best of the next generation of weird writers. Displaying the full range of her talents, The Familiars, 2009, takes an almost Bradbury-esque idea and revitalizes it to chilling effect. The boy and his mother wake late in the swampy summer mornings and sit on the edge of the porch, drinking their first glass of water and spooning out their wedges of melon and picking the dead heads off poppies with their toes. They brush their teeth side by side at the kitchen sink, and sometimes the mother lathers the boy's cheeks with almond soap and pretends to shave him with a butter knife, chattering in an arch accent that aspires to Cockney. They fill the wheelbarrow with the boy's stuffed animals and matchbox cars and his wand for blowing bubbles and his kazoo and tambourine, and truck down to the pond, where the boy lies in the hammock, holding his toys in the air and swooping them up and down and crooning to them, and the mother reads paperbacks in the deep low wicker rocker, pushing the hammock gently back and forth with her foot. For lunch there is French bread spread with soft cheese and served with purple pickled eggs and Jordan almonds. They picnic under the sycamore on one of the boy's old bed sheets, patterned with smiling clouds and pastel rainbows, too childish for him now, and suck the candy shells from the nuts, and see who can flick an ant the farthest. The sheet smells as the boy used to, hot heavy cream, slightly soured, and powdered sugar, and cough syrup, black cherry. They put on their cleanest clothes and drift through the heat down the dirt road to town, the mother pale beneath a black umbrella, and the boy's head swimming in a man-sized baseball cap. They check at the post office for their bills and catalogs and postcards of the town which the mother has sent to the boy on the sly, and they buy a wheel of licorice or a birch beer or a small wooden crate of sour clementines. They also buy a backpack or some tennis shoes or a lunchbox for the boy's first day of school, which is nearly upon them. With 2 pennies they wish in the fountain, and they walk home, carefully matching their steps to the footprints they made on the first leg of their journey. They plant mason jars in the garden to steep their sun tea, and they blow trumpeting squeals on blades of grass. They play a game that is both tic-tac-toe and hopscotch, with chalk and stones on the cement walkway, and the mother turns the hose on the boy and washes off the chalk and dust and sweat while he shrills and capers. For dinner there are drumsticks, sticky and burnt off the old gas grill, or hot dogs, charred on sticks at the fire pit. Then cold red wine with seltzer water for the mother, and warm milk with vanilla and sugar for the boy, in the swooning, exhausted armchairs of the living room, with the white gauze curtains swelling at every breath of breeze. The mother reads to the boy in bed, adventure stories about islands, or magic pools, or noble lovers, or gallant orphans, or the boy tells ghost stories to the mother, in which crushed faces press against the glass of windows, or trees grown over graves sigh and weep and rustle their leaves. The mother sleeps on one side of an enormous mattress, under an avalanche of pillows, and in another room the boy sleeps in a red wooden bed, and his legs and arms tumble over the sides. It's dawn, and the boy has woken early when the friend appears. It unfurls from under the bed. Its features have not quite coalesced. Its skin rises up like a blush. The mouth, full of rapid shadows, comes painfully. As the boy watches, its teeth emerge, and its eyes take on their hues. It's both gawky and graceful, and the boy is touched by the tentativeness of its existence. Its limbs fold out with small tremblings. The boy moves over in the bed, and the friend huddles gratefully into the warm depression he leaves. The boy knows not to touch the friend as it is born. Shyly, the boy indicates that the friend is welcome. The friend begins right away to tell secrets. Some of them are astounding, and the boy giggles in nervous exhilaration. Some of them the boy already knew without knowing it. The wonderful thing is that the boy has secrets, too, and the friend is fascinated, and they whisper under the covers until the mother pokes her head around the door, stirring honey into the first glass of their new batch of sun tea for the boy's good morning. The friend is under the bed so quickly that the boy has no time to feel alarm. But when the mother asks, was he talking to himself, the boy responds without hesitation that he was talking to his invisible friend. His mother smiles and asks what's his friend's name, and since the boy doesn't know, he says, "It's a secret." The mother smiles and looks proud in a forlorn sort of way and brushes back his hair with her fingers, and he feels the happy little pokes and tickles of his friend through the mattress, approving him. And all three are happy, and he drinks his sun tea with the honey not quite dissolved, coating his tongue and staying sweet there for some minutes. The damp smell that attends the friend, a stain of its birth, is clogging the air of the room, but the mother says nothing, and the boy thinks that perhaps the friend is invisible after all. That day it rains, and the boy and his friend play in the attic. There is a trunk full of clothes and dust, and the boy's friend dresses up as the princess, and the boy is the minstrel, without any money. Or the boy dresses up as a monster of the air, and the friend is a monster of the deep. Or the boy dresses up as a man of the future, and the friend holds over his face a helmet that carries the boy through time and space. The rain assaults the roof of the attic. They have stores of crackers and dried fruit, and they plant flashlights all over the floor, the beams gaping up at the rafters. There is a box of paper houses that unfold, castles, a Hindu temple, a Victorian country home. They set these up and populate the rooms with colored plastic figurines from sets of jungle beasts, dinosaurs, and the Wild West. The Christmas tree is stored in the attic, still tangled in its lights. The boy and his friend creep in under the lowest fronds, curling themselves around the base, and turn the beams of their flashlights out through the strings of dead bulbs to make them glow. Between the panes of the windows are cemeteries of moth wings and wasp heads and fly legs. The attic swells into the rain. They find a punch bowl roped in cobwebs and fill it with water and stare in to see the silk awake. They turn off all the flashlights and haunt each other in the dark with sobs and screeches. They roast marshmallows with a butane lighter. The boy recites the alphabet backwards. The friend dances. By nightfall the sky has cleared, and the mother takes the boy out onto the slanting roof of the house, and they lie on their backs on the shingles, and she shows him the constellations, the Dippers, the Hunter, the Seven Sisters, the Two Bears. The mother tells the boy how the stars are immense balls of flame millions of miles away, and how many of them may already have been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Hidden behind the stack of the chimney, the friend laughs in derision and reaches out its hand and rubs the pattern off the sky. Then it draws new figures: the claw, the widow, the thief, the cocoon. The planet shudders and rocks, and the boy loses his grip and skids down the plane of the roof until the mother catches his hand and pulls him to safety. She bundles him into her arms and totes him down the attic stairs, soothing and scolding and breathless, while he cranes his neck to peer behind him at the lights scattering across the dark like startled starlings. The boy and his friend play in the garden, under the sun. They play in the garden, which is on the edge of the wood, and the trees shade it. Many games. They play pick-up sticks, checkers, hide-and-go-seek, and things. And the sun enacts changes in their skin and hair and eyes. They play in the garden and smile. They smile and smile and smile and smile and smile. The boy's mother puts an extra cookie on the plate for the friend, but the boy says the friend doesn't eat. She brings an extra pillow for the bed, but the boy says the friend doesn't sleep. "What does it do all night, then?" she asks the boy. "Doesn't it get bored?" "Plays in my dreams," the boy tells her. The boy and his friend make shadow puppets in the afternoon. The boy curtains the windows and holds his hands in front of the lamp and does a bird, a rabbit, a hunchback, a spider. The friend opens the curtains and crouches on the windowsill, a black silhouette against the sun. The sun pulses and shivers in the sky, and the outline of the friend flickers and wavers at the edges. Its body makes an ocean wave, a spouting volcano, a hurricane, a shape-changing cloud, giraffe, dragon, whale. The boy crows and claps his hands. The friend grows huge in the window and blots out the light, making the night sky. It spreads its limbs so no sliver of sunlight peeks through, and it makes the bottomless well. The boy's mother sits on the edge of the tub, and the steam clings to her. She is composed of droplets. At bath time the friend disappears, the boy says. It hates water. The mother runs the hot when the boy complains that the bath is cooling. She shampoos the boy's golden hair with the tips of her fingers. She rubs the puffs and cracks of deep pruning on his hands. When he announces that the bath is over, she starts a splashing war to make him forget. The boy has a duck for the bath, and to play with the duck an inflatable bear, and to amuse the bear, little pills that pop open into sponges, and to collect the sponges, a net with butterfly shapes sewn into the webbing, and to transport the net, a battleship that sprays water through its nose, and to fight the battleship, a tin rocket that rusts in the water, and the mother cuts her hand on the crumbling metal, and the blood makes a blossom in the bath. The boy leaps up and shouts out that his friend is calling, and he runs, shivering and half-drowned, out of the bathroom. The mother stays behind and bandages her hand into an enormous white paw. When she tucks the boy in that night, she brandishes the paw and growls and tickles his stomach. But he says the friend can smell the rusty blood, and he insists that she leave, and she does, and wonders if the boy is weary of her, or protecting her from his imaginary friend, and she sits for an hour in the window-seat in her bedroom, watching trees and clouds move across the reflection of her face in the pane. The boy and his friend camp out in the treehouse. They make believe there's a siege, and they're starving to death. They make believe there's a war, and they're hidden in a priest's hole. They make believe it's a nuclear winter, and they're trapped in a fallout shelter. They make believe they're princes locked in a dungeon by the king's wicked counselor. They make believe they're hermits fasting in a mountain cave. They make believe they're stowaways in the hold of a galleon. They make believe they're magicians tied up in a chest. They make believe they're scientists in a sunken bathysphere. They make believe they've been swallowed by a giant and explore the vast cavern of his stomach. They make believe they're in a spaceship warping through black holes. They make believe they're shrunk into the size of tiny bugs stuck in a raindrop falling to earth. Sometimes they climb through the trap door out into the treetop and sit astride the sturdy limbs and pretend they're galloping on white stallions in a thundering herd of wild black horses. Sometimes they close their eyes and pretend to be blind, and they feel each other's faces, and the boy is careful not to hurt the friend. Sometimes the friend grooms the boy, picking the bark and sap from his hair and licking the pollen dust from his face. Sometimes the boy curls up in the lap of the friend, and the friend asks him questions. What animal would you like to be? What food would you eat if you could only eat one? How would you choose to die? What is your greatest fear? What superpower would be the best? If you could save the world by sacrificing one life, would you do it? What was your first word? What is your earliest memory? The mother calls the boy into her bedroom and shows him the photographs she has spilled out over the white froth of tumbled linens. The scent of the soap washed into the sheets has always reminded the boy of snow, but tonight it stings his cringing nose, astringent. She shows the boy pictures in dull umbers and maroons, long-ago film, of the boy's parents, before he was born. This is his mother, distracted in an itchy sweater, in a cabin on her honeymoon, lamplight the color of cooking oil shining and blurring on her face. Her hair is shorter, and it looks rough and blunt and prickly. Her smile is unfamiliar. Here is his father, forehead buried in a dark navy watchman's cap, chin and nose smothered in a charcoal turtleneck, marking off a pale strip of skin out of which black eyes gape, the inverse of the bandit's eye mask. Now pictures of the boy as a baby, with a fat lolling neck and a glazed expression, bulbous and gaping in a matted blue towel, or seemingly deserted in a flat field on a gray day. The photos get glossier and brighter as they go on. Last year on the ferry, noses and eyelids smashed flat by the wind. This past winter, roasting potatoes in foil in the fireplace here, the lighting off, their hands red and their faces smeared across the exposure. The boy and the mother on the boy's birthday at the zoo. A leather-chested gorilla with blood in its eyes stands behind them as they pose, the spit spray of its roar fouling the glass wall of the enclosure. The boy squirms on the bed, bored and truculent. In the night, the boy and the friend sneak back into the mother's bedroom and steal the box of photographs. They draw the friend into the pictures, sometimes a black zigzag of shadow at the corner of the frame behind the mother, sometimes a silvery trail the friend makes with the point of a needle, a shape hovering between the boy and the lens. With crayons, the boy draws the friend's scales and the stripes of its fur onto the face of his father, and the friend shades its own eyes within the eyes of the gorilla. When the mother finds the pictures in the morning, she cries and screams at the boy, and he takes off, kicking the ground, the corners of his mouth wrenching down despite himself, and runs to the wood, and begs the friend to take him inside, behind the tree line, and the friend does, and comforts him. The boy and the mother make up, and on Sunday they bake cookies for breakfast. They have a collection of cookie cutters, and they bake pigs and crescent moons and hearts and maple leaves, royal crowns and saxophones and lighthouses and bumblebees. They sprinkle jimmies on the tops, or push in currants with their thumbs. Shivery with sugar, they bustle into town, and the mother, rapid and excitable, buys suspenders and striped shoelaces for the boy's first day of school, and a set of stencils and stickers that smell of chocolate, bubble-gum, peanut butter, and green apple. On the way home she asks casually how the friend will keep busy when the boy is at school all day. "It will come with me," says the boy, startled, and the mother, kind and vague, shakes her head with her eyes set on the distance. When they reach the house, the boy tears through the rooms, but the friend is nowhere to be found. At last the boy discovers it in the basement, huddled beneath the stairs, tearing apart a daddy-long-legs. "I won't go," promises the boy, and any other supplication he can think of. By and by he's able to coax the friend upstairs, where it scuttles into the boy's bedroom and under his bed. It stays there through the evening and all night, and in the morning the mother sees the boy's face is puffed and flushed as if he's been stung, and his eyes have a queer translucence. The mother invites the boy and the friend to dance. She pushes the armchairs and ottomans to the outskirts of the living room and sweeps the floor, making an odd pile of broken, dried leaves, frayed and twisted threads of golden purple, small slivers of glass, dust clumps woven in spheres like tumbleweeds, and wasps curled in on themselves like fetuses, their antennae shattered. The mother wears an ivory slip and black opera gloves, and on a long chain a cameo that chills her through the thin silk of her slip. The boy comes down in his small black suit, which still fits him perfectly. He hasn't grown. The mother rummages in the spare room for a man's dove-gray fedora, which engulfs the boy's ears and slips backward, the brim chafing his neck. Baby's breath is wedged in the band. The boy informs the mother solemnly that the friend has sent its regrets. The mother, stymied, asks if he and she might go together to press the invitation, but the boy fuddles the needle onto the record and extends his hand without answering. The boy and the mother waltz awkwardly. "Where did you learn to dance?" says the mother. "I thought I would have to teach you." "My friend taught me," says the boy. "Are you jealous?" The mother stares at him. "No," she says, "that's not it." The needle staggers into a gouge in the record. "Oh, dear," the mother says, "what a shame." "My friend loves this song," says the boy. He puts his arms up trustingly, as if to be carried, high above his head, and his fingers curl around where the shoulders of the friend might be. They sweep around the room, the friend a confident lead, the boy swooning gracefully in its embrace. The mother forms an encouraging smile. "I'll get some refreshments," she says. "Champagne with ginger ale and lemon ices." "Switch off the lights when you go," says the boy, still revolving. The mother hesitates, flicks the switch, and mounts the stairs. Sometime in the night, the music skids to a halt. She knows it's beautiful. She knows what kind of skin it has, blue-veined, with a thick translucence like shellfish, bruising easily in a kind of panic. She knows because it's obvious. She knows because her son has told her, in a voice with a reverential, primal hush, like the silence of dim morning air at ease on still water, that his friend has a wonderful facility of climbing in the trees and running in the tallest, most whipping, stinging grass. She knows that a heartbeat will slow to the rhythm of its voice. She knows its eyes are colors from another spectrum. She knows the fine golden down that covers its limbs. She just knows. She knows the ravishable tenderness of its throat. She knows the coils of its ears can provoke a dangerous hypnosis if regarded too long. She knows the razor sharpness of its elbows and the woozy perfume of its breath. She knows that the rays of the sun are addicted to its body, and that it drinks in the moonlight with upturned mouth. She's never seen it, but she knows. She doesn't know the secrets it shares, the memories it hides, the fears it cherishes, or why it is vying for her son. Past the tree line, just within the wood, is the skeleton of a burned-down barn, and brambles of blackberries and bushes of ladies' slippers have gentled the ruins. Past the barn a deer trail leads through a claustrophobia of clawing saplings and lashing briars, until the wood opens, and the floor is a miniature forest of tiny trees of Clemacium moss. Long gray vines sway from the canopy. The branches over which they're looped are lost in leaves and in the clouds of spores and insects that laze overhead. The boy grabs a vine and swings. He whoops once, then swoops silently between the trunks on the endless arc of his pendulum. The friend tugs the vine to a halt and brushes the boy's face in apology. "Hurry," it says. They trudge out of the forest of moss and down a short bank graceful with ferns and irises, and ending in a stream that cuts through the wood. Water fleas flash in the current, and the boy sees the velvety puffs of silt where crawfish have shot back under rocks with fear of him. Before the water, the friend pants in terror, so the boy tucks it in his pocket and hops carefully across the rocks to the opposite bank. The leaves of the wood rustle, and sunshine shakes down in a brief, warm, muddy rain. Beyond the stream is the dank overhang of the cliff, under which round stones mark out a ring in the mud. There are some curls of burned metal, mildewed spent shells from a shotgun, and bones chewed by an animal. The friend breathes deeply here and traces its hand against the soot smoked on the rock ceiling, and a silver skin oozes down to blind its eye. Up the back of the cliff they go, grabbing at tree trunks and clawing the dirt to ascend the incline. Then suddenly they've plunged to the top, and the summer has fallen away. The ground is covered with black and brown leaves, and the wind has shaken the tree-tops gray. There's a gravestone, white with chips of mica, and with a carving of an arum lily garbled and shallowed by weather, and violets growing all around. "All already ready," says the friend. The boy sighs. "Let's run away," he says. The friend is silent. "I'm hungry," says the boy. "You're never hungry now," says the friend, and that's true. The boy shrugs. The friend ruminates and chews a sprig of poison ivy. Suddenly its hot hiss snakes out, and its tongue is in the boy's ear. "Poisoned you!" cries the friend. The boy screams his laughter, and he's running through the woods, yelling, "I'll find the antidote," and the friend strolls after him, smiling. The boy and the mother sit Indian style on the boy's bed and play cat's cradle. The boy threads his fingers through the string to make the cradle. The mother slips her hands into the maze. Pinching the taut cord, she whisks the boy's fingers free and makes the soldier's bed. The boy snatches at the intersections and pulls them through themselves, and the candles shine in his hands. The mother reaches over awkwardly and twists the string. Its bite tightens around the boy, and his skin swells and reddens. With a wrench of her wrist, she constructs the manger between them. The boy's tiny fingers go darting among the knots. Before she knows it, he's imprisoned in diamonds. "We won," exults the mother. The boy smiles at her. His eyes are prisms for the day's light. She sees that there's something he holds in his mouth, gleaming dark and wet, a candy, a tongue, a morsel of mercury. The mother reaches slowly for the bowl of water that stands by her son's painting set on the night table, dips her hand in it, and with a panicked lunge, she flicks the liquid on the boy. It wrenches back on the bed with a jolt and a high-pitched moan. Her hand flies to her throat. She squeezes her eyes closed. "Hey," protests the boy, "what are you doing?" Then he lurches for the bowl and begins to flick her back in messy, muddy splashes. The mother quavers and laughs in great gulps. The paint water soaks into the blankets, patterning her legs and hands with blurred designs, mottled markings, scaly smudges in brownish red and brownish blue and brownish green. She lets the boy spill out the whole bowl, and although she changes the linens and blots the bed with towels to soak up the moisture, he still makes her flip the whole mattress before bedtime, so that the friend can nest there with no fear of the wet. The boy discovers the friend hidden away in the fortress that sprawls across the living room, layer upon layer of sheets and wool blankets and towels and clothes slung between armchairs. The friend is prone, half sunk into the floor, disappearing into the wood like a ship slowly submerging below the skin of the sea. The boy throws his arms about the friend and covers it with chafing kisses. The friend coughs faintly, but its eyes flash into brightness, burning the boy where the friend's gaze falls on him. "What's wrong?" the boy whispers fiercely. "What's happened?" "You haven't gone," croaks the friend. "You're here." "I'm here," says the boy. "Of course I'm here." The friend and the boy stand up and spin themselves in circles. Even when the dizziness is past, the boy can't remember what's where in the room outside the fortress. The French doors, the fireplace, the grandfather clock have all lost their places. The friend draws 3 doors for the boy. "Where do they lead?" says the friend. The boy thinks hard. "The first door," he says, "a garden full of delicious fruit that feels pain when you bite it. Your turn." The friend considers. It says, "The second door, a world in the center of the earth where you're turned inside out. You walk backward, talk backward, and see backward." "Third door?" The boy imagines. "Third door," he says, "somebody else. You can live in their body, but they control all your movements and your thoughts." The friend laughs. "Pick a door," it says. The boy spins and spins until he doesn't remember which door is which. He opens one and falls out into darkness. In the yard, in her bathing suit and sunglasses, the mother sits rigid in the glare of the sun. Little worms of perspiration nose their way out of her skin and trail across her upper lip. Beside her is a glass of ice water. She picks it up to watch the blades of grass, pale with the cold of the glass, rise shakily from their crushing. Glossy crows settle over the lawn. She lies down, but finds she can't endure the crawling of the grass across the back of her neck. A dragonfly comes crashing toward her face, and she gasps. A gnat executes stiff seizures in the cold of the ice water. Her fingernails ache from the dirt packed beneath them. She puffs at a dying dandelion to make a wish, and the seeds blow back and stick to her lips and tongue. She plucks at the petals of a daisy. then beheads the whole thing summarily with a jerk of her thumb. "Mama had a baby and its head popped off," she sings. The boy is staring at the lion, and he doesn't dare to move. The boy is in the big blue armchair in the living room, with the lamp in the shape of a dancing lady spilling light from the table beside him. But the lion, only a few feet away, is in darkness, a darkness that grows thicker and thinner. So the boy keeps losing sight of the lion, though neither of them is moving. Into the boy's dream comes the friend, and the boy feels relief, like the sudden release of a waterfall that's been dammed up, and with his eyes he signals the presence of the lion to the friend. The friend stays very still, and the darkness blows like wind over its face, and the boy loses and finds the friend's features for hours. At last the boy comes to wonder, in a rush of urgency, why the friend doesn't slay the lion. "Kill it," whispers the boy. "Please, kill it." The friend makes a sign, and the boy sees that he himself is holding a long dagger. "Me? I can't," pleads the boy. "Please, kill it." The friend gestures to the boy to make use of the dagger. The boy stares aghast at the lion. Its eyes are mournful, like the eyes of the boy's dog that had died, but there's a low growl coming from it, like the moans of the tomcats that fight in the yard at night. The boy doesn't move. The lion climbs painfully to its feet and pads over to the boy and lies down beside him. Wondering and trembling, the boy places his hand on the lion's head. The friend spins around, claps its hands, and screams, and the lion's jaws hurtle open, and its roar is pounding the boy like blows, and his terror is gagging his throat. He comes awake with the friend beside him in bed, laughing and fanning the boy's face. "That was a close one," says the friend, twinkling. "What were you thinking? You almost got us killed." It giggles and cuddles. The boy falls back into sleep, with his eyes screwed tight shut against dreams, and his skin smelling sour with dried crust of sweat. The mother goes in the gloaming to the grave in the wood. She sits. Moths smack against her flashlight and are snarled in her hair. After some time she climbs back down the cliff and wades into the stream, flinching at the bite of the water on her skin. She drops a ring, a small plastic figurine, and a gray fedora into the water. She makes 3 wishes. With her toes she buries the ring and the toy in the mud, and she watches the floating fedora tear against some bracken on the bank and be devoured by shadows. On the way home she bats in a fury against the thorns that snag her clothes and beat her legs. She sits on the porch. The screaming of the mosquitoes, an incessant and furious anguish, is overwhelming. It seems to the mother that all the darkness of the lawn might be a black cloud of suffering insects, but nothing bites her. There's a damp smell, and she feels her skin crawling, flinching away from her bones. Behind her the screen door slaps against the jamb in the windless, ponderous night, and the mother stays very still, only slightly stiffening her back. Before dawn she goes into the boy's room and lifts his body from the bed. She bears him cautiously out of the house to the car and tucks him into the back seat. His clothes are already folded on the passenger seat. In the minute between the starting of the car and rolling out of their driveway, the mother's alarm grows so fierce that her vision is blurred. Once they gain the public road, it's vanished, and she's calm and deadened. She drives to the school, and she parks. When the sun comes up and the door is grown open and the flag struggles up into the pale air above her, she's ready. By the time the buses come marching in disciplined formation up the drive, he's awake. He doesn't seem alarmed by his abduction, just sleepy and bewildered and quiescent. They get his overalls on and his Velcro firmly strapped. He observes the patterns described by the hundreds of small milling bodies with grave interest. She holds on to his hand as far as the classroom door. For some time she sits in the car and watches, but nothing comes or goes until she does. Alone in the house, the friend trickles from room to room, carried by a draft that floats past the curtains, through the walls, and around the doors. The molecules of the air bruise the friend's body, and it suffers this. In her car, driving, the mother thinks of the friend with shaken pity, and in his classroom the boy draws a picture with a blank face and long arms like tangled ropes, and a sky full of dashes like rain falling, like arrows, or like shooting stars. The friend drifts into a cobweb and clings there till its weight rends the strands and it resumes its meandering course. Where it drags along the floor, dust gathers on its skin, smothering the pores. The eyes of the friend empty, and its mouth consumes itself. At last, with a sigh, it disperses. At the end of the day, the mother watches to see that the boy files out with the others, and then in her car she shoots out ahead of the school bus to be ready to greet him when he jumps down the steps to disembark at the end of their drive. He's glowing like a new penny, and he navigates the yard in a series of bounds. He has a collage for the fridge of black horses pasted on a picture of a coral reef, and he has a caterpillar made of pipe cleaners. The mother and the boy nestle the caterpillar in the grass at the base of the sycamore to protect the treehouse. There are mimeographed lists from the teacher of things to buy and things to do, and the boy has won a ribbon for thinking of the most words beginning with A. At lunchtime, the other children had raised an outcry over the boy's purple pickled egg, and the mother promises that tomorrow he will have a white bread sandwich cut in triangles and an apple with a leaf still on the stem. For recess, they learned to jump rope while singing songs, and afterward the teacher read a story that the boy had never heard, about a child who flies on the back of the wind. The boy runs about the house, visiting the attic and the basement and the bathroom, as if to see how different they've become. He told a girl in his class about the pond, and the girl didn't believe that he has one, and the mother says that the girl can come and see for herself with some other of the boy's classmates if he would like. During dinner, the boy bounces up and down, upsetting the jar of cucumber salad. He runs out twice to make sure that he has everything in his backpack that he'll need at school the next day, and 3 times to check that the caterpillar is still in place, guarding the treehouse. He doesn't mention the friend, and his eyes are the color that the mother remembers. By bedtime, the boy is exhausted, and the mother tucks him in and sings Maresy-dotes and Dozy-dotes and Little Lambsy-divey, and he accompanies her in a contented blur of humming that spins around the edge of the tune. When she turns out the light and clicks closed the door, he's already quite asleep. He wakes not because of the volume of the breathing in the room or because of its horrible wet crackling and sucking, but because of the heat the breath gives off, a heat like an anvil which crushes him into the bed. The windows are fogged over and the moon leaks through the droplets on the glass in weak smears of sickly light, like the ghosts of murdered stars. He knows his waking has been noticed, for whatever it is now holding its breath. He can hear the interminable, deliberate creak of the floorboards where something is shifting its weight under the bed with infinite caution and cunning. Then a terrible quiet. The boy quakes, and his spasmodic gasp is like a slap cracking across the silent face of the darkness. The longest pause. At last the bed begins to joggle teasingly, and then to rock violently so he can barely keep from sliding off. Every time his hand or foot slips over the side of the mattress, he sobs with terror and feels the humid wind where something has just missed its snatch at him. The earthquake in the bed is because the thing is shaking with laughter. Whatever is under the bed is laughing. Then the laughter stops and the smell comes up, dank and congealed, and he can feel the putrefying odor worming inside his pajamas and bloating his skin with its stink, and the monster stretches itself. The room tilts as the monster ripples its spine, voluptuous, and the flayed leather of its body rustles and sucks as it moves, and it unfurls from under the bed. He sees its arm creep out as if on 1,000 little millipedal feet, right there before him, in the same air that's burning and lashing against his own starting eyeballs, and the nails of the thing shred whatever faint moonlight has crept through the steam in the room. And the boy knows, he knows, its head is coming out next, and he hears the cut and the thrust and the singing of its teeth as they emerge, smiling and smiling and smiling. The Lion's Den, Steve Duffy. Steve Duffy, 1963, is a contemporary British writer who has lived in Norfolk and London, but is currently living and working on the North Wales coast. He is a recipient of the International Horror Guild Award for the story The Rag and Bone Men, and has published 2 short story collections, Tragic Life Stories and The Moment of Panic. Duffy's work has appeared in several of Datlow and Windling's the year's best fantasy and horror anthologies. In the Lion's Den, 2009, is one of those most difficult of weird fictions to write, a tale in which references to modern technology add to, rather than detract from, the rising sense of unease. It's so familiar now, that grainy digital footage of the Lion's Den. We've rerun it 100 times, picked over it obsessively, advanced it frame by fuzzy frame. I'm sure all the experts, the psychologists, the security consultants that were brought in to analyze the clip, but who failed entirely in their glib attempts to explain it all away, feel in some way that they themselves experienced the whole thing. It's easy to forget that only a few people actually witnessed the incident firsthand that Thursday afternoon in the late autumn of the last year of the old century. I was one of them. My colleagues and I saw it all firsthand. It gave us the edge on all the rest. We saw and heard and felt things no camera could catch, let alone one being operated by an overexcited amateur. But even we remain at a loss to explain exactly what happened. Perhaps we're all trying too hard. Most people have written it off long since as fundamentally inexplicable, just one of those things. The boy was mad, they said, to do what he did. Simple as that. But since when has madness been synonymous with simplicity? Granted, the incident was simple enough on the face of it. Maybe it was precisely that simplicity which for some of us made the whole thing impossible, even then, to dismiss. The zoo sits amongst quiet leafy suburbs, out where the city begins to lose interest in itself. Built in the 1960s, its enclosures are adequate, at a pinch, to the animal's needs, in terms of size and layout. Iron railings and concrete moats surround modest expanses of grassy slope and pruned-back leafless trees. An artificial river runs through the grounds, with an observation barge that sails on the hour every hour. There are nocturamas for the insects, aviaries for the birds. On a day like that November day, a dull gray weekday nipped with the coming of winter, there will be only a handful of visitors. And I remember there were no school parties of screaming pre-teens, no coach-loads of the elderly, only a handful of people wandering the broad tarmac paths between the enclosures, consulting their guides, adjusting the lenses on their cameras as the animals blinked listlessly back at them through the bars. In the observation tower above the main block is the surveillance post, with its panoramic view across the whole of the compound. Further out, beyond the perimeter walls, the rooftops of 1,000 bungalows, chimney-tops, and satellite dishes, peeking through the screens of quick-growing Leylandii. Beyond these, raw winter ground mist on the plain, and the gray smudge of the distant city tower blocks. The view always depresses me during my shifts in the tower. Maybe anyone who spends long enough around cages, whether as captive or keeper, will sooner or later feel the need for liberty, for transcendence, will at the very least catch himself gazing beyond the bars, meditating on the interconnected concepts of inside-outside. Reminding us where our duties lie, the CCTV cameras flick monotonously through their cycles of the main perimeter, pen to pen, avenue to avenue. Up in the God seat we follow the sequence, indiscriminately surveilling animal and human, spectacle and spectator. As familiar as some of the animals are the regulars, those people who visit the zoo so frequently as to become instantly recognizable to the security staff. We have nicknames for them, and in some instances their photos pinned up on the corkboard, with cautionary post-it notes attached. It's our job to watch them and decide whether their interest in this or that animal goes beyond innocent curiosity, the endless enthrallment of seeing a creature in its cage. Inevitably, you see, a zoo will attract certain types of people over and above its core visitor group. These range from the mostly harmless, the lonely and inadequate, the homeless, the community care brigade, through to the more problematic types, the obsessives, the neurotics, and in extreme instances the dangerously, even suicidally, unhinged. With the former, our job consists mostly of moving them on at closing time, rousing them if they try to sleep in the dark, musty tunnels of the nocturama or the vivarium, making sure they don't present a nuisance to the staff or to other zoo users. With the latter, it can be very different. Most identify with a particular animal, usually to the exclusion of all others. Often it'll be monkeys, of which we have several species, or the great apes. They stand gripping the bars, watching as the simians dangle from their tire swings, or munch their way phlegmatically through buckets of bruised fruit. Occasionally one will try to make contact. A hand will be thrust through the bars, and we need to be sure nothing is being passed that might be harmful, intentionally or otherwise. We took off one such woman a notepad and pencil. Perhaps she expected the ape to communicate with her in some way or another, to provide some signifying rebus of his existence. On the pad she'd drawn herself, to a high degree of anatomical detail, in the pose of Leonardo's Universal Man. Above the self-portrait she'd scrawled the words, "Look, monkey." In the enclosure the ape sighed, settled back into his flaccid, hairy old man's pelt, scratched at his fleas with melancholy acceptance. Who knows? Perhaps he felt resentful that we'd confiscated the pad and pencil, denied him even this meager opportunity for self-affirmation. They say an ape in the Paris Zoo, given paintbrush and paper, once made a painting of the bars of his cage. But that's another matter entirely. We're keepers, first and foremost, not art critics. Before anything, it's our job to keep the animals out of harm's way. Some people, you see, come armed with more than pencils. We've confiscated knives from people, air rifles, apples with razor blades stuck inside them, more than once. Out-and-out mutilators are pretty uncommon, thank God, but all zoo staff are perpetually on their guard against them. Why would anyone do a thing like that? It's well known that sadism presents early in life as a predilection for harming animals, but I wondered sometimes, might there be a weird sort of jealousy mixed up with it, too? Consider for a moment the lot of your average zoo animal. They need no affirmation, no doubt. Existentially, they've got it cracked. Even without the identifying plaque in front of its enclosure, an ape is still an ape, unchallengeable in the fact of its apehood. No insecurity, no inadequacy to speak of outside the basic social dynamics of the group. The ranking ladder, who gets to mate with which females, who's in charge and who's not. And what have these sad sacks of humans got, the ones who mock and throw stones? Not even a plaque in front of their enclosure. Perhaps it's easier being a caged monkey than a caged man, but even so it'd still be a pretty weak excuse. Just because an ape may have the existential edge on you is no reason to feed it a sandwich full of rat poison. We're always on the lookout for these suspect types, the vagrant ones, the loiterers, the sunken-eyed prowlers round cages and pens. That day and 1,000 others, before and since, I was up in the God seat, cycling through the CCTV feeds around the site. It was late in the afternoon. Another 2 hours and we'd be closed. It hadn't been a particularly busy day, and there were fewer than 30 people spread out across the whole expanse of the zoo. A minibus full of teenagers with Down syndrome from a nearby sheltered housing group, half a dozen students from the local College of Art with folders and easels, 2 or 3 elderly couples, and a handful of unclassifiable adults. The kids were well behaved enough for me not to worry about them getting up on top of walls or climbing fences, and the pensioners looked about ready to call it a day. I was concentrating on picking out the loners, the singletons. And that's how I came to notice him on the CCTV, the boy standing alongside the wall of the lion compound. He seemed young, not much older than a teenager, and at first I took him for one of the art students. But he had no sketch pad, no portfolio. As I looked, 2 or 3 of the students went past, and none of them acknowledged him, nor he them. I activated the manual override on the camera controls and zoomed in on the boy. He was facing slightly away from the camera, so I tried another angle from a different side of the compound. That didn't give me enough of a close-up. Back on the original camera, all I could make out was his clothing. He was wearing jeans and a camouflage jacket, and his sun-bleached hair was hacked into a spiky, straggling brush. "Come on, Sonny," I found myself muttering. "Show yourself." Obligingly, he half-turned, and for the first time I got a look at his face. Stubble, a scrappy sort of beard, but it's been a while now since stubble signified anything. He might have been sleeping rough, or he might have been a fashion model. It cut both ways. He was gaunt-looking, hollow-cheeked, but reasonably clean. His behavior didn't strike me as particularly furtive, which went in his favor, but neither did he seem like one of those people who stand by the cage long enough to watch the animals do their tricks, then wander off in search of the cafeteria and the gift shop. I was sufficiently interested to keep the live camera on him, while at the same time spooling back through the last half hour of line enclosure footage on the auxiliary monitor. There he was. He'd hardly moved in all that time. As I glanced from the main monitor to the auxiliary, only the time stamp on the latter showed up the difference. I was going to call it down on the walkie-talkie to one of the guards on the ground, but we were a man short that day anyway, so I decided to have a look myself. I handed over the control system to my colleague, Graham Morris, told him where I was going and why, and picked up an on-charge walkie-talkie from the rack. I did briefly look at the firearms cabinet where the guns and tranquilizer darts were kept, but decided against it. No sense in alarming anyone. Clanking down the metal steps from the surveillance post, I had 3 or 4 possibilities in mind concerning our mystery visitor, assuming that he wasn't some innocent sightseer who just happened to have a thing for lions. One, believe it or not, was drugs. I know it sounds ridiculous, not to say sick in the extreme, but we've had that problem in the past. A few years back, one of our chimpanzees was slipped a dose of LSD, we think inside an apple. She went into an extended psychotic fugue, kept slamming her head into the bars till the vets had to put her down. That was radical by any standards. Not particularly common, granted, but I hated to think what a tripping lion might do before we managed to sedate it. Another, and you shouldn't get the wrong idea about this, was sex. Now, I don't mean to suggest I thought the boy was going to try anything directly with a lion, though it's happened with most of the smaller mammals in the past, and at sea zoos practically all the time with porpoises and dolphins, so I'm told. There are all sorts of ways to get your jollies, and we've dragged our fair share of flashers and masturbators away from the railings before and since. What all that's about I don't pretend to know, except that sex is at the bottom of so much one way or another. When something goes wrong inside, then it's as likely to show up in a sexual context first as it is any other way, I suppose. But a lion, surely a lion would be a daunting enough proposition to make most people think twice? Of course, there was the animal rights angle, which, from what I'd seen on the CCTV, seemed a distinct possibility. The boy did have that look of the zealot about him, I thought, as I swiped my smart card through the security lock on the way out of the staff compound. A definite whiff of high ideals and crazy dreams. But then the timing was all wrong for an attempted release. Animal rights activists tend, for obvious reasons, to hit a zoo at night, but since we'd beefed up our perimeter security with triple arms and night vision, the Animal Liberation Front might find it a more tempting option to hide in the light, so to speak. Or it might not be a jailbreak, but a demonstration of some kind, though to whom he was planning to demonstrate in an all but empty zoo I couldn't quite imagine. As I crossed the main piazza, there was still another possibility in the back of my mind, grimmer than the others, probably the one which was worrying me the most. Every day someone out there comes to the end of his tether, decides he can't carry on any more, and starts looking for a really good method to end it all. How do you do it? Let me count the ways. Pills. They make you vomit before they do anything else. Plus, if you underestimate the dose, you're apt to end up alive still, but hooked up in perpetuity to a dialysis machine, with maybe a really incapacitating stroke or two to boot. Gas stinks, and you need the nerve to stay put until the anoxia kicks in. Rope's tricky. If the drop's too short, you'll choke slowly, and if it's too long, you'll decapitate yourself. Neither one of those outcomes is for the squeamish. Heights? Well, lots of people have problems with heights at the best of times, and it's among the messiest and most traumatic of scenarios for the relics, the discards, those you leave behind, the ones who have to identify you afterwards. Knives sting, and even the deepest cut can clot once you've passed out. Guns. Would you believe the number of people who've held a firearm to their heads, pulled the trigger, and missed? Not missed entirely, of course, just missed enough to make sure they'll spend the rest of their lives in an IC ward being fed intravenously and turned each day to have their bed sores dressed, if they're lucky. Death's fraught with mistakes, and given the options, you might well decide it makes perfect sense to go down to the zoo, wait till it's not too busy, and then let yourself down into the lion's den. Leave it to the experts, so to speak. I'm not joking. The act has a sort of logic to it. The big cats are swift enough killers, as we've seen on 1,000 wildlife documentaries, brief, savage scuffles on the dusty Serengeti. And there is something about the act, I don't want to give the wrong impression here, but something almost approaching dignity, some quality of fitness and distinction that's lacking in those other methods I've mentioned, something gladiatorial almost, a willingness to look death straight in the face, to look into its eyes, to feel its reeking carnivore's breath on your cheek. But it's hell for us keepers. Once a big cat has tasted man-flesh, it can never again be trusted. The line has been crossed. You know it, the beast knows it too, and you have to scrutinize every facet of its behavioral patterns around humans thereafter. If it shows the slightest deviation, there's only one thing for it. Hesitate, and you're lost. That's not a thing you'll hear for public consumption from the zoo authorities. They're far more likely to dole out the usual platitudes. There's no such thing as a man-eater. There are only wild animals, doing what wild animals do, and our duty of care remains unchanged. Blah, blah. But believe me, in practice the days of any such beast are numbered. As a keeper, someone who puts himself on the line with these creatures each day, you'd have to be either stupidly trusting or just plain stupid not to be aware of the situation and ready to act upon it if necessary. I quickened my step almost unconsciously, skirting the artificial knoll where the baboons swarmed and barked, to approach the lion enclosure from behind and slightly above where the boy had been standing. There it was, a moated expanse of drab suburban veldt across the river, and there was the boy. I got out my field glasses and gave him the once-over. So far as I could tell, he seemed not to have moved. By now I wasn't thinking sex. Half an hour is just too long for a compulsive masturbator to stay still, really. As far as animal rights went, he didn't appear to have either the equipment or the backup for anything I could imagine a protester would want to do. Violence was still at the back of my mind, as was self-destruction. I watched him through the glasses as he watched the lions, and the time wore on. Another 5, 10 minutes. It was late in the afternoon now and starting to get cold. You could smell the frost lying in wait behind autumn's mud and wood smoke, and the first wisps of ground mist were starting to rise along the river bank. Before long, Graham's voice would come over the tannoy. "The park is closing in 20 minutes. Please make your way towards the main exit." Would the boy make his move before then? And what would it be? Above me, the light sensors tripped in, and the bright white floods lit up along the broad avenues. Reflexively, the boy looked up, then around him, as if startled out of his reverie. I decided it was time to go in closer. Casually trying my best not to look like a policeman, I began to stroll down towards the lion enclosure, a couple of 100 yards off down the path. I just reached the footbridge over the river when it all started to go off. The shrubs along the river bank blocked my view of the compound for a moment. All I could see was a couple of the art students pointing and shouting. I quickened my pace to jog onto the bridge, then broke into a flat-out run when I saw what was happening by the compound. The boy was standing on the waist-high concrete wall, hauling himself up the railings. I shouted, "No!" fumbled my walkie-talkie clear of its clip, and gave the all-channel alert as I ran. We were going to need the tranquilizer darts, and quickly, or else medical support at best. He was over the railings now, sliding out of sight down the concrete ramp into the moat. One of the students, a girl, was hanging over the wall, arms outstretched and yelling to him, but he took no notice. I reached the compound just as he hit the bottom of the moat. All of us by the outer wall were shouting now, but I don't know whether he heard a thing. If he did, he showed no sign of responding. Instead, he straightened up from his crouch and began to climb the opposite side. 2 or 3 other people had come over by now, drawn by the commotion. One of them owned a hand-held camcorder and was filming continuously throughout what happened next. Looking at the film, This is what you see. Jerks and blurs, then a wobbly balance as the autofocus kicks in. The boy has reached the top of the inner wall. He stands on the concrete lip a while before letting himself down into the compound proper. Nothing is hurried about him, nothing hesitant. He glances from side to side, almost expectantly. Where are they? They were there, all right. 5 in the Pride. 2 males, 1 little more than a cub. 3 females, 1 of them pregnant. All of them in good condition, fit and active, a functioning pack. They have names, which we use when we have to in order to distinguish them, but I don't honestly see any point in naming a wild thing. It's a false sort of domesticity. It encourages you to project human motivations, human emotions, on what's basically a natural-born killer, pure and simple. Calling it Simba doesn't change its essential nature, or turn it into something out of Disney. It doesn't make it any more knowable, nor is it something you can shout out in times of crisis like a dog's name. All any lion does that matters much can really be summed up under the most basic of headings. It eats, it sleeps, it procreates. Given the opportunity, it stalks and kills. And these lions weren't sleeping anymore. All around the compound they were waking up and beginning to take notice, and they were getting ready to stalk. You can see on the video. First one, then another comes into view at the periphery of the screen, the big male watching, and the most inquisitive of the females. The camera jumps around a lot. It's being operated by Mrs. Nora Bowen, 63 years old and growing more agitated by the minute, but you can make out the lions well enough. 3, 4, 5. Here they all come, and the boy, stepping away from the retaining wall. The condenser microphone on the camera is mostly picking up Mrs. Bowen, whose alarm and concern is immediately evident, and Mr. Bowen, who is alternately trying to get his wife to give him the camera and offering her technical instruction. Above their broad Lancashire accents you can just make out the sound of a man shouting in the distance. That's me. I was at the lip of the moat, scrambling over. No time to get around to the proper entrance on the far side of the compound. "Stay still," I was yelling. "Don't panic." I suspect that whenever we tell someone not to panic, we're always partly talking to ourselves. I know I was. Sliding in elegantly down the concrete, I lost sight of what was going on in the compound. On the video you can see what I was missing. Not much. Slowly and deliberately, the boy walks out into the middle of the flat, grassy area, then stops. The lions are surrounding him in a rough semicircle. No escape. Scrambling to the top of the inner moat wall, it's half the height of the outer, 6 feet as opposed to 12, I knelt on the rim and took stock of the situation as best I could. I was now much closer to the boy, yards closer than Mrs. Bowen with her video camera. On the tape you can just about hear me calling, not yelling any more. I was too close to yell. It would have spooked the lions. Calling to him to start walking backwards in my direction. Up on the wall I could hear him. He was talking, but I couldn't understand anything that he said. It wasn't any language I'd heard before. Thinking back now, it still sounds like the strangest mixture of sounds. But I can say with a degree of certainty that whatever it wasn't gibberish. Peter Whalen, the first keeper to answer my emergency summons, thinks the boy was just making noises to mimic an animal, chatter and meaningless babble. The thing is, though, he hardly heard any of it, arriving as he did at the critical point in time when things began to get confused. I had a decent chance to listen to it, and it sounded to me structured, as if it carried significance and meaning. What did the lions make of it? That's just another imponderable. They held their ground against the intrusion onto their territory, shifted their forepaws a little, and gazed stonily at the intruder. The big male roared once as if in warning, and some of the others were already growling, their heads low and watchful. Slowly, still speaking to the lions in that same fluently hypnotic way, the boy began to undo the buttons of his jacket. He slipped it off, dropped it to one side, then started on his shirt. "Hello, here we go," I thought, glancing round distractedly for backup. "We've got an exhibitionist." For some reason it was vitally important that the lions see his dangly bits. Stupid little sod. What is it with people, I asked myself helplessly. Couldn't they recognize a bad idea when they had one? Now it was up to me to stop him or to pick up the bits when it was all over. "Get back here," I hissed. "Start walking backwards." I wonder if he even heard me. He was taking his trousers off. I'd already spotted his desert boots discarded at the bottom of the moat. In a few seconds he was naked under the floodlights, exposed to the pitiless scrutiny of the lions. Beneath the panic that impelled me across the moat, I began to feel a deeper, more fundamental fear. This isn't going to turn out well, I told myself, wincing at the puniness of his skinny white body as he turned slightly, first one way, then the other, as if acknowledging each beast in turn. This is going to be bad. I'd never seen lions attacking a human before, not under these circumstances. I was fairly sure that was exactly what I was going to be seeing, any time now. Again I glanced round for backup. I could see Peter Whalen running at top speed over the brow of the hill near the baboon enclosure. He had a gun. I thought we were probably going to need it. I was horribly, miserably scared because I could see already how this was going to end. The two of us on the ground trying to frighten off the lions. But there were only 2 of us, and there were 5 of them. With a grunt, Peter hit the bottom of the moat and scrambled up the other side to where I was. "Slowly," I warned him, hoisting him up alongside me. "Quiet. Don't get them any more wound up." Though out of breath from his sprint, Peter understood the need for quiet. "Bloody hell, Jim," he panted. "This is a bad 'un." "Went over a couple of minutes ago," I whispered back. "Then he got his kit off. What have you got?" "Tranks," he said, unslinging his rifle, "and an air horn. They run on compressed air and sometimes come in useful for frightening a beast off. Minogue is bringing the rest of the stuff." "Right," I said. "I'm trying to get him to come back this way, but he isn't listening." "What's he doing with his clothes off?" Peter frowned. "He's not trying it on, is he?" "Not as yet," I told him. "Anyway, he doesn't seem that excited, does he?" This may seem not just distasteful but irrelevant, but at least a hard-on would have been indicative of some sort of motive. As it was, another explainable scenario had gone out of the window, and we were still none the wiser as to his intentions. "Actually, I wasn't looking myself," whispered Peter, glancing over his shoulder. "Here's Minogue coming now." Just then several things happened in quick succession. The boy's soft babbling had been gradually increasing in volume. Now it was loud enough to be picked up by the Bowen's camcorder mic. The tape's been played for a linguist from the nearby university. He said it didn't belong to any of the language groups he knew about, but was intrigued enough to request a copy of the tape. We had to tell him no. Too many outsiders have already seen it, and we don't want it ending up on the Internet for the delectation of the click-trance classes. For a moment the boy's shouting distracted me from the arrival of Minogue, who just reached the other side of the moat, where the Bowens were. On the video you can see me glancing towards the camera, making first a shush gesture, then a hurry up. Then I turned back to the enclosure. On the audio you can hear the boy ranting away at the top of his voice and the big male roaring. A moment of clarity on the tape catches him to perfection, head thrown back, no more than 15 yards away from the boy. "Give me the air horn," I told Peter. "Take aim." Peter raised the rifle to his shoulder. "Which one?" he said. "The big bastard?" "Your call," I said. Under normal hunting circumstances, the females make the kill, but these circumstances were about as far from normal as you could imagine. It's the male's pleasure to ring-fence the pride from intruders, so my money was on the noisy alpha. But I had a nasty feeling that when one went, they'd all join in, and there was no way Peter could reload that fast. Maybe if he took the big fella first. The boy was screaming himself hoarse by now. No trace of panic, but a commanding, almost exhortive tone, like a hell-fire preacher at the climax of a sermon. He started jumping up and down, pumping his fists and stamping on the bare soil. That wasn't too preacherly a sight, I grant you, not in his state of undress. The lions surrounding him in their semicircle snarled and twitched their tails. My finger twitched on the trigger of the air horn. "Why doesn't he bloody shut it?" hissed Peter. "Oi!" Loud enough for the boy to hear him under normal circumstances, loud enough for the lions to react too, I thought. But none of them seemed to hear us, neither men nor beasts. They were too wrapped up in each other. We were fast approaching the moment of truth. The next 3 things happened almost simultaneously. First Manoj came clambering up the retaining wall of the moat, and we had to give him a hand, loaded down as he was with rifle and ammo. All live rounds, no tranquilizers. Second, there was movement in the compound behind us. All of us, Peter, Manoj, and myself, looked up just in time to catch it. There was the boy, shrieking one last commandment to the evening sky, his breath condensing in the winter chill, and there were the lions, galvanized into life, up off their haunches and running at him, all 5 of them, all at once. Peter tried to take the alpha male. He missed. We found the dart later stuck into the ground. Manoj was just fumbling his rifle to his shoulder. I was blowing the air horn in short, sharp blasts, then just one long continuous hoot, feeling totally useless. Beside me, Manoj managed to get one shot off, again a miss, which saved him a great deal of trouble later on, and then they were too close to the boy, practically on him already. Then, in a sudden sparking fall of brilliance, all the floodlights round the compound shorted and went out. To this day, we don't know the reason for that. The timing was too spot-on for it to have been coincidental, yet what could have caused it? On the video, everything goes dark, exaggeratedly so, darker than the time of day would strictly warrant. And then there's one brief explosion of light that floods out the whole screen. That's Mr. Bowen alongside his wife, who's just remembered he has another camera for stills. He presses the shutter release more or less by reflex, and the automatic flash kicks in. Looking at his picture, you can see Peter and Manoj and me up on the inner wall of the moat. I'm turning round to see why the lights have gone out. That's why I caught the flash full on, which in turn is why I was functionally sightless for the next 10 seconds or so. It's hard to make out anything inside the compound with the naked eye. Mr. Bowen's built-in flash was only good over a few yards, up close at parties, and it couldn't cut through the insidious dusk which had been gathering all the time, unnoticed under the floodlights. A digitally enhanced version of the photo brings out a little more detail, a blurred, indistinct heap at just about the spot on which the boy was standing. They were all upon him. Up on the wall we could hear snarling and snapping and the thud of bodies on tight-packed soil, but we couldn't see anything of the boy. None of us could. I was squinting blind after taking the brunt of Mr. Bowen's flash, and the other 2 were still trying to adjust their vision after the floodlights went out. They both saw the lions fall upon him, and then he was lost beneath their colliding bodies, trapped under a rugby scrum of hot fur and strapping muscle. It wasn't until 3 or 4 minutes later, when the rest of the backup arrived with lanterns and a big mobile lighting rig we used for night photography, that we were able to get a proper look inside the compound. When we did, 2 things were immediately apparent. The first thing was that the lions had dispersed back to their various areas of the compound. Our searching beams picked them up under trees, behind brush cover. We saw them snarl, bare their teeth at the intrusive shafts of light. The other thing was more of an absence. Throughout all the compound there was no trace whatsoever of the boy, alive or dead. Not a sign. Later, back in the surveillance post, we ran all the CCTV from all over the zoo, and you never see him leave. It was probably because I spent more time than any of the others poring over the monitors that I came to realize something else, something equally weird. You never see him arrive. You see him going from compound to compound on the way to the lions, but you never see him at the gate or outside in the car park. No vehicle was left unaccounted for, and he hadn't been on any of the coaches. I thought he was one of the art students. He wasn't. All of this was after we'd searched the lion compound thoroughly, all 6 of us. We closed down the zoo, got everybody out, after securing the video from Mr. and Mrs. Bowen, and we went through the whole compound, twice. Once, quickly, by electric light, in the company of 3 extremely nervous policemen, and then a proper fingertip search the next morning. The lions were edgy throughout, irritable and jittery. They didn't like it any more than we did, and they needed watching. I don't think any of us had ever felt more vulnerable in the presence of the big cats than we did that evening, so soon after witnessing the beginning of a mauling incident. But in a mauling incident you expect blood and a carcass, and there was none, not even on the clothes. The compound was clean. There were some gnawed cow bones from the lion's last feed time, and that was all. Nothing to suggest fresh predation. Nothing to suggest anybody had even been in there, except for the little pile of torn and tattered, but still unbloodied clothing where the attack had taken place. We even went through their scat for the best part of a week, sifting the piles of acrid, reeking carnivore stool for bone and tissue fragments. I suppose that was as good a way as any of demonstrating exactly where we were with the whole investigation. We just didn't have a clue. So back to the video evidence, back to the CCTV and Mr. Bowen's photo. Long hours, scouring the tapes, till we pieced together a narrative of the incident. The trouble was, it turned out to be one of those modern narratives, the open-ended kind where you're supposed to decide for yourself what the hell happened in the end. Art house cinema of the most infuriating kind, with no climax, no release. There's the boy standing by the moat, climbing the wall. Here I come, just too late to stop him. There he is in the compound, stripped off and preaching his incomprehensible sermon to the lions. And then, bang, out go the lights and all hell breaks loose. What I've told you is all we know, including the stuff you don't see on the video, my own impressions and sensations, and I defy you to make any more sense of it than we were able to at the time. We were closed the next day, and the Saturday as well, partly to do a proper search of the entire zoo, partly because we wanted to assess the behavior of the lions. The search turned up nothing. I may as well tell you that straight away. As to the lions and their behavior, that was a different matter, and a more troubling one. I'm not a qualified animal behaviorist like Manoj. I'm a zookeeper, though, which I think qualifies me as a high-ranking amateur. I know how big cats act. I know the rules of engagement, how to approach them, what signs to look out for. I know when to stand my ground and when to run. It's hard-earned knowledge, and you come to rely on it. There are circumstances in which it's necessary to your survival, and you wouldn't want to get it wrong. And that Friday morning, when I was walking the lion compound with the other keepers, I felt something was wrong, even though we were doing everything right. It would be stupid and incorrect to say that we never get nervous. A little nervousness around the carnivores is no bad thing. It stops you getting sloppy and keeps you alert. But that's fear of a known thing, a possibility comprehended. This was different. This was the feeling of not knowing what to be scared of. I felt, talking over things later we all felt, that there were signs out there, but we were missing them. Crucial signals impacting directly on our safety and well-being that we weren't picking up on because we couldn't recognize them. And even if we managed to spot them after all, would we understand them? I don't know. I felt as if the rules had been changed and nobody had told us. After a while it became actively unsettling, and I was very glad to get out. I remember the sky above the compound was black with starlings, one of those preposterously big flocks with thousands of birds wheeling and plummeting in perfect formation. Their hoarse, raucous squawks filled the air as we left the enclosure. The lions padded back out of the holding area and congregated in the middle of the grassed area, watching us go. The male roared once. Up on the hill the baboons started up a racket of their own as if in answer. From all across the site, each animal seemed to join in the chorus. None of us keepers could think of anything to say. And so the incident fizzled out. We'd managed to keep it out of the press, so there was no grief from that quarter. A local paper ran a brief story on an inside page the next day, but none of the nationals ever picked it up, nor the TV, which was just as well. I suppose some soap star broke up with her footballer boyfriend, or perhaps it was just the millennial ballyhoo waiting round the corner. The police kept an open case file on the incident, but seemed happy enough to drop it as soon as they could. There wasn't a lot in it for them, really. No missing person in the outside world to match up with our missing person inside the bars, if you see what I mean. I think they were treating it as a petty trespass at best. No one hurt and no victim, no real harm done and no repercussions for anyone. And so the zoo settled back into its hibernatory winter peace and tranquility. Only not quite. The first incident came just after New Year. This time it's safe to say absolutely no one was watching. I wasn't on duty that day, but I got the phone call around 9 a.m. Could I come in straight away? It was urgent. Up in the surveillance post that morning had been Graham. At the start of his shift, he'd been checking through the CCTV, going from compound to compound and along the avenues between. Everything was quiet. It was a dull, rainy morning, and all the beasts were sheltering. Then, as the next camera clicked in, he got a shock. There was a lion loose outside the compound. Unlike the previous incident, there's no permanent record of this. The system was in the middle of a refit, and no tape exists of what Graham saw that morning. However, he describes it consistently and straightforwardly, and his word is good enough for me. He saw a lion, a big male, but not our big male, out of the enclosure, padding up the path that led past the baboon enclosure. As Graham caught sight of it, the lion looked up in the direction of the camera, as if it had seen him too, he said, as if the surveillance apparatus worked both ways. For a moment they looked at each other. Well, that was what it felt like, says Graham, somewhat embarrassedly. He's not a particularly imaginative man, so I don't believe that was a later embellishment of the truth. If he said it at all, it would have been because that was the impression he got. So they stared at one another, man and beast. After a long second or two, the lion moved swiftly, out of shot and into the cover of some nearby bushes. A dangerous animal out of its compound is automatically a Grade A emergency. Thankfully, the main gates wouldn't be open for another hour and a half, but all timetables had gone out of the window now, of course. Immediately, Graham was on the walkie-talkies and the tannoy, ascertaining the whereabouts of every staff member. Once everyone was accounted for, he called the police. Next, he rang around all the other off-shift keepers, me included. I arrived not long after the police. I showed them my accreditation, which mostly consisted of my uniform, and managed to attach myself to the first team to enter the park. I think they were glad to have me there. Though they looked every inch the television SWAT team with their flak jackets and SLRs, I could tell they were as nervous as hell. Overhead, the helicopter was clattering in a circle around the perimeter. At least it drove the starlings away. We were getting ready to enter through the main gates when the mobile phone of the coordinating officer rang. He answered it, listened briefly, and looked up. "Panic over," he said, unmistakable relief all over his rain-wet face. "It's back in its cage." What had happened was Graham had been checking the lion enclosure all the while, trying to ascertain which animal had got out. It might well have made a difference, since each beast has its own personality. Some can be easily cowed, and some are more prone to confrontation than others. The rain made things difficult. The Pride were sheltering in and around the den, and it wasn't until Graham actually got in the Land Rover and went to check that he was able to report back. 2 males, 3 females, all present and correct. We still searched the entire zoo, of course, although the search took place in an altogether more laid-back spirit than would otherwise have been the case. Unfortunately, the laid-backness didn't last, and before long we got the distinct impression that the police were a bit fed up with us, bringing them all the way out to the suburbs on these false alarms. Couldn't we run our own zoo properly, or what? They didn't exactly accuse us of wasting their time, but they came very close. Graham took some flack from zoo management as well as police for sounding the alarm. I thought this was not just unfair, but deeply, dangerously ignorant. What was he supposed to do? There was an animal outside its enclosure and running loose. A big predator, the biggest we had. All the protocols were in place for such an incident, and he'd had no choice but to follow them to the letter. But obviously you didn't check, they told him. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd checked? To which he could only point out, I did check, to the best of my ability, and besides I saw what I saw. A lion, loose outside the compound. And then they would look at him, in that, "Oh, really?" way, and Graham would have to bite his lip and try not to lose his temper. Once the police had got back in their vans and cleared off, the rest of us keepers checked out the lion enclosure. There was no sign of an obvious breach of security. We looked in the bottom of the moat for scat, which you'd expect to find if one of the animals had been down there even temporarily. 12 feet or more or less sheer concrete would have been a formidable obstacle after all. Nothing down there. No breaches of the fence around the back of the compound either. So we were left with a variant on the same question that had troubled us the last time. How did it get out? And come to that, how did it get back in again? It had me beat. I believed Graham. How could I not? I trusted him absolutely. And for the next week I found myself lingering round the lion compound, just watching them, trying to work it out. That's how I saw their behavior patterns had definitely changed. It hadn't just been a nervous reaction that first morning after we lost the boy. You could see a real difference if you know what to look for. It wasn't the behavior of beasts in a cage, nor, come to that, of uncaged beasts. It was something none of us had seen. I asked Manoj, with his academic background in behavioral study, and he agreed. It's not standard pack behavior, he said. It doesn't fit the captivity model, or any other model I've ever heard of. Over and above that, he began, and stopped. It's bloody creepy, I finished, and he frowned at me. I don't think that was supposed to be part of the behavioral lexicon. We didn't know it yet, but our troubles with the lions were only beginning. In the weeks and months that followed Graham's sighting, lions were spotted outside their compound on no less than 5 occasions, 3 times on CCTV, twice by keepers on foot. Concerning the former, we have tape of one such sighting. You can just about make out the unmistakable shape of the predator, moving through bushes around the edge of the zebra enclosure. This was the strangest of all, the one that completely defied all explanation. To be where it was when it was caught on camera, the lion would have had to escape its own compound, negotiate the moat and the 12-foot wall, and all that, pass, on a normal working day with upwards of 100 people on site, along the main thoroughfare of the zoo, and scale a 10-foot fence with spikes at the top. And it would have had to have done it all again in reverse to get back in the lion's den with the rest of its mates by the time Manoj and I arrived on the scene with our tranquilizer rifles. Because, as usual, we counted 5 lions in the compound by the time we got there. On the tape, the zebras don't even seem to see the lion. There's no alarm. They don't go charging away to the far side of the compound. But as soon as they saw Manoj and me, they couldn't move fast enough. One glance and they were gone, off in a snorting, cantering rumble of hooves, leaving only a pile or 2 of steaming crap on the trampled grass. This was something we were getting used to by now. Even the friendliest beasts, the apes and the elephants, were starting to shy away from us, if not become actively hostile. This was odd, downright worrying even, but it wasn't our biggest problem that spring. The biggest problem was that we'd effectively lost any measure of control with regard to security in the most dangerous area of the whole zoo. Once you discounted, as you obviously had to, the notion that there was a stray lion, not a member of our pride, loose and roaming around the zoo, then you were left with the unpalatable fact that if one of ours did get out, then we'd have no way of distinguishing it from the phantom animal we were seeing on the CCTV. All our security compromised in the worst possible way. What were we supposed to do? Keep calling the police out on wild goose chases? We'd be like the boy who cried wolf once too often. Sooner or later they wouldn't bother turning out, and who was to say that wouldn't be just the occasion they were needed? As a compromise measure, the management hired new guards, not experienced keepers, just untrained muscle from Group 4, really nothing more than glorified bouncers. They were supposed to patrol the avenues and walkways, with orders to call in anything out of the ordinary straight away. They were no use whatsoever. We might as well have saved our money. In fact, they were the proximate cause of our key fatality. This was in April, an unseasonably hot spell towards the end of the month. I always used to like going about the grounds in springtime, the smells and sounds of nature reawakening from its winter hiatus, the blossom on the trees, the contentment of every animal at the return of sun and warmth. For the space of a week or so I felt better walking my beat than I had since the turn of the year. It helped take my mind off things, not only the business with the lions, but now a problem with the new guards. 1 or 2 of them had been seen behaving inappropriately round the animals. They'd been caught on CCTV hanging over the moats and throwing sweets, sometimes sticks and stones, cans of Coke even. Some were actually taunting the animals through the bars of their cages. Stupid, loutish behavior, the sort of thing we'd eject a member of the public for. By April there was a significant undercurrent of hostility between the full-time staff and the temporaries. We were hardly even talking to each other, let alone cooperating fully and closely, as per the plan. That might have helped avoid the tragedy, but then again, Didn't they bring it on themselves? Don't we all, in the last analysis? It was late in the afternoon again, but the day had been warm and the sky was still filled with light. The last of the visitors had just left, and we'd locked down the outer compound. Peter and I were doing one last walk-through, checking there were no stragglers left behind, getting ready to put everything to bed. Usually this was my favorite time of day, in my favorite season. Under normal circumstances, I would have been relishing this stroll around the grounds. As it was, I was unaccountably nervous. Peter says he felt it too, and as I mentioned before, he's not an overly imaginative man. There was something in the air. I think the animals sensed it too, because all over the site they were skittish, restless, unusually noisy. The Gemsboks, when we passed by the antelope enclosure, were actually butting the fences. I got on the walkie-talkie to Manoj, up in the surveillance post, to get his opinion. "I'll have a look," he said. "Stay on while I just get this—" "Ah, you bloody thing. I hate these gadgets." I knew what he'd been doing, clicking through the various camera angles from the CCTV around the zoo till he got one that showed the antelopes. It sounded as if he was having a few technical problems. "Why don't they make these things—" "Oh, shit!" Over the course of 2 words, his entire tone changed. "Sam, Peter, you copy?" "Yeah. Incident in progress. North side of the baboon enclosure. 2 of the new guards. Attack underway. Get over there right now. Stay on the line." Again it's captured on tape, but again there's a complication. Because it was spring, the blossom was out on the cherry trees that line the main avenue through the zoo. The blossom restricted the view of the baboon enclosure as seen from one of the CCTV cameras. The one, as luck would have it, through which Manoj was watching the developing incident. What he'd seen was this: 2 of the hired guards standing by the wire mesh of the fence making fun of the baboons. The leader of the troop, a powerful adult chacma, was practically in their faces, the other side of the chain link. He was a grumpy, muscular specimen, a natural boss and something of a bully to boot. He wasn't above stamping his authority on the group, usually by means of his teeth. Manoj told me once something he'd read about the species in an old and extremely politically incorrect text, something along the lines of, "A full-grown chacma is more than a match for 2 good dogs." This one, Manoj thought, would probably be more than a match for 2 stupid security men. As he'd watched, one of the guards had actually jumped onto the fence and started rattling it, shaking it on its stanchions in imitation of a monkey, or so it looks on the tape. The other one had moved slightly to one side, obscured by the blossom of one of the nearby cherry trees. Like the other one, he was far too close to the fence. Watching the tape, all you get is that there's some kind of commotion. The blossom stops you from seeing exactly what's happening, but you can see the reaction of the other guard. He drops down from the fence and runs over to help his mate. You can also see the rest of the baboons stop hooting and grimacing and watch. Just watch. "That's the weird bit," Manoj said to me afterwards, the first time we looked through the VT together. "See the troop leader there?" "He isn't doing anything," I said. "Exactly." Manoj looked at me. "He's ceded authority to another animal." I was confused. "Another member of the troop?" "Not a chance," Manoj said decisively. "This boy? Never." But it's true. You can see him standing back with the others, just watching, like us. After what seems like ages, but according to the timestamp on the tape is just over 10 seconds, the guard falls back from the fence and into camera shot again. Even on the tape you can see he's very badly messed up. The paramedics tried to save one of his eyes, I believe, but it was too late, probably from the start. Most of the rest of his face he left inside the compound. Inside the cage the baboons leap and cavort in a frenzy of excitement. The other guard, who's dragged his wounded mate away from the fence and back onto the tarmac path, now lays him on the ground. Quite forgivably, he turns away for a moment to be sick before fumbling for his walkie-talkie. Then something he sees away behind the cherry trees makes him stop what he's doing. He freezes for a second, and then he's off and running, disappearing out of shot. God knows what he was running from, but he was heading towards us. We were on the far side of the zoo, sprinting flat out towards the baboon enclosure. Under normal circumstances, we'd have met up nearby the main block, and who knows, things might have gone very differently for him, for all of us. As it was, He never got that far. We could hear noise from all over the zoo by now, attack cries, hoarse, belligerent roars and squawks and hoots that ranged across the whole spectrum of aggression. On bits and scraps of tape that follow the guard's progress along the main avenue, you can piece together what's happening. Each enclosure that he passes is filled with shrieking animals, pressed close to bars and fences. More than once the proximity of these malevolent creatures cause him to shy away, take evasive action. The chimps clinging to their chain-link fence scream and hurl excrement at him, and he trips and stumbles, but he's up on his feet and running again within a second. He looks as if he's scared out of his wits. It would have been something to see what it was, back by the baboon enclosure that put the fear of God up him that way. When he draws level with the elephants, lined up by the edge of their enclosure, and trumpeting ferociously, it's their sheer bulk, I think, that sends him veering off in a different direction, off the main avenue and onto one of the side paths. This is the way to the Nocturama, a tunnel sunk below ground level, home of the night creatures. Minogue saw him sprinting down the brick-lined cutting that leads to the entrance to the tunnel. There's no CCTV inside there. It's too dark in the normal course of events. There's red light illumination that lets you see the exhibits, but that's all. Only in an emergency are the normal bulbs switched on from a switch box by the entrance, and only later, long after it was of any practical use to us, did we remember that fact. We were still running. From where we were, on the slightly higher ground, we could see the guard disappear into the cutting. What on earth was he doing down there? Thumbing the walkie-talkie switch, I panted, "Minogue? Here. Why's he gone down the tunnel?" "I don't know." "Wait!" Minogue sounded rattled. "What? Did you see that? What's he doing with his clothes off?" "What? Where?" "Never mind," directed Minogue. "The man that needs your help is over by the baboon compound. Leave that other now. Let him run around the place stark naked if he likes. But nothing. Already it was too late. From down in the Nocturama we could hear the screams. The other guard had run into trouble. Without thinking, I changed course, ran down the slope towards the other entrance to the tunnel. Behind me, Peter was arguing with Minogue on the walkie-talkie, but I only had ears for the screaming. "Please, God," I was thinking as I ran, "for fuck's sake, no more bother. Just keep a lid on it until we can get these idiots out of here." I don't know who I was praying to, if that was a prayer. It's not a thing I do. It must have been the screaming that got to me. It came echoing out of the open-ended tunnel, so piercing and intense that as I drew level with the entrance, I actually came to a stop, trying to remember what exactly we kept down there. Insects, bats, moths. Nothing dangerous that I could bring to mind. Perhaps the bloke just had a thing about the dark, I told myself. Maybe he just got the fear. But I knew it was worse than that. Every shred of instinct told me so. 15 years' experience in zoos, maybe. I suspect it was more like 2 million years' worth of evolutionary impulse. The screaming stopped abruptly as I reached the head of the steps down into the tunnel. I thought I heard the sound of something running. I was going to say footsteps, but it's as well to be exact. Something running, down in the dark. I took one step down, and then another, then found myself unable to go any further. Coming up from that tunnel mouth was a stink like nothing I'd come across in all the years I'd spent around animals. I can hardly describe it, except to say that it reached deep into the ancestral parts of the brain, the centers of instinct and fear. It was stale and cloacal and rotten. It was the smell of must and decay, spoiled meat and sour animal piss. Rising through it like a bass note was the overpowering stink of blood. Gagging at the stench, I took another few steps down into the tunnel. Peter caught up with me then, and it was easier with him there. We advanced down to the bottom of the steps and into the Nocturama. That stupid little prayer was running through my head still like a mantra. It was musty and mildewed and dripping down there. Green slime coated the plastic windows of the exhibits, and there was nowhere near enough light. We walked on into the dark, past moths measuring out the dimensions of their prisons, past fireflies flashing unintelligible signals. On the other side of the tunnel, the chiroptera, avid famished bats that swooped through the lightless recesses and clustered on the dead boughs of artificial trees. Predators and prey in the natural scheme of things. Now They merely pressed closer to the glass and watched as we advanced. On we went around the corner, where the stink was mounting. I'd slowed now to something less than walking pace. Had we been going any faster, we'd have fallen over it. It was hard to see in the semi-dark, but we could make out the shape clearly enough. A man, lying on his back. The red light bulbs in the animal recesses made the blood seem almost transparent at first. Then Peter focused his flashlight, and we saw what was left of him, which was not a lot. Down in that sewer-smelling tunnel, trapped in such a narrow space with a thing like that, I wonder can you imagine how awful it was? Along the walls, the watching worm lizards pressed greedily against the windows, tongues darting in and out of their cruel slits of mouths. And everywhere now, through all the length of the tunnel, the fierce reek of blood. That was really the last straw so far as the zoo was concerned. One guard dead in the tunnel, horribly mauled by some as yet unidentified predator. Another with the front half of his face chewed off. By a baboon, it was officially decided, though some responsible authorities, Manoj amongst them, begged to differ. These latter pointed out certain aspects of bite radius and attack pattern, and at the back of Manoj's mind, though it never really came up at the inquest, was the behavior pattern of the other baboons in the enclosure, the temporary submissiveness of the troop leader. Either way, we were doomed. The local council had been treating us like pariahs for God knows how long, even before the incident. We had animal rights protesters crawling all over us at the best of times. Now one man was dead, and another maimed for life and driven half-crazy into the bargain. Wouldn't you be? It wasn't our fault, was all we could say in our defense. Not that that cut any ice with the police. There was a full investigation, conducted, of course, in the hot moralistic glow of the media spotlight. That was hardly the best sort of publicity, as I'm sure you can imagine. We were closed all through the Easter holidays, one of our busiest times. And then to cap it all, the Health and Safety Directorate weighed in with their report. They delivered a damning assessment of our operation. Among other things, they said the safety of the zoo was thoroughly and irretrievably compromised, that our security measures were demonstrably inadequate, and that we seemed to have no effective control over the movements of the animals, up to and including the most dangerous of the predators. In short, they had no option but to withdraw our public safety certificate, effective immediately. That was it. In very short order, the council swung the axe. The board of directors resigned, and we were finished. Arrangements were made to flog off the assets and rehouse the animals in zoos around the country. Then the bulldozers would move in, the land would be sold for redevelopment, and a line would be drawn under the whole unfortunate affair. Which brings me, more or less, up to where we are right now. These last few weeks and months before the closure have been the strangest of all. We run a skeleton staff. No need for security any more, not without visitors. No need to walk the compound more than once or twice a day. That's our excuse, anyway. The plain and simple fact is, we're scared now. The health and safety people were right to that extent. We have lost our grip. Ever since the accident, we've effectively lost track of how many animals there are in any given enclosure, at any given time. The most basic rule of zoo security has been breached, utterly and irrevocably, it seems. Once darkness falls, animals are loose and roaming across the compound, and they run in strange new packs. It's no longer unusual to see big cats in with ungulates, or birds flocking across species. You'd expect a bloodbath every night, but it never happens. By the same token, there have been no more attacks on humans since the killing of the guard, but still, you can imagine how we feel. It's far from unusual for a keeper on the ground to see something on the path, ahead of him or behind him, towards the hours of dusk, or when mist and rain affect the visibility. At night, we basically cede control of the zoo. We have no choice. It's shameful. We can hardly look at each other sometimes, but it's also an oddly liberating thing to admit it. Peter feels the same way. Graham, even Manoj. After all we've seen, we can't be around these animals for long without getting the creeps. You feel it at feeding times and during routine medical procedures. Even walking past the enclosures, you sense it. A subtle yet decisive change in the balance of our interaction, a shift in power. Though we're at least nominally free, able to leave at the end of our shifts and drive home to our empty houses in the suburbs. It's hard not to feel claustrophobic, imprisoned. The bars are there to protect us. Have we really come to depend on them so much? It's as if the beasts are the free ones, not us, not any more. As if some inconceivable insight has emancipated them, raised their consciousness to a level no one thought they'd ever reach. Those are Manoj's words, not mine. When he said it to me just the other day, I asked him what he meant, and he threw up his hands in the air. I don't know. I sound like a bloody swami, don't I? You do, a bit, I said. We were up in the God seat, watching the closed circuit. Well, look at them, he said, indicating the lines on the monitor. I'm keeping all the tapes, you know. I'm thinking of going back to university, doing my postgrad. I can use them for my thesis. Which will be? I haven't got a title for it yet, he admitted. This, all of this, how they've changed. That'll take some working out, I said. He nodded glumly. Tell me about it, he sighed. It was as if the change came as a personal affront to him. Breakdown of the old pack structures, atypical response patterns in the presence of keepers and other humans, complete lack of interspecies aggression. It's not natural. That can't be a permanent behavioral shift, though. I wasn't having that. We're not talking about the holy rollers here, are we? And the lion shall lie down with the lamb? As I said it, I remembered that evening by the lion's den. I'd thought the boy was a sacrificial lamb of his own appointing, another deluded Daniel driven crazy by too much Sunday school and animal rights sermonizing. Now, I didn't know what to think. I'm not sure it is a permanent shift, not in that sense anyway. But suppose it isn't. Manoj leaned back from the monitor, ran his hands through his thick black hair. That's almost worse, if you think about it. How so? Okay. We observe behavioral patterns in animals, which are the result of millions of years of evolutionary adaptation. Over the last 3 months, our animals here have demonstrated profound behavioral alterations across all species, across all hierarchical relationships. Now, we either assume this change is a non-volitional response to external stimuli, that is, they used to behave this way and now they behave that way, because there's something in the water, or they all had the same sort of brainstorm, or whatever, or else... Manoj looked as if he was chewing a wasp. Or else, what we're seeing here is a volitional behavior shift. You mean they decided to do it? They chose, yes. That would be the other alternative. I could see Manoj liked this option even less. According to that scenario, what we're seeing here would be interpreted as possibly the first recorded instance of altruistic cooperation across species towards a common, mutually desirable goal. Though what that might be, I have no idea. How could I? Now that sort of conceptualization would require a level of self-awareness. He broke off, lost in his own thoughts. A movement on screen caught my eye. Hang on. Look there, at the lions. How many are there in those bushes? Manoj waved a hand in dismissal. Don't bother, he said resignedly. You can't keep track these days. 5, 6? Who knows? It was true. It was a wilderness in there. Once it had been a jungle cut into manageable chunks and fenced in with steel and glass. We used to stand by the windows and listen to the racket, the bellows of frustration, the mournful shrieks and howls. What this new thing is, it's hard to say. More than anything, it feels like the calm before the storm. We're aware of the consequences even if we can't fully understand them. Soon these animals, with their strange new behaviors, their disconcerting calm and uncanny self-possession, will be crated up and shipped to a dozen zoos across Europe. What happens if they replicate these new memes in their new surroundings? What if they pass them on? Over and above that, there's a world beyond the bars. The starlings flock each night in ever-growing numbers above the compound, roosting in the trees as the animals below stare unblinkingly upwards, as if towards the stars, the old bestiary of myths and legends in the sky. Maybe the ancient fables don't hold water any more. Maybe a change has come upon us, and nothing's safe in its cage. Little Lambs, Stephen Graham Jones. Stephen Graham Jones, 1972, is an American writer of both stories and novels. His most recent books are It Came from Del Rio, 2010, and The Ones That Got Away, 2010. Jones has been a finalist for the Shirley Jackson Award and Black Quill Award, as well as a winner of the Texas Institute of Letters Award and a National Endowment for the Arts Fellow in Fiction. His short fiction has appeared in Cemetery Dance, Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, Weird Tales, and multiple Best of the Year compilations. Little Lambs, 2009, is a perfect example of Jones at his chilling and slightly experimental best, evoking, as the story does, both weird classics and more avant-garde work from the likes of Mark Danielewski. We're not supposed to walk through the structure, but for 8 years we've been watching it from 62 feet away, too, watching it on so many monitors and at so many wavelengths that sometimes you just want to step outside the bunker, see it with your eyes, just to be sure it's real, that it's still there. For reasons of security, our watch only rotates among us 4. The crew cuts we had when first assigned to monitor the structure, they're grown out, long and shaggy like our beards. Our BDUs are folded in our lockers. The last inspection was 13 months ago. We look Wyoming now, like we know the winter, like the sound of frozen grass breaking under our boots. We don't hear it with our ears anymore, but feel it instead, in the base of our jaws. Our eyes have gone hollow with longing, too, but we don't blame Wyoming for that. It's more like people with that kind of vacant, yearning stare. They're always drifting to Wyoming. The way the open lands undulate, writhe almost. It's a cadence that feels right to us. After a while you feel the swells of grass in your chest, and the sudden drops, and your face doesn't change expression because of it. The structure seems to fit out here, too, like it's always been here. There are no fences or warning signs around it. The 4 acres it occupies is Bureau of Land Management land. In the distance we've seen antelope and sheep, and once 2 bull elk, walking with their chins in the air, as if their swept-back racks were unbearably heavy. 2 winters ago one of the sheep wandered in from the snow. It was wearing a diaper because a rancher had pulled it into his trailer with him to keep it alive. I opened the first door of the bunker for it, but then Hendrickson took my forearm in his hand, shook his head no. Maybe he saved us all. We don't know what's a trick, what's not. The sheep finally walked away from the door, became a heat signature on our thermal monitor, a yellow-tinged splotch winding into the structure. But standing in the structure is no protection from winter. What the structure is rebar and iron girders and I-beams and chain link. It looks like an unfinished project, like the funding fell through and now it's been abandoned, left to rust back into the earth. This is why nobody stops. How long we've been here is 96 months. My daughter Sheila, she's about that old now. When my wife called to report her first steps, there were approximately 14 relays between her voice and my ear. I walked out into the night after that, no jacket. The structure was a skeletal silhouette against the bright sky. Since we started monitoring it, it's moved north-northeast exactly 6 1/8 inches. It doesn't displace the soil as it goes. In its track, the grass stands as if it's always been there. On every spectrum we know to look at it with, it appears to be just what it is, iron and steel, the metal guts of a prison built in West Virginia in 1918. The reason we're here is that 8.5 years ago that prison collapsed and killed all 78 prisoners and guards sleeping inside it. The concrete walls just crumbled down on them, as if there was nothing supporting them anymore, because there wasn't. It had been dreamed away. 3 months later, 4 Casper men were brought up on charges of killing their friend. When they were arrested, they were in a bar. Only one of them was drinking. The other 3 were just sitting there, holding drinks as if they know they were supposed to be drinking them, but the ice, or the glass, or the alcohol, it all had just become too heavy. Their testimony was that they were collecting scrap metal from some old place on BLM land, and their friend, an ex-lumberjack named Manny, he kept walking down all the halls trying to get an echo or something, and then he just suddenly wasn't there anymore. Without a body to support foul play or any kind of motive or history of malice, the 4 men were never convicted. Instead, 4 different men were assigned to watch a structure that nobody remembered, that wasn't registered at the county courthouse, and didn't show up on satellite photos as recent as 4 months before. The structure that would turn out to have the same floor plan as that West Virginia prison. What Hendrickson thinks is that what the lumberjack did was turn just the right series of corners, like cracking a code, and that the next time he looked up, it was to a chunk of concrete falling down onto him, a whole ceiling of concrete. Maybe. The first time I placed my naked palm to one of the I-beams of the structure, I was crying. Later I would watch a recording of myself in infrared, touching the I-beam. On the recording, of course, there's no sound. What I was saying, though, was, "Please." Some nights Ben forgets he's sleeping and sits at the controls, his fingers running over the board. Used to, we'd wake him, try to make him understand. But now we know he just recalibrates a lens or two, then goes back to bed. And it's usually a lens that needs recalibrating. For a while, Hendrickson had me believing I was doing that too, but then I tied my feet together with knotted-together socks one night, proved him wrong, unless, of course, I retied them in my sleep as well. Our commanding officer, Russell, he's tried to kill himself 42 times now. We know all the ways to bring him back. Because of Sheila, I've never tried to kill myself. I think of that sheep in a diaper more than I should, though. We don't know if it ever left the structure or not. Maybe, just on dumb animal luck, it stumbled onto that series of halls that the lumberjack did, and went to someplace warmer. The next morning, anyway, the structure was unchanged. And it's a lie that I've never tried to kill myself, of course. I just did all that before coming here. It's out of my system now. The joke we still say is what we were originally told, that this would be a temporary assignment, that relief's being trained as we speak. My wife's name is Joella, and Marianne and Wanda. Her face mixes with all the other girls I've known. She's living with a guy off base now. She says she's sorry. The one time I tried to run away, Hendrickson tracked me on satellite until I collapsed, and then he walked out with a sled and pulled me back. Took my shift. When I asked him why, he said it was because I was the life of the party, man, and then slapped me on the upper arm, cupped my shoulder in his large hand. The northern lights with the naked eye are a curtain of light. Your lips can turn blue watching them, so that if you smiled it would hurt, but smiling wouldn't be enough either. One of the ways Russell tried to kill himself was climbing as high as he could up the structure and jumping off. We nursed him back to health. Ben even gave him 2 pints of his own blood. The structure moves so slowly you can only see its progress on paper. It neither speeds up nor slows down. If you get Hendrickson drunk enough, he'll explain it to you, the structure. How what happened was, one night some prisoner, probably a new one, he laid in bed all day just thinking about getting out. That occupied his whole and complete mind. But he wasn't thinking rocket packs and helicopters or any of that. What that prisoner wanted to do was walk out. And for that to happen, the prison would have to fall down around him, meaning after he fell asleep he somehow wished the prison gone. Only he wasn't strong enough or wasn't particular enough in his wish, or didn't word it right, or, and this is what I think, only metal of a certain age can be physically transported in a dream like that. Of course, this prisoner, what he really did that night was kill himself. When Hendrickson tells this story, Russell leans forward on his cot and stares at him with his face turned half away. Of the 4 of us, I'm the only one with a child. The reason for this is Sheila was born after I was assigned here, to a woman who was only my girlfriend of 2 weeks then. She's my wife now, yeah. We were married on the telephone and by mail because the government wouldn't pay for her health care any other way, but I don't know that she's ever used my name. The pictures of Sheila, though. I can tell which is which by how they feel. The time Ben tried to run away, he was sleeping, so it doesn't count, I don't think, though he insists it does. We got in a fight over this. It broke my nose. Afterwards, we didn't talk for weeks, until finally, just to prove himself right, he ran off into a blizzard. Where I found him was curled up behind a shrub that was a sieve for the wind. I held him to me until he was warm. The northern lights on infrared are nothing. According to Russell, who saw them from the top of the structure, they're not what they seem to be, the lights, but he won't tell us any more than that, even with vodka in him. It doesn't matter, though. For the lights not to be what they seem to be, they would have to be seeming to be something in the first place. Ben knows I walk through the structure for 20 minutes each night, but if I pretend to be asleep, then he doesn't say anything to me about it. Whether he tells the others or documents it in the log, I don't know. The only thing we know for sure about this structure is that if you bolt a lightning rod to it, if you bolt 200 lightning rods all over it, so it bristles, still, when the lightning finally comes 4 months later, it'll strike our antenna instead, which is 4 meters lower. This gives us faith that our watch is worthwhile. Snow coats the structure like it coats everything in Wyoming, though, and we're not supposed to know this either. You can cut it with a torch, just like regular steel. The gas and smoke that rose from it as we were cutting, we saved it in an upside-down jar, and we're going to keep it forever until Russell tried to kill himself one night by breathing it in all at once. It didn't do anything to him. It's embarrassing to try to kill yourself and have it not work out, I think, but it's good to not be dead, too. Whatever part of our rations we don't finish, Russell always eats. Whether he came from a large family or grew up poor, or both, or whether this is another longer suicide attempt, we don't know, and don't ask. If you could somehow live off light, cut it up on your plate and fork it in, that's what I would want to do, I think. Not because it would taste good or be filling, but because a little girl watching her father do that, she wouldn't say anything, would just watch, her eyes wide with wonder, and she would never forget it for however long she'd live, which would maybe be forever. What I don't tell Hendrickson, even though it's Regulation 2 and we've made promises besides, is that a few nights ago, walking through the structure during my shift, I saw a shape walking ahead of me. Not if I looked straight on, but he was there. It was the lumberjack. When I stopped walking, he looked back. The way I knew he was real was that he wasn't holding a double-edged axe like all the lumberjacks from my childhood did. He wasn't lost either. "Tad," he called back to me. That's my name. I looked away, and he was gone. He's not on any of the recordings either. I checked. What Ben thought I was doing, stopping like that in the hall, I don't know. I did cry that night, though, for some reason. Finally, Hendrickson came over to my bunk and laid down beside me and touched my shoulder like he does, and then that made me cry more and harder. It's nothing unusual in the bunker, though, crying like that. You just have to ride it out. That night I didn't dream of the sheep and the diaper, but I wanted to. I don't know if that counts or not. If you look at the structure long enough, you lose a kind of perspective, and it just becomes a tangle of rust-colored lines. They don't move or anything, and it's all in your head anyway, but it's like if you say a word enough times, it starts to lose meaning. And then the next time somebody says it just in normal conversation, you'll get a dull jolt, like you've got a funny story associated with that word. But then you won't be able to remember it, and people will just think you've maybe had enough to drink already. That's how it is with this structure. You get drunk on it, and then you laugh a little because, for the four of you, it still is what it always was, a prison. But then you think maybe it's more, too, and you don't tell anybody, even your best friend. And it's winter, of course, but this is Wyoming, too. Even when it's not winter, it's winter. Whatever you're planning, though, you're afraid to even say it in your head because somebody might steal it. Russell messes it up by making everybody get their gear on and do the drill he made up. All it is walking up and down the halls of the path of rocks we've laid out to the north of the structure. They perfectly mirror down to the inch the floor plan of the structure. To the east, in more rocks, is the slightly smaller floor plan of the second floor. To the south, the single room of the third floor, the watchtower, Russell calls it. He's the only one who can stand there. We didn't use the land west of the structure because Russell's superstitious. and though the rocks are tall, still we have to dig them out until our mittens are crusted with ice. What Russell thinks is the same thing he always thinks, that he's cracked the code, figured it out. So what we do is tie strings between two of us, while the third watches the structure and Russell directs. The idea is that when we unlock whatever's here, there'll be some glimmer or something in the real structure. Russell's theory is that whatever happened, it wasn't because of the structure, but because of whatever pattern that one inmate walked the day before the prison fell down on him. By the time we're done, our eyelashes are frozen stalks, our beards slush. In the kitchen, Russell tries to stab his wrist with a dull fork, but his blood is sluggish, his skin over it calloused, tired. Hendrickson says if we don't make him clean it up himself, he'll never learn. We don't write any of this down in the log. My daughter is almost 9. I say this out loud to Ben one night, but he's sleepwalking, sleep monitoring, so I don't think it really registers. But then he says her name back to me in his toneless voice. I stand watching him adjust a dial, and because it's either hit him in the back of the head or walk away, I walk away. If you make your hand into a fist and blow into the tunnel of your palm, you can calm down from almost anything. It doesn't matter what your other hand's doing. It could be playing piano or cooking bacon or any of 100 other things. What I finally decide is that Ben saying my daughter's name like that, it means something. There are no accidents in the bunker, not after nearly 9 years. Instead of just leaving Hendrickson without saying anything, I walk by his bunk to tell him bye while he's sleeping, but see that he's pulled the covers up from his feet. What's under them, tucked up against his wall, are powdery white bricks, like the kind you build a fireplace from. I stare at them and stare at them. In the pictures we have of the old prison before it crumbled, it's made of these exact same bricks. What this means, God, is the structure growing back? Are all the men going to still be inside, sleeping, or will they be dead? But Hendrickson. What I think is that whatever bricks the structure's been able to call across the void to itself, he's been sneaking them back to his bunk. Because he doesn't want our watch to be over? Because he's afraid of the structure ever getting complete? I lean against the wall by his bunk. I'm sweating. In the bathroom, I towel it all off, keep nodding to myself. About what, I'm not sure. Ben tells me nighty-night as I shuffle past his chair. Like every other night, I don't say anything, just keep moving, a moth with no wings. In the snow and the wind, I just stand for a long time, my fingertips shoved up into my armpits, my breath swirling away to wrap around the planet. The night I saw the lumberjack, I remember all the turns I made. It's something you learn to do, something you learn to do without really meaning to. And I know that Ben's watching me, and know that he knows I know he's watching me, so I try to just stare straight ahead, not shake my head no or anything. And then I duck into the wind, walk ahead to the structure, and step through the east-facing cell I started in that one night. And the trick is, I think, the way I remember it anyway, is that I'm mopping, and that I keep looking back to see my trail of wetness, and that's how I remember. 2 hours later, he's standing there at his end of the hall, the lumberjack, Manny. My jaw is trembling, my heart in my throat. Where I don't belong, I know, is Wyoming. All he's doing is staring at me, too. To see each other, we have to look sideways, not straight on, like we're each suspicious. For him, I think, it's still the night he came to salvage metal. What I am, then, is an authority, the owner of the structure, maybe, who saw flashlights bobbing through all this scrap metal. I don't know where the prisoners are, or the guards, or West Virginia. What I do know is that I have left my coat by Hendrickson's bunk, or in the bathroom. The way I know this is that Manny approaches, keeping close to one side of the hall, which is as open to the wind as any other part, that he approaches and offers me the second of the 2 flannel shirts he's wearing. I take it, wrap it around my shoulders without pushing my hands through the sleeves, and Manny nods to me, smiles with one side of his face. According to our training, the shirt I'm wearing isn't a shirt, but an artifact, to be catalogued, processed, dissected. But it's warm. From him. I close my eyes to him in thanks, and then when he's shuffling away, looking for his echo, waiting for his voice to come back to him, I get him to turn around somehow. Not with my voice, I don't think, though my mouth's open, but it doesn't matter. What does is that he waits for me to make my way closer, still pushing the idea of the mop, and then takes what I give him, holding it tight by the corner against the wind. A picture of Sheila. For a long time he studies it, then looks up to me, and then behind him there's a brick along the edge of the hall where there's never been a brick before. I only notice this because I've been trained to. "Yours?" he says, holding the picture up, and I nod, say that she looks like her mother, that her mother's a real beauty, and then I look behind me to the idea of the trail of wetness, just so I don't get lost in here like he has. When I come back around, he's gone. What this looks like to Ben, I have no idea, and don't care either. We don't make eye contact as I pass his station anyway. At the kitchen table, Russell has all of our pills, antibiotics, and vitamins and mood regulators lined up in the floor plan of the structure. What he's doing is taking them one by one, as if he's walking through. Since the last 2 times, though, they're filled with confectioner's sugar. He'll get a cavity, maybe. I don't make eye contact with him either, just feel my way to my bunk, lean over Hendrickson to put this next brick with all his. "Yours," I whisper, almost smiling, and he stirs, feeling me over him, but doesn't wake. And truly, I don't know how long we can go on like this, but I don't know what else we could be doing either. Saving the Gleeful Horse, K.J. Bishop. K.J. Bishop, 1972, is an Australian writer and artist. In 2004, her neo-decadent fantasy novel, The Etched City, was nominated for a World Fantasy Award, and she won the William L. Crawford Award, the Ditmar Award for Best Novel, and the Ditmar Award for Best New Talent. Her work has appeared in several publications, including Leviathan 4, Fantasy Magazine, and Subterranean Magazine. Most infamously, her novella Maldoror Abroad appeared in album Zoutique. The story riffed on the original Le Chant de Maldoror, 1869, by Isidore Lucien Ducasse, under the pen name Comte Lautréamont. Her tale, Saving the Gleeful Horse, 2010, shares affinities with decadent modes of writing, including the Alfred Kubin excerpt that opened the weird. Children are cruel. No one who has lived in the world need ask for proof of that. So it is nothing for them to beat a living creature, a rare, marvelous creature at that, to death. They do so in order to seize the treasure inside it, but one sees the pleasure they take in this assassination of life, even before the plunder starts. Their laughter bounces from yard wall to yard wall, and their eyes shine darkly as they beat the animal, which has done nothing to them, with wooden sticks and swords until holes open in its body, and the prizes, caramels, toys, game money printed with pictures of wrestlers and cartoon characters, rain down into their hands. I am Molimus. I live under the bridge where the day-boats go from wet and wooden Bracklow to the foot of the sweeping stone stair going up the hill to Firmitas and the military school. I am called Molimus the Great by some here in Bracklow, in recognition of my height and strength. My shirt is made of 4 men's shirts sewn together, and an 8-pound cheese wheel fits in the palm of my hand. By profession I trade in flotsam, which I catch under the bridge in these great hands of mine, and sell at the Paupers' Forum up by Shendy Estate. Because of this occupation, which keeps me under the bridge watching the water from morning until late at night, I oftentimes see the dead animals. If the husks are not burnt, people toss them into the river. I see them on holidays, especially when the slaughtered numbers are high, but they are killed all year round. To look at them. Never did dreams supply such a zoo of little spotted and striped horses and checkered gazelles, sky-blue lions, dawn-pink bears, gallant golden beetles, chivalrous silver anteaters. I've even seen elephants amongst them, and star-shaped beasts that must have come from the carved waves of the sea before they were captured and hung up to be put to death. To see their poor empty bodies makes me cry into the water, sometimes so much that I think the tears of Molimus could turn the river salty. I can't even salvage them for trading. The bodies last for very little time after they have yielded up the ghost. The husks are as diaphanous as cellophane, and any part submerged below the water dissolves like bread in soup. I never thought to see a live one that wasn't already hanging in a yard soon to die, but that is what happened. It was an October night, a while after sundown, when the day boats were back at their moorings and the water was full of the dark medicinal color of an overcast sky. I saw the head of a little horse, banded in red, blue, white, and gold, like the flag of some merry knight, tossing on the river waves. Another dead victim of a party, I assumed, until I came to see the striped legs that were churning the water. Despite his predicament, there was nothing frightful about his looks, as I saw when his head turned towards me. Far from showing panic, he gave me a game sort of grin and rolled his eye, as if to say, "It's the world. What can you do?" It was a simple thing to reach out and carry him into my little hut of boards and bark, where I wrapped him in a blanket and set him in front of the oil stove to get dry and warm. I had saved a life, and that life therefore became my responsibility. I did all I could to nurse the little striped horse, who I named the Gleeful horse, but I could see my efforts coming to nothing. He was as full of holes as a sieve, and his legs were twisted. I bound his wounds with clean rags and tried to feed him, but he had no appetite, despite his steady good cheer. It became clear to me that I would have to take the bus out to Barrage Cross to get help from near there. I went in the early morning and carried the Gleeful horse in a string bag. He seemed to enjoy the sight of the green market gardens of Shindy Back through the windows of the bus, and as we drove through the chalk hills that roll away behind the gardens, his fiddle-shaped nostrils and his round hindquarters twitched, as if in his own mind he was galloping about out there on the world's green grass. From the Barrage Cross shops I walked out of the village into the trees and down the little green weedy paths through the birch and buckthorn, going by the way that leads to the garth of the aorist, where trunk and branch turn, by and rumbly by, into pillar and vault, and the path passes into the shade of stone arcades, forming a four-sided cloister around a garth choked high with enormous brambles. As you must, I walked around the cloister with the sun a certain number of times, then against the sun another number, then with the sun again, so that the brambles withdrew underground, all the thorny bundles coming apart and slithering below in one rush, as if a giant in the earth had them on a rope. The effect on the eye is striking. After this, where all was a wild saw-toothed muddle just a moment or two ago, in another moment the lawn of trefoil and clover grew, which grows no matter the season, as dainty a green spread as you could wish for a picnic or a wedding. Upon the grass, as settled as a hen in the middle of the sweet-smelling lawn, there appeared the dwelling that appears, a round, rose-bosomed hut of dry stone, having a chimney at the rear and one doorless doorway at the front, facing the coming visitor across the green court. Entering this shelter, half house, half dovecote, as it were, with the Gleeful horse and the string bag under my arm, I tugged my cap to the white Ma'at, the last Ma'at. Whoever first painted the omen card where she is shown as a figure seated with legs crosswise in front of a painted hearth must have seen her, or been advised by someone who had. At any rate, I have never found her arranged other than in this way when I come to her house. The white Ma'at, a woman, or a woman-shaped thing, built in a long and heavy way, with a tall forehead like a white wall and a knotty blue vein labouring up it. What lies on the other side is a great store of irregular, wonderful knowledge, a cellar provisioned with all the vintages of magic. What she doesn't see through her milky cataracts would fit in a baby's sock. She already knows about the Gleeful horse. "That is a treasure animal," she says, even before I've finished pulling him out of the bag. He has no fear of her. He gives even the white Ma'at his qualmless grin. Nor does he mind that she doesn't grin back. When she taps on his bandaged belly with a sharp knuckle, he only rolls his eye and winks at me. He makes no fuss, even when the Ma'at prizes his mouth open and squints inside. Her parsnip-white fingers find something under his tongue. A toy, a plastic ring with a false emerald. She shows it to me and puts it back. "When all their treasure is gone, they die," she says, simply. My poor horse, having to hang on to that uncomfortable lump. I suppose that if he swallowed it, it might fall out one of the holes in his side when the bandages I put on come loose, as they not infrequently do. I take him from the White Ma'at and sit with him in my lap, expecting her to offer me a healing charm or a recipe for physic. But instead she tells me, "You mustn't blame the children. They don't see that this is a living thing, Malamus." "They do see," I say in reply, uncomfortably, for it isn't really safe to argue with the White Ma'at, "and they enjoy turning it into a dead thing." "Malamus," she starts, and I know she is going to defend them, and I can't fathom why. "Malamus, you have a foot in both worlds, and in one world this animal has life, and you see it, and I see it. But in the other world it has no life. It is a thing. You see more than most persons, true, but that's damning with faint praise. Your eyes have a picture of cruelty on the inside. You see that picture clearly, and because of it, see other things unclearly." I think of what I might say and choose silence. When I think of how that picture came to be there on the inside of my eyes, I'm certain beyond any possibility of error that children know what is alive, and moreover that they are disposed to do harm with this knowledge. I'm surprised that the Ma'at doesn't know. But in any case I don't see what this has to do with my horse and his needs. Then, rare for her, she asks a question. "Why do you want to save that thing?" I feel like answering that I didn't come all this way to talk to a town matron with ordinary vulgar ideas. I wish I could hide the thought, but she says, "What do I care about your dull thoughts, Malamus?" Her hands fall at her sides after she speaks. The unstrung gesture is not one that should belong to her. She isn't like herself at all today, so that I dare to ask, "Is anything wrong, Ma'at?" There's nothing to like about the distracted way she pinches at the folds of her clothing, as if the white wool were full of seeds and burrs, nor the way her jaw goes around like a cow's chewing cud. Thankfully, both motions cease, and she retires her hands to her sides again. They look better hanging than twitching. There's no reason why the Ma'at shouldn't be tired, of course. She was old a long time ago, and her life has certainly had its ups and downs. But it's too much to believe that she is actually infirm in either body or mind, or that she is changing. The world changes, the White Ma'at doesn't. "The White Ma'at doesn't," she echoes me aloud. I can't tell whether she is agreeing or mocking me. I try to think of nothing while her eyes move back and forth under the cataracts, probably following the movements of figures she sees in her head. It comes to me that she would surely have dismissed me by now if she didn't have any magic for the Gleeful horse, so perhaps she wants to bargain after all, and has a peculiar way of saying so today. The White Ma'at is a great one for bargaining. When she was young, as they tell it in Bracklow and Shindy, she lost a battle that she shouldn't have lost. Rather than blame herself, she blamed her armies and cursed those of her loyal men who were left alive. She cast a spell that pushed them into the chalk hills like raisins in a pudding, so that they all died in the white dark. After that she slept, and was captured whilst asleep. She was to have been hung and burnt, but she escaped by means of a bargain with Prince November himself. That's why she never leaves her house in the midst of the cloister. Prince November keeps her there. He knows she'd escape from him forever if he let her wander even as far as to the paths in the birch wood, never mind to the bus stop at Barrage Cross. Gossip says he drinks knowledge from the vein on her forehead at night, and uses it for his business in the world. The White Ma'at says she doesn't care about my dull thoughts, but if I had some thoughts that glimmered a little, perhaps she wants payment or part payment in that coin. She is getting fretful, it may be, like a bored child, sick of her boxed-in life, and wants to hear a wonder tale. I would rather believe that than believe she has changed or is changing. But how to give wonder to a creature like her? "Well, White Ma'at," I begin at last, "as for why I want to save him, it's like this." From the seed of the name I gave him there grows a tale of happiness and delight that was lost to the world even before the long-ago age when the Ma'ats ruled from their halls where Shindy Estate is now. The gist is that my Gleeful horse will bring this happiness back to us. Or the beginning of the tale grows anyway, issuing from me like a run of notes from a whistle. I use my best words and devices of speech I have heard during my life and remembered for their decorative and noble effects, but have never had occasion to use aloud. My efforts sound very handsome to me, so handsome that they even sound truthful. But before I am much past the beginning, the white Maat snaps, "Enough!" so sharply that I jump. In the glare of her cataracts, my story lies dead. If it had been a treasure animal, it would have not been beaten with wooden weapons, but dispatched in an instant with one swing of a real sword. I want to cry out that this is not a game. It's all I can do to bite my tongue. I can't make myself not think of putting my huge hands around the neck of the white Maat and shutting her throat for her. Of course, if I tried something so mad, she might drum me into the ground like the biggest raisin of all. I feel sick, not for my sake, but for the sake of my horse, whose winking eye shows how little he understands. But the white Maat only twitches her lips, as if she were amused at last. "Let's not tell the end of the story," she says, and her voice is calm. And she then, "You must fill that sorry thing with treasures again, Molimus." I don't like her calling him a sorry thing, but I hearken to what she tells me, now that she is speaking about the Gleeful horse. "You don't know at all why you want to save it, but I know on your behalf. The future will work through you, Molimus. Who would have imagined that? Replenish his treasures. You have your work, Molimus the Great. Replenish them abundantly." "And how shall I do that?" I ask gruffly. Her insults and sneering tone have rubbed me up the wrong way, and I can't hide it. But I think she was telling the truth, that she doesn't care about my thoughts, even if they're disrespectful. Should I buy caramels and trinkets and feed them to him? "No," she answers to my words. "The world inside him is yet another world. You can't see it, Molimus. These things, these nothings that fall out of a treasure animal, are altogether different when they're inside him. In the world inside him they are more like stars. It is elements, star-like pieces, of this sort that you must gather and feed to him. He has one left, as you saw. One is not enough." I feel a qualm, as if conspiracy sits there with us. The Maat sounds more like herself again, but I am suddenly ill with a spasm that feels like shame. I can't say whether this is the reasonable compunction that belongs properly to the healthy conscience of a man, or an imaginative, fanciful shame. Whatever it is, here in the garth of the aorist, it has the shape of a real solid thing stuck in my gullet, making me gag around it. My tongue feels it as it comes up with a mouthful of bile. It is annular, with an embellishment on one side, a sort of ornamented sphincter. I spit the plastic ring out onto the floor, where its stones of pure false red blink sleepily in the weak sun that has placed 1 foot through the opening in the wall. The white Maat picks it up and makes it vanish between her fingers like a street magician doing a coin trick. "Was that a starlight piece?" I ask. She says no, it wasn't, but it was something I should feel better for having got out of me, and waits until I ask where I should find them. Within every living thing is a starlight piece. Those within human beings are bright, and those within children are the brightest of all. As people age, the starlight parts grow dim as though with distance, except in the cases of certain geniuses and half-wits. At first I didn't understand how children can be so cruel and their starlight parts so bright, but the white Maat, who told me these things when she gave me the wine of smoke, said that she knew nothing of stars being kind, only of their being powerful. She asked me 3 times if I really wished to drink the wine of smoke. The wine of smoke was acquired by her hundreds of years ago from a man who combined the talents of wizard and vintner, who had come to the garth of the aorist to bargain with her. She intended to use it to escape from the confinement that Prince November had forced on her. But even after drinking a draught and becoming smoke, she found that she still could not penetrate past the cloister. The white Maat spent more than a century in sorcerous meditation of the most strenuous kind to turn her body back to flesh. For someone who is not a sorcerer, there is no such possibility of return, and the gift of death is lost. If one who had drunk the wine of smoke were captured and, for example, shut within a bottle, and the bottle sent deep into the earth, he would be stuck in that bind until the end of time. "This," said the white Maat, "is the penalty I should expect to suffer if I ever break our agreement." As if I would ever break it, for all is well with the Gleeful horse. He greets me leaping and grinning when I return home in the early mornings. Even before I get back, I hear him whinny merrily when he smells me coming through the fog on the river. I think he has forgotten that he was ever hurt. There's no rancor or fear in him, nothing timorous or furtive. He breathes in the starry motes, they look like sun-kissed thistledown, through his fiddle-shaped nostrils. He capers all around the bridge and the docks, rolling his eyes and winking, brave as a flag, friend to cats and dogs, and that is as it should be. I only wish I could pet him, but in the afternoons I lead him by my scent to Shendy Park, and the old ladies who feed the ducks there make a great fuss of him. The star-like pieces don't last very long, this being because they aren't his own, the White Ma taught me, so I must keep putting them inside him, as she told me to do. For each one that I give to him, I must take another to give to her. Over in Firmitas they shut all their gilded and vermilion windows at night, and in Bracklow and Shendy they hang up charms next to fireplaces. On both sides of the river they talk in whispers about the smoke that sticks to the life of children and pulls it away. The ones the smoke touches sicken and die quickly. Before they die they change, becoming like wax-paper figures. You could light candles in them, and they would be child-shaped lanterns. Because they become hollow, like treasure animals, the sick ones are euphemistically called treasure children. Bracklow wonders where Malamus the Great has gone, but I'm still around, in the smoke of chimneys and bus exhausts, and in the engine smoke of the day-boats ferrying the folk who work as maids and porters in Firmitas. I believe I know what the White Ma'at does with her share of the starlight pieces, for I've seen Prince November in his 10-shingled carriage out on the chalk hills more than once, with his retinue in dun and black, driving toward the birch wood. He and she have come to a new agreement, I think, whereby she is paying off her debts. The vein on her forehead has become a load of white gold, often swollen but sometimes flat, so that the gossip about Prince November drinking from her has gained more currency amongst those who go to see her. But not so many do these days. Unthinkable as it is, she has changed. She is nearly always queer now. I never know whether she will be distracted or depressed or silly when I come with the lovely motes for her to inhale. She wears the ring I coughed up, and when she's in her whimsical mood, she steals admiring looks at it, as if it were a real ruby on her finger. I would not have believed it possible, but since the emptying sickness has been in the world, the old game of murdering treasure animals has fallen out of favor. Ball games and swap cards are popular now, and pageant games. In the pageants, a character called Grinning Horse has for some time been a playground hero. He is the one who saves children by breathing in the smoke before it can reach them. He is also the one who, by the laws of the games, is the bold opponent of a certain Prince No-Never and his old nurse, the Wheatmate, and defeats them, as he defeats policemen, schoolmasters, and other vile enemies, often in rough and bloody ways, children being what they are. For months I could make no pretense to having an explanation for this, but eventually I began to hear things. It seems that the treasure children themselves started the invention of Grinning Horse, Prince No-Never, and the Wheatmate. If what I have heard is true, the treasure children dream of these characters after the smoke visits them, and they say the smoke gives them the dreams in exchange for their lives. The dreams and the part played by the smoke they confide about to friends and siblings before they are seized by the silence that comes with the hollowing effect of the illness, and the accounts are reinforced by others who fall sick. I remember the White Ma'at's words concerning the future, and how my never-finished tale of the Gleeful horse sounded true when I tried to tell it. So perhaps it will all be just as I imagined. Afterweird. The Efficacy of a Worm-Eaten Dictionary. China, Miéville. How should we conduct investigations? We need access to the innards of whatever we would understand, but if we take a scalpel to their skins, we change them, and the only thing we end up investigating then is something open and bleeding, as in very different grotesque ways both Himes and Shay's dissection stories here make clear. Faced with objects whose terms and natures are not self-evident, what we need is some variant of diaphanization, that enzymatic process that makes transparent the flesh, makes the body a window. This is true of our heuristic terms and functions as much as of the objects they are intended to illumine. It's as true of our microscope machines. Those were not here a moment ago, were they? As of the microbes we stare at through them. We should wish, in other words, not only to examine history, cultural, literary, whatever, through some filter, but to turn our gaze on that filter itself. This book you hold is a collection of the weird? Which is what, please? How to proceed? Etymology is a making transparent. Word history is one of the most common little doors in the tree or wall scholars start by opening. This is a study of blah, or blast study, a book announces. The dictionary tells us that the root of the word blah, etc. So, the weird, running a rough plow through the archaeology of language, brings up word, W-Y-R-D, that Anglo-Saxonism of knotting cause and effect, as cat's cradle, intricate and splendid as any Sutton Hoo buckle. Fate, destiny, sometimes even doom, personified in those women on that blasted heath. The implication is of a tug at some slub in the life weft, the snarl of interweaving, the ineluctable. Word, as the great old English poem The Wanderer insists, bio fulerid. Fate is inexorable, sometimes cruel, deserts wrought not always according to our own morality, but part of something utter and total. The word is perhaps not holy, H-O-L-Y, but it is wholly, W-H-O-L-E-Y. Thus word-armed, we go back to the weird, in this book in your hands, and in the world itself. We sensitize ourselves to certain moments, those that we experience not merely as odd or strange or surprising, but as weird. We shove a fate-shaped key at the weird keyhole, or pry at the weird door-frame with a fate-shaped jimmy. Beyond testing our hypothesis, we find among other artifacts the presences of Blackwood and Morissette's familiars, Crone's insects, the family monsters of Butler's blood-child, oniric patchworks of biology and impossibility, the baleful spooks of modernity in smoke ghosts that have, spuriously efficient as the industry they haunt, bypassed the necessity of dying or living in the first place, the uneasy, almost recognition of the punishments in Lanagan's Singing My Sister Down, the fungal universe of Bernanos, the displacements of Lehman's Window and Jones's Little Lambs, vividly present unplaces, the shadowy street, the night wire, unclearly suggestive fables, Chapman and Bailey Kenum, opaque punishments, Kafka and Sansom, lessons and items of all kinds, bearing the meaning we've learnt, our weapon pilfered from the Anglo-Saxon word hoard, we go to war against incomprehension. Weird is word, we say, and see how this clarifies. And after a long time trying to apply that as insight, we nod and stop and consider again, and must finally ask, what if etymology is fucking useless? What if it's worse than useless? What if thinking through the prehistory of the term weird is utterly counterproductive? If the shift that occurred sometime in the 19th century is not an evolution of meaning, but a cleft, a repudiation, a revolution, a violence, a break, if weird is the ungrateful feral child of word, raised by modernity's wolves. And what if this semiotic abandonment means no edible drama, no tedious lullaby of reconciliation or loss or mutual learning, but instead an unexpectedly clear, debate-ending statement about the heritability of meme content, that there is none at fucking all, that the weird is not a new iteration of fatefulness, but its rebuke, a contingency, a newness that shreds the sealed totality its parental theme pretended existed. The fact of the weird is the fact that the world-weave is ripped and unfinished, moth-eaten, ill-made, and that through the little tears, from behind the ragged edges, things are looking at us. The weird is neither wholly, H-O-L-Y, nor wholly, W-H-O-L-E-Y. It is wholly, H-O-L-E-Y. Like flies and rot, frogs in the rich mud of the Nile, like mice in spoiled grain, the things that watch, outer monstrosities, great old ones as Hodgson and Lovecraft had it, were spontaneously generated, larvae budding in the fruit of the world loom. Modernity weaves a moth-eaten cloth, and it is the final instars of those bad eaters that watch us through rifts their maggoty baby selves made. Weird is anti-word, a subtraction of the D, always a weak letter, prone to replacement, and its usurpation by M. Weird not equal to word, W-Y-R-D, weird equal to worm. This is the vermiformalist fact of the matter. The dwellers in holes are not punishments. That they watch us is as random as a rip, the shape of threadbareness. That is the weird, that we are watched from holes. You feel eyes on you. Weird is an affect. We know it when we feel it. It's constrained neither by level of culture, there is pulp here and there is haute literature by Bruno Schulz, Tagore, Leonora Carrington, nor by nationality, nor subject matter. Certainly there are monsters, but there is emotion and character in monsterless places, too. Supernature is strong, but by no means the only transmitter of that alien unease. It is not uncanny. We might post facto decode whatever metaphor we make of it, but its interior is less repressed than unrecognized. The weird is not the but the abcanny. This canon changes. Its edges are as protean, its membranes as permeable and oozing as the breaching biology of Lovecraft's Dunwich horror. We interpret it, of course. Our minds are meaning factories. But the ground below them is holy, Holey. There are cracks and chaos, meaning quakes. The metaphors we walk on are scree. In this book is a weird canon. It is not exactly yours. How could it be? We don't fray the world quite the same, and different things watch each of us, nor is it quite mine. But we recognize it, and recognize the ways we don't recognize it. The same book, read twice, in different frames of mind, might be once quotidian, unthreatening, and the next time, was it our own urgent fingers that snagged those threads? Frayed. Weird. Weird travels with us, each reader a typhoid Mary in every library. It passes from us into pages, infects healthy fiction. Pretend for a moment there might be any such thing. A virus of holes, a burrowing infestation, an infestation of burrowingness itself, that births its own pestilential hole-dweller. There's a slip again. Pick ourselves up, try to regain footing. Where are we? The world is a many-shelved library. The shovel-handed things of Johnson's Far Below, doles, conqueror worms, cloth maggots, bookworms. Burrowers have various names. They chew through books and leave their exudations, that spore of anxiety. We have all felt that tacky residue. We're tempted to hunt patient zero. Is there a culprit in this library? Which book was first sick? Of course, they're all in terrible health. Turn to Margaret Irwin's The Book. Ultimately, it alleges malevolent orders, a struggle not to succumb, a heroic assertion of familial piety. Such nostrums are resilient and do no real harm, but that is far the least, the weakest weird of this most weird tale, an extensive postscript. The story's pinnacle is its magnificent vision of the viral weird, a bad sensibility breaching the cover membranes of books, spreading the disease, dis-ease, so that slowly the shelf of abutting volumes become nasty stories. Like the proto-postmodern rewriting of Don Quixote, brilliantly formulated by Borges's Pierre Menard, which changes Cervantes' passages solely by considering them in new contexts. Irwin's book alters no specific words of the texts it abuts, but it corrupts them. The protagonist, reading them after they have sat too near the book, finds in Dickens revolting pleasure in cruelty, in Stevenson sickly attraction to brutality, in Charlotte Bronte a raving, craving maenad. All books alter the books that are read near them. Here it is the unease, the strange, the alien malevolent in its alterity, its weird, that spreads, that contingent and unwordly, that worms its way throughout the library. Thus the canon grows like mold, mildew damp, eldritch, its vectors vermiform, gnaw-claiming even works that we had thought sedate, a subterranean counter-tradition, an abcanny that has nothing to do with memory and everything to do with the unsuspected. Burrowers cause the scree slippage of solid ground. This collection is not just an act of canon. It does not, nor could it, enshrine one set of texts. Without motion, of crawling and wriggling kind, there is no weird. All canons are tombs, yes, but this collection is a post-elegy wearing an Eton shroud, a long-dead rag for the dead. But this is weird, and as Lovecraft insisted, that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. The answer to that riddle is simple. What can be the vector of the holy, Holey, unholy post-life life, but the worm? These are strange aeons. These texts, dead and or not, burrow, and we cannot predict everything they will infect or eat their path through, but certainly your brain, and they will eat the books you read from today on, too. That is how the weird recruits. This is a worm farm. These stories are worms. Acknowledgments. Any project this ambitious and with this wide a scope depends on the help of many people. For key translations, advice, and negotiations, we must profusely thank Jo Clerval. Without her effort, this anthology would be much the poorer. Thanks, too, for largesse and special ops to Edward Duff, Jonathan K. Stevens, Armando Corridore, and Conrad Olewski. In addition to advice from our editor, Nicholas Cheatham, we had access to invaluable resources in the form of prior anthologies that helped shape the weird. Our thanks in particular to the following editors, many of whom also provided advice, resources, or other valuable information: David Hartwell, Catherine Kramer, Ellen Datlow, Marvin Kay, Kirby McCauley, S.T. Joshi, Jessica Amanda Salmonson, Ramsey Campbell, J.N. Williamson, Leonard Wolfe, Peter Crowther, William J. Tyler, Robert Weinberg, John Betancourt, Dennis Etchison, Stefan R. Siemianowicz, Martin H. Greenberg, Richard Dalby, Jonathan Strahan, Peter Straub, Bradford Morrow, and Alberto Manguel. Special thanks to Ray Russell at Tartarus Press for massive amounts of help well beyond the call of duty, Jared Walters at Centipede Press for access to rare materials, and to William Schaefer at Subterranean Press for several key story suggestions. All of you are class acts. Thanks to Daedalus and Atlas Press for access to the most decadent permutations of the weird. Thanks also to Anil Menon, Jaya Bhattacharjee, Alan Swirsky, Nick Wood, Matthew Cheney, Eric Schaller, and Larry Nolan for various contributions to the effort. Thanks to Liz Gorensky, our editor at Tor, and everyone at Tor who worked on this project. Our appreciation for recommendations from many dozens of other people, too many to list individually, but thank you for your help. Further thanks to all of the publishers, estates, agents, and writers who made this book possible. Heartfelt thanks to Becky Sharp at Corvus for tracking down certain permissions, and to the Corvus team, Nicholas Cheatham, Matilda Emla, Nicole Muir, and Sashna Hanspal. Thanks to Brugger's Bagels, Hopkins Eatery, and Monks for keeping us fed and sane. Finally, thanks to our families and friends for putting up with us while we worked on this project, and neglected them. It devoured our lives for several months. For more information on weird fiction, especially the works in this anthology, visit www.weirdfictionreview.com. End of The Weird, a compendium of strange and dark stories, edited by Ann VanderMeer and Jeff VanderMeer. ANN VANDERMEER, JEFF VANDERMEER. Read by Jack Fox in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, November 2012. A Tor book, published by Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York 10010. www.tor-forge.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited. If you found this book to be defective, please contact your cooperating network library.
End of book.